Shen Wan awoke from a nightmarish slumber, finding herself reborn 3 months prior to the apocalypse. She was uncertain whether to rejoice at the opportunity for a second chance at life or to lament the impending return of this dreadful cataclysm. Torrential rains, frigid cold, scorching heat, and earthquakes, she had survived merely 3 years in her previous existence, and the full extent of the forthcoming disasters remained unknown to her. However, this time, she was resolute in her intention to devise a meticulous plan for the well-being of herself and her family. Chapter 1: Awakening. The incessant buzzing reverberated, a persistent drone that jolted her from her deep slumber. A slender hand reached instinctively beneath her pillow, only to encounter emptiness. In the blink of an eye, Shen Wan sprang upright, only to be greeted by an unfamiliar environment. Shouldn't she be in the living quarters of the resettlement camp? The dagger that she had kept under her pillow was nowhere to be found. As she surveyed her surroundings, her almond-shaped eyes widened in recognition. This was the room she shared with her beloved younger brother, Mo, adorned with khaki-colored walls, linen-gray curtains, and the familiar sofa and vanity. The ambience was both comforting and disorienting, reminiscent of her life before the world fell into chaos. The cotton bedding, embellished with cheerful yellow flowers, and the rainbow unicorn pillow were all tokens of Mo's affection. The years spent in the apocalypse felt like a lifetime, yet this heartwarming scene was deeply embedded in her memory, causing her a momentary lapse of comprehension. The relentless buzzing continued, and Shen Wan hastily located her phone on the bedside table, silencing the alarm. The date displayed was May 9th, 2052, at 12:20, and she was struck dumb. Was this rebirth? She found herself at a loss, unable to discern if this was a dream or reality. With a firm pinch on her thigh, she gasped at the sharp pain. This was no illusion. Her mind was alarmingly lucid. Indeed, she had been reborn. 3 months before the onset of the apocalypse, she was destined to once again endure the brutal and terrifying calamities. But where was Shen Mo? Her gaze fell upon her lit phone screen. May 9th, a Thursday. Little Mo should still be at kindergarten. How wonderful! Her beloved Mo was back. Tears of joy streamed down her face, splattering onto her hand as she was pulled back to reality. Following her recollections, she unlocked her phone and accessed the weather forecast. Sunny, with a minimum temperature of 28 degrees Celsius and a maximum of 38 degrees. No doubt about it, just as in her previous life, the temperatures were outrageously high for early May. She recalled that the apocalypse began with a month-long deluge, followed by an extreme cold that lasted over a year and a scorching heat that persisted for roughly 2 years, though the specific timeline eluded her. Next came the catastrophic earthquakes, which had claimed her life. As for the subsequent disasters, she could only speculate. However, history had shown that earthquakes often heralded outbreaks of infectious diseases or plagues. In hindsight, the onset of the apocalypse was not without its forewarnings. Months of unrelenting drought, coupled with a summer that was uncharacteristically sweltering, should have raised alarms. Yet, given the prevailing global temperature trends, the anomalies failed to attract widespread concern. A small faction of individuals had sensed the disturbances, but they merely stockpiled supplies, convinced it was a fleeting bout of extreme weather, never suspecting it was the harbinger of the end of the world. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her stomach growled audibly, awakening her awareness of hunger. Not merely a physical craving, but a profound yearning for sustenance. It had been an eternity since she had savored a hearty meal. In the resource-scarce aftermath of the apocalypse, mere survival had been a formidable challenge. With determination, Shen Wan threw open her bedroom door and rushed to the kitchen, rummaging through cabinets in search of food. After a flurry of activity, she unearthed her long-favored tomato beef noodles from the cabinets above the counter. Quickly, she filled a pot with water, igniting the gas stove and waiting for the water to boil before dropping in the instant noodles. She opened the refrigerator to retrieve frozen meatballs and pure meat sausages, along with 2 eggs. Spotting some bok choy in the fridge, she added that as well. After years of hunger in the apocalypse, anything edible now felt like a treasure. A large bowl filled to the brim with steaming noodles. She couldn't wait to taste it, her tears flowing once more. In the early days of the extreme cold, the government had still distributed instant noodles as part of their rations. In later times, they had become a luxury. The underprivileged survivors often struggled to find enough to eat, let alone enjoy a bowl of noodles. She devoured the meal hastily, still feeling unsatisfied. Grabbing a small cake from the fridge, she indulged in it, the overwhelming desire to eat finally easing slightly. After washing her face in the bathroom, her gaze caught the reflection of a familiar yet foreign visage in the mirror, delicate willow brows, alluring almond eyes, and lustrous hair, cascading over her shoulders. She forced a smile, her ruby lips curving slightly, revealing shallow dimples on her cheeks. The sensor light above the mirror illuminated her face, highlighting her radiant complexion, as if it were porcelain. Throughout her life, she had always been the envy of the parents around her, not only beautiful but also excelling academically. Yet, in the 3 years of the apocalypse, she had become a mere shadow of her former self, her skin dulled, marred by frostbite and sunspots. A deep scar ran along the left side of her face, extending from the corner of her mouth to her ear, a remnant of a desperate search for supplies during the tumultuous times. When the torrential rains had rendered hospitals inoperable, Shen Wan had traded her precious resources for 2 anti-inflammatory pills at an exorbitant price, just to save her own life. The scar, however, remained an indelible mark. Ironically, this ghastly scar had also served as her shield, deterring those with ill intentions. Upon seeing her disfigurement, they would often curse and walk away, some even resorting to kicking her to end the apocalypse. Lacking sufficient strength, a beautiful face could become a death sentence. After a brief tidying up, Shen Wan took her phone and car keys, preparing to step out. She was determined to fetch Shen Mo from kindergarten. On the night the extreme cold descended, Mo had left without a sound, while she had merely survived, drifting through the days like a specter. Shen Mo was remarkably independent, insisting on sleeping alone in his small bed at night. Had it been otherwise, he might not have succumbed to eternal slumber on that bone-chilling night. Just days ago, Shen Mo had turned 2 years old, and due to work commitments, she had entrusted him to the kindergarten for early education during the day, returning to collect him after her shift. Clenching her fists, Shen Wan vowed that in this life, regardless of the cruelty of the calamities, she would protect Mo, safeguard her only family. As she descended the elevator and entered the underground parking lot, a fleeting moment of confusion washed over her. Time had blurred her memory. She had forgotten where her car was parked. Pressing the key fob and listening for the sound, she finally located her compact vehicle, a white, elongated Audi, a gift from her parents during their lifetime, born out of concern for her arduous commutes on public transport. Having used it for just over 2 years, she planned to sell it in a couple of months to stockpile supplies. In her previous life, she had left it in the underground garage, and the day after the torrential rains, it had been submerged, never to be seen again. Driving out of the community, she headed directly to Shen Mo's kindergarten, a short distance of only 2 or 3 traffic lights away. Typically, she walked him to school, which also served as a form of exercise. But now, her eagerness to see her precious brother compelled her to drive. Chapter 2. Assets. As she emerged from the basement, the glaring sunlight outside momentarily disoriented her. A wave of heat enveloped her, prompting Shen Wan to hurriedly shut the window and turn on the air conditioning. Gradually exiting the residential complex and merging onto the main road, she noticed the increasing flow of traffic. The city's cacophony bore a familiar resonance, evoking memories that intensified her awareness of the reality of living a second life. 5 minutes later, she arrived at the kindergarten, first validating her identity at the card reader before registering her information in the security room. The security guard then notified the teacher to bring out Shen Momo. This was one of the primary reasons she had chosen this kindergarten. The stringent security measures ensured her child's safety to the greatest extent possible. In the distance, she spotted Teacher Song leading a chubby little figure towards her. Upon seeing her mother, Shen Momo released Teacher Song's hand and wobbled over, enveloping her in a grand embrace. Clinging to her mother's neck, the 2-year-old sweetly uttered "Mama." His pronunciation still unrefined, yet it brought tears to Shen Wan's eyes. After regaining her composure, she turned to Teacher Song and said, "Thank you for your trouble on such a hot day. I happen to have some free time today, so I came to pick him up early." Teacher Song affectionately patted Momo's little head and replied, "It's no trouble at all. Momo is exceptionally bright and well-behaved, with strong independence. All the teachers in the class adore him." Shen Wan nodded. "See you tomorrow. Say goodbye to teacher." The little chubby boy waved at Teacher Song before turning back to the car, his tiny bottom wiggling adorably as he struggled to climb in. Once Shen Wan settled him into the backseat's safety chair and secured his seatbelt, she drove home. It was already 1:30 when they arrived, and Momo, lulled by the motion of the car, had fallen asleep. She gently carried him upstairs and laid him on the bed, stripped him of his clothes, and covered him with a blanket, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful nap. In the ensuing hours, she needed to meticulously devise a plan to ensure both of their survival in the impending apocalypse. She seated herself at the dining table, opened her laptop, and began typing furiously. Within 5 minutes, a freshly drafted resignation letter was dispatched to her office manager's email. With less than 3 months remaining until the apocalypse, Shen Wan was unwilling to squander her time and energy generating profits for capitalists. Every hour was precious, and stockpiling supplies was of utmost importance. Just as she pondered this, a call from her supervisor, Manager Liu, interrupted her thoughts. She pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xiao Shen. Why the sudden resignation? Is there an urgent matter?" Shen Wan thought to herself, how could she possibly reveal that the world was about to end? Instead, she fabricated an excuse. "Manager, I've been feeling unwell lately and went for a checkup. The doctor recommended that I alter my current lifestyle, as prolonged stress could cause irreversible harm to my health. Therefore, I plan to take a break and stay in Nanshire for a few months." She wasn't lying. After dropping off Momo that morning, she had intended to drive to work when a sudden headache incapacitated her, leading her to take leave and collapse into a deep slumber, awakening only 3 years later in a different reality. Using illness as a reason for resignation aligned perfectly with her sick leave, so she presumed the company would not make it difficult for her. Manager Liu fell silent for a moment. "Given this reason, I cannot in good conscience try to persuade you to stay. However, with such short notice, I am unable to recruit another supervisor." Shen Wan smiled lightly. "After observing for some time, I believe Lu Jingjing in our group has commendable skills and a strong sense of responsibility. If you think she is suitable, perhaps you could nurture her further." She suggested this because she had overheard colleagues in the break room discussing Lu Jingjing, who was, as it turned out, Manager Lu's niece. Naturally, Shen Wan was more than willing to do this small favor, as it would smooth her own resignation process. True to her expectations, Manager Liu responded with a chuckle. "Little Lu's capabilities are indeed impressive. You have certainly contributed to her development, and she has shown significant progress lately. Please come by in the next few days to finalize your resignation paperwork and hand over your responsibilities." After hanging up, Shen Wan resolved to visit the company first thing in the morning to handle her resignation, lest she be forced to wait until the following Monday. While the company offered decent compensation, she had achieved her supervisory position through the guidance of her superiors. Glancing at her phone's banking app, she noted the recent deposit of over 10,000 yuan in her account. Were it not for the impending calamity, she would not wish to relinquish this job. With the resignation matter settled, she retrieved half a watermelon from the kitchen and savored it with a spoon, relishing the delightful taste. How long had it been since she had enjoyed fresh fruit? 2 years, perhaps 3? In the apocalypse, only the upper echelons of survivors could indulge in such luxuries. Indeed, even amidst disasters and the end of days, some would continue to thrive. Shen Wan then took stock of her assets. Her bank balance displayed 118,920 yuan. And with her investments in funds and short-term financial products, she estimated that redeeming them would yield approximately 430,000 yuan. Currently, she resided in a 92-square-meter apartment located in the new district of Sioux City, which she had purchased outright for nearly 1.8 million yuan. This apartment had been meticulously selected by her parents as her dowry, situated near an excellent elementary school. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Her parents' profound love for her extended even to the consideration of her future child's education. Regrettably, they had not lived to witness her marriage. Just months after her university graduation, they perished in a tragic car accident. Half a year after losing her parents, Shen Wan decided to undergo artificial insemination. She leveraged her connections to engage with a sperm bank, with her criteria being straightforward: a minimum of a bachelor's degree, and, most importantly, robust health. Thus, Shen Momo was conceived and naturally, he bore her surname, Shen. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had brought a child into this world, unaware that an apocalypse awaited them in 3 years. Now, with her little one over 2 years old, she could only accept the situation as it was. After her parents' passing, she received a life insurance payout of 1.3 million yuan, which remained untouched in a separate bank account, now merely a number in the grand scheme of her life. She recalled that her parents also owned a three-bedroom apartment in the old city, while she had always lived in the new one for work convenience. The three-bedroom unit, approximately 120 square meters, was in a sought-after school district and could likely sell for around 4 million yuan, given its desirable location. According to current educational policies, the demand for spots in the district of a key city middle school was perpetually high. Additionally, she had invested in insurance for both herself and Momo over the years, primarily in short-term financial insurance. Even the smallest of investments could yield returns, and she needed to devise a strategy to reclaim those funds from the insurance company. Chapter 3. The Jade Pendant Space. Shen Wan's insurance policies were initially purchased by her parents, and after their demise, she continued to make the payments, totaling approximately 160,000 yuan. In contrast, Shen Momo's insurance was acquired by her, amounting to 60,000 yuan over 3 years. She called the insurance company's agent to express her intention to redeem her policies early. After a spirited negotiation, bolstered by evidence of the agent's questionable practices, and offering a 2% commission, she managed to secure an 80% return on her investment, which should be credited to her account in the coming days. With approximately 173 million yuan available, she could begin procuring essential supplies, focusing on non-perishable goods and survival tools. As she surveyed her living room, she felt for the first time that the space was somewhat cramped, especially considering this apartment was on the 8th floor. In her previous life, floodwaters had risen to the 6th floor, followed by a relentless blizzard, which caused the ice to continue ascending. On the 8th floor, where Shen Wan resided, an icy chill enveloped the air, compounded by her recent expulsion from home. Subsequently, she joined the official rescue team to a temporary shelter. It seemed imperative to secure a new residence, with plans to expedite the sale of her current abode. Shen Wan leaned towards renting a place, preferring to conserve her funds for essential supplies. Yet, the thought of stockpiling enough living necessities and survival tools left her feeling that a space of over 100 square meters might be insufficient. How she wished for a storage area. Then, these concerns would vanish. At this moment, her mind drifted back to her previous life during the Great Earthquake when she found herself trapped beneath the debris of a collapsed living quarters. In the haze of losing consciousness, she recalled a fleeting green light shimmering before her. What could have been? She retrieved a jade pendant from around her neck, pondering if the emerald glow had originated from it. This pendant was a cherished gift from her grandmother before she passed away. A circular piece of icy jade slightly larger than a coin, with an intricately hollowed outer rim encasing a complete oval jade piece, roughly the size of a fingernail. Shen Wan vividly remembered her grandmother's tales of their ancestral home, once owned by landlords who had surrendered numerous precious items to preserve their families' lives during turbulent times. However, they had also secretly concealed some treasures, with this jade pendant being the sole remnant. Its delicate design was typically reserved for the female members of the family. In the absence of daughters, it was passed down to daughters-in-law, ultimately finding its way to her. Upon inspection, she found no visible mechanisms to open or rotate the pendant, though fine white lines adorned the central jade piece. If there were no mechanisms, perhaps a medium was required? Shen Wan rummaged through a drawer, retrieving a sewing needle and disinfecting it with alcohol. She then pricked the tip of her right middle finger, a bead of crimson blood emerging instantly. Carefully, she allowed a drop to fall onto the pendant, yet nothing happened. After squeezing another drop, this time onto the center of the jade, her eyes widened in astonishment as she observed the white lines beginning to swirl slowly, now infused with a hint of red. The intertwining of red, white, and green colors mesmerized her. She rubbed her eyes, confirming it was no mere illusion. A gentle green light began to coalesce, and Shen Wan sensed, perhaps erroneously, that it appeared considerably fainter than the glow from her previous life during the earthquake. The green light gradually converged, surging toward her third eye. Before she could react, a sharp pain pierced her temples, akin to a dagger twisting within her mind. What felt like an eternity compressed into mere minutes left her drenched in sweat. A curse escaped her lips. Should there be no recompense for this ordeal, she would reduce the pendant to ashes. However, upon seeing the shattered jade pendant on the table, she rescinded her thoughts, touching her nose as if to say such bitterness was unwarranted. Given the circumstances, it seemed according to the narrative's trajectory, the pendant space must have bound itself to her. Shen Wan closed her eyes, silently intoning enter and reopened them. To her dismay, nothing had changed. She remained in the living room. She tried again, closing her eyes and concentrating. I wished to enter the space. Yet still, it felt amiss. Was her method of access incorrect? Or was it that the space could not accommodate her corporeal form but only her consciousness, prohibiting the storage of living beings? Once more, she closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. In the boundless darkness, she detected a white orb of light in the left rear of her mind. As her consciousness delved in, she realized it was indeed the location. A flash of white light enveloped her, revealing a courtyard reminiscent of traditional Chinese architecture. The walls were white, and the tiles were of vibrant green. From an aerial view, 2 side rooms flanked the central courtyard, which was significantly elevated compared to the entrance facing the main hall, boasting an expansive area of approximately 300 square meters that resembled ancient dwellings. Shen Wan opened her eyes, seized a pack of tissues from the table, intending to store them in the courtyard of the space. In the next instant, the tissues vanished from her hand. As her consciousness ventured into the space, she discovered it resting quietly upon the courtyard's ground. With a mere thought, it reappeared in her grasp. Continuing her experiments, she envisioned the appearance of the courtyard's entrance, silently intoning enter, and found herself standing at the threshold. Indeed, her body could traverse the space, provided she specified a particular location. Initially, she had no awareness of the space's layout, hence could not envision its specifics. Now, with the entire courtyard's design etched in her mind, she could effortlessly teleport to any desired spot. Observing from the entrance, she noted the courtyard's simple arrangement. Each side of the main gate housed a room, which she attempted to open but found locked. The courtyard was flanked by 4 side rooms on either side, with the main hall directly opposite the entrance featuring a single door, presumably leading to a spacious chamber. The center of the courtyard was occupied by black soil, ample enough for cultivating vegetables. A path of bluestone slabs extended from the entrance to the main hall, while a circular corridor encircled the courtyard, approximately 2 meters wide. As she traversed the corridor, she tested the side rooms again, but none yielded to her attempts. From the exterior, each room measured 5 meters in length, suggesting a similar interior area. It was a pity that so many empty rooms could not be utilized for storing supplies. Finally reaching the entrance of the main hall, she pushed the door, which surprisingly gave way this time. Shen Wan exhaled in relief. At least one room was accessible, or she would have felt utterly stifled. However, her momentary triumph was dashed upon entering the barren chamber, devoid of even a single chair or table, let alone the rumored antique paintings. The entire room stretched approximately 15 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 8 meters in height, forming an expansive 150 square meter void. Oh, but wait. To her right, a staircase ascended to the second floor. Aside from the emptiness, the room could only be described with the word poor. Climbing the stairs, she was not surprised to find the second floor equally vacant, with dimensions mirroring the first floor, though the ceiling height was reduced to 5 meters. It appeared the remaining rooms were likely empty as well. She could very well be the most impoverished space master in history. Currently, only these 2 rooms were usable within the entire courtyard. Nevertheless, Shen Wan speculated that the restrictions on the other rooms could potentially be lifted, though she was uncertain of the method. Chapter 4: Online Shopping. Furthermore, she needed to assess the passage of time within the space to determine the necessary supplies to stockpile. After contemplating, she swiftly exited the space, retrieving 4 ice creams from the refrigerator and placing them in the main hall on the first floor, the second floor, the corridor, and the black soil in the courtyard, planning to observe their melting status after an hour. Emerging from the space, she tiptoed to the bedroom door. Catching sight of little Mo soundly sleeping with a rainbow unicorn cradled in his arms, his head tilted back, resembling a chubby crayon Shin-chan. Seated at her computer, Shen Wan munched on watermelon while continuing to draft her supply list: transportation tools, self-defense items, medical supplies, living necessities, rice, flour, oil. Some items she intended to purchase from online shopping platforms for convenience, while bulkier items would necessitate a trip to the market. Opening a certain online shopping website, she ordered 5 earthquake survival kits, which included rescue ropes, flashlights, and entrenching tools, and from the same vendor, she purchased 10 insulated tents, 10 military knives, and 10 multifunctional hatchets, spending nearly 6,000. Currently, acquiring weapons was challenging. She could only opt for small knives for the time being, hoping for future opportunities to procure longer blades. The first wave was a torrential downpour. Her first-hand experience had made Shen Wan acutely aware of the critical supplies needed: 5 anti-cut and anti-stab inflatable rafts, 10 sets of waterproof suits, 10 sets of diving suits, 10 oxygen tanks, 100 sets of medical protective clothing, and 100 anti-fog goggles. Additionally, she acquired 2 diesel inflatable boats, opting for the highest configuration with reinforced stab resistance, capable of rapid inflation in 20 seconds. She also separately purchased a battery and electric motor, ensuring the boat could run on both fuel and electricity. On the third day of the torrential rain, the entire city would face a blackout. Shen Wan placed an order for 200 large candles, 20 solar-powered lamps, 20 large waterproof tarps, and 10 oversized waterproof bags, culminating in nearly 30,000 in expenses. The second wave of natural disasters was extreme cold, with temperatures dropping to -52 degrees. In her previous life, Shen Wan had felt as though the cold seeped into her bones, even while wrapped in all her blankets. She discovered a high-tech thermal underwear store online, boasting the ability to withstand temperatures as low as -20 degrees, and immediately ordered 10 sets for both adults and children. She also purchased 5 down comforters and 5 thick cotton quilts, along with 10 sets of fleece bedding, with the store generously including several pairs of pillows. Aware that merely relying on blankets for warmth was impractical, she planned to renovate her bedroom and bed in the future. Shen Wan ordered 10 sets of goose-down jackets and pants in various sizes, as well as several different sizes for Shin Momo. She purchased 5 sets of plush pajamas in assorted sizes, along with 10 oversized military coats, allowing her to bundle Momo in her embrace. Additionally, she ordered 10 sets each of Russian-style hats and scarves, along with thick masks, gloves, and windbreak glasses. She acquired over a dozen pairs of insulated, waterproof snow boots, thermal underwear, and fleece sweaters and pants. She bought 50 sets of clothing in shades of gray and black for each season, ensuring a low-profile yet safe approach. Considering the household items she already possessed, she felt confident that they would suffice. Furthermore, she ordered 100 boxes each of underwear and socks, and 1,000 boxes of disposable underwear. After some contemplation, she decided to add 20 hot water bottles, rechargeable warm water packs, power banks, 20 warm air heaters, and oil-filled radiators, along with 5 electric blankets. She purchased 10 boxes of 10,000 heating pads and 1,000 foot warmers, which totaled over 70,000. Given the energy concerns, Shen Wan searched online and was pleasantly surprised to find sellers of solar panels and batteries. Initially troubled about where to procure them, she felt grateful for the convenience of online shopping. Comparing several stores, she chose 10 solar panels measuring 0.5 meter by 1 meter, which would be inconspicuous when placed by the window. In a post-apocalyptic world, discretion was the best survival strategy. She selected 5 batteries, which could only power low-wattage appliances or charge electronic devices, adding nearly 10,000 to her expenses. She still needed to devise a solution for cooking. With natural gas out of the question and limited access to coal gas, her options were restricted to alcohol stoves or coal. These items were challenging to purchase online due to exorbitant shipping costs, so she planned to visit the market for wholesale supplies when she had the time. The third wave of calamities was extreme heat, and Shen Wan struggled to recall what essentials would be most needed during that time. She ordered 5 bamboo mats, as the existing silk cool mats were insufficiently refreshing, alongside 20 air conditioning fans. A machine for making ice was unnecessary since, during extreme cold, simply placing items outside would suffice to freeze them into blocks. She also ordered a case of small electric fans, which could be rotated after charging. Additionally, she acquired 20 thermal insulation boards, 5 sets of insulated curtains, and 20 rolls of thermal insulation film. For sun protection, she ordered 20 pieces of sun protective clothing and 200 tubes of the highest SPF sunscreen. In her previous life, outdoor temperatures had soared to 60 degrees, with skin exposed to the sun suffering burns within mere seconds. Under such extreme heat, mosquitoes thrived, and decaying bodies proliferated bacteria. Consequently, she ordered 10 gas masks, 10,000 medical masks, and 10 boxes of disinfectant. She also acquired 10 rolls of nanoscreen mesh, 10 mosquito-proof door curtains, along with several boxes of insecticides and rubber gloves. Having successfully placed her orders, she spent over 20,000. Shen Wan stood up to stretch and indulged in a piece of cake, her anxious emotions finally easing. Glancing at the wall clock, it was 3:45 in the afternoon. Definitely more than an hour had passed. She entered her space to check on the state of the melting ice cream. Standing on the bluestone path in the courtyard, she observed the softening ice cream. Realizing that time on the black soil was not stagnant, plants should be able to grow. After inspecting the first and second floors of the corridor and main courtyard, she found the ice cream there remained solid. This indicated that within this courtyard space, only time on the black soil was progressing, while the other rooms, including the hallway, were entirely still. This was excellent news for her. Just moments ago, she had been fretting over the lack of fuel for cooking, but now she had a solution. She could store freshly prepared meals at her space while still warm, retrieving them later when it was time to eat. Exiting her space, she contemplated further and decided to order 5 alcohol stoves and 10 boxes of alcohol blocks. Perhaps they would come in handy, and these items wouldn't draw unnecessary attention. She changed all her delivery addresses to a relatively secluded location in the underground garage, where several nearby buildings' garages were interconnected, ensuring that even if someone noticed, they would remain unaware of her residence. At that moment, Shen Wan heard some commotion from the bedroom, estimating that little Momo had woken up. Upon opening the door, she found the chubby little one playing with a rainbow unicorn, affectionately snuggling its head. Shen Momo, born in the year of the horse, had taken an immediate liking to this unicorn, believing it to be a small horse, and insisted on hugging it every night while sleeping. She climbed onto the bed and kissed Momo's forehead, saying, "Sweetheart, you're awake. Mommy wants a kiss too." Watching Momo nuzzle against her cheek, Shen Wan couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Momo still didn't understand how to kiss. He thought that just touching faces was sufficient. "Milk," came the babyish voice. Shen Wan chuckled. "Little Momo is hungry, isn't he? Mommy will make you some milk. Be good." After preparing a bottle of milk for Momo to drink on his own, she suddenly remembered an important category of supplies she had overlooked: baby products. Chapter 5. Stockpiling. Shen Wan picked up her phone and contacted the owner of her frequently visited mother and baby store, expressing her desire to purchase a bulk order of milk powder and diapers, inquiring if they could deliver. The owner quickly replied, confirming that it was no problem and they could arrange a delivery time. At 2 years old, Shen Momo would require supplies for the next decade, after which he could transition to adult items. Placing Momo, now finished with his milk, in the nursery to play with toys and look at picture books, Shen Wan settled into a nearby lazy sofa to send the inventory list to the store owner. She ordered 5 boxes each of Stage 2, Stage 3, and toddler milk powder, with 6 cans per box, along with 100 boxes of toddler milk, each containing 27 cartons. She also requested 20 bottles each of children's vitamins, calcium, magnesium, zinc, and other nutritional supplements. She ordered 20 straw cups, along with 20 bottles each of body wash, lotion, mosquito repellent liquid, and insect repellent spray. Additionally, she replenished toys and picture books suitable for various stages of childhood, and the owner generously included many snacks and small toys. In the end, he graciously rounded down the total, amounting to 68,000. Curiously, the owner asked why she was purchasing so many items. Shen Wan explained that her workplace was organizing a social event, with attendees primarily consisting of young mothers with children, necessitating the procurement of gifts and prizes. The owner immediately sensed a business opportunity and proposed to provide additional children's toys as long as she displayed a promotional poster for the store at the event, to which she readily agreed. They arranged for delivery at 10 o'clock the next morning, with the location set for the underground parking lot beneath her office building. Perfectly timed for her to collect the items after completing her resignation paperwork. Today, her online shopping totaled around 200,000, leaving her with 1,500,000 in her bank account. The rapid spending thrilled her adrenaline, and the exhilarating sensation of emptying her shopping cart was quite satisfying. As the clock approached 5, Shen Wan prepared to take Momo out for a stroll and a meal, with her child in tow. She did not intend to make bulk purchases that might attract attention. A large lifestyle mall was just a few minutes' drive from her home. After taking the escalator from the basement to the first floor, the bustling shopping center momentarily disoriented her. Gazing at the vibrant scene, She couldn't help but wonder if the apocalypse would truly come. Would those desperate 3 years have been nothing more than a nightmare? Subsequently, she found solace in the notion that regardless of the impending apocalypse, life must persist. The supplies she had hoarded, safely stored in her space, would remain unspoiled and invariably prove useful. With this realization, she took the chubby little hand of Shin Momo and began their excursion to the shopping mall. Shen Wan seldom brought Momo along for recreational outings, as her work consumed much of her time, leaving her to juggle cooking and household chores after hours. Therefore, witnessing her son's eager desire to explore brought her immense joy, and she was determined to indulge him. They enjoyed the small train, trampoline, and carousel, with the little chubby fellow sweating profusely from excitement. Momo then pointed at a large sign emblazoned with an M, babbling about wanting to eat pancakes, which Shen Wan quickly deciphered as a craving for pizza. Having visited this place a couple of times before, the little one's memory was surprisingly sharp. She ordered him a children's meal, complete with fries, grilled chicken wings, and a modest serving of tomato pasta. Additionally, she ordered a creamy mushroom soup, a double cheese beef pizza, and a platter of assorted snacks. Both of them feasted heartily. And Shen Wan decided to let Momo digest his meal by purchasing a ticket to the Children's South Amusement Park, accompanying him to play. They slid down slides, dove into ball pits, swung on swings, and bounced on trampolines, indulging in every possible activity. She realized that when the apocalypse arrived, such delights would be unattainable, prompting her to consider making more visits during this fleeting period. Returning home, it was already 9 in the evening. After Momo washed up, he snuggled up with his unicorn and fell into a deep slumber. Shen Wan settled into bed, continuing her preparations for stockpiling supplies. Earlier in the afternoon, while procuring extreme heat survival materials, she had overlooked a crucial item: water. Under the relentless heat and the decay of corpses, a single bottle of drinking water could spell the difference between survival and demise for 2 survivors. Love and familial bonds could be cast aside, let alone friendship, as human selfishness emerged starkly. Skillfully, she accessed a shopping website, locating a local factory that produced water barrels. After contacting customer service, she arranged for the customization of 1,001-ton square water barrels, each equipped with a spout. She also ordered 1,100-liter smaller square barrels. Shen Wan intended to fill them all with water and stack them in the corridor of her space, given that the door to the adjacent room was currently inaccessible, thus rendering the corridor as storage potential invaluable. Upon learning that the factory also offered oil storage tanks, she purchased 10 1,000-liter square tanks, planning to place them temporarily in her courtyard. After discounts were applied, the total came to 180,000, with the customer service representative throwing in several automatic oil pumps and maintenance tools as a bonus. She paid a 50,000 deposit and scheduled to pick up the order in a week, as the factory was conveniently located just a few kilometers away. With time slipping away, Shen Wan switched off her phone and prepared for rest, gently moving Momo from his little bed to her larger one. Yearning to hold her baby close while she slept, inhaling the faint scent of milk from her chubby child, Shen Wan enjoyed an exceptionally peaceful slumber. Upon waking, the morning light flooded in. A glance at her phone revealed it was already 8 o'clock, prompting her to rouse her little lazy bug. After enjoying breakfast at a nearby eatery, Shen Wan followed her usual routine of walking Momo to kindergarten. Along the way, Shin Momo hopped with exuberance, clearly in high spirits. Upon her return home, she passed by the breakfast shop, discovering the shopkeeper preparing to close. The food there was delicious and hygienic, making it a favorite among local residents, who quickly depleted the stock, necessitating early closing hours. Shen Wan struck up a conversation with the shopkeeper. Recently, our workplace cafeteria has undergone renovations and cannot provide breakfast. So, I'm considering placing an order externally for 300 servings daily. Would you have the capacity to accommodate this? The shopkeeper beamed, responding, "Of course. Don't let our small shop fool you. We have a significant daily output. Would you prefer to pick it up or have it delivered?" She replied with a smile. "I live nearby, so I can pick it up on my way to work. I'll come by at 8 in the morning, but it must be hot." They finalized a menu of soy milk, vermicelli soup, tofu soup, spicy pepper soup, fried dough sticks, pan-fried dumplings, and soup dumplings, 100 servings each, along with a total of 100 servings of savory pancakes and egg pancakes. She set a 10-day order, intending to pay upon collection each day. As the time approached, Shen Wan drove to her company. Upon entering the office, she was met with a flurry of condolences, indicating that the news had spread. Whether genuine or merely out of curiosity, she graciously acknowledged each message of sympathy. After handing over her work and completing her resignation paperwork, she left the company clutching the last remaining small paper box. Waiting in the parking garage of the office building, she soon saw the owner of the maternity store arrive with a delivery. Observing the truck filled to the brim with goods, she realized with a start that her small white car might not suffice. She had overlooked this detail. As the owner began unloading the cargo, she hurriedly intervened. "I'm terribly sorry, but our company has changed the delivery location. Please wait for me a moment. I'll move my car to unload. It's south very close, and I'll be back shortly." Without waiting for a response, she secured the cargo door, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped off, leaving the owner bewildered and momentarily engulfed in exhaust fumes. Chapter 6. Fast Food. After driving down a secluded road, ensuring there were no cameras nearby, Shen Wan exited her vehicle and transferred all the goods from the cargo area into her space, temporarily placing them on the first floor of the main courtyard. She then returned to the underground garage, returned the small truck to the owner, who complimented her, saying, "Your driving skills are impressive." Mastering the art of driving a truck had become a necessity in this post-apocalyptic world, a skill she had diligently acquired at the cost of numerous camp points. On her way home in the small white car, she spotted a chain bun shop. Their buns were handmade, boasting excellent taste and a reputation as a well-known local brand. Under the pretense of ordering breakfast for her company, Shen Wan requested an assortment of buns, flour rolls, steamed cakes, and cartoon-shaped buns, totaling 600 each day. Ensuring a balanced supply, she placed a 10-day order, planning to collect them at 8:20 each morning. Nearby, there was a noodle shop she adored. Following the same pattern, she ordered 300 servings of various cold noodles, soup noodles, and fried noodles to be picked up alongside the buns. Growing increasingly enthusiastic with her purchases, she resolved not to return home just yet, aiming to order additional fast food. She identified 6 restaurants she had previously frequented, all of which maintained cleanliness and hygiene with fresh ingredients. She ordered 300 servings of assorted meal sets featuring 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup, for a continuous 10-day supply, with pickup scheduled for noon each day. Next stop, a dessert shop. This was a must-have. As a carb enthusiast, she could easily whip up her own meals if necessary, though the flavor often fell short. Baking cakes was beyond her capability. Previous attempts, following baking videos, had resulted in more mess than success. She identified 5 dessert shops, selecting her favorite breads, cakes, and pastries, 50 of each variety, under the guise of a company gathering, ensuring no suspicion would arise. The shopkeepers promised to prepare them fresh, ready before noon the following day. Additionally, she sought out a 5-star hotel, ordering over 30 of her favorite dishes, 10 portions of each to be packed for takeaway, ensuring they would be ready by dinner. Shen Wan planned to bring her little friend Shin Momo to dine at this establishment while conveniently picking up her order. In the past, she had carefully budgeted her meals, rarely indulging in the more expensive options at restaurants. However, with the apocalypse looming, it was time to embrace a more carefree approach. As for the packed dishes, they would serve as a delightful variation from the monotony of box meals. One must occasionally treat oneself to something special during festive seasons. This whirlwind of errands left Shen Wan utterly exhausted. The thought of repeating this process for the next 10 days filled her with dread. Glancing at her order forms, she noted that the total had reached approximately 400,000, but thankfully, her bank account was still robust enough to support her spending spree. Nevertheless, she needed to expedite the conversion of her fixed assets into cash and planned a visit to the real estate agency that afternoon. Suddenly, an important realization struck her. With so much food, it was impractical to stack everything haphazardly. It risked spoilage. Moreover, laying everything flat would waste precious storage space. It was imperative to promptly order a set of shelves. After searching online, I found a specialty shelf store in the city. I dialed the contact number provided, and it was quickly answered. Shen Wan expressed her desire to purchase 15 shelves of 5 and 8 meter heights, each measuring 10 meters in length. The representative quoted a price of 28,000 yuan, confirming that they had stock available for delivery, which was expected to arrive before 10 o'clock that evening. Shen Wan promptly placed an order on the platform, naturally designating the underground garage as the delivery address. Considering the numerous shelves, which could not be openly displayed in her space, she opened a car rental app and reserved a box truck to be delivered to the community's underground garage. As noon approached and her stomach began to grumble, Shen Wan parked her vehicle near the pedestrian street. After a leisurely stroll, she decided to try a spicy hot pot restaurant. After placing her order, the food was served promptly. She found the ingredients remarkably fresh and the flavors delightful, particularly the rice, which was made from premium wuchang rice. Summoning the waiter, she gestured to her plate and requested 20 additional portions of the same dishes to take back for her colleagues, with extra rice. Glancing at the menu on the wall, she continued, asking for 20 portions each of the spicy and tomato-flavored dishes. After finishing her meal and waiting a while, her takeout was ready. The owner generously provided an oversized insulated foam box, which helped her load everything into the trunk of her vehicle. Once everyone had left, she opened the lid of the foam box, reached inside, and transferred all the steaming hot takeout into her space, temporarily placing it on the second floor. Closing the box, Shen Wan considered it a clever tool for discreetly transporting her bounty. She locked the car door and continued her shopping. The candied chestnuts caught her attention. She ordered 20 portions, securing a fresh batch. The stinky tofu was crispy, with a well-balanced sauce, so she ordered another 20 portions. The fried skewers from another vendor were also delectable, and she requested all the prepared skewers. For the Korean fried chicken, she ordered 10 portions of each flavor, along with fries, sweet potato fries, and chicken wings. Utilizing the cover of the foam box, Shen Wan systematically stored her delectable finds in her space, knowing such treats would be scarce in the apocalypse. Grabbing a handbag from her car, she headed in the opposite direction on the pedestrian street to find a real estate agency. Presenting her relevant documents along with 2 property certificates, she expressed her desire to sell both properties entirely. After registering her information, the receptionist returned her documents, stating, "Miss Shen, we will arrange to list your properties as soon as possible. Given their prime location and excellent school district, inquiry should come swiftly, and I will contact you when that happens." With a smile, Shen Wan replied, "I would also like to rent a 2-bedroom apartment near St. Love Hospital, preferably in a community with higher security. Do you have any suitable recommendations?" The receptionist, Xiao Chun, glanced at Shen Wan, likely assuming her sale of properties was motivated by a need for medical attention at St. Love Hospital. Shen Wan said nothing further. This misunderstanding served her well. However, there was some truth to Xiao Chun's assumption. Shen Wan indeed aimed for St. Love Hospital. The hospital, a newly constructed private establishment rumored to have military ties, catered to either the privileged or those with connections. In her previous life, a military rescue team was stationed there. St. Love Hospital was situated on slightly elevated ground compared to its surroundings, with 3 new buildings arranged in a triangular formation, boasting a solid foundation and equipped with advanced medical facilities. During a month of relentless rain, the military forcefully occupied St. Love Hospital, establishing a rescue team. In her past life, Shen Wan resided in a new district where the official rescue team operated. Thus, when the snowstorm intensified, the homeless were taken to official resettlement camps. Life in the camps was harsh. Newcomers received 7 days' worth of relief supplies, just enough to stave off starvation. After that, to survive in the camp, one had to partake in various assigned tasks, such as constructing bases or scavenging for supplies. Points were awarded based on the workload, which could be used within the camp. Chapter 7. Renting a house. Shen Wan's health was frail, and the points she painstakingly earned were exploited by the camp's community leaders, leaving her with scant resources. They operated without fear, bullying the vulnerable survivors into working for points while they drained the life force of the lower class like leeches. In this lifetime, Shen Wan had no intention of entering the official resettlement camp, nor did she plan to join the military rescue center. The soldiers, trained to be vigilant against anomalies, made her uneasy. She lacked confidence in her ability to remain undetected. If she were to slip up and expose her secret space, she feared being captured for experimentation. Her plan was to reside near the military rescue center where, under the weight of formidable military power, no substantial dark organizations would form. She could survive in relative safety, leveraging her space's resources, and seek military protection in times of danger. As she pondered this, Xiao Chun returned with several folders, recommending a few properties. The first was a 140 square meter three-bedroom apartment in Anjing community, which she was familiar with as the largest estate in the vicinity, comprising over 50 units of varying heights. Although this was the closest community to St. Love Hospital, she rejected it outright, realizing she would be waiting for disaster to strike. The second option was a high-rise unit on the 26th floor of the same community, but Shen Wan was still dissatisfied, as a densely populated community posed challenges. The third and fourth options were both 145 square meter two-bedroom apartments in Heifyuan, a newly built complex only 2 years old, known for its durability. Situated less than a kilometer from St. Love Hospital, she was keen to view both. Upon reviewing the information, she noticed they were located on the 14th and 15th floors of the same unit, piquing her interest further. Requesting the keys from Xiao Chun, they proceeded to inspect the apartments. Throughout the journey, Xiao Chun incessantly described the features. Heifyuan and its neighboring Heishenjiwan were from the same real estate company, separated by a road. Heifyuan was relatively smaller, consisting of 6 units, while Heishenjiwan was larger, with 15 units and more extensive facilities, including a large children's playground, resulting in a higher occupancy rate. Many investors purchased properties in Heifyuan, leading to numerous rental vacancies. Miss Shen, upon entering the main gate, "The second building on your left is Unit 17, Xiao Chun directed. Following him into the building, Shen Wan noted the 1 unit per floor layout, which she found satisfactory. The fire door could be closed, ensuring safety. Xiao Chun continued detailing the security system, property management, and surrounding amenities. They took the elevator to the 14th floor, and upon examining the room layout, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and a small storage space, she noted that the unit had been pre-furnished by the real estate company, though it bore signs of previous occupancy, including marks on the walls and flooring. The layout of the 15th floor mirrored that of the 14th, but it appeared uninhabited, albeit dusty. Shen Wan intended to check the rooftop. Passing the 16th floor, she noticed the door's protective paper was undisturbed, indicating no prior occupancy. After inspecting the rooftop, she inquired with Xiao Chun about the landlords of the 2 units below. The landlord of the 14th floor was local, having purchased the property as an investment, while the landlord of the 15th floor resided abroad, requiring rent to be paid semi-annually. This likely explained why the previous tenant chose the 14th floor. Shen Wan found herself increasingly satisfied with the 15th floor, with no neighbors above or below. Any sounds from her home would go unnoticed, after all. A child inevitably brings a certain level of noise. With the landlord abroad, she anticipated no complications in making modifications to the apartment. Returning to the real estate agency, she expressed her willingness to lease apartment 1502, planning to finalize the contract once Xiao Chun had coordinated with the landlord overseas. Before departing, she gently urged Xiao Chun to expedite the sale of 2 properties, casting a glance at the neighboring agency. Xiao Chun, successfully catching her hint, patted his chest and assured her, "Sister, rest assured, I'll make it a priority." With that, he hurried towards the manager's office, well aware that losing these deals to the adjacent agency could lead to his manager's ire. Noticing the time, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Shen Wan drove off to pick up Mo from school. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, she spotted the children lined up, hand in hand, and immediately found Shen Mo, who was holding hands with 2 little girls, clearly popular among his peers. Once they were in the car and buckled up, she asked Mo, "Would you like to visit the amusement park today?" Shen Mo's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. "Yes, pancakes. But first, let us go to the amusement park for a bit, and then afterward, Mommy will treat you to a grand meal, okay?" After receiving his enthusiastic agreement, Shen Wan drove to the Wehui Mall they had visited the previous day. After purchasing tickets, the mother and son enjoyed themselves until they were both drenched in sweat. Shen Wan, feeling quite famished, drove to the Binjiang Grand Hotel to have a meal and pick up the dishes she had ordered earlier. After they had eaten to their heart's content, some of the pre-ordered dishes were ready, steaming and packed in the hotel's insulated boxes. She made several trips to transport the food to her car, ultimately filling it with numerous large boxes of dishes. All items were seamlessly transferred into her space. She even left a few insulated boxes in the trunk for future use. Returning home while it was still early, and with Saturday approaching, Shen Mo wouldn't need to attend early educational classes. Shen Wan planned to introduce him to the space, allowing him to familiarize himself with it. Soon, she would need to stockpile rice, flour, oil, and other essentials, which would be cumbersome to do with Mo in tow as it would attract too much attention. However, she couldn't leave him alone at home. Thus, she could let him play in the space, where she was fully aware of all activities. Taking Shen Mo's little hand, she prepared him with a preamble. Mommy is taking you to a special place, our secret base. Promise not to tell anyone. Then, embracing Mo, she concentrated her thoughts. And in an instant, they appeared on the second floor of the space. Just then, Shen Wan felt a sudden weight on her shoulder. She glanced down to find Mo leaning against her, completely motionless, unconscious. Panic-stricken, she swiftly exited the space, only to see Mo gradually awaken, as if from a deep slumber, appearing quite revitalized. It seemed this was a protective mechanism of the space. Any living being other than the owner would fall into a slumber upon entering, though it posed no harm to their bodies. This realization left her a tad disheartened. She had intended to construct a small amusement park on the second floor for Mo, which now seemed unnecessary. Nevertheless, she had no intention of returning the previously purchased slide, trampoline, or ball pit, as they could still be set up in the living room for play. Chapter 8. Pingning Market. After narrating a fairy tale and lulling Mo to sleep, she received a call from the rental company informing her that the truck she had rented had arrived. Shen Wan transported both Shen Mo and his bed into the second floor of the space, and then headed downstairs to the underground garage to retrieve the vehicle. After paying 2 months' rent, she received the keys to the truck. It was past 9 o'clock, and feeling too tired to ascend the stairs, she settled into the driver's seat and opened the food delivery app, placing an order while waiting for the delivery personnel. She selected 4 nearby barbecue restaurants with decent reviews, ordering 10 servings of her favorite skewers. After spending over 6,000, she began ordering milk tea, choosing 6 or 7 shops and requesting 10 cups of each flavor, amassing over 100 cups in total. To ensure prompt service, she even included a tip for the delivery person. For Mo's favorites, pizza, pasta, and snacks, she ordered 50 servings of each flavor and 50 pounds of various marinated duck products. The total expenditure on these deliveries approached 20,000, and she simply awaited their arrival. Hearing the sound of a horn outside, she opened the door to find the delivery had arrived. After tipping the driver for assistance in loading the shelves into the empty truck and locking the doors securely, she glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then climbed into the driver's seat. Opening the window connecting to the cargo area, she transferred all the shelves into the space before locking the truck and stepping away. As she walked over to her small white car parked nearby, she continued to wait for the remaining deliveries. However, she did not remain idle. She entered the space with her mind, manipulating the shelf components for assembly. The entire process was quite taxing on her mental energy, and after assembling 3 5-meter-high shelves, she had to pause for a rest. Just then, a wave of deliveries arrived, and Shen Wan placed them into the insulated boxes in the trunk, discreetly transferring them onto the shelves in the space. She then arranged the food that had been previously set on the ground onto the shelves before resuming her assembly work. By 10:30, after collecting all the deliveries, Shen Wan took her small car for a spin before returning upstairs to freshen up and sleep. The next morning, after securely fastening Shen Mo in his car seat, she began her bustling day, visiting breakfast vendors, bun shops, noodle houses, and various restaurants. To the shop owners, Shen Wan appeared to be a diligent employee, delivering meals even on a busy weekend. After retrieving the last batch of sweets from a dessert shop at noon, she took Mo out for lunch before returning home for a nap. Over the following 9 days, Shen Wan spent her mornings acquiring goods, and after napping in the afternoons, she took Mo out for leisure activities. In the evenings, she ordered some takeout, keeping the dishes she desired while storing the remainder in the space. Naturally, Shen Mo enjoyed the child-friendly meals prepared by her. During this time, she also managed to settle the final payment with the water tank factory. Shen Wan made over 20 trips to transfer all the water and oil storage tanks into the space. The items she had purchased online gradually arrived. Although delivered by various courier services, the volume was substantial. She decided to wait in the underground garage, signing for each delivery as scheduled. The online purchases consisted mainly of long-lasting, non-perishable items, which she placed directly on the shelves in the courtyard, leaving the packaging intact for use as firewood during the extreme cold. Checking her bank balance, she noted that the redemption funds from the insurance company had been deposited, bringing her total to 5 million. Shen Wan planned to visit the Pingning wholesale market in the city, while Mo attended his early education class. She had learned about this largest wholesale market in Sioux City during her previous life while organizing resource salvage operations. Chain supermarkets have their own product suppliers, while small grocery stores and vegetable markets primarily source their goods from Pingning Market. The quantity she intended to purchase would draw too much attention in a supermarket, but was relatively inconspicuous in the wholesale market. After a half-hour drive to the outskirts, she first rented a warehouse at the market management office, then took out a small notebook to begin her shopping. With limited funds and storage space, she prioritized purchasing food. The fast food she had previously bought could last 2 people for 10 years, but today's goal was to stockpile for 50 years. Starting in the grain and oil section, she ordered 200 bags each of 50-pound rice varieties, pearl rice, silk seedlings, and wuchang rice, along with 50 bags each of 50-pound flour and wheat flour. Additionally, she ordered 100 barrels each of 5-liter olive oil, corn oil, sunflower oil, peanut oil, and soybean oil, along with 3,000 pounds of various grains, paying for the items and requesting delivery to her rented warehouse in an hour. In the fresh meat section, 5,000 pounds each of beef, lamb, and pork were selected, with a little from each cut, and the proprietor was instructed to prepare and package the provisions for delivery to the warehouse. Observing the glinting, razor-sharp cleaver and boning knife in the butcher's hands, nothing was overlooked. They were included in the package as well. 500 clean chickens, ducks, and geese were procured, alongside an assortment of eggs totaling 50,000, along with some fertilized poultry eggs. In the vegetable and fruit section, a selection of over a dozen beloved vegetables was made, with 30 baskets of each, and similarly, 20 baskets of various fruits. Root vegetables and coarse grains were also gathered in 20 baskets each, and no detail was spared with bean products and dried mushrooms. Additionally, several boxes of vegetable, fruit, and mushroom seeds were acquired. The garden plot, neither too large nor too small, was perfectly suited for the cultivation of vegetables and fruits. As for grains, they were dismissed due to their cumbersome processing and meager returns. Thus, a substantial amount of grain was bought instead. In the spice section, 1,000 pounds each of salt and sugar were secured, as these 2 items are considered hard currency in a post-apocalyptic world. Beyond personal consumption, they could be traded for other resources. A variety of condiments were obtained in 10 boxes each, accompanied by some cooking utensils. Moreover, numerous canned goods and pickled items, such as chili sauce, preserved vegetables, and pickled radishes, were amassed, totaling 30 boxes. These pickled foods provide essential sustenance and salt when cooking outdoors, without inviting envy from others. Fish varieties such as crucian carp, bass, blackfish, yellow-bone fish, river shrimp, and prawns were acquired, with 10 boxes of each, all packed with ice, along with frozen fish balls, beef balls, shrimp paste, and steamed dumplings, filling several freezers. A wholesale snack shop was located where chips, nuts, and jerky were purchased by the box, along with chocolate and energy bars, quick energy boosters in trying times. 100 boxes of bottled mineral water were also acquired. In the daily necessities section, only 10,000 disposable meal boxes and chopsticks were procured, with plans to purchase further items once the housing payment was received. Funds were tight, making shopping a challenge. Lastly, in the home appliance section, 2 extra-large rice cookers and several small household appliances were acquired, and Shen Wan prepared to return to the warehouse to await the deliveries. Upon turning around, she spotted the pet section. Although she did not own any pets, there was one essential item she required. During the frigid times of her past life, a young girl from next door had informed her that cat litter could effectively manage animal waste. Recalling the awkward situations of her previous life, Shen Wan decisively purchased 5,000 pounds of cat litter. The fish, shrimp, meat, and frozen products were scheduled for delivery the following day, while snacks and seasonings were arranged for the day after. Shen Wan first signed for the delivery list of the day, then used the truck to transport goods one trip at a time, finding a secluded spot without surveillance to store the items in her space. Chapter 9. Selling the house. Gazing at the mere 40,000 remaining in her bank account, Shen Wan was troubled by her insufficient funds when she received a call from the real estate agent, Xiao Chen, unsure whether it was to deliver money or request it. Upon answering, Xiao Chen's distinctive voice rang out, "Sister Shen, the landlord has signed the rental contract." When would it be convenient for you to come in and sign? I'm near your office now. I'll be there shortly. Shen Wan hung up, realizing it was indeed a request for payment. After thoroughly reviewing the rental agreement, Shen Wan signed promptly, paying over 40,000 for 6 months' rent and 1 month's deposit. Watching her dwindling wallet, she felt compelled to hasten the sale of her properties. Have there been any viewings for my 2 apartments recently? Xiao Chen scratched his head, handing her a bottle of water, saying, Sister, you're in luck. I was just about to update you. A major client is interested in both apartments, likely attracted by the nearby school districts. However, they wish to negotiate the price a bit, although they can pay in full. After contemplating, Shen Wan provided her lowest acceptable price of 610,000. Accepting a slightly lower price in exchange for full payment seemed reasonable. Receiving the funds sooner would allow for quicker expenditure. She did, however, request a month's grace period for moving. Xiao Chen swiftly contacted the buyer, returning to inform Shen Wan to remain seated as the buyer agreed, and they would soon sign the contract for transfer. Exiting the real estate office, Shen Wan felt her legs weaken as she beheld nearly 6 million in her mobile banking app, suddenly finding the act of spending rather exhausting. After purchasing an iced latte and sipping it in her car, she contemplated her upcoming plans. The temperature seemed to be rising again, thus she needed to expedite her actions. Following the navigation, she located a renovation company and prioritized her move, intending to remodel the newly rented apartment. Observing the designer's astonished expression, Shen Wan affirmed, You heard correctly. I want a heated Kong. She had fallen in love with the northern heated beds during her travels last year. She then elaborated on her renovation plans in detail. The master bedroom and living room would be outfitted with fire-retardant, soundproof cotton throughout, including the surrounding walls and ceiling, to prevent disturbing neighbors while her child practiced the violin. Followed by the installation of detachable wooden flooring. Under the designer's persuasion, Shen Wan opted for a hydronic heating system in both the master bedroom and living room, which would be more suitable for commercial apartments. She separately purchased cement, rebar, and renovation tools for future use. After finalizing the construction timeline, Shen Wan proceeded to lens windows and doors on another street, replacing all windows with bulletproof glass resistant to both cold and heat. Additionally, she installed a solid steel door on the inside of the existing entrance, fitted with 4 locks. The door frame was reinforced with rebar driven into the wall and sealed with cement, featuring 3 safety locks, its sturdiness comparable to that of a vault door, providing an immense sense of security. Shen Wan intended to wait until the renovation company completed their work before addressing the door and window modifications, aiming to minimize any overlap. After signing the contract, she continued browsing and ordered 5 sets of honeycomb stove kits and 10,000 pieces of honeycomb coal, along with 5 sets of charcoal heating stove kits and 5,000 pounds of smokeless charcoal, scheduling the pickup for the following day. Passing a hardware store, she purchased a handheld electric drill, a handheld cutting machine, a wall demolition hammer, a window breaker, and heavy-duty scissors, nearly acquiring one of everything displayed in the shop window, 10 pieces of each. These items would serve both as tools and as potential weapons for self-defense. Not having driven the truck that day, she arranged for delivery, and the store owner readily agreed. Having explored the area sufficiently, she prepared to pick up Shen Momo from kindergarten. In the following days, Shen Wan closely monitored the renovation progress while driving the truck around, visiting several nearby agricultural bases. Freshly slaughtered fish, shrimp, and poultry, along with a colorful array of snacks, specialty dishes, beverages, and various saplings, seedlings, and seeds, were continually stuffed into her space. The entire second floor of the main courtyard was designated as a prepared food area, filled with assembled shelves, leaving merely 20 square meters for a bedroom, while fresh meats and perishable saplings were stored on the ground floor. During her free time, Shen Wan would fill empty water barrels. Connecting a long hose from the tap to the barrels, the larger barrel collected tap water, while the smaller one received drinking water. Progress was not rapid, but once she had enough supplies, she would have ample time for bulk water collection. Weekends were primarily reserved for enjoying time with her child, taking Shen Momo to libraries, aquariums, science museums, and zoos, and indulging in delicious meals that she would often pack away for later, storing them in her space. Unbeknownst to her, the large shelves on the second floor became stocked with food, and thankfully, within her space, the aromas remained contained. Otherwise, she would have avoided entering that room altogether. After Shen Momo attended classes, Shen Wan resumed her shopping spree. She visited a liquefied gas supply station, where staff informed her that only 2 tanks could be purchased per ID. Shen Wan quickly devised a plan, ordering 10 takeout meals and tipping the 10 delivery workers to each buy her 2 tanks. After several rounds of this, she secured enough liquefied gas for an extended period. Sated and well-rested, she took a nap before heading to the electronics market. In her possession were 10 of the largest tablets and smartphones, 5 laptops, and 50 ultra-large capacity hard drives. She had also acquired several reading pens and story machines for children, anticipating power outages and internet disruptions following the torrential rains. Shen Wan prudently purchased a few radios and walkie-talkies, believing that it is better to be prepared than to be caught unawares. With 5 million remaining in her bank account, she planned to procure a few substantial items in the near future. Upon exiting the market, her phone began to chime incessantly. She opened the device to find herself unable to suppress a cold, sardonic laugh. It was her dear uncle. His messages conveyed an unmistakable concern for the considerable assets she clutched, a fixation he had harbored for 3 long years without yielding. Previously, he had coaxed her grandmother into acting as a mediator, and since her grandmother's passing last year, the entire family had begun to harass her in turns. Her cousins would stay at her home during their holidays, persistently pestering her to purchase various items, determined to deplete her savings entirely. In her past life, just days after the deluge, their second-floor residence had been inundated, and her uncle, along with his family, had come to her doorstep seeking refuge. The neighbors in the same building had relished the spectacle, assisting in morally coercing her. Reluctantly, Shen Wan had opened her door to them, only to find herself ensnared by wolves. After consuming her stored provisions, they conspired to oust her from her own home. When she was forced to sleep in the hallway, none of those neighbors dared to speak up, fearing retribution. They were nothing more than a cowardly mob, guilty of moral hypocrisy. In this lifetime, she sold her house, ensuring that no one knew her whereabouts. She was eager to witness how long this swarm of leeches could continue to suck the blood of others. Let them struggle for survival in this apocalyptic world. Should they miraculously endure, she would methodically settle the score later. With her uncle's family blocked from her phone and WeChat, she initially planned to air out her newly renovated home for a while before moving in, but it now seemed imperative to relocate swiftly. Shen Wan intended to move to Heifyuan once her daughter, Momo, finished kindergarten. Chapter 10, Southern City. Driving a truck to the high-tech industrial park in the suburban northern district, she purchased 2 small, ultra-quiet generator sets along with their accessories and requested the sales staff to procure 20 barrels of fuel. She transported them to a secluded location, placing the generator in her courtyard for the time being. In her notebook, she sketched out another crucial supply: medical supplies. This posed a bit of a challenge. While procuring common medications from pharmacies was manageable, acquiring vaccines and similar injections was considerably more difficult. Flipping through her contacts, she recalled a former colleague who had transitioned to a medical equipment company. Shen Wan decided to inquire whether she knew anyone who could facilitate a bulk purchase of medications. They had previously maintained a cordial relationship, and after a brief phone call, her colleague sent her a WeChat contact for a medical representative. Upon adding the representative, she explained her intentions. Several colleagues were heading to Nigeria to establish an office and required a substantial stock of medications. Additionally, they would be bringing their families along, necessitating vaccines for both children and adults. In these times, wealth simplifies matters. Pharmaceutical sales representatives, eager to boost their performance, rarely scrutinize the true intentions of their clients, viewing each significant order as a windfall. Typically, their clients are pharmacies and hospitals, with channels for distribution already established. A spontaneous order like hers was a rare occurrence. Pain relievers, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, gastrointestinal medications, gynecological and pediatric treatments for chronic illnesses, even nutritional supplements were included in her inventory. Additionally, she compiled lists for antitoxins, various vaccines, and specific medicines for infectious diseases. Aside from natural disasters and man-made calamities, diseases pose the highest mortality risk. In her previous life, she nearly lost everything just to procure 2 expired anti-inflammatories. Now that she had a second chance, she resolved to stockpile aggressively. After sending the list, she scheduled a pickup for 3 days later, having spent $2 million on all the medications and injections. The representative even generously gifted her a number of items nearing their expiration dates, cautioning her to use them before they expired. This was indeed a significant bargain for her, as anything stored in her space would never lose its efficacy. Moreover, in the apocalyptic world, expired medications would still be in high demand, after all, when weighed against life. Minor side effects became inconsequential. Shen Wan visited over a dozen pharmacies, purchasing as much as she could, particularly focusing on frostbite ointment, burn cream, detoxifying agents, and remedies for wind and cold. More was always better, as these would serve as vital assets for survival in the apocalypse. After all, she had only lived through 3 years of it and was utterly unprepared for the subsequent natural disasters, uncertain whether they would herald a dawn or a perpetual cycle of despair. With 3 million left, Shen Wan decided to purchase a higher-end SUV. She hailed a taxi to the Mercedes-Benz dealership, where a striking red G-Class caught her eye. However, the vibrant hue was too ostentatious for her taste, prompting her to seek out a salesperson to inquire about alternative color options. After scanning the showroom for a time without being approached, she finally approached a trio of chatting salespeople. "Excuse me, I would like to know if there are any black models available?" The tallest female salesperson appraised her with a glance and curtly replied, "No, they're all over there. You can see for yourself." What a world it was, where sales personnel still judged customers based on appearance. Shen Wan felt a surge of indignation. This attitude was utterly unacceptable. She turned to the service desk to file a complaint against the tall salesperson named Sun Qingqing, leaving the trio in stunned silence as she made her way to the Land Rover dealership across the street. This time, the sales staff were far more cordial. After a brief comparison, she set her sights on a black Range Rover, only to discover that the model was out of stock, with a waiting period of at least 2 months for a new order, a rather vexing predicament. Just as she contemplated whether to try another dealership, the attentive salesperson, Shaolin, seemed to sense her dilemma. "If you urgently need a vehicle, you can pay a deposit to reserve a new one. We have a partnered rental company that can provide you with a similar model for your immediate use. Furthermore, when you require maintenance, you can also rent short-term, ensuring you are never without transportation." Shen Wan's eyes lit up. She had completely overlooked that possibility. Just as one could rent a house, cars could be leased as well. Clearly, the sales staff had quick wits. With Shaolin's assistance, she opted for the highest configuration of the same model, complete with bulletproof glass windows. She also purchased various accessories, including high-temperature tires, anti-skid chains, engine oil, antifreeze, and brake pads. After paying just over $10,000 for 2 months' rental along with the deposit for the new vehicle, she realized that once the apocalypse began in 2 months, she wouldn't need to extend the rental. The reason she hadn't gone directly to a car rental agency was that high-spec models were hard to come by. And given the sweltering heat, she had no desire to roam about aimlessly. After waiting for over half an hour, she collected her new rental vehicle, which bore no signs of previous use. As she drove away, she felt a twinge of guilt, as this was her first experience with a zero-down purchase. She parked the Land Rover in her garage, then took her small white car to the used car market, successfully selling it for $160,000 in cash. Though her initial intention had been to purchase a new vehicle, it was now far more practical to convert her funds into tangible supplies. Having thoroughly explored the nearby agricultural markets and large supermarkets, she decided to take Momo on a trip southward to acquire some tropical fruits while enjoying a little vacation. With her space for storage, traveling became remarkably convenient. She packed all her essentials into the space, leaving only a large bag on her back containing commonly used items such as a water bottle, charger, formula, bottles, snacks, and toys. After picking up Momo, they headed to the airport, where she had just booked their tickets via a mobile platform, allowing them to proceed directly to check-in. 2 hours later, the plane landed in Xiamen. The speed of their journey was nothing short of impressive. As they exited the airport, a wave of heat enveloped them. The weather here was far warmer than in Sioux City. Checking her phone for the weather forecast, she noted a maximum temperature of 45 degrees Celsius, explaining the sauna-like atmosphere outside. Upon arriving at the pre-booked hotel, they took a brief respite before launching the car rental application to procure an SUV as a means of transportation, for venturing outdoors in this sweltering heat could be perilous. The mother and son leisurely rested at the hotel, only stepping out to explore once nightfall enveloped the city. The rental company had thoughtfully equipped the vehicle with a baby safety seat and even provided bottled water and a map. As they gently drove out of the hotel, they noted the significant temperature drop that contrasted sharply with the oppressive heat of the day. Although the evening still bore a warmth, the absence of the sun's relentless rays, coupled with the gentle sea breeze, lent a unique charm to the night. Soon, she discerned the distinctive atmosphere of Shen Wan, perhaps due to their acclimatization to prolonged high temperatures. The locals adeptly adapted to the environmental shifts, collectively opting for a nocturnal lifestyle. The streets and markets were aglow with lights, and fortunately, the sweltering heat deterred tourists, leaving the streets bustling primarily with local residents, thus avoiding overcrowding. Chapter 11. Hoarding Seafood. They drove aimlessly, savoring the sights and stopping occasionally to capture photographs and indulge in local delicacies. Shen Wan, after all, was not particularly large, with a relatively modest permanent population, and alongside several neighboring cities, it was celebrated as a gastronomic paradise. This was, indeed, the purpose of her journey. Spotting a brightly lit street food market ahead, Shen Wan found a suitable spot to park the car and intended to take Shen Momo inside for a stroll. The surrounding patrons were predominantly young adults, many of whom were students from nearby universities. As she wandered through the stalls, sampling and purchasing an array of freshly prepared culinary delights, she was grateful for the small cart she had brought along from her space. Without it, managing the bounty would have proven quite a challenge. Little Chubby, perched atop the cart, was occasionally treated to bites of food, while the treasures collected were stowed beneath. Once the cart was filled, she would transport it back to the car and stealthily transfer the goods to the shelves on the second floor of the main courtyard. She purchased 20 portions each of ginger duck, sauté noodles, oyster omelets, coconut cakes, herbal jelly, fish ball soup, and coconut sticky rice. As the vendors busily attended to their bustling stalls, while waiting for her orders, she inquired about nearby wholesale markets and seedling bases. The wholesale market was conveniently close, just a 5 to 6 minute drive away. After securing all her snacks in her storage space, she set off with Momo in tow. The market was bustling with activity, the evening's cooler temperatures rendering it an optimal time for commerce. This comprehensive wholesale market was substantially larger than the Pingning market in Sioux City, and she planned to procure the remainder of her supplies here, both for the more favorable prices and the relative safety afforded by the significant distance from Sioux City. True to form, she located the management office and rented a storage unit, then ambled through the market with her cart. Selecting her favorite varieties, Boston lobsters, king crabs, yellow croakers, sole, and mantis shrimp, she ordered 10 boxes of each, resulting in an expenditure of 500,000 solely on seafood. During periods of extreme cold, both flora and fauna had dwindled drastically. As the intense heat set in, melting icebergs began to release ancient viruses into marine life. Most seafood had undergone some mutations, exhibiting mild toxins, making it increasingly challenging to find safe-to-eat varieties in the future. She procured 5,000 pounds each of the local specialty black pigs and Manon beef, as well as 300 of the local river chickens, Muscovy ducks, and wooey white geese, alongside various other poultry, easily exhausting another 500,000. Given that her space could not sustain live creatures, she focused her purchases on fish, shrimp, and meat. She decided to cultivate most of her vegetables and fruits herself. To her surprise, she discovered a wholesale seedling section, enabling her to fulfill all her needs in one go without needing to visit a seedling base again. She selected 10 saplings each of various tropical trees and fruit plants, mangosteen, durian, jackfruit, wax apple, and coconut, each being 1 to 2 years old and reasonably priced, all of which she and Momo relished. After settling the payment and arranging for the owner to pack the goods for delivery to her storage unit, she proceeded to the fruit wholesale section. Recognizing the complexities involved in cultivating herbal plants, she purchased several dozen boxes of pineapples, raspberries, and bananas, and after some contemplation, she also acquired various seeds, for having them was better than lacking, especially since they were inexpensive. She also stocked up on snacks and beverages. During her previous visit to Pingning Market, her purchases had been limited by budget constraints, but now she could spend freely without hesitation. She ordered 100 boxes each of juice, milk, yogurt, tea drinks, and bottled water, along with 10 boxes of various ice cream flavors and 10 tubs of each flavor of Häagen-Dazs, culminating in an expenditure of 200,000. Her shopping list, filled with an extensive array of dried meats, chocolates, nuts, biscuits, and puff snacks, filled 2 full pages. The shop owners were accustomed to her sizable orders, and her quantities hardly stirred any surprise. With the food items nearly complete, her list was predominantly filled with necessities. She ordered 500 boxes each of tissues and toilet paper, alongside slippers, towels, wet wipes, facial cloths, and sanitary napkins, particularly the latter and adult diapers, which were virtually impossible to produce in a post-apocalyptic environment. She acquired 100 boxes of each model, knowing that any surplus could be traded for other resources. Additionally, she ordered laundry detergent, shampoo, and various personal care products, as well as small appliances and disposable packaging. As she browsed, she filled in her purchase order, ensuring nothing was overlooked, resulting in a list that surpassed her initial preparations in comprehensiveness. Passing by a kitchenware shop, she procured dozens of kitchen knives and fruit knives, along with a dozen oversized watermelon knives. Her bank card balance dwindled rapidly, yet she swiped without a second thought, only halting when her balance reached 900,000. It was not a matter of wanting to cease her purchases. Rather, she had to consider the storage capacity of her space. After some calculations, she realized she was nearing the limits. Vendors began delivering her goods, and aside from the perishables that required next-day delivery, the remainder would be fulfilled today. The storage unit she rented was considerably spacious, allowing for ample accommodation. Anything that could not be stored today could be delivered tomorrow. Once she confirmed the absence of surveillance cameras in the warehouse, she commenced organizing the incoming goods. Her bustling efforts continued until 10 o'clock at night, at which point she had successfully signed for all the deliveries. Her car remained parked at the warehouse entrance, where Shen Momo lay soundly asleep in the back seat. After locking the car, Shen Wan prepared to transfer the goods, confident she could manage it alone within a span of mere minutes. After changing the password and securing the warehouse door, she stored the packed items in her space, aware that she would need to return the following night. Situated within the heart of the wholesale market, the warehouse was surrounded by numerous other storage units, with trucks frequently coming and going. Any goods that vanished would merely be presumed to have been transferred elsewhere, drawing no scrutiny. Furthermore, prior to the expiration of her 6-month rental agreement, the market management personnel would be hesitant to intrude, lest they face substantial penalties for breach of contract. Nonetheless, before her departure, she affixed a chain lock to the main door as a precaution against any ill-intentioned individuals. When the management personnel eventually came to reclaim the warehouse upon expiration of the lease, they could forcibly cut the chain, but until then, no one would dare to act. Within the Jade pendant space, the static storage compartment is prioritized for cooked delicacies, fresh produce, and an assortment of saplings and seedlings. Items with a longer shelf life, such as rice, flour, cooking oil, and daily necessities, are arranged on the courtyard shelves, stacked as high as possible, to be reorganized later once some of it is consumed or the space upgraded. Chapter 12. The move in the following 2 days. She spent her days resting in the hotel and ventured out at night to explore the local culture and unique delicacies, not forgetting to diligently fill her space. Upon returning to Sioux City, she opted for the high-speed train instead of a flight. Whenever she encountered a city of interest, she would disembark to take a stroll. The second-floor shelves yielded a bounty of cooked foods: saltwater duck, roasted duck, beggar's chicken, sweet lotus root, pot pie, and ham. Passing through a region renowned for its crayfish, she boldly reserved an entire street of crayfish restaurants, ordering garlic, 5-spice, pepper salt, and spicy varieties, which made her salivate as she placed her order. A staggering 5,000 pounds of prepared crayfish were stored on the shelves, finally granting her the freedom to indulge in crayfish as she pleased. Content. She returned to Sioux City, where Shin Momo resumed her studies, while she continued her spending spree. Over the next 10 days, every outing involved filling her fuel tanks at gas stations, transferring the fuel into storage containers within her space, having filled 2 tanks already. When home, she busied herself preparing various cooked meals and children's dishes. Simultaneously, she downloaded an array of video materials onto her computer, transferring them to an external hard drive. With the impending apocalypse, she aimed to preserve as many artifacts of civilization as possible. On her tablet and phone, she downloaded educational animations, instructional videos, scientific documentaries, offline maps of surrounding cities, numerous single-player games, and martial arts training tutorials, knowing that during the days of internet disconnection, these would be her means of passing the time. She utilized 2 oversized rice cookers to prepare rice, handmade meatball soup, pork rib soup, beef with potatoes, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, cooking batch after batch. Then neatly packing them into partition containers for storage in her space, all intended for Momo's sustenance. She then began making various marinated dishes, carefully storing them away. Shen Wan retrieved an entire box of stainless steel pots, filling them with hot pot base and ingredients, boiling them before storing them in her space, ready to be heated on an alcohol stove for immediate consumption. She also prepared an assortment of seafood, steaming, seasoning with pepper salt, and stir-frying, filling the kitchen with delightful aromas. Additionally, she made instant noodles and river snail rice noodles, taking advantage of the remaining natural gas to prepare dozens of servings of each for her space, eliminating the need for cooking later. Shen Wan also crafted numerous bite-sized rice balls, filled with various meats and vegetables, convenient for snacking discreetly. With the enticing aromas of her daily meals, she simply chopped some vegetables and tossed together a salad, keeping one portion for herself, while storing the rest in boxes within her space. On July 4th, the kindergarten sent a notification that summer vacation would commence the following day. After dropping Momo off at school, Shen Wan began the moving process. She first stored the play area from the living room in the second floor of her space, along with the bed and dressing table from the master bedroom, as well as various daily necessities. The bed in the second bedroom was discarded, while the mattress was taken away, with the remaining items carefully packed for the moving company to transport to the new home. Though she had her space and technically did not require a moving company, she felt it prudent to have a legitimate origin for her commonly used furniture and appliances, rather than having them mysteriously vanish. Once everything was moved, she locked the door and drove her Land Rover to Heifuen. Upon arriving at the new house, she waited for the moving company, which soon arrived. She instructed them to place everything in the hallway, then called upon a friend to assist with the organization. After the workers departed, she closed all fire doors, ensuring there were no surveillance devices, before transferring the items into her space. Subsequently, she input the code to unlock the main entrance and open the custom solid steel door. Satisfied with the fortress-like transformation of her home, she inspected each room to confirm the absence of surveillance equipment before deciding to initially reside in the unmodified second bedroom, allowing the master bedroom and living room to air out. She retrieved the bed and dressing table for the second bedroom, along with a small dining table and 2 chairs for meals, hanging her clothes in the wardrobe. With time still on her side, she took out the thermal insulation and anti-peeping film she had purchased earlier and began her work. She applied a layer of thermal insulation film to all the bulletproof glass in the house, followed by a layer of anti-peeping film. After completing the task, Shen Wan showered, feeling the sweat accumulate from the labor. The recent weather had been extremely dry, with no rain for months. Just the other day, she noticed the water level in the Sushi River had dropped over a meter. She recalled that in her previous life, rain did not begin until the end of July. Initially, the citizens rejoiced and celebrated. However, they were unprepared for the deluge that followed, which persisted for a month. All villages and farmlands were submerged, turning into a vast expanse of water. It was during the critical harvest season, resulting in devastating losses. After tidying up her new home, she drove out, irritated by the sweltering heat. In just a few minutes, she witnessed 2 rear-end collisions, with both parties stubbornly arguing, escalating to physical altercations within moments. Shen Wan averted her gaze from the commotion and waited at the school gate for Shin Momo. Her plan for the day was to take Momo to the planetarium. The planetarium in Sioux City is located in the New South District, approximately a 30-minute drive away. In the aftermath of natural disasters, it was uncertain how long it would take to rebuild such historical and cultural institutions. She had never seen one during the apocalypse. Thus, seizing the opportunity, she sought to expose Momo to as much of the pre-apocalyptic technological brilliance as possible. Considering Momo's young age and her limited understanding of many concepts, she obtained permission from the staff to record the entire experience on video for future reference. For dinner, they chose a Spanish restaurant, and observing her little one enjoying the meal brought her great joy, prompting her to take some leftovers home. After secretly storing them in her space, Shen Wan pushed a shopping cart and began exploring the large supermarket on the basement level. This supermarket operates on a membership basis, offering bulk products at competitive prices. many of which are unavailable elsewhere, and today she had come specifically to restock. Seated in the shopping cart, Shen Momo marveled at the towering warehouse-style shelves. Shen Wan picked up a box of toy cars for him, which he clutched tightly. Shopping at the supermarket often incites a sense of needing everything, despite her prior stockpiling. There were still some miscellaneous daily necessities and snacks she had overlooked, and today she managed to fill those gaps. With the trunk and back seat loaded to capacity, Shen Wan drove home with a sense of satisfaction, while Shen Momo struggled to keep his eyes open, yawning frequently. Upon arriving home, she placed him in bed to continue sleeping while she organized the day's purchases on the space shelves. Just as she finished tidying up, she turned to see the dressing table by the bed. After her parents passed, she had found some gold and silver jewelry while cleaning out their old house, which she had stored safely. However, upon opening the drawer, she was met only with gold and silver items. She recalled that her mother had a fondness for jade jewelry, while gold and silver were not favored. Could it be that the lost jade had been absorbed by the jade pendant space? Chapter 13. Unsealing, if that were the case. The jade must indeed be beneficial to the space. Perhaps the previously sealed rooms were now unsealed. Contemplating this possibility, Shen Wan resolved to investigate whether any rooms could be accessed. The 8 side rooms of the courtyard remained locked, yet she attempted the 2 doorways beside the main entrance, discovering that only the left door could be pushed open. Stepping inside, she found a spacious room measuring approximately 4 meters wide and 6 meters long, with a peaked roof rising to about 8 meters at its highest point and 5 meters at its lowest, providing ample space for storing supplies. She conducted a brief test and confirmed that time within this room was also suspended. From this deduction, she surmised that the other chambers must serve as static storage spaces. Thus, she utilized her thoughts to transport the inflatable boat and other tools previously stored in the courtyard, along with the shelving, into this room, designating it as a tool warehouse henceforth. However, the quality of the jade her mother had purchased during her lifetime was rather mediocre, and, regrettably, she could only access a single room. Contemplating the remaining balance of over 600,000 in her account, she glanced at the vacant rooms sealed with prohibitions, realizing she needed to devise a solution to the limitations of her storage space. Yet, with the amount of money she currently possessed, acquiring anything substantial in the realm of jade was out of reach. In the vast expanse of Huagua, the city renowned for its abundance of jade was undoubtedly Tung City. Without delay, she began packing her belongings and purchased a plane ticket. The flights to Tung City were limited, and she secured a ticket for the following afternoon. After spending some time booking a hotel and planning her itinerary, she retired for the night just before midnight. The next day, after having lunch, she hurried along with Shen Momo, only feeling a sense of relief upon checking into the hotel. Having heard about the area's poor security, she remained vigilant throughout the journey, choosing a 5-star hotel for safety. At 5 in the afternoon, preferring to stay in, she called for dinner delivery. The meal consisted of succulent, juicy steak paired with crisp asparagus, alongside a serving of seafood-baked rice and Hokkaido cream mushroom soup. After washing their hands, the mother and son sat down at the dining table to relish their meal, with a breathtaking sea of flowers visible through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, providing an exquisite visual treat. Following dinner, she took Momo for a brief half-hour stroll to aid digestion before coaxing him to sleep. The little one, too excited from the afternoon flight, had skipped his nap and was now quite fatigued. Although his curiosity about the new environment was insatiable, he quickly succumbed to slumber within mere minutes. After placing the peacefully sleeping Momo onto the spatial mattress, she made slight modifications before stepping out of the hotel. Dressed in a loose-fitting, dark gray leisure outfit, her long hair styled up and donned with a baseball cap, a black mask obscured much of her face. With thick black-framed glasses perched above the mask, she took a taxi to the renowned street of Gambling Stones in the western part of the city, a location she had discovered in the hotel's travel brochure. Upon nearing her destination, she alighted from the cab about 500 meters away, opting to walk the rest of the way, fully aware that her intention was not to purchase raw stones on this visit, thus remaining cautious. Upon seeing the imposing sign at the alley's entrance, she knew she had arrived. The evening crowds were sparse, with only a few tourists like herself leisurely strolling down the street. Typically, people prefer to buy raw stones during the day when visibility is better, increasing the odds of a favorable outcome. She entered a shop still open, where shelves lined with intricately carved jade artifacts flanked either side. However, the price tags on the small placards indicated items far beyond her means. On the floor near the door lay a pile of raw stones priced at 100 yuan per kilogram, likely the remnants that others had sifted through. Since the shop did not primarily sell raw stones, she wasted no time and exited promptly. Next door was a shop exclusively selling raw jade, and upon entering, she found the proprietor seated at the cash register, engaged in accounting. He greeted her and gestured for her to browse at her leisure. She noticed the open computer screen displayed only a camera interface, its angle directed toward the cash register, likely positioned above the entrance. In establishments specializing in raw stones, even the smallest pieces weighed several kilograms, rendering theft a rare concern, as it would be difficult to transport stolen goods. Consequently, shop owners seldom invested time and resources in surveillance. The store's minimalist decor featured white walls, ensuring no other monitoring devices were present. She crouched down at the farthest end of the warehouse, turning her back to the door, feigning interest in the stones before her. Before her lay a spherical raw stone weighing 20 to 30 pounds. With remarkable speed, she absorbed it into her space and retrieved it, completing the process in under a second. Cloaked by the loose leisure attire, neither the surveillance nor the shopkeeper could possibly discern her actions. Employing the same tactic, she selected similarly sized raw stones, avoiding anything too large that might compromise her concealment. After several minutes, she approached the cash register with a raw stone weighing around 10 kilograms, paying 5,000 yuan, ensuring the proprietor made a modest profit. Upon learning she intended to continue browsing, the shopkeeper provided her with a receipt, instructing her to return by 10 o'clock to collect her purchase. She sought out several more stores that specialized in raw stones, carefully selecting those with minimal decor and no surveillance, purchasing a piece whenever she found one that caught her eye. From the street's beginning to its end, approximately 200 raw stones had taken a tour in her spatial realm. Upon reaching the alley's end where raw stones were being cut, she whimsically borrowed a flatbed cart to fetch her purchases. Acquiring 3 raw stones, none particularly large, she spent just under 20,000 yuan. Dragging her randomly selected stones to the cutting machine, she paid 600 yuan, and a craftsman promptly came over to assist her in cutting them. Lacking knowledge of the proper cutting technique, she allowed the craftsman to proceed as he deemed fit. The stone was halved, revealing a stark white interior. Noticing her keen gaze, the craftsman, fearing her persistence, made additional cuts, slicing it into pieces, which, as expected, yielded no favorable results. The second stone, when opened, revealed a mass of shattered fragments. These 2 stones had been deliberately selected by her, as she wished to observe what the jade would resemble after being absorbed by her space. The second stone's outcome bore a resemblance to that of something consumed by her spatial realm. The third stone was similarly cut in half, and from her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of a faint purple hue. The craftsman was equally astonished, quickly splashing water onto the stone, revealing a stunning, eye-catching purple. Was this a stroke of luck? Shen Wan pondered, feeling as though fortune smiled upon her. Out of 3 randomly selected stones, the odds seemed to favor her with 2 promising specimens. The craftsman, now hesitant to proceed with further cuts for fear of ruining the stone, placed it on the polishing machine instead, and she recognized this as the 10-kilogram stone she had purchased from the first shop. News of this discovery spread among the stone gambling street patrons, and the shopkeeper from earlier rushed over, having recognized the very piece he had sold just moments ago. He exclaimed loudly, "This is the one I sold." It appears to be a significant win. His shop had not seen a successful gamble in over 10 days, and he anticipated that once word got out tomorrow, business would surely improve. Chapter 14. Space Upgrade. The stone polishing process was not swift. The machine's roar echoing in the background, while the more astute individuals in the crowd had already stepped outside to make phone calls. The owner of the raw stone appeared to be a tourist, and the likelihood of selling the jade once revealed was high, catching the interest of jewelry shop owners. 20 minutes later, an oval-shaped, duck-egg-sized violet jade emerged before the onlookers. A distinguished elder with a beard gasped, "High ice-type violet." Shen Wan was taken aback, gazing at the jade resting on the velvet cloth, having anticipated it would be at most of a glutinous or ice type, never expecting it to possess such exceptional quality. Amidst the crowd, someone called out, 600,000. "Miss, will you sell it?" It was a jewelry shop owner who had just arrived, breathless from his haste. The elder who had previously spoken scoffed. A high ice-type violet ring face would fetch at least 50,000, and you dare to offer such a price? You're simply taking advantage of her. Oldly, I must earn something too. We have fees and operating costs to consider. As he spoke, two more individuals hurried over. 800,000. 880,000. I bid 880,000. Shen Wan was yet to decide whether to sell. Her primary objective for this trip was to upgrade her space, and currently, she was not lacking in funds. Uncertain if her earlier actions had benefited her space, she focused her consciousness within, testing the right side of the main door, which appeared to be accessible. With a gentle push of her mental energy, the door yielded to her touch. A nagging sense of something amiss lingered, prompting her to scrutinize the layout of the courtyard. To her astonishment, she discerned that the flanking rooms on either side had been divided into two levels. The second floor boasted a row of protruding balconies, augmenting the spatial dimensions. This transformation meant that the original 8 rooms had now multiplied to 16. Before she could fully absorb the shock, she hastily attempted to open each door, discovering that 8 of the rooms were accessible. Each chamber measured 5 meters in width, 5 meters in height, and approximately 8 meters in depth. A swift calculation revealed that the available static storage space had expanded to a staggering 1,600 cubic meters, nearly doubling in capacity. The bidding continued, and upon regaining her focus, she realized that the price of the amethyst had surged to 950,000. It was imperative to sell. The pressing issue was no longer a lack of storage space, but rather the challenge of filling it. She required additional funds to stockpile supplies. I will sell, but only for cash, Shen Wan declared decisively. Ultimately, the jadeite was sold for 950,000 to the proprietor of a local jewelry chain. Half an hour later, she received a substantial bag filled with cash, which fit perfectly into her backpack. After concluding the transaction, she departed from the stone gambling street, hailing a taxi several hundred meters down the alley. Opting not to return directly to the hotel, she dined at a restaurant, savoring a bowl of noodles before exiting through the open back door. Donning her coat inside out, it transformed into a vibrant ginger hue. She removed her glasses and cap, allowing her long hair to cascade down her shoulders. Her concern was not that someone might covet the substantial sum, as it was hardly enough to purchase a house. The unexpected revelation of the raw stone today had taken her by surprise, and she anticipated a surge of customers at that store tomorrow. Once unearthed, should they discover the unusual fragments within, akin to the second stone she had previously unveiled, it could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, which explained her insistence on cash transactions. After meandering through a residential area, she finally hailed a taxi back to the hotel. The clothes she had changed out of and the cash-laden backpack were swiftly stowed away in her storage space. This particular outfit could not be worn again for the foreseeable future. She planned to exhaust the cash within the next couple of days before returning to Sioux City, intending to drive out for a leisurely excursion tomorrow. On the following morning, she awoke from the comfort of her plush bed, the lace curtains filtering in dappled sunlight that momentarily alleviated the urgency of the apocalyptic world outside. After freshening up, Moo Moo also roused from slumber, and the pair descended to enjoy breakfast. The hotel offered a complimentary buffet featuring both Western and Chinese delicacies. She served Moo Moo a bowl of wontons and a cheesy baked egg, while she herself indulged in a croissant with ham and a fried egg, accompanied by a bowl of local rice noodles that they shared. As they dined, she scrolled through Weibo, noting the severe drought conditions plaguing various regions across the nation, with water sources dwindling in numerous cities. Under the sweltering heat, crops were wilting in vast swathes, prompting widespread societal concern. "Mommy, I want cake." The little one's sweet voice interrupted her thoughts. Noticing his clean bowl, she permitted him a small slice of cake. After breakfast, they drove from the hotel, where the temperature was significantly cooler than in Sioux City and the outdoor foot traffic was notably high. Navigating with ease, she arrived at the wholesale market, well-versed in the entire process of renting storage and placing orders. She ordered 2,000 pounds of dry rice noodles, 2,000 pounds each of fragrant rice, japonica rice, and ivory rice, along with 5,000 pounds of assorted grains, 2,000 pounds of yak jerky, 10 boxes each of various dried mushrooms and mushroom oil rounded out her order, totaling 450,000, all paid for in cash. Local specialty snacks were also on her agenda. 10 boxes each of floral tea, pu'er tea, floral pastries, and shiping tofu, along with 100 pieces of Shen Wan cloud ham, and 500 pounds each of cured meats, sausages, braised beef, and beef tripe. Fresh fruits, mushrooms, seedlings, vegetable seeds, and flower seeds were plentifully acquired. These supplies would surely prove invaluable in the apocalypse, as leaving excess funds idle would be wasteful. The humid, rainy environment meant an abundance of mosquitoes, snakes, and ants. Naturally, she could not overlook the locally produced insect repellent and anti-itch remedies. She placed orders for 10 boxes each of disinfectants, mosquito repellents, insect powders, and anti-itch ointments, along with various bite relief medications and antivenoms. The delivery was scheduled for 8 in the evening, allowing ample preparation time for the vendors. With approximately 120,000 remaining, she planned to return later for further purchases. As she departed the wholesale market, the outdoor temperature continued to rise. She followed the main road for several minutes until she arrived at a nearby wetland park. The park was lush with vegetation, and compared to Sioux City, the water sources were significantly more abundant. At least the surrounding rivers had not run dry, though the water levels had noticeably receded. The roads were still shaded by greenery, and numerous animals frolicked by the lakeside. Shen Wan dashed off with his short legs, quickly exhausting his energy. They found a local eatery for lunch, ordering mushroom rice, plum sauce ribs, and water lily soup. To her pleasant surprise, the food was delightful, especially the last dish, which she had ordered on a whim, having seen it on nearly every table. As the owner passed by, Shen Wan called her over and ordered 20 various signature dishes, each in 10 portions to take away. Each dish was packed into boxes and placed in the trunk before being discreetly transferred into her storage space. As the afternoon heat intensified, she decided against venturing out again after returning to the hotel. Due to the prolonged high temperatures, the hotel had introduced numerous activities for guests to enjoy. Chapter 15, Miao Dao. Flower arrangement, tea ceremonies, and baking were among the offerings, and Shen Wan participated in a baking class with Moo. Today's lesson focused on making floral pastries and milk fans, and the mother-son duo, in a flurry of activity, produced an array of uniquely shaped creations, flour dusting their faces and clothes. Regardless of their appearance, they could not disdain their homemade treats, and all were packed for takeout. After returning to their room, they took a refreshing shower and changed into clean clothing before heading downstairs for dinner. The little one was too engrossed in play to nap, which suited her just fine, as it meant they could retire early that night. By 6 o'clock, Shen Wan lay on the bed, toying with his playthings while drifting into slumber. Shen Wan busied herself with a transformation. Her shoulder-length hair was styled into large waves, paired with a striped shirt and jeans. She donned a sun hat and a disposable mask, having applied makeup to alter her brow shape and eye features. After placing the slumbering Shen Wan into her storage space, she exited the hotel and hailed a taxi to the old city. Rumor had it that a diverse array of people congregated there, potentially offering useful items. After disembarking, she walked for several minutes before encountering a cluster of aged buildings, with narrow alleys crisscrossing through. Many dilapidated homes had been converted into shops, while others simply set up stalls along the roadside. Shen Wan strolled casually, discovering vendors selling embroidered tie-dye items, stone carvings, wood sculptures, flowers, folding fans, snacks, and fruits, an eclectic assortment that attracted a bustling crowd. She purchased several embroidered vests and picked out a few for Moo as well. After paying, she had only taken a couple of steps when she spotted a stall selling Miao knives. The vendor was an elderly man weathered by time, seated on a small stool, guarding his modest 2-square-meter stall. Picking up a Miao knife at random, she unsheathed it, only to find that it had yet to be sharpened. Each blade bore subtle distinctions, likely a testament to the craftsmanship of skilled artisans. The stall also showcased several daggers and curved blades, piquing her interest further. Recognizing this as a fortuitous encounter, she resolved to purchase them all if the price was reasonable. Noticing her genuine interest, the vendor quoted a price, 6,000 per Miao knife and 3,000 for each dagger and curved blade. She decided to buy everything on display. 12 Miao knives, along with several daggers and curved blades, totaled 100,000 and 2,000. The vendor generously rounded down, settling on a final price of 100,000. Shen Wan extracted a bundle of neatly packaged cash from her backpack, meticulously prepared in advance. To facilitate transactions, Each bundle contained 100,000. And this was the final stack. The proprietor swiftly gathered the blanket from his stall, packed it into a rectangular wooden box, and handed it to Shen Wan. The weight, approximately 60 to 70 pounds, proved somewhat burdensome for her to carry, prompting her to turn around and leave after a brief survey of the surroundings. Upon arriving at the wholesale market, nearly at 8 o'clock, she entered the password to unlock the warehouse. One by one, various merchants arrived to deliver their goods. After ensuring that no electronic devices were present within the warehouse, she began to sign the delivery slips, directing the workers to neatly arrange items by category for more convenient storage later on. An hour later, all orders were duly acknowledged. Only after everyone had departed did she close the warehouse door, commencing the process of storing supplies into her space. This included the wooden box containing seedling knives. After securing the warehouse door, changing the password, and adding a chain lock, she finally turned to leave. She had paid half a month's rent for this warehouse, utilizing fictitious registration details, and this time there were no payment records, all transactions conducted in cash. Even if suspicions arose, there would be no trace leading back to her, particularly as the market staff were preoccupied with their duties, likely overlooking this inconspicuous little warehouse. After returning to the hotel for a restful sleep, she departed the next morning, having breakfast before boarding a flight back to Sioux City. Weary from her travels, she arrived at Heifuen, had a light lunch, and while her son Mo napped, she decided to organize her space. Having spent considerable time filling it with items she had neglected to tidy up. The water tanks were fully stocked and piled in the hallway, while the storage space in the suite could be manipulated by thought, making it unnecessary to concern herself with whether the door could be opened. The oil tanks, engine, and fuel were laid out in the courtyard, protected by waterproof tarps to prevent rusting. Through her diligent efforts over the past month, 5 of the oil tanks were filled with gasoline, while 5 remained empty, to be addressed later. Batteries, earthquake kits, inflatable boats, chainsaws, and other tools were neatly arranged in the left side storeroom, equipped with shelves for convenient retrieval. The right side storeroom housed coal, liquefied gas, and various supplementary tools. Currently, both sides of the first floor were accessible. The 4 rooms on the right stored all rice, flour, cooking oils, and seasonings, while the 4 rooms on the left were designated for fresh produce, including meats, seafood, vegetables, fruits, and seeds. Daily necessities and medical supplies were organized on the first floor of the main courtyard, with less manageable items placed on shelves, and all boxed goods stacked high to the ceiling. The second floor was reserved for prepared foods, snacks, and beverages, categorized and neatly arranged on shelves. A corner was set aside as a living area, now furnished with a mattress and Momo's play area. On July 10th, with less than 20 days until the onset of torrential rain, Shen Wan's agenda for the day involved taking Mo to an agricultural trade base outside the city for fruit picking. This agricultural base in Sioux City was a collaborative effort between the Agricultural Science Institute, the municipal government, and private entrepreneurs, spanning over 1,000 acres. It featured areas for fruit and vegetable cultivation, livestock breeding, traditional Chinese medicine planting, and recreational facilities. To her surprise, the base also provided accommodations. Considering it took over an hour to arrive, Shen Wan decided to stay at the inn that night and return home the following day, allowing for a more leisurely exploration. After selecting a forest-themed room at the inn and carrying her inconspicuous luggage, she and Mo ascended to the second floor. After resting for a while, the mother and son headed straight to the livestock breeding area. The animals here were entirely different from those in a zoo. Pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese roamed freely in designated areas, alongside artificially bred deer, roe deer, and free-range birds. They showed no resistance to human feeding, although perhaps due to the sweltering heat. Their appetites were somewhat diminished. Mo lost interest in feeding the animals after a while and began nibbling on the carrots in his bag, which Shen Wan had originally intended for the animals, indicating he was genuinely hungry. Consequently, she took him to the restaurant for lunch, and after their afternoon nap, they strolled through the herbal medicine garden. Mo thoroughly enjoyed the comfortable environment of the herbal planting area, eagerly assisting the staff in planting herb seedlings and watering them, bustling about and sweating profusely. Shen Wan observed with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, realizing he would make an excellent helper in the space, though he would fall asleep the moment he entered it. Dinner was served at the herbal garden restaurant, featuring medicinal cuisine. perhaps due to exhaustion or the delectable food. Mo devoured his meal, mumbling, "Mama, it's so delicious. I'm full." Before leaving, she purchased numerous pre-packaged herbal medicine and medicinal cuisine bundles, totaling 10 boxes, and arranged for them to be delivered to the inn. Shen Wan then held Momo's hand and leisurely walked back, the little one needing to burn off the excess from his hearty dinner. Chapter 16. Extreme Heat. The next morning after breakfast at the inn, they headed to the vegetable and fruit garden. The garden appeared small, tucked away in a corner of the base, but upon entry, it revealed a hidden expanse. The front section was filled with various vegetables, while the hillside behind stretched for hundreds of acres, adorned with fruit trees. In-season lychees, cherries, waxberries, and peaches were ripe for picking, and grapevines bore an array of colored grapes, along with watermelons and cantaloupes. Shen Wan sampled the produce, discovering the improved varieties developed by the Agricultural Science Institute to be exceptionally palatable. She reserved 10 baskets of each fruit and purchased 100 fruit seedlings and 100 grape seedlings, arranging to collect them in the afternoon. Before departing, she also acquired numerous vegetable seeds and fresh poultry. With her cash dwindling, she noted that her bank account balance of 630,000 had remained largely intact, leaving her with 450,000 after making card payments. After loading the SUV to capacity, she drove to a secluded location to store the items in her space, making several trips to transport 1/5 of her haul. Thankfully, the base's location on the outskirts had provided her with the necessary blind spots for monitoring. Regrettably, the delivery truck was parked within the community, adding to her inconvenience. Looking at the mound of supplies, Shen Wan had a sudden inspiration and spent 500 yuan renting a small truck from the innkeeper, efficiently completing the task in 2 trips. Upon returning home, she resolved to lay low for the next few days. The oppressive heat, soaring above 40 degrees Celsius, deterred little Mo from wanting to play outdoors, and she aimed to transform the vegetables she had brought back into medicinal cuisine, as such fragrant dishes would be challenging to prepare later. Additionally, she needed to brew the herbal medicine packages. Most importantly, she recognized the necessity of incorporating physical exercise into her routine. With the impending storms, she had felt increasingly irritable and insecure. Thus, irrespective of whether it was to alleviate anxiety or for self-preservation, enhancing her strength had become paramount. Over the past month, the windows of the living room and master bedroom had remained open, allowing the high temperatures to expedite the evaporation of formaldehyde, while several fans circulated air throughout each room. Once the temperature cooled, their activities could shift to the master bedroom and living room. Every day after breakfast, Shen Wan would store away the bedroom items into her space, lay down carpets, and the mother-son duo would practice military-style exercises for an hour, with little Mo joyfully flailing about. After their workout, she would retrieve the slide, swing, and ocean balls from her space, allowing him to play independently. Meanwhile, she commenced preparing the medicinal cuisine, brewing herbal medicine, washing all fruits, vegetables, and meats, and storing them on the shelves, striving to produce as many finished dishes as possible. Water resources were scarce in the post-apocalyptic world, and since her space lacked a water source, she could only wash what she could while time permitted, reassured by the preservation capabilities of her space. As the days pass, the temperature soars to a staggering 48 degrees Celsius, and the number of individuals succumbing to heatstroke steadily increases, leading to overcrowded hospitals. Under this oppressive heat, fires are rampant, particularly in aging residential areas and industrial production lines. The government has issued notices urging businesses to halt operations and has commenced phased restrictions on electricity and water supply across various enterprises. She recalls that in her previous life, temperatures did not reach such extremes. Could it be that this time, the first calamity to strike will be an unbearable heatwave? The mere thought of this possibility unsettles Shen Wan, as it diverges from her meticulously crafted plans. She had not prepared ice for such extreme heat. Venturing into the kitchen, she opens her 600-liter refrigerator, clears out the freezer, and begins to freeze small bottles of mineral water. Originally intended as a barricade for the door, this fridge is now repurposed for ice reserves. Should the anticipated disaster indeed manifest as extreme heat, she recognizes that further preparations are essential. With the sun setting and the outdoor temperature becoming somewhat more bearable, Shen Wan decides to take Mo out for a brief excursion. Upon entering the underground garage, a wave of dry heat envelopes her. If the underground parking is this sweltering, the outside temperature must be unbearable. Drawing from her past experience at the planting base, she opts for a small truck for her shopping trip as it offers greater capacity. Navigating through the traffic, vehicles are reluctant to speed due to the heat. Fearing tire failure. After circling the vicinity of Heifuen a couple of times, Shen Wan familiarizes herself with the local terrain, streets, and shops, before proceeding to a nearby small goods market to procure containers for ice making. She purchases 200 stainless steel buckets, 20 wooden bathing tubs, stacked neatly to save space. Additionally, she acquires 10 ice machines and over a dozen water towers to collect rainwater for domestic use when the downpour arrives. A visit to the vegetable market yields a bounty of ice powder, cold noodles, and liangpi, perfect refreshments for the sweltering weather, which she intends to prepare in abundance over the coming days. After enduring the heat outdoors, she returns home, feeling lethargic and possibly on the verge of heat exhaustion. She retrieves a bottle of Huixiang Jingqi liquid from her supplies and shares a sip with Mo. The mother and son have a light dinner before retiring for the night. Upon awakening the next day, she feels significantly better, with dizziness and fatigue dissipated, while her little chubby one is as lively as ever. Breakfast consists of soybean milk and steamed buns, and after completing her exercises, Shen Wan begins to prepare cold noodles. In each bowl, she places the cooled noodles, adds the sauce, and arranges shredded cucumber, tomato slices, mung bean sprouts, braised beef, and half a marinated egg, finishing with the freshly frozen ice cubes, which instantly whets her appetite. The liangpi is even simpler. She finds a stainless steel basin, adds the sliced liangpi, cucumber shreds, mung bean sprouts, and sauce, mixes it well, and portions it into takeout boxes. Noticing that there is still time left, Shen Wan decides to make more ice powder. She particularly enjoys brown sugar ice powder and milk tea ice powder, to which she adds a plethora of fresh fruits and taro balls with raisins. Preferring not to cook dinner later, she sets aside a bowl of cold noodles for Mo, adding a boiled egg for him to enjoy at his leisure. After the meal, an inexplicable sense of unease washes over her. The temperature variations from her previous life heighten her vigilance. Currently, she estimates having around 470,000 in cash and savings, along with some gold jewelry that can be liquidated, compelling her to spend it quickly for peace of mind. At 8 in the evening, after soothing Mo to sleep, Shen Wan drives out in her truck. The relentless heat has significantly disrupted the daily lives and work of the citizens in Sioux City, who have gradually adapted to a nocturnal lifestyle. The nearby residential areas come alive in the evenings, with supermarkets, restaurants, and shopping malls brightly illuminated. Since the government announced the heat emergency plan a couple of days ago, most residents have busied themselves stockpiling goods at home, leading to a shortage of vegetables, grains, and convenience foods in supermarkets. Many have even resorted to wholesale purchases, selling items in residential areas at competitive prices, proving to be quite profitable. However, Shen Wan's outing today is not for food. She has ample supplies already and sees no need to compete with her neighbors. Chapter 17. Rain. Half an hour later, she arrives at a large chain supermarket, bustling with noise as employees are busily attending to customers. Avoiding the crowded snack and grain sections, she heads to the children's goods area on the lower level. She fills her cart with clothes, shoes, books, toys, and health products in various sizes, as if they were free. Nearby, an employee, eager for business, rushes over to assist her, and her cart is soon overflowing, prompting her to bring another cart. Previously constrained by limited funds, she had focused on essential survival supplies. Now, with surplus resources, she can afford to consider other necessities. After exploring that section, she moves on to the household goods area, adding batteries, gas stoves, drying racks, and stainless steel basins to her cart, determined not to return home until she has exhausted her funds. As she becomes engrossed in her shopping, she turns to the adjacent clothing section and finds an array of winter sweaters, down jackets, and thermal underwear on clearance. The employees explain that these are off-season clearance items of excellent quality at low prices. Recently, she had ordered a batch of clothing online, but not in abundance. With 10 or 8 years of use expected, it seemed prudent to stock up now that she has the means and space. She purchases 100 sets in her size and 200 for Shen Mo, ensuring a range of sizes. Additionally, she adds cashmere socks, gloves, and scarves, piling them into her cart. Normally, she would head to the checkout on the first floor, but with her numerous carts, this proves impractical. The customer service at the chain supermarket is commendable. An employee brings a scanner to handle her checkout on the spot, totaling 195,000. Several staff members assist in transporting her purchases to the parking lot and loading them into the truck. Once the crowd disperses, she closes the truck door and transfers her goods to her supplies for organization later. Hastily exiting the parking lot, she heads to her next destination, which is only a 5-minute drive away. After parking in the underground garage of the Guarmao Commercial Center, she ascends to the home decor and appliance superstore, her favorite one-stop shopping destination. She orders 10 units each of air conditioners, washing machines, rice cookers, meat grinders, dryers, vacuum sealers, and air purifiers, along with various accessories and small appliances. Taking advantage of a shopping festival, her total bill comes to just over 210,000, and the sales staff, thrilled by such a substantial order, gifts her numerous complimentary items, including tableware, kitchen supplies, and smart gadgets. After placing her order, she heads to the home decor section, acquiring 100 privacy window films, 10 rolls of high blackout fabric, 10 rolls of mosquito netting, removable solid wood flooring, anti-theft electric fencing, wallpaper, and floor stickers. At checkout, she realizes that only a little over 30,000 remains in her account. Coupled with some gold jewelry, she maxes out 3 credit cards, totaling over 80,000 to settle her bill. The remaining cash is reserved for the early days of the impending apocalypse. She certainly cannot appear out of place while others stockpile supplies. The manager is busy coordinating staff for packing and shipping while she makes her way back to the underground garage. The delivery team for the appliances has arrived, and she quickly opens the cargo door for them to load. Once filled, she drives around for about half an hour before returning to continue loading. The home decor items are also waiting in the garage, necessitating several trips to complete the task. At 1:30 a.m., Shen Wan returns home, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa without the energy to move. She gently places Mo on the bed to continue sleeping, but soon feels hunger pangs that she hadn't noticed earlier amidst her busyness. Retrieving a serving of spicy crawfish, she indulges while watching a show, sipping on ice-cold soda, feeling as if she were in paradise. After satisfying her hunger and completing her evening routine, she cuddles with her little chubby one, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The following day, having nearly exhausted her funds, Shen Wan and her son remained at home, content to spend their time in domesticity. With nothing pressing to occupy them, they busied themselves with cooking and organizing their living space. The items purchased the previous day lay scattered in the courtyard. Electrical appliances and home renovation materials were stored in the entrance hall, while daily necessities found their place on the first floor of the main courtyard. Clothing was neatly packed into vacuum bags and stacked on shelves to optimize space. After dinner, as the temperature began to drop, Shen Wan took Shen Mo for a stroll in the community to aid digestion. Just as they were about to return home, a warm droplet fell upon her face. Shen Mo tugged at his mother's hand, tilting his small face upwards. "Mama, it's raining." Shen Wan paused momentarily, gazing at the darkened sky, and felt a few more droplets land on her skin, as if they were rousing her from a dream back to the starkness of reality. Since the onset of the apocalypse, an unexpected tranquility had settled within her. There was nothing to fear. She had adequately prepared for this protracted struggle. She bent down to scoop up Mo's soft little body and whispered in his ear, "Yes, it is raining. This time, Mama will ensure your safety. Let us head home." With Mo in tow, she made her way to the underground garage, carefully parking the Land Rover and the truck in a secluded corner devoid of surveillance before storing them in her space. Uncertain of how long the rain would persist or when it might inundate the parking lot, she believed that early preparation was the key to certainty. As the rain intensified, Shen Wan stood by the window, grappling with an indescribable feeling. The lingering unease of recent times had materialized. She hadn't anticipated the first storm arriving a full 10 days early. Confounded by the discrepancies between this life and her previous one, she pondered whether future calamities would also deviate from the expected course. Outside, large droplets splattered against the concrete pavement, rising in a mist. Soon, waves of residents poured out from the nearby building, jubilant in the rain, reveling in the joy brought by the much-needed downpour. She slowly drew the curtains, knowing soon enough their laughter would fade as a tide of calamity approached. Under the torrential rain, the sky was ominously dark, and Shen Wan was awakened by Shen Mo, who had nestled against her. The little chubby boy looked up at her with round, glistening eyes. "Mama, I'm hungry." Glancing at her phone, she realized it was nearly 9 o'clock. No wonder Mo was ravenous. They usually had breakfast by 8, and he must have been awake for quite some time, holding back his cries. Perhaps the recent mental strain had taken its toll, leading her to a night filled with chaotic nightmares, finally drifting into a deep slumber only in the early hours. The dim light contributed to her profound sleep. She got up to prepare a bottle of milk for Mo, who quickly guzzled it down. Shen Wan then retrieved a warm penguin-shaped snack from her storage for him to enjoy. Pulling back the curtains, she noted the sky was as dark as ink. The streets were filled with hurrying pedestrians, and vehicles were sparse, accompanied by the incessant patter of rain. Today's temperature had noticeably dropped. It seemed the sweltering heat would not arrive prematurely. Descending with Mo, she eschewed the elevator, unnerved by the sound of rushing water within it. They made their way down the staircase to the basement level, where she could see the cars in the garage, half submerged in accumulating water. Thankfully, she had swiftly stored the Land Rover the day before. Chapter 18. Planting. The torrential rain had persisted throughout the night, filling the previously dry riverbeds and subterranean drainage systems, causing the city's drainage infrastructure to begin to falter. Water continued to surge into the underground garage, and Shen Wan heard property management staff constructing barriers at the entrance, with numerous residents lending a hand. Choosing not to join them, she observed the rising water levels for a while before turning back to ascend the stairs to her home. She secured all items in the bedroom into her space, relocating the playground equipment so Mo could play independently. She then took out a lazy sofa to recline on, allowing her consciousness to drift into her space. The shelves from the courtyard had been moved into the storage room, leaving no room for the remaining items. The 10 oil tanks stacked together barely occupied any space, yet the 2 vehicles and the engine took up over 20 square meters. She would move them later as more rooms became available. In the nearly 300 square meters of fertile black soil in the courtyard, Shen Wan planned to plant grape seedlings along both sides of the stone path at the center, envisioning a future arched grape trellis. Each side of the trellis would have 80 square meters designated for fruit trees, while the outermost sections near the side rooms would be used for vegetable cultivation. Once the fruit trees bore their bounty, the sight would be truly splendid, although sadly, she would be the only one to witness it. Determined, she retrieved a hoe from the storage room and, with focused intent, began to excavate holes along the path, planting 5 different varieties of grape seedlings on each side. The pits for the fruit trees required to be larger and deeper, demanding more of her mental energy. After planting just 2, she needed to take a break, having only completed half of the fruit trees by midday. After watering them, she looked up to find a tired Shen Mo seated on a swing, engrossed in a picture book. After hastily preparing 2 dishes and a soup, she called Mo over for dinner. She remained busy until after 11 at night, finally finishing planting all the fruit trees and vegetables. Just as she lay down in bed, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber. After a restful night, upon awakening and entering her space to water her plants, Shen Wan was taken aback by the sight of the verdant seedlings sprouting everywhere. The fast-growing vegetables had already developed 2 leaves, and tender green buds had emerged on the fruit trees. The speed of growth was beyond her expectations, considering it had only been a single night. Estimating roughly, the growth rate within her space was approximately 9 to 10 times faster than that outside. Thus, with a bit of diligence, she would not face starvation during the apocalypse. However, it was unfortunate that she could not cultivate animals. Subsisting solely on vegetables without meat was not feasible. Fortunately, she had stockpiled a considerable amount of meat, over 50 to 60,000 pounds of fresh meat, alongside dried and cooked provisions, sufficient for both mother and son to last 70 or 80 years. Opening the window to gauge the rain, it seemed to have intensified. She checked her WeChat group for residents, only to find an overwhelming 999 unread messages. New messages were flooding in, too numerous for her to read. The most vocal participants were the residents from the first and second floors. Building 17, apartment 302, how much longer will this downpour last? The weather forecast is utterly unreliable. Building 17, apartment 102, indeed. Is the property manager around? What is being done about the drainage? My home is flooded, and my belongings are ruined. Will you take responsibility? Building 17, Apartment 1301. Auntie from 102, one cannot entirely blame the property company. The streets outside are inundated, almost to the ankles. It seems to be a citywide drainage issue. It appeared that water had already reached the first floor. In her previous life, during the third day of heavy rain in her community, water levels had risen to the second floor, but it seemed Hai Fu Yuan was situated at a relatively higher elevation. However, according to the trajectory of her former life, a citywide power outage was expected that night. Subsequently, it took the government 3 days to restore electricity, but it did not last long. Both power and water supplies were soon disrupted once more. As the rainfall had been excessively heavy, submerging much of the equipment and rendering repairs exceedingly challenging. She wondered if this lifetime, under the influence of her minor interventions, would follow the same storyline as her past, especially with the slight temporal deviations already apparent. As mealtime approached, the group chat erupted in complaints once again. Building 17. Apartment 602. With rain this heavy, no one can venture outside, and there's no delivery service. Several of us haven't tea cooked in days and have been relying on instant noodles. Shen Wan surmised that this household must be a shared rental, likely occupied by young individuals who hadn't stockpiled supplies. However, Hai Fu Yuan was a relatively upscale community with expensive rent. She was curious how many people were residing together. Building 17, Apartment 401. Hey, 602, would you trade me 2 bags of chips for a bucket of instant noodles? I haven't had a warm meal in a day, and all I have left are snacks. In Building 17, Room 602, we have 5 individuals, my dear beauty. Let's exchange 5 bags of chips. Shen Wan found herself at a loss for words. How had the conversation even begun? Nevertheless, she resolved to keep an eye on the occupants of Room 602, for 5 individuals constituted a considerable group, their speech laced with a certain swagger. The young girl from Room 401 appeared to be quite naive, as she candidly shared the details of her family's circumstances in the group chat, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of attracting unwanted attention. However, she lacked the inclination to meddle in others' affairs. After dinner, she allowed Mo to watch some enlightening cartoons while she opened her tablet to study offline maps. Before long, the little one succumbed to slumber. Shen Wan then turned her attention to a television drama, leisurely nibbling on duck necks and feet, alongside a bottle of cola. Raising a child meant that her beloved soda had to be consumed in secret. Even while engrossed in the show, she kept an ear attuned to the unit group chat. The elderly lady from Room 102 had moved her entire family to the third-floor hallway, where they set up a makeshift bed outside Room 302 after closing the fire door. The adjacent Room 101 appeared to be vacant, and aside from Room 302, there were no reports of anyone else setting up a bed in the hallway. The current weather was not cold, and sleeping in the corridor was even cooler than indoors. The elderly lady, accompanied by her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson, had established their camp. Life in Room 302 was far from tranquil. The noise at their doorstep was unbearable, compounded by the incessant knocking of the elderly lady's grandson, who wished to enter and play. Initially hesitant to refuse a neighbor, Shen Wan soon found her home in disarray after just an afternoon, prompting a heated exchange between the two households. As the elderly lady hurled insults, she lamented in the group chat about the perceived lack of respect from the family in Room 302. Claiming they were unwilling to share even a snack with her cherished grandson. Shen Wan decided to abandon her drama in favor of indulging in the unfolding gossip. The chat was lively with banter, and it must be said that the elderly lady was quite skilled in her verbal assaults. Her insults flowed endlessly, with no limit to her creativity. Unable to suppress her amusement, Shen Wan chuckled aloud, inadvertently waking Mo hastily. She stowed the snacks away and, noticing the time, decided against letting him continue his slumber, as it would only lead to a restless night for her. She opened a packet of children's biscuits and encouraged him to play with his building blocks while she perused a forum. Chapter 19. Commercial Spaces. On the forum, several posts regarding the apocalypse were trending, yet most comments contradicted the original poster. It was merely a heavy rainfall, after all. It had been months since the last downpour. I noticed the rain had eased. It should cease by tomorrow. Thankfully, I had stocked up on supplies at home in response to official advisories, which would now come in handy. Listening to the officials was undoubtedly wise. Some individuals need to stop stirring panic. It's the modern age, who still believes in apocalyptic theories. Perhaps they should spend more time reading. Of course, there were those with heightened awareness, eager to seize the moment to gather supplies while the water levels were manageable. Thus, they employed various means, utilizing wooden basins and plastic barrels. Concerned about the risk of electrocution in the water, Shen Wan refrained from joining the fray. After dinner, Shen Wan indeed noticed that the rain had lightened. In the unit group chat, the elderly lady from room 102 was once again lamenting about her home being flooded and losing her possessions, claiming she would have nowhere to live. Her wails were a headache for Shen Wan, prompting her to mute notifications. She set an alarm and nestled with MO, drifting off to sleep early. At midnight, the alarm rang. Shen Wan was typically a light sleeper and quickly silenced it, fearing it might disturb MO, glancing at the historical messages in the chat. She noted that the entire community had lost power around 10 o'clock, though the internet remained. This was precisely what she had been waiting for, without the power outage. She would not dare venture into the water, for the risk of electric shock was too great, even with her spatial refuge. Placing MO on the mattress in her space, she donned her diving suit and oxygen tank before heading downstairs. The area was eerily quiet, and she deliberately avoided the elderly lady's family sleeping by room 302. Activating her headlamp, she descended the alternate staircase into the underground garage. Her mission tonight was to acquire gasoline, though she was not well-versed in the various types. Fortunately, many vehicles displayed labels on their fuel caps, allowing her to target those specifically. She selected a Mercedes-Benz first, entering the vehicle along with the driver before transporting it into her space. Noticing the label indicating 95 octane, she siphoned the gasoline before returning the car to the garage. On her second attempt, she aimed for two vehicles simultaneously, one in each hand, and with a thought, brought both into her space. Both were marked as 92 octane. On her final entry, both vehicles were again 95 octane. As she surveyed the 4 storage barrels nearing capacity, Shen Wan felt quite pleased with her evening's endeavors. Suddenly, a sound echoed, a soft thud. Intrigued, she stood on the stone path of the courtyard, scanning her surroundings. To her surprise, she noticed changes. 2 new staircases flanked the sides of the second-floor wing. Ascending the left staircase, she found a room that could now be opened. It seemed the previous sound had been the unlocking of this room. The second-floor space was comparable in size to those below and could accommodate a significant amount of supplies. Returning to the courtyard, she gazed at the 2 vehicles she had just brought in, certain that the items within had contributed to the upgrade of her space. She retrieved a crowbar from the tool room and pried open the trunks of both vehicles. Indeed, in the trunk of the Mercedes E-Class, she discovered 6 or 7 jewelry packaging bags. Upon opening the boxes inside, she found them mostly empty. It appeared they had once contained Jade jewelry, now devoured by her space. She also spotted a pair of ring settings without stones. It seemed that any item containing even a trace of Jade would be automatically consumed by her space, serving as nourishment for its upgrade. Shen Wan resolved to test her luck further by collecting any unclaimed vehicles. After all, the residents of this community were quite affluent. It was possible there were overlooked treasures. This time, there was no need to siphon fuel. She could simply bring the cars directly into her space and retrieve them later. With both vehicles in hand, she initiated the process, and the sudden void allowed water to rush in, spinning her momentarily before she stabilized. It appeared she would need to act more swiftly next time, executing the entry and exit in one fluid motion. The surrounding water only stirred slightly, within tolerable limits. It seemed someone shared her taste, as a similarly styled Land Rover was present, though it had clearly been waterlogged. However, the tires were impressive, having been upgraded to withstand high temperatures. Shen Wan, seizing the opportunity, removed any usable parts, grateful for her past choice to work as a driver, as the dismantling and reassembling posed little challenge. After inspecting all the vehicles, she surfaced, shedding her diving suit and oxygen tank. As her consciousness merged back into her space, she found another room on the second floor had been unlocked, igniting her eagerness to stockpile even more supplies. Having spent over 2 hours submerged, estimating the water depth at 7 to 8 meters, she acknowledged that without the aid of her spatial advantage, she would not have been able to endure the underwater pressure. Recognizing the need to explore further while the water levels were still manageable, she took a brief respite, snacking on a piece of chocolate to replenish her energy before preparing to leave. With approximately 3 hours until dawn, she opted not to venture too far, as time was of the essence. As it was merely the onset of heavy rain, societal order still prevailed. Thus, she resolved to scout nearby commercial properties. Draping herself in a black hooded raincoat, she slipped out of the community under the cover of night. The water level had risen to her knees, creating significant resistance, and she had to navigate carefully to avoid submerged obstacles, making movement cumbersome. After 10 minutes, she finally reached the outskirts of the neighborhood. The storefronts lining the street are equipped with glass doors, easily pried open with a crowbar. Pushing through the glass door reveals a training institution. The reception area on the first floor is modest in size, while the second floor comprises a spacious layout divided into individual training rooms. Shen Wan swiftly searches each room, gathering violins, pianos, art albums, and textbooks from both domestic and foreign sources, stowing away all that can be salvaged under the stairs on the ground floor of the main courtyard. The reason for targeting this establishment first is to ascertain the extent of the second floor space, allowing her to deduce which shops lack a second level, as some merchants utilize their upper floors for residential purposes, a risk she must avoid. The next objective is the ground-level shops, which will soon be inundated by floodwaters. Rather than waste resources, it seems more prudent to claim them for herself. At the revolving hot pot restaurant, she takes all the ingredients from the freezer, along with the boxes of beverages stacked on the floor. Although soaked, the water at the onset of the downpour remains relatively clean, and all the drinks are sealed in bottles, easily cleaned and dried upon return. At the wholesale dairy shop, she discards the milk packaged in cardboard, having been submerged, but retrieves all that remains above the waterline. She also collects cold drinks and ice cream from the freezer, which, having only lost power for a few hours, have yet to begin melting. As she walks past the bakery, she notices the shelves of snacks have been cleared out, and the freshly baked bread and cakes have already expired. Thus, she leaves them behind. However, the kitchen is equipped with numerous machines for bread making, all of which she takes. Eggs, flour, butter, cheese, nuts, and a wealth of bacon, smoked sausages, and Orleans-style chicken fillets are found in the freezer, revealing the shop's ample stock. In Chapter 20, the universal lockpicker comes into play. The convenience store yields rows of imported snacks, which she collects along with the shelves, as well as drinks, yogurt, and rice balls from the cold cabinet. She also gathers several machines from the counter, including a sausage grill, a Odin pot, a multi-tiered steamer, and a large rice cooker. Behind the counter, 2 freezers brim with buns, corn, meatballs, sausages, and ingredients for Odin. A small storage room is stuffed with entire boxes of snacks and beverages, which Shen Wan unceremoniously empties. At the fast food restaurant, she finds only a few boxes of drinks and mineral water in the dining area. Upon entering the kitchen, she realizes how foresight the owner has been. Eggs, vegetables, and grains are neatly arranged on the preparation table, having narrowly escaped the flood's wrath. All are swiftly claimed for her own. The stainless steel preparation table and gas stove are also taken. In the tobacco shop, she collects all the cigarettes from the shelves, puzzled as to why the owner left an entire stock in the cabinet, but they remain sealed and, having only been submerged for a few hours, are unlikely to be damaged. Every bottle of white and red wine is secured, even if the boxes are ruined, as the bottles themselves can be cleaned and retain their value. One must understand that in the apocalypse, bulk liquor is highly sought after. At the fried chicken shop, she empties the sealed packets of seasonings and the frozen pre-cooked food from the freezer, along with the barrel oil and beverages submerged in water, which she does not hesitate to take. Her speed in gathering supplies is remarkable, yet the floodwaters rise just as swiftly. By the time she exits the last shop, the water level has nearly reached her thighs. It will not be long before the ground-level shops are entirely submerged. With the clock nearing 4, she must return to her apartment before dawn. Wading through the water into Building 17, she removes her shoes and treads lightly, deliberately taking the stairs on the side of apartment 301 when she overhears voices from the 3rd floor. "Hurry up, son. Is the door open yet? Didn't you say this universal lockpicker opens it with a touch?" The voice of the elderly lady from apartment 102 is unmistakable. Her son's impatient reply follows. "Don't rush me. That damn thing is locked tight. Let me try again." Ignoring them, she quietly continues her ascent. Whether the lock of apartment 302 will be pried open is of no concern to her. She is not foolish enough to alert others to her presence. She has never been one to meddle in others' affairs, especially when such involvement could lead to trouble, as being entangled with the elderly Lady S family would surely bring her woes. However, she is surprised to learn that the elderly Lady S son possesses a universal lockpicker. Thankfully, her own home is equipped with an anti-theft door that such a device cannot compromise. Otherwise, she would be restless all night. Upon returning home, she places Mo on the bed and retrieves a portable air conditioning fan and a power bank from her space, adding the ice cubes she had prepared earlier. The room quickly cools down. After freshening up, she soon succumbs to a deep slumber. The following morning, she is once again greeted by the weight of her little one, Taishan, pressing down on her. Without needing any protest from Shen Wan, she knows he must be hungry. Though the nighttime foray was aided by her spatial abilities, it still required considerable exertion. After lingering in bed for a while, she resolves to rise and exercise, believing that a good habit can be formed in 15 days. She can catch up on sleep later in the afternoon. After breakfast, she practices military-style boxing for an hour, and Shen Wan manages to keep up reasonably well. Even if his movements are not entirely precise, any activity is beneficial, especially for bolstering his immunity. After a brief rest, Shen Wan slips into her space. The small green vegetables are now ready for harvesting, their tender green leaves tempting her appetite. She decides to prepare handmade noodles for lunch. Observing the moisture of the dark soil, it seems additional watering is unnecessary. The space can maintain the moisture required for crop growth, proving to be both water-efficient and labor-saving. Emerging with a bag of flour, Shen Wan begins to make her handmade noodles. She pours the flour, adds the appropriate amount of water and salt, and kneads it into a dough. While the dough rests, she prepares a generous bowl of tomato and egg sauce. Once the noodles are cooked, she sets aside one large and one small bowl on the table, storing the rest in her spatial shelves. Previously, it was just the two of them, and small portions were difficult to manage, while large portions often went uneaten. Now, with the convenience of space preservation, it is exceedingly practical. Considering that the gas supply will soon be halted, she has taken to cooking large batches each time, storing leftovers in her space, much like a little hamster hoarding supplies. Many of the meats and vegetables she previously bought have already been transformed into meal boxes, and she has purchased takeout containers in 2 batches. The mother and son each carry a bowl, one large, one small, as they settle down to watch an old television series, Home with Children, while enjoying their meal. After finishing, she confines Mo to the bedroom to play in his little amusement park, while she descends to dispose of the accumulated garbage from the past few days. As usual, she takes the stairs, keeping an eye on the surveillance from the guest room. Should anything arise, she can swiftly return. The bedroom doors and windows are securely locked, and Mo has always been cautious, providing her with peace of mind. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she notices that 2 families have set up makeshift beds in the hallway, indicating that the floodwaters have likely risen to the 2nd floor. Standing at the stairway of the 2nd floor, a foul, fermented odor greets her. Shen Wan retrieves a mask from her space and puts it on. The floodwaters are still several feet away from the 2nd floor, but the hallway has devolved into a garbage dump, with refuse from the entire building accumulating there. It is no wonder that residents of apartments 201 and 202 chose to vacate early, who could endure such a stench. She decides to keep her own household waste stored in her space. As she turns to ascend, the 3 families residing in the stairwell cast curious glances in her direction. Shen Wan pays them no mind. After all, they have no knowledge of which floor she resides on. Back on the 15th floor, she ensures no one is following her, closes the door, and secures the anti-theft lock, deciding not to venture out today. While she and Mo take an afternoon nap, the resident group chat erupts with activity. The family from apartment 302 in building 17 seems to have lost their conscience. Despite her family's kindness in allowing them to stay at their doorstep and even use their restroom, they seem ungrateful. Last night, a group of thieves brazenly broke into our home, so everyone must remain vigilant against these miscreants. To the occupants of 17 building, apartment 102302. If you possess the audacity to accuse us of theft, do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims? We have yet to confront you about the items that have mysteriously vanished from our premises. The elderly lady retaliated, inciting considerable ire from apartment 302. You from apartment 302 have effectively barricaded our front door. Who else could possibly gain entry? You stole our instant noodles and provisions yet refused to acknowledge it. The elderly lady countered, without evidence. You cannot assert that we are the culprits. Who is to say that it wasn't your own child who pilfered from you? This farcical exchange ultimately culminated in the elderly lady's family vacating the premises, though it remains a mystery where they have relocated. Shen Wan paid little heed. As long as it was not outside her door, she was indifferent. However, given the elderly lady's frailty, it would be quite the challenge for her to ascend the stairs. Chapter 21. Distribution of Supplies. The tranquility within the owners' group did not persist for long, as new issues arose. Could the residents of apartment 301 refrain from using the flushing toilets? The sewer is overflowing, and it would be considered to take our feelings into account. To the gentleman in apartment 1101, we are equally powerless. When nature calls, we cannot simply dispose of it outside. Apartment 301 retorted, then continue using it. I will promptly move into your residence. Let us all show mutual understanding. This rendered 1101 speechless. Is the water now flooding the third floor? How terrifying. Will it reach the fourth? Apartment 301 reassured everyone that it has yet to do so. The water level has risen to the second floor, and our family is contemplating whether to move. Who would have thought the sewer would overflow first, rendering our home uninhabitable? Residents of 401, let us show compassion for this gentleman. We should support one another through these trying times. Others in the group echoed this sentiment, suggesting that toilets be avoided for flushing. The young lady from 401 has garnered a favorable reputation for her kind words. Soon, the matter of meals arose, with complaints about the stifling heat and the inability to run air conditioning due to power outages. Some lamented their dwindling supplies and inquired if anyone had surplus provisions to sell. Others voiced grievances regarding the government's lack of assistance after years of paying taxes. They feel abandoned. The property management remained silent, as if the management fees were paid in vain. Shen Wan also joined the fray, lamenting her lack of food and appealing for benevolent souls to share their supplies, offering to pay for any assistance. Her message quickly got lost in the chatter, surfacing only occasionally as she sought to avoid suspicion regarding her own stockpile. Yet, some residents were indeed selling goods in the group. With 10 kilograms of rice priced at 500 yuan and instant noodles at 50 yuan each, although exorbitant, they sold briskly. Those fortunate enough to have provisions were primarily the elderly who had stockpiled supplies during recent supermarket frenzies, their assessments of the situation not entirely accurate. Shen Wan feigned ignorance regarding rice availability and, upon receiving negative replies, gracefully relinquished her inquiry. After shutting off her phone, she began organizing the supplies she had brought back the previous day. Items that had been submerged must be unwrapped and thoroughly cleaned, then categorized into consumables and necessities for storage on the shelves. Once she completed her tasks, she leisurely resumed watching her series while snacking, of course, with the little one in tow. On the second day of the power outage, the messages in the group diminished significantly. Many residents' phones had died. Shen Wan, too, remained silent. After lunch, she resolved to seal the toilet and sewer with cement. In the previous days, she and Mo had resorted to using cat litter for their physiological needs, though it proved inconvenient. Given that they would be living there for an extended period, it was paramount to devise a more manageable solution. Moreover, the humid environment would foster cockroach proliferation, necessitating the sealing of the outlets to prevent their ascent through the plumbing. She retrieved cement and sand from her supplies, mixing them with water in proper proportions. After shutting off the water supply to the bathroom and draining the toilet, she sealed the base with cement. Once it dried, she would pour in the cat litter. Since Shen Mo had his own small toilet, she needn't worry about that. She would merely fulfill her role as a diligent caretaker. Next, she turned to the shower, sink, and kitchen drain, sealing each with cement. In the future, she could collect water in buckets and pour it out the window, as the rain would obscure the action. Almost forgetting the balcony drain, she sealed it as well, though the humid air made it difficult to dry. She brought out a few batteries and a small solar panel to aid in the drying process. By the time she had tidied the house, it was already past 5 o'clock when she suddenly heard voices outside. Shen Wan approached the balcony and opened the window, the announcement resonating clearly. Residents, Please do not panic. The government is diligently repairing the city's power supply system. Tomorrow, personnel will distribute essential supplies to everyone. Please place your trust in the government as we weather this storm together. The loudspeaker echoed repeatedly, while rescue boats patrolled the streets to ensure every resident was informed. The owners' group sprang back to life, as if invigorated by a shot of adrenaline. Eager residents rushed to share the news. The fact that they had not been abandoned became their greatest source of hope. The following morning, the hallway buzzed with excitement once more, with residents occasionally peeking out to see if the supply distribution had arrived. The staircase on the second floor was crowded, with many glancing out the window. Shen Wan took her time descending. After breakfast, she practiced military-style exercises with MOMO. Given the previous day's events, it was certain that an announcement would be made when supplies were distributed. After an hour of exercise, she watched another episode of her show until sounds emerged from downstairs. The loudspeaker announced that residents of the building should bring their identification cards to collect supplies. As before, she secured her doors and windows, activated the surveillance, and made her way down the stairs. She did not bring Momo's ID, as she neither needed the supplies nor wished to draw attention to her child. A woman with a child is often viewed as a vulnerable demographic. Since moving in, she had kept to herself, always wearing a hat and mask when out with MOMO to avoid being noticed. Upon reaching the ground floor, she quietly joined the queue at the back, observing as individuals ahead collected their provisions from the rescue boat. From their conversations, she learned that government supplies would be distributed weekly, with each resident entitled to 2 1-kilogram bags of rice, a portion of vegetables and meat, a package of instant noodles, and 5 sausages. Conserving these rations should last until the next distribution. It was also mentioned that temporary shelters had been established for those whose homes had been inundated, with transportation arranged for later, though each person could only bring 1 bag of belongings. After receiving her supplies with her ID, Shen Wan noticed many still waiting and inquired. My parents are visiting and got stranded. They didn't bring their IDs. Can they still receive supplies? She was met with a predictable refusal, the staff explaining that other forms of identification, such as a driver's license or work ID, would suffice. Shen Wan shook her head in disappointment and departed. Her inquiry had been deliberate. Amidst the throng, someone was bound to remember and spread the word. She aimed to present apartment 1502 as a family of 3 in the eyes of outsiders, thereby deterring any ill intentions towards her and her child. By noon, Shen Wan craved hot pot. The damp weather would help expel internal humidity, though she worried about the potential odor. First, I must ensure that Momo is well-fed and lulled to sleep, to prevent him from drooling and hunger later on. Chapter 22. Yuehui Mall. I moved the small dining table into the kitchen, secured all doors and windows, then retrieved the alcohol stove and hot pot, igniting the flame to commence cooking. Afterward, I brought out an air conditioning fan and added ice cubes, settling down to enjoy my meal. The ingredients in the pot were all pre-cooked. Once we had eaten our fill, I added some fatty lamb rolls and vegetables, accompanied by a fizzy drink, resulting in a satisfying feast. I cracked open a window just a sliver to let the aroma escape. With the rain pouring outside, no one would likely take notice. Moreover, since supplies had just been distributed today, everyone was comfortably at home dining. I quickly rinsed myself with hot water before curling up with Momo for a nap. I needed to recharge, as there was still a trip to embark on later, to resume my survival efforts once the power returned. I slept soundly until past 5 o'clock, when Momo had already awakened, perched on the bed engrossed in a picture book. Upon noticing that I was finally awake, he crawled over to nuzzle my face. I thought to myself, my little one is truly affectionate. For dinner, we savored the Western cuisine I had packed earlier. Given that the evening promised a physically demanding endeavor, we needed to consume something calorically rich to stave off hunger. We both relished the juicy steak and creamy mushroom soup, with Momo particularly enjoying his favorite fries. His cheeks puffed up as he ate. It was evident that he had gained some weight over the past couple of days, necessitating an increase in his physical activity. After our meal, we watched a comedic film. Once Momo had drifted off to sleep, I laid him on the mattress in the storage space. I felt uneasy leaving him alone at home. It was far more reassuring to have him by my side. Our destination for the night was the Yuehui Mall, a familiar place located less than 2 kilometers from Heifyuan. The surrounding residential areas were filled with the cacophony of airboats, prompting me to consider paddling there in an inflatable kayak. I retrieved the kayak from the warehouse and activated the automatic inflation device. Within 20 seconds, it was ready. I stored it in the space, planning to bring it out once I reached the ground floor. Although the inflation device was relatively quiet, several families resided in the hallway. So, discretion was prudent. Dressed in a waterproof jumpsuit, I descended the stairs from the opposite side. Fortunately, all the fire doors were closed. Otherwise, I would have had difficulty avoiding those sleeping in the corridor. The water level had nearly risen to the 3rd floor. I tossed the kayak from the stairwell window onto the surface of the water, then jumped in, landing securely on the kayak before paddling away. Visibility was poor amidst the torrential rain, but I relied on the nearby buildings to navigate. In the distance, I spotted a large structure rising above the water. Indeed, it was Yuehui Mall. Thankfully, I had frequently visited this area before, making me well acquainted with my surroundings. However, despite the mall appearing relatively close, the current was against me, and I paddled for nearly an hour. Additionally, the water was littered with obstacles, furniture, trash bags, plastic barrels, and I encountered a floating corpse, which sent a chill down my spine, prompting me to steer clear. After circling the exterior glass of the mall for a while, I discovered a partially open window, likely left ajar in the haste of evacuation due to the sudden storm. I climbed inside, stowing the kayak in the space again before closing the window. I switched on my headlamp and surveyed my surroundings. I appeared to be on the 2nd floor of the mall, which had not yet been inundated. Having observed the elevation of Yuehui Mall before, I knew that its 1st floor was significantly higher than the surrounding residential areas. So it was unsurprising that the water had not yet reached the 2nd floor. Upon inspecting the atrium, I noted that the water level was still a meter or two below the 2nd floor, indicating that it would not rise any further in the short term. Thus, I resolved to explore the submerged areas below. I recalled that the basement level housed a parking lot, while the 1st basement level contained a large chain supermarket, with the remainder occupied by snack shops and bubble tea stores. The 1st floor primarily featured cosmetics, jewelry, watches, along with a few upscale clothing boutiques and bakeries, which had unfortunately succumbed to the flood. I dismissed the 2nd basement level as a viable option, although my fuel reserves were not yet full. The water pressure was too intense, and even with the advantages of my space, I would struggle. The supermarket and jewelry stores were my main targets, while the rest would be left to chance. Equipped with my diving suit and oxygen tank, I approached the escalator and began my descent. Upon reaching the supermarket on the 1st basement level, I found no windows. I would have to breach the shutter door. I retrieved a crowbar from my space and pried the door open, slipping inside as it opened halfway. Looking up, I was greeted by a ceiling littered with floating debris, deflated potato chip bags, loose candies and chocolates, beverage bottles, plastic bowls, and even scattered eggs, all rendered inedible after soaking for days. As I ventured further inside, I began collecting usable items for my space: bottled shampoo, laundry detergent, disinfectants, and disposable items such as wet wipes and sealing bags, all of which were still sealed and thus suitable for storage. Household appliances had been ruined, but I gathered all stainless steel bowls and pots, along with several sets of ceramic dinnerware and various cooking tools that remained usable. In the outdoor camping section, I discovered several tents, a barbecue grill, and boxes of charcoal and alcohol blocks, all still sealed. I also found unopened sleeping bags and outdoor backpacks. In the snack and baby care sections, I collected all sealed packages, as there was ample space in my storage, even if I didn't require them in the future. They could serve as valuable trade items in the aftermath of a disaster, given that such goods would be in short supply for many years to come. Continuing onward, I encountered floating vegetables and fruits, which I promptly avoided. Soaked produce decays rapidly, but I was fortunate to have the ability to cultivate in my space, ensuring I would not go without. I gathered all sealed rice, flour, and cooking oils, leaving behind the large bags of rice and flour that had absorbed water. I only took a few dozen bags, mostly vacuum-sealed rice and mixed grains. While the eggs had spoiled, I found some individually packaged salted duck eggs and century eggs that were still good. I also collected a substantial number of instant noodles and dried goods, piling them together to sort through later. Initially, I assumed the supermarket's inventory had been ravaged by nearby scavengers. Yet it appeared that the supply channels of the chain's supermarket remained robust, consistently replenishing stock. I did not overlook the alcoholic beverages and canned drinks, nor the sealed tea and cigarettes, These items would be highly sought after in the apocalypse and could serve as excellent barter goods. No one could predict the duration of the apocalypse, so my goal was to fill my storage to the brim, ensuring I was well prepared. After thoroughly scouring the supermarket, I retreated to my space for a brief respite. The underwater pressure had been immense. Thankfully, I had been strengthening my physical fitness daily, or I would have struggled to endure even a few minutes. After rehydrating and consuming a small snack, I intended to search for the supermarket's warehouse. If I could locate it, that would be ideal. Otherwise, I would prepare to head to the first floor. As I slowly navigated along the perimeter of the supermarket, I fortuitously discovered a partially open fire door adjacent to the produce section I had previously circled. Entering through the fire door, I was met with another shutter door, compelling me to accept my fate and continue prying it open. If only I could utilize a power saw underwater, this would be far less arduous. Once the shutter door opened, I was greeted by a stack of large cardboard boxes at the warehouse entrance, containing numerous shelves. I opened one box nearby. The cardboard had soaked for too long, collapsing at the slightest touch. To my astonishment, the contents revealed an entire box of tampons. Chapter 23. The monolith. This was a valuable find, a rare commodity in the apocalypse. After all, in such dire conditions, no one wishes to bring a child into the world. With hunger and malnutrition rampant, the absence of obstetric care poses a grave threat. Coupled with the risk of postnatal infections and scarce medical supplies, the mortality rate is alarmingly high. In my previous life, this item was most coveted among the management departments of relief agencies and various organizations, while ordinary survivors could scarcely afford it. Upon inspection, I discovered several boxes of the same type, each containing individually sealed packages. Estimating roughly, there were likely tens of thousands. Given the arrangement, these must have been freshly received stock that had yet to be shelved. I made sure to collect every last one for my space. On the shelves within were boxes of supplies, some still wrapped in cling film, untouched. The closest shelf held vacuum-sealed grains, likely amounting to over 10,000 pounds across 70 or 80 boxes. There were also containers of oil, seasonings, pickled products, and canned goods. The pressure of the water was overwhelming, leaving no time for meticulous selection. The entire inventory, along with the shelves, was taken, with the intention of sorting through it all later. Before departing, she collected over 20 empty shelves, stacking them in the vegetable garden of the courtyard. As more rooms had their restrictions lifted, additional shelves were necessary to make better use of the upper space. Upon entering her space, intending to rest for a moment, Shen Wan felt a pang of regret as she gazed at the vegetables crushed beneath the shelves. In her haste to gather the shelves, she had forgotten to harvest the ripe vegetables. Had she known, she would have picked them first, but now she could only wait to replant later. After a brief respite, Shen Wan exited the space, preparing to venture to the first floor. The first floor housed 3 gold shops and a Jade store, and she decided to visit the Jade shop first, curious about how many rooms it could help her unlock. The shops in the mall were secured with glass doors, and the Jade shop's entrance bore a large padlock. Retrieving a heavy-duty pair of scissors from her space, she snipped the lock and dismantled the door's locking mechanism, swinging the door open. Before her were glass counters on either side, and opposite the entrance stood a towering 2-meter-high boulder. Its surface pockmarked. Could this be a raw jade stone? She was astounded. The owner must be extravagantly foolish to display such a massive stone uncut, truly a waste. Yet, she wondered if the stone contained jade and its quality. She decided to collect it to examine later. With a mere thought, the boulder vanished from sight. Inside her space, she listened to the continuous popping sounds. How many rooms had she unlocked? It seemed the stone not only contained jade, but of fine quality as well. Unfortunately for the owner, they had missed an opportunity by not inspecting it, which worked to her advantage. In the entire courtyard, aside from one room upstairs on the right that remained locked, all other rooms had their restrictions removed. This was an unexpected delight, for she had anticipated only unlocking 1 or 2 rooms in the Jade shop. It appeared she would need to thoroughly search the entire mall tonight to make the most of the generous gift from the owner. Gazing at the intact boulder, though its jade had been consumed, it remained solid. She decided to keep it for now, as it would serve well to block a door. After donning her diving suit and exiting her space, Shen Wan continued her scavenging of the glass display cases on either side. The glass was tempered, making it difficult to apply force underwater. Prying the locks was more convenient. With a few deft moves, she dismantled the lock cylinder, collecting jade bracelets, pendants, rings, and beads. Though their quality appeared lacking, she did not overlook materials like Hetian jade and agate, as one could never be too sure if her space would appreciate them. Upon returning to her space, she was disheartened to see that despite her haul, there was no noticeable change. It seemed the owner had removed all the valuable items during the store's closure. She speculated whether they had taken them away or hidden them. Perhaps there was a safe to be found. Having searched both sides of the display cases, her only option left was the cash register beside the boulder. Inside the drawer lay a small amount of deteriorated cash that she declined to take, but upon opening the lower cabinet, a safe came into view. Rather than forcing the lock, she simply stored it in her space, then quickly entered. With a click, the final door swung open, yielding satisfactory results. She decided to leave the safe for now, uncertain of what treasures it might still hold, planning to inspect it later when time allowed. Exiting the jade shop, Shen Wan hurried to the adjacent gold shop. While gold and platinum offered little assistance to her space, they had historically served as hard currency, and retaining them for trade or sale to the government or military could prove beneficial, given that precious metals were essential for many foundational projects and productions. After prying open the doors of 3 gold shops in succession, she marveled at the dazzling array of gold jewelry displayed within. Her spirit soared. For who does not relish the allure of shimmering gold? She swiftly cleared out all the jewelry, her fatigue dissipating in the wake of her excitement. There remained a final high-end watch shop, and she intended to take everything that had not been water-damaged, as they would occupy little space. As she prepared to ascend to the second floor, her headlamp swept across a skincare shop. She smacked her forehead, realizing she had completely forgotten it, having not stockpiled any supplies. Fortunately, she had noticed it today, otherwise, it would become increasingly difficult to locate later. The samples on the counter had been scattered by the water, but upon opening the lower cabinet, she found it filled to the brim with unopened products. This brand was one she had never dared to purchase in her past life, with a single jar of cream costing several thousand. She quickly gathered all of it into her space. Not neglecting the remaining skincare and cosmetic shops, she collected every item, knowing they would be useful in extreme climates. As leaving them behind would be wasteful, they took up only a few cubic meters in her space. Upon reaching the second floor, Shen Wan sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Gathering resources underwater proved to be arduous, and she felt as if her chest might burst from the pressure. She removed her diving suit and oxygen tank, storing them in her space, and indulged in 2 pieces of chocolate, feeling slightly better afterward. Glancing at the time, she noted it was already past midnight. She needed to hurry back before dawn. The remaining 3 floors were significantly easier to navigate. The second and third floors primarily contained clothing and shoes, along with a few shops selling miscellaneous goods. After skillfully dismantling the door locks, Shen Wan began to fill her bags with items from the recently unlocked rooms. Unlike the previously submerged items, these were clean and thus could not be stored together. She collected as many men's, women's, and children's clothing as possible, even clearing out an entire warehouse from a well-known snow boot specialty store. She also made a stop at a small goods shop, filling an entire room, knowing that these would come in handy in the future. The third floor also featured a toy store adjacent to a children's amusement park where Mo frequently played. Considering he might have grown tired of the slide lately, she decided to bring him some new toys. Unbeknownst to her, she had filled several rooms to capacity, and she pressed onward to the 4th floor. The 4th floor of the mall was primarily a dining area, and with the weather being so hot and the power out for so many days, she wondered if the food would spoil. At the staircase's entrance was a hot pot restaurant, where the kitchen's vegetables were beginning to rot. She salvaged only some storable potatoes and carrots. Along the wall stood a row of freezers, and as she opened one, blood dripped down. The meat inside had begun to smell foul, prompting her to quickly shut the door. In the second and third freezers, she found only some sealed packages of fried dough sticks, small crispy meats, and meatballs, alongside non-perishable ingredients from the nearby shelves. She even collected the large pot used for hot pot broth, along with a table and spare gas canisters, storing them in her space. In the subsequent shops, Shen Wan first searched for spare gas canisters before seeking supplies. She discovered ample rice, flour, and cooking oil, but the vegetables and meat were all spoiled. Entering another Western restaurant, She found no gas canisters in the kitchen, yet she stumbled upon a small cold storage room. These cold rooms generally featured a battery backup to prevent food spoilage during sudden power outages. She was uncertain whether it had lasted this long. The cold storage door was secured with an electronic lock, and since the power was out, she only needed to destroy the lock cylinder. The crowbar was too cumbersome. Shen Wan opted for a cutting tool and the backup battery instead. As she opened the cold storage door, a rush of cold air enveloped her, sending a shiver down her spine. Clearly, the capacity of this cold storage's backup battery was substantial. Wrapping herself in a military coat from her space, she secured the large door with an iron chain to prevent it from slamming shut unexpectedly. Better safe than sorry. Stepping into the cold storage, she beheld a warehouse filled with food supplies, and Shen Wan's excitement surged. Steaks, lamb chops, cod, chicken wings, and fries were incessantly stuffed into the space, causing her hands to grow numb from the cold. After emptying an entire cold storage, she began to raid the kitchen's condiments, even dismantling the cold storage's battery upon her departure. With only 2 restaurants left, one being a Korean barbecue establishment, Shen Wan seized a few grilling trays and all the seasonings. The other was a Japanese restaurant, from which she procured a cold storage battery and a warehouse full of fish and seafood. Salmon, tuna, sweet shrimp, Arctic clams, and various grades of Wagyu beef. All were taken without exception. However, the cold storage in this establishment had already lost power, and its contents were on the verge of thawing. Yet, as they were stored in her compartment, they would remain preserved. By nearly 3 o'clock, the 4th floor was left with only a cinema and a few bubble tea shops. The cinema was not worth visiting, but the bubble tea shops were. She hastily packed all the milk, tea bags, and canned ingredients from several bubble tea shops, ensuring she did not forget the straws and cups, and conveniently took a few machines as well. Even if she hadn't taken these items, they would soon be submerged in the flood. Descending the escalator, the water had already risen to the 2nd floor. Donning her raincoat, she retrieved her inflatable raft and climbed out through the window she had entered earlier. The return journey, aided by the current, took merely 40 minutes. The stairwell she had previously traversed was now submerged, forcing her to climb in through a window on the 3rd floor. On the 4th floor, 2 families still resided. Shen Wan treaded lightly as she ascended. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she heard snoring and discovered that the elderly lady from the 1st floor had moved up here. However, hadn't there been a mention of someone coming to rescue those trapped during the morning's distribution of supplies? Why had they not evacuated? Ascending to the 15th floor, she noticed several doors ajar, with people sleeping despite the heat and power outage, displaying a concerning lack of safety awareness. Once home, she placed Mo on the bed and covered him with a light blanket, then activated the air conditioning fan and added ice cubes. Shen Wan took a change of clothes to the bathroom for a quick shower. Since the power outage, she had installed a solid wooden soaking tub in the bathroom, making bathing considerably easier. Securing the bedroom door, she lay in bed well past 4 o'clock, yet felt neither weary nor drowsy. Rather, a sense of excitement coursed through her. She surmised that Mo would awaken before her, so she prepared a custard bun and a penguin, placing them in a lunchbox beside his pillow, along with a water cup, knowing that even at room temperature, he could enjoy them in the heat. Forcing herself to clear her mind, she endeavored to sleep. When she finally awoke, it was already 10:30, and she found Shen Mo sitting on the carpet by the bed, engrossed in a picture book. The buns in the lunchbox had been consumed, and he had drunk a fair amount of water. Hearing movement from the bed, the little chubby one set aside his book and climbed up to snuggle against her. "Mama, lazy bug, baby can eat by himself." Shen Wan rubbed his chubby face and gave him a kiss. Mo, my darling, you're so wonderful. You can take care of yourself." She then asked, "Shall I tell you a story?" The little chubby one scampered off to fetch a book. Before she could finish the story, he jumped off the bed to play with building blocks. Was her storytelling lacking in vivacity? Shen Wan found herself beset by self-doubt. She opened her phone to find the owner group flooded with 999 unread messages. After perusing for a few minutes, she realized that the power had been restored, and the residents were recharging their devices and coming online. Notably, the earliest message about the power coming back was sent at 5:05 a.m. What a close call. She was fortunate to have returned early, otherwise, she might have been discovered. The search for supplies had indeed consumed quite some time, but the rewards were plentiful. Feeling too lazy to cook at noon, she retrieved a portion of tomato mushroom pasta, half a pizza, and some snacks from her space, enough to satisfy both of them. After their meal, she completed the military exercise routine she had neglected in the morning. Shen Mo practiced for a few minutes before succumbing to laziness, sprawling on the lazy sofa and dozing off. Once Shen Wan finished her workout, she took the bed from her space, lifted the little chubby one, and placed him back to sleep. Then she settled on the sofa, watching a show while keeping an eye on the owner group. She found joy in observing their conversations. First, it allowed her to glean inside information, and second, it provided insight into individuals' temperaments and whether they were easy to get along with. The previous topic had concluded, and the current discussion revolved around procuring supplies. Although the government had just distributed provisions, they were scarcely sufficient to last a week, especially since there was no meat. The rain showed no sign of abating, prompting most people to desire a greater stockpile of food. Word had it that a supermarket on the neighboring street remained open. Its owner had notably chosen the fourth floor of a shopping mall for its location, attracting considerable attention at the time. However, the fourth floor housed a large parking lot, which contributed to its thriving business. All other supermarkets on the first and basement levels had been submerged. Only this one remained operational, albeit at exorbitant prices. Reports suggested that a pound of rice cost upwards of 300 to 400 yuan, with vegetables and fruits even pricier. The group members simultaneously cursed the owner for being unscrupulous and profiting from disaster, yet they couldn't resist the urge to buy. For those who could afford to live in Heifyuan, were not short of money. Shen Wan still had several tens of thousands of yuan in cash, but did not intend to venture out at this moment. With the entire city's power restored and the streets flooded, the risk of electrocution was far too great. She would wait for the government to open a convenience supermarket and purchase some food openly then. Another group member remarked, "I just saw people from buildings 18 and 19 emerge. There are many at the opposite community entrance as well. They must have received the news. Should we organize a group from Unit 1302 to go out together? It would be safer, especially if someone can swim." Chapter 25. Water Collection Device. Shen Wan approached the balcony window to gaze outside, where numerous individuals were slowly navigating the vast waters. She retrieved a pair of binoculars from her space for a closer look, spotting various makeshift tools. Some used plastic basins, others clung to foam boxes, and a few donned swimming rings. Of course, there were those maneuvering inflatable boats, garnering envious glances from all around. Checking the group again, she noted that 1302 had organized 8 young men preparing to venture out. Unit 602 had 3 participants and even provided an inflatable boat, securing several swimming rings to the back of it. 4 individuals occupied the boat, while the others clutched swimming rings, trailing behind. The remaining residents of the building bid them farewell, hoping they would return safely with supplies. Observing that the rain had diminished slightly, Shen Wan locked the doors and windows of the guest room, donned her raincoat, and took her tools to the rooftop. In her previous life, shortly after the power was restored, the Xinghu Reservoir upstream of the Sushi River had breached its dam. The flood surged forth, causing the water levels to rise nearly 10 meters in an instant. After the flood, it took the government 3 days to repair the power system, which ultimately collapsed, leaving even the water supply system in disarray. Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted outside, Shen Wan resolved to address the issue of domestic water supply. Given that the rain was likely to continue for another half-month, conserving resources was prudent. The water in her space would be reserved for the sweltering heat. Reaching the staircase entrance on the top floor and ensuring no one was below, she retrieved 2 water towers and various piping components from her space. Upon opening the rooftop door, the wind intensified and the raindrops stung her face. She moved the water towers to the edge of the rooftop, connecting the 2 outlets with a water pipe. Then, using iron chains, she secured both water towers to the railing, extending a sufficiently long water pipe vertically down to her kitchen window. Fortunately, Unit 1602 was unoccupied. Otherwise, she would not have dared to lower the water pipes so openly through the window. After securing the water pipe, I opened the inlet of the water tower and covered it with 3 layers of filtering gauze, binding it tightly with rope. This effectively filters out larger impurities, preventing the water pipe from becoming clogged, though it necessitates regular cleaning of the accumulated debris on the gauze. I closed the main valve of the outlet. For the next couple of days, tap water would still be available. Once the city's water supply ceased, I would switch to the water tower, allowing it to collect rainwater. Upon returning home, I removed my raincoat and took out the battery and a drill to create a small 2 centimeter hole in the wall, through which I would thread the water pipe. After the water stoppage, it would merely need to be connected to the main valve in the kitchen. The water from the tower would pass through a pre-filter before reaching all the water pipes in the house. In a couple of days, I would add purification tablets to the water tower, ensuring the quality of the water for domestic use would be satisfactory. Shen Wan gazed at her creation with satisfaction. Though it was a pity that such an excellent water collection device would only be functional for a little over half a month. She returned to her room to continue watching a television series. At around 3 o'clock, she woke up Mo for his milk, then handed him a Lubon lock to play with. This new toy had been discovered just yesterday, and as Shen Mo had never encountered anything similar before. He was momentarily perplexed, unsure of its purpose. Shen Wan demonstrated how to dismantle and reassemble it, and the little chubby boy's eyes lit up as he took the Lubon lock to a corner to entertain himself. As 5 o'clock approached, the commotion downstairs grew louder, indicating the return of the 8-member group. Shen Wan secured the doors and windows, activated the monitoring system, and slowly made her way downstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the voices became clearer. The supermarket supplies are exorbitant. We've exhausted all the money we brought and only acquired this much. The sounds drew nearer, and she recognized 1302 speaking. We discussed it among ourselves and bought a rubber raft. It will facilitate our future travels. After taking a sip of water, he continued, the remaining funds were spent on food. Many items in the supermarket were sold out. We managed to snatch up only a dozen or so pounds of potatoes and carrots, along with 7 or 8 pounds of pork. The rice was gone, so we opted for noodles and flour instead. Another voice chimed in, Brother Zhang, with so little, how are we supposed to divide it among so many? It was then she realized that 1302 was surnamed Zhang. Before Brother Zhang could respond, a young man from 602 interjected, the amount spent dictates the share received. Is this not simple arithmetic? These supplies were arduously brought back by us 8, so we will select first, and you can divide the remainder. At this, Brother Zhang from 1302 fell silent, tacitly accepting the proposed distribution. The young man from 602 continued, we also acquired a rubber boat. Anyone who took supplies must pay us a rental fee of 500. Discontent rippled through the crowd. Yuanji, are you not exploiting the situation? The combined households here would owe over 6,000. We could buy a boat with that. Though everyone had funds, being trapped in the building by torrential rain limited their cash reserves. No one knew when the downpour would cease, and conserving resources was paramount. Yuanji sneered. At the current rate, go purchase a boat, and let us see. As tensions threatened to escalate, Brother Zhang stepped in to mediate. The rental fee is indeed necessary. But 500 is too steep. I believe 200 would be more acceptable. What do you think? Yuanji nodded in agreement, and after paying, they began to distribute the supplies. Just as Shen Wan prepared to turn away, she heard Brother Zhang from 1302 speak again. Today, the 5 of us pooled resources to buy a rubber boat for convenience in future shopping. If anyone needs it, they can approach us, but starting tomorrow, we can no longer provide free transport. A small service fee will be required. It appeared they were beginning to conduct business. Listening further, she learned that Brother Zhang's full name was Zhang Pingho, affectionately referred to as Hao Go, and he had previously been in the garment trade, explaining his swift adaptability. Shen Wan decided not to linger any longer, heading back upstairs to prepare dinner. Upon entering her home, she found Shen Mo still engrossed with a Lubon lock, which brought a smile to her face. Tying on an apron, she commenced cooking several delightful dishes: braised chicken with chestnuts, red braised lamb, steamed eggs with clams, and stir-fried Shanghai greens. As was customary, she set aside a portion for dinner and stored the remainder. After the meal, she took the little chubby boy to climb stairs for exercise, and while there, she checked on the water tower on the rooftop. The water level had reached a third full, and after clearing the gauze of leaves and twigs, she departed. With the evening free, she intended to organize the supplies she had collected from the Yuehui Mall. Yesterday, in an effort to save time, she had hastily stowed everything in her storage space. Items that had been submerged needed to be washed again. Although she did not possess obsessive cleanliness, floodwaters harbored numerous bacteria. Those encased in 2 layers of packaging required only the outer layer to be removed, whereas those with a single layer, such as rice, grains, and oil containers, needed to be meticulously cleaned and dried one by one. By the time she finished, it was already 9 o'clock. Observing several enormous garbage bags in the kitchen filled with discarded product packaging, she realized they would attract attention if left in the hallway. Thus, she decided to store them in a corner of the space until she could discreetly dispose of them on her next outing. Chapter 26: The Flood. Upon returning to her room, she found Mo fast asleep on the bed, his chubby little hand still clutching the Lubon lock, leaving her to wonder how much longer this toy would maintain its novelty. Lying in bed, she continued to use her mental energy to organize the space. The water tank remained in the corridor, holding over 1,000 cubic meters, far too cumbersome for the 6 or 7 rooms to accommodate. The shelves discovered in the warehouse had been sorted and all useful items were categorized, while the remaining water-damaged goods were placed with the previous refuse. The freshly cleaned supplies were distributed into various compartments, and these shelves proved invaluable. The daily necessities on the first floor of the main courtyard were overflowing, prompting her to transfer medical supplies and children's items into the compartments. Looking at the abundant supplies, Shen Wan felt a profound sense of fulfillment. This bounty would surely ensure that she and Mo could live comfortably. However, no one knew how long the apocalypse would persist, and with her space undergoing upgrades, she could only strive to fill it to capacity. The following day, after lunch, Shen Wan ascended to the rooftop to clean the filter. Compared to yesterday, the wind remained fierce, but the rain had considerably lessened. Looking down from the rooftop, she noticed many more individuals venturing out to procure supplies. Those who had left the previous day had returned safely, which instilled a renewed confidence among the community. Yet there was concern that as time passed, available resources might dwindle, as everyone was purchasing supplies while production had yet to resume, leading to a herd mentality. In the owners' group chat, it was mentioned that Zhang Pingho and Yuanji had organized a few people to paddle 2 rubber boats to the previous supermarket for supplies. Many were placing orders in the chat, and Shen Wan followed suit, ordering 10 packs of noodles and 5 pounds of carrots. After all, there were 3 individuals in her household, and not purchasing grains could raise suspicions. If others believed she had hoarded supplies, it could lead to complications. Spending a few thousand was not a concern. In time, that money would become worthless, rendering it impossible to spend. After clearing the debris from the filter, she prepared to descend back home when she suddenly spotted a torrent of floodwaters rushing toward her from a distance. The Shenghu Reservoir had breached its dam prematurely. She remembered that this had occurred at least 2 days earlier than in her previous life. Despite similar rainfall amounts and diminished intensity, why was this happening? Watching the floodwaters roar past below, she saw people on inflatable rafts and swimming rings being instantly engulfed. Shen Wan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Humanity remained tragically fragile before the forces of nature, utterly defenseless. The murky floodwaters relentlessly swallowed vibrant lives, and the survivors on the surface were tossed about like flotsam, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Soon, the corridor became a cacophony of noise. She dared not linger, swiftly descending the stairs to return home, securing the main door with a firm lock. Judging by the ferocity of the flooding, it was likely to submerge several floors, and the corridor would soon accommodate more residents. Upon opening her bedroom door, she found the power had indeed gone out, the air conditioning ceasing its cooling function. She turned on the fan and added ice cubes, observing that Mo was soundly asleep and chose not to disturb him. Standing by the window, she peered down. The window of the second bedroom provided a clear view of the street outside the community gate, wondering if Zhang Pingho and his companions could evade this wave of flooding. Naturally, Shen Wan hoped for their safe return, not out of deep affection, for she barely recognized most of them. She merely wished for them to lead the residents of the entire building to survival, ensuring they possessed sufficient supplies to prevent internal strife and to keep their predatory instincts from targeting vulnerable groups like hers. Whether one deemed her selfish or indifferent, her compassion had long been exhausted after 3 years of apocalyptic hardship. Having witnessed the tale of the farmer and the snake too many times, she had grown numb. Her sole concern was to survive with Mo. The water gradually calmed, and scattered individuals floated upon the murky surface, clutching onto life-saving flotation devices as they sought solid ground. Others struggled in the depths, only to sink beneath the surface, never to resurface. After watching for a while, she noticed no rubber boats returning, uncertain if they had met with disaster or were trapped. Shen Wan's mood soured. The calamity was just beginning, and the future promised only greater difficulties. She sought solace in a comedic film, a beloved Korean drama she had watched numerous times, Reply 1988. She cherished the camaraderie and atmosphere among friends depicted in the show, a sentiment she had never experienced in either her past life or this one. Before long, Mo awoke, and she handed him a tablet to watch a nature documentary, preparing some snacks for him to enjoy on his own. She settled onto the sofa, watching television while keeping an eye on the updates from the residents' group chat. The flood slowly receded, with the 4th floor submerged halfway. The 3rd and 4th floors, along with the residents who had previously occupied the 4th floor corridor, totaling 4 families, were affected. Fortunately, a few individuals had been standing by the window waiting for Zhang Pingho and the others to return. Upon seeing the distant flood, they promptly alerted everyone to evacuate, thus averting casualties. However, all the belongings of these families had been soaked, and they were now engaged in salvaging what they could. The elderly lady from apartment 102 was fortunate enough to have moved to the 5th floor early on, escaping disaster. Aside from the young girl from 401, the other 3 families occupied the corridors from the 6th to the 8th floors. The girl from 401 had moved into 602. It was unclear why she chose to squeeze in with 5 others, perhaps to avoid the corridor. In truth, they could easily pry open the vacant apartments, as it was highly unlikely the owners would return. Yet, these individuals were law-abiding citizens, unaware that societal order was on the brink of collapse. And they acted with considerable restraint. Shen Wan did not feel inclined to remind them. As she watched television, a sudden uproar erupted downstairs, accompanied by loud shouts. Approaching the window, she saw 2 rubber boats outside the community, occupied by the very individuals who had ventured out to procure supplies. They had returned, seemingly having avoided a direct encounter with the flood. She instructed Mo to stay in his room and play, locking the doors and windows before descending the stairs, ensuring to take cash with her. Observing the supplies on their rubber boats, the transaction was likely legitimate, and it was prudent to be prepared. With online banking rendered useless, they were only accepting cash now. Just a few flights down, she heard the cries of the elderly lady from 102, lamenting her son. Shen Wan surmised she was referring to her son, who could pick locks. Everyone had crowded into the corridor on the 5th floor, surrounding the elderly lady and all those who had gone out that day. Beside Shen Wan stood a plump woman who, upon noticing her presence, whispered, "They went out with 6 people, but just the son from 102 hasn't returned. The old lady is currently seeking answers." She then heard Zhang Pingho's voice. "Madam, we originally set out as 5, and your son insisted on joining us. He can't swim, and we warned him, but you wouldn't listen. Now that something has happened, why blame me?" The elderly lady immediately leapt up, cursing, "If you hadn't charged such exorbitant fees for your services, would I have let him go? You have caused his demise. I shall report you to the authorities." Zhang Pingho hastily waved his hands. "Madam, you cannot say such things. I have explained to everyone that when the flood came, we all ran to the parking lot above the supermarket. He was slower and got swept away into the water. He couldn't swim and was carried far away. The other 4 were present and can testify." The elderly lady promptly sank to the ground, wailing and pounding her thighs. "You are all in cahoots, bullying an old woman like me, who is all alone." Shen Wan noticed a gaunt woman standing beside the elderly lady, her eyes vacant, cradling a 4 or 5-year-old boy, presumably the elderly lady's daughter-in-law and grandson. This unfortunate situation could only be attributed to the elderly lady herself. In her attempt to save a few coins, she indirectly led to her son's demise, a reality she could hardly bear. As Shen Wan waited, she kept a watchful eye on the surveillance of Mo, regretting not having delayed her descent a bit longer. 5 minutes later, the group that had gone out presented a solution. They proposed to give the elderly lady some instant noodles and canned meat as a gesture of humanitarian concern. If she remained unsatisfied, she could go ahead and report them. They would not hinder her, and even when the waters receded and the police came to inquire, they would stick to this narrative. Ignoring the elderly lady's lamentations, the group decided to proceed to the 6th floor to distribute supplies. Shen Wan received 10 packets of noodles and 2 pounds of carrots, paying 4,000. indicating a rise in prices. The plump woman who had chatted with her earlier inquired why she had come down alone. Shen Wan explained that her parents were unwell and unable to navigate the stairs. Noticing she was not keen on conversation, the woman kept silent, accompanying her as they ascended the stairs. As they climbed, the woman chattered on, requiring no response from Shen Wan, lost in her own thoughts. They reached the 15th floor, and Shen Wan observed the woman still beside her. She pointed to the floor number, prompting the woman to stop, her expression turning apologetic. "Oh dear, I truly apologize. I can't help but talk too much. I've arrived home." After inputting her code, she opened the door to apartment 1501. Shen Wan was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that the woman lived next door, separated only by a corridor and fire door, and they had never crossed paths. The woman then asked, "Dear girl, do you live on the 16th floor? Just moved in, I suppose?" Shen Wan pointed across the corridor. "I reside in 1502. The woman instantly brightened. "Ah, we are neighbors. I could tell you don't venture out much. I had no idea someone lived next door. Come in and have a seat." Shen Wan politely declined, suggesting they could do so another time, hastily excusing herself. The woman's exuberance was overwhelming, and she wished to maintain some distance, opting to avoid her in the future. Upon returning home, Mo was already clamoring for food. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 5:30, and they typically finish dinner by this hour. "What would you like to eat today, my dear? Mom will whip something up for you." Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ice cream. Can I have some?" Shen Wan sighed, recognizing that children were indeed fond of sweets, fixating on them after just one taste. She retrieved an ice cream, but then took it back. "First, we must have dinner, and then you can have a little ice cream afterward." Mo's expression fell, his big eyes accusing her. Mommy is a trickster. Ultimately, the little chubby one settled for a bowl of wontons before joyfully clutching a mini ice cream. Shen Wan had little appetite, consuming only a modest portion of vegetable salad before nestling into the sofa to immerse herself in a novel. The tale she had downloaded a couple of days prior revolved around a post-apocalyptic zombie scenario. As she read, a thought crossed her mind. Could anyone truly survive amidst the chaos of a zombie-infested world? The challenges seemed insurmountable. Initially, her intention in perusing such literature was to glean insights on preparations made by the protagonists, thereby filling any gaps in her own knowledge. However, faced with the prospect of encountering agile, leaping, and even flying zombies, she pondered that perhaps self-termination might be a more viable option. Noticing that the time was drawing near, she ushered her little chubby one into the bathroom for a bath. Just as she had lulled him to sleep, noises emanated from downstairs. Approaching the window for a better view, she observed an influx of speedboats in the street below, each manned by a staff member alongside an armed soldier. The military had arrived. Had they preemptively entered St. Love Hospital? Regrettably, she had been planning to visit the following evening. After observing for a while, she noted that one of the boats departed, heading away from St. Love Hospital, likely a rescue team dispatched for disaster relief. The staff member wielded a loudspeaker, announcing, "Residents whose homes have been inundated by floodwaters may proceed to the official evacuation camp. Please ensure to bring your belongings, as we will be conducting registrations." Although the reason for the delayed official rescue remained a mystery, the news sparked joy among the residents. The group chat quickly buzzed with excitement, with those on the 5th and 6th floors debating whether to head to the official rescue station, uncertain if the water level would continue to rise. However, their eagerness was soon tempered by the reminder that registration required proof of flood damage, according to the conditions of their community. Only those on the 5th floor and below qualified. The 4 families residing in the stairwell were particularly animated. The oppressive humidity and heat, coupled with an infestation of cockroaches and mosquitoes, had made their situation unbearable. Access to the evacuation camp, which promised food and shelter, was certainly preferable to enduring life among insects while going hungry. Yet, the young girl from room 401 seemed disinclined to join. It appeared she was faring well in room 602. They possessed a rubber boat and had ventured out several times, undoubtedly ensuring they had sufficient provisions. Someone in the group shared a video of the elderly woman from room 102 once again creating a scene on the ground, lamenting that her luggage was too excessive for the staff's approval. This time, no one indulged her antics. The staff merely remarked that if she did not wish to leave, she could remain behind. Promptly, The elderly woman scrambled aboard the speedboat. Once settled, her eyes darted, and she complained to the armed soldier, accusing the residents of having caused her son's demise and demanding action. The soldier merely replied, "We are here for rescue. You may file a report at the police station once the flood subsides." The group, having watched the video, erupted in criticism of the elderly woman for her lack of gratitude and poor demeanor, questioning how she ever came to reside in their community. Zhang Pingho, too, expressed his sentiments in the chat. "I kindly took her son out. Before we left, we agreed he would assume all responsibility for the consequences. Now, we are being accused of murder. To prevent similar disputes in the future, he declared that they would no longer take those who could not swim, emphasizing that the risks were to be borne by the individuals themselves." The homeowners echoed his sentiment, and it seemed that Zhang Pingho had emerged as a leader among them. Furthermore, with their rubber boat, they would inevitably require his assistance, prompting the others to rally around him. After an hour had passed and all the residents from the stairwell had been evacuated, Zhang Pingho organized a cleanup of the stairwell, requesting one person from each household to participate. Naturally, Shen Wan had to oblige. The situation on the 6th to 8th floors was manageable, as the 3 families residing there had all experienced flooding and possessed few belongings. However, the 5th floor was a dismal sight. The elderly woman had exhibited a complete disregard for hygiene, leaving refuse strewn about and even soiling the common areas. Fortunately, she was assigned to the 8th floor, and after a few minutes of tidying, she hurried back upstairs to shower and rest. Chapter 28. The convenience supermarket. As she drew back the curtains in the morning, the rain had ceased, and though the sky remained overcast, a hint of sunlight broke through. The rays illuminated the scene, casting a splendid rainbow. Residents below flung open their windows, leaning out to cheer in celebration, for the torrential downpour had finally come to an end. Yet Shen Wan understood that this was merely the dawn before the impending apocalypse. Observing the sky brighten, she retrieved the solar charging panel from her storage, positioning it by the windowsill in both her bedroom and living room to replenish the batteries she had previously utilized. That morning, she and Shin Momo had enjoyed tofu soup, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks, all still steaming hot from her supply. She placed 3 dumplings into Momo's little bowl, puncturing them with chopsticks to cool before allowing him to enjoy them at his leisure. After their meal and some exercise, she ascended to the rooftop to tidy up the filtration system. Both water tanks had filled to capacity. Following the flood's passage yesterday afternoon, all utilities, water, electricity, and gas, had been suspended, and the stored hot water had been exhausted. The communal network remained operational, though its longevity was uncertain. From today onwards, their domestic water supply would rely solely on the 2 water tanks. She connected the reserved water pipes to the home's main inlet valve, then opened the outlet of the tanks. Testing the kitchen faucet, she found that after a few moments, the water flowed clear, ensuring it was suitable for domestic use. With time on her hands, she resolved to prepare some noodles and steamed buns, such as hand-pulled noodles, buns, and flour rolls. Without the cover of heavy rain, she could only craft dishes with milder flavors. Fetching a large basin for kneading, she added flour, yeast, sugar, and drinking water, kneading the mixture before covering it with plastic wrap to allow for fermentation. She also prepared several batches of brown sugar buns and multi-grain buns for variety in their meals. While the dough was rising, she retrieved the large pot rack and gas cylinder she had salvaged from the hot pot restaurant, cleaned them, and began boiling water. With the warm weather, the dough rose quickly. She simply formed it into small balls, allowing it to rise a bit longer before steaming. The large steamer, discovered at a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant, could accommodate over 100 buns at once, ensuring high efficiency. As the first batch finished steaming, she was greeted by the delightful aroma, prompting little Momo to rush over. She served him a bun to cool before consumption. It appeared that lunch would be easily managed today, as the buns would suffice to satisfy their hunger. By the time all the buns were steamed, 3 hours had passed. Gazing at the warm, freshly prepared 1,000+ buns in her storage, she felt no fatigue in her waist or back. After tidying the kitchen, just as she was about to return the large pot rack to her storage, an epiphany struck her. Since she had a pot and gas, why couldn't she steam buns in her storage? A new avenue of thought opened before her. She had completely overlooked the fact that cooking was indeed feasible within her space. While lacking water and electricity, as long as she had sufficient gas, These constraints were no longer issues. Even in the absence of gas, she could resort to burning wood. Shaking her head at her own oversight, she realized that she had grown accustomed to the conveniences of modern technology, leading her to this mental pitfall. It seemed she need not worry about the enticing aromas of her cooking arousing suspicion from others. Having come to this realization, she suddenly felt that her earlier busyness had been in vain. She no longer desired to make hand-pulled noodles and decided to postpone that endeavor for another time. Returning to her room, she found Momo already napping. After reading for a while, she too felt drowsy and decided to snuggle up with her little chubby one for a nap. Whether it was the comfort of sleeping together or not, mother and son did not awaken until 4:30. Little Momo, still in a sleepy haze, was reluctant to move. Shen Wan coaxed him up, and they climbed the stairs, eventually making their way to the rooftop to play with a ball, expending his energy. The rooftop was securely enclosed with railings over a meter high, reinforced with dense wire mesh, ensuring safety. From their elevated vantage point, they could see an increasing number of people on the water's surface. The supermarket they had previously frequented was now submerged. Where were they planning to go? Observing the speedboats at the entrance of their building, it appeared Zhang Pingho and the others intended to venture out. Having not checked the homeowners' group messages since awakening, she unlocked her phone to find a stream of notifications flooding in. After perusing the chat history, she discovered that discussions revolved around a government-run supermarket. In light of the fact that the floodwaters will take some time to recede, convenient supermarkets will be established in government office buildings across various districts to facilitate the lives of the populace. Those in need may venture there at their discretion. Although the torrential rains have ceased for now, several days remain until the government distributes supplies again. Many households are running low on provisions, prompting a considerable number of individuals to venture out. As the rubber dinghies below prepared to set sail, Shen Wan swiftly reached out to the group leader, Zhang Pingho, in the owner's chat group, urging them to wait a moment. Upon receiving a reply, she hurried downstairs with her chubby companion. Fortunately, Zhang Pingho's phone still had battery. Otherwise, she would have had to raise her voice to call out. After returning home to fetch an oversized waterproof backpack, she discreetly tucked a waterproof cloth inside for concealment. Upon entering the space, Mo promptly fell asleep, and she placed him on the mattress upstairs, thinking to herself, "I'm sorry, my dear, but you may rest a while longer." Mask on, she dashed downstairs, where Zhang Pingho and the others awaited her. After expressing her apologies, she continued, "I would like to accompany you to the convenience supermarket. May I hitch a ride with you? I will cover my expenses." Once they confirmed her ability to swim, they agreed to take her along, of course, with Shen Wan paying a fee of 200 yuan. An hour later, they arrived at the district government office building. The office building still had 6 or 7 floors visible above the water, and the floor nearest the water had been opened with a large entrance, guarded by 2 soldiers armed with rifles. Several rubber dinghies bobbed on the water, alongside various makeshift modes of transport. Some were empty, while others still had people aboard. As Zhang Pingho and the group lined up behind them, Shen Wan felt a pang of concern. Wouldn't the rubber dinghies left outside be susceptible to theft? Soon, a group emerged, carrying supplies as they sought their transport, and approximately 30 more individuals were permitted to enter through the sentry post. Zhang Pingho and the 5 of them were just in time to be allowed inside. It turned out to be a systematic approach. Groups entered and exited together, with armed soldiers at the entrance, ensuring that no one would dare to steal the dinghies. Any disturbances could provoke a serious response from the soldiers, who were not to be trifled with. Once inside, Shen Wan discovered that the supermarket was quite spacious, likely having dismantled the glass partitions of the former offices. The grain and oil section, along with daily necessities, was relatively large, while the produce and meat sections were merely a small corner. The newly arrived group was informed they had only 15 minutes to shop, and all cash registers accepted only cash, urging patrons to purchase within their means. Shen Wan then separated from Zhang Pingho and the others to explore the daily necessities section. The selection was fairly comprehensive. However, many items bore unsightly packaging, likely retrieved from the water by official personnel. With nothing pressing to purchase, she refrained from buying anything. She noticed rubber dinghies for sale, glancing at the price, 30,000 yuan, having increased in just a few days. On her way to the grain and oil section, Shen Wan picked up an alcohol stove and 5 boxes of alcohol blocks. With electricity and gas supplies cut off, cooking remained a necessity, and purchasing cooking tools alongside ingredients would prevent suspicion, albeit at a higher cost. In the grain section, rice was available in two varieties: broken rice at 101 yuan per jin, presumably soaked and dried, and sealed new rice at 201 yuan per jin, which was considerably cheaper than the previous supermarket. With over 20,000 yuan in cash on hand, she intended to spend it all today, as prices would only continue to climb. Although she was reluctant to buy soaked broken rice, purchasing new rice would seem ostentatious, an obvious display of wealth. The price of cornmeal was comparable to that of broken rice, so she decided to buy 100 jin of cornmeal instead. Vegetable and fruit prices were even steeper, yet they appeared relatively fresh and unsoaked, leaving her curious about the government's source. She selected durable items like potatoes and onions, along with a few pounds of pork. Within 10 minutes, she proceeded to check out, totaling 18,000 for 100 jin of grain and 20 jin of vegetables, in addition to the alcohol supplies, leaving her with some cash for future opportunities. Noticing that no one had yet completed their checkout, Shen Wan temporarily placed her items on the counter and made a swift trip to the restroom. Upon her return, her backpack was empty, but she now held a rubber dinghy, its packaging resembling that of those sold in the supermarket. The soldiers were diligently on duty, while the cashiers began processing transactions, so no one noticed her. The dinghy from her space had successfully passed unnoticed. By the time Zhang Pingho and the others emerged from checkout, her dinghy was fully inflated. They were somewhat taken aback by the quantity of supplies she had acquired, along with the dinghy. Shen Wan noticed that the majority of their purchases consisted of alcohol stoves and fire pits, alongside some grain. It seemed that everyone had given up hope of restoring power. Observing their astonishment, she explained, "My parents suggested that having a rubber dinghy would be more convenient for outings, and I have relatives living in the neighboring community, so I must check on them. You all may return. There's no need to wait for me." Zhang Pingho and the group, not suspecting anything amiss, helped her load her supplies onto the dinghy. They only advised her to return before dark and then departed. Once they had left, Shen Wan leisurely paddled her dinghy back, moving slowly and encountering no one along the way. Arriving near Shanghai Hospital, darkness had fully enveloped the area and mist began to rise above the water, diminishing visibility. Noticing no one around, she stowed all her items from the dinghy into her space. Rain began to fall again, albeit in scattered drops. She knew the second wave of heavy rain was imminent. After a thorough search, Shen Wan found no open windows. Retrieving a window-breaking tool from her space, she struck a corner of a glass pane several times until it shattered successfully. After clearing away the surrounding shards, she slipped inside. Uncertain if anyone was present, she paused for a moment. After acclimating to the darkness, she could vaguely discern the outlines of her surroundings. This building appeared to be the hospital's inpatient department, with individual rooms lining both sides of the corridor. Unlike Yuehui Mall, which boasted LED screens on most of its exterior walls, the hospital was surrounded primarily by residential areas, and the glass was merely ordinary tempered glass. Using a headlamp might easily attract unwanted attention. Recalling that she had purchased night vision goggles while shopping for outdoor supplies, she rummaged through the tool room and soon found them. Upon wearing them, her surroundings became noticeably clearer. As her space grew fuller, she realized she must familiarize herself with its contents, at least to know the specific locations to ease future searches. Observing her surroundings, she noted this was the 4th floor of the inpatient department, with the words orthopedics emblazoned on the wall of the nurse's station. Behind the nurse's station typically lay a pharmacy for storing medication for inpatients. She twisted the doorknob, finding it locked. Beneath the duty desk were several cabinets with drawers. Opening one revealed some medical records, while the second contained invoices and receipts, and the bottom drawer held office supplies, including a set of keys. After inspecting the remaining drawers, she gathered a few buckets of instant noodles, snacks, and office supplies. After trying several keys, she successfully opened the pharmacy, discovering glucose, pain relief medications, iodine, and disposable syringes, all of which she collected. The temperature-controlled box contained numerous injectable medications, all of which she stored in her space pharmacy for later organization, as well as small medical instruments that appeared useful. Exiting the nurse's station, she entered the adjacent patient room, which was a single occupancy. She took all the packaged anti-inflammatory medications from the drawer, knowing they would be useful in the future. The wardrobe held few garments, indicating they had likely been removed during evacuation, but she had no need for them, as the clothing in her space was more than sufficient. There are indeed numerous nutritional supplements and milk with good shelf life, all of which she took away. As she was about to leave, Shen Wan noticed the force stand by the bedside. This item could prove useful. It could serve as a trellis for her grapevines, and the metal could later be exchanged for supplies. In her previous life, the official rescue team would collect metals for recycling. The grape seedlings in her space were almost ready to climb the trellis, and she was preparing to head to the suburbs to see if she could procure some bamboo. But now it was unnecessary. The stainless steel stand was far sturdier. The second room housed a female occupant, also a single room, and she discovered a BMW car key in the drawer. Unfortunately, the vehicle had likely been waterlogged. Besides the milk, medications, and force stand, she also collected several unopened packets of sanitary napkins. In the third room, another single room, she realized that this hospital seemed to consist entirely of single-occupancy rooms. The rumors were indeed true. The patients here were all individuals of power, influence, and wealth, likely having evacuated at the onset of the torrential rain. On this floor, Shen Wan's most significant finds were anti-inflammatory medications, painkillers, and milk. Nearly every patient room contained milk, and she also took all the four stands. The second floor was dedicated to the neonatal department, where she casually perused, placing anything she deemed useful into her space, including several nebulizers and personal care items. The third floor, obstetrics and gynecology, yielded the greatest bounty of various infant formulas, diapers, health supplements, and numerous sanitary products. In the drawers of the patient rooms, she found several jewelry boxes, likely gifts for newborns, containing both gold and jade, all of which she hastily stowed away in her space. Upon inspecting with her mental energy, she found that the jade ornaments had been absorbed, yet her space appeared unchanged compared to before. However, she instinctively felt that her space could be further upgraded. Otherwise, it would not continue to consume items. Later, if she managed to find some jadeite, she would test it again. After thoroughly searching the entire building, 2 hours had elapsed. Observing the accumulation of four stands, milk supplements, and various medical instruments in her space, she felt that her efforts in this building had been remarkably fruitful. Following the corridor to the top floor, Shen Wan proceeded to the adjacent outpatient building. The pharmacy was likely located on the ground floor, but due to excessive water pressure, she had no intention of diving down. After so many days submerged, there would be little left that was usable. She couldn't take the large medical machines, nor would she know how to utilize them, so she selected a few smaller devices such as defibrillators and blood pressure monitors. In the various departmental lounges, she discovered numerous medical textbooks and convenient instant foods. Additionally, the entire 6th floor was dedicated to traditional Chinese medicine, from which she took all the herbal medicines and books, as well as several acupuncture kits and a model for acupoint studies. She would have ample time to delve into her research later. The final building primarily housed operating rooms, where she found an abundance of surgical instruments and medications. What thrilled Shen Wan most was the discovery of an entire warehouse filled with isolation gowns and disinfectants. Among these were a box of gas masks and corrosion-resistant biochemical protective suits, items that were unattainable in the outside world, potentially useful in the future. Continuing her ascent, she stumbled upon an upscale rehabilitation center, mistakenly believing this building was solely composed of operating rooms. Glancing at the floor distribution map by the stairwell, she noted a high-end restaurant and fitness activities center on the top floor. She decided to check out the restaurant first. Climbing to the top floor, she stood at the stairwell entrance. To her left was the restaurant, and to her right was the gym. Without hesitation, she turned left. The door was unlocked, revealing an open kitchen and dozens of small dining tables. Shen Wan switched on her flashlight to examine the surroundings closely. The tables and chairs were crafted from smoothly polished solid wood, free of paint and glue odors, ideal for cooking. It seemed somewhat wasteful. She decided to keep a few sets for herself, as the dining table she shared with Mo was rather low. She stored everything in her space, placing it in her vegetable patch. Fortunately, she had gathered all her crops into the shed yesterday, and the newly sown seeds had just begun to sprout. Otherwise, many would have been crushed. Behind the kitchen was a large storage room, and though she dared not open the refrigerator, surely its contents had spoiled. She didn't spot a cold storage area, but the upscale restaurant likely utilized only fresh ingredients. On the adjacent shelves, she found over 100 bags of rice, flour, and grains, along with many rare dried goods. Abalone, sea cucumbers, scallops, ginseng, cordyceps, and more. Truly, the affluent know how to indulge. She collected everything and transported it to her space. Passing through the elevator hall, she pushed open the door to the adjacent fitness center, only to discover mahjong tables. This she decided against taking, primarily because there was no one to play with. She did, however, retrieve a multifunctional fitness machine and a treadmill, placing them on the second floor of the main courtyard, along with several dumbbells and smaller exercise equipment for her personal use. There were also a few sturdy metal golf clubs, which would serve well as weapons, all of which she took with her. In a corner, she found a small door that likely led to a storage area. Upon opening it, Shen Wan was elated to find a warehouse brimming with daily necessities and water. The room was filled with bottled mineral water from a high-end brand, with boxes of 24 bottles, estimated to number 4 or 500, an incredible windfall. The remaining items included tissues and pure cotton towels, as well as 2 boxes of brand-new thermos cups, which were likely gifts meant for gym members that had not yet been distributed. Before long, the entire warehouse was emptied, and Shen Wan resumed her scavenging of the upscale patient rooms on the lower floors. Each floor contained 8 rooms, each with a balcony, comprising a living room, bathroom, and bedroom. The room designs were very user-friendly, equipped with handrails, call bells, and customized health monitoring devices. She must take a few of these machines, as without hospitals in the future, she would need to self-monitor any health issues that arose. Having such devices would be immensely convenient. She did not take the summer quilt from the bed, but, upon opening the wardrobe, was pleasantly surprised to find brand new silk winter quilts. Even more astonishing was the discovery of a safe tucked away in the corner of the wardrobe. After thoroughly searching each room, she collected 40 winter quilts and 40 safes, not rushing to open them, intending to slowly unveil their contents back home. She also acquired numerous pieces of solid wood furniture and small appliances, with several drawers containing jewelry likely forgotten during evacuation. She placed the jewelry in her pocket, planning to transfer it to her space once she returned home, eager to witness any changes that might occur. Having gathered everything, she returned to the 4th floor, where the sound of rain outside was quite loud. After donning her raincoat, she retrieved the inflatable kayak she had previously hidden and placed it outside the window, preparing to head home. The journey was shaky. The large raindrops pelted against her, causing discomfort, and she had to exert effort to steer. St. Love Hospital was only 2 traffic lights away from Hai Fu Yuan, and she followed the residential buildings on either side until she reached her destination. However, the strong winds and heavy rain made the normally 10-minute journey take over half an hour of paddling. As she neared Building 17, she noticed what appeared to be a flashlight flickering in the 5th floor corridor, startling her. It was nearly midnight. They should all be asleep by now. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Shen Wan retrieved a waterproof plastic film from her space and wrapped the supplies she had previously bought. After a moment's thought, she added 2 bags of potatoes and a pound of pork into her space. She ought to leave something for her relatives after a visit. Once everything was securely wrapped, she paddled the kayak closer to the 5th floor window. Hearing some commotion, curious gazes turned towards her. There were not many people in the corridor, only about a dozen, and Shen Wan spotted Zhang Pingho among them. As she contemplated what to say, Zhang Pingho spoke first. "Young lady, you have quite the nerve. Why are you returning so late?" After he finished speaking, he beckoned others to come help move her belongings. Just as Shen Wan was about to decline, he continued, "You're a young girl carrying so much. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? You don't know, but when we returned, we happened to see 2 groups fighting over supplies. If it weren't for Yuan Ji's quick thinking, guiding us around, we would have likely lost all the supplies on the boat." The art of conversation had borne fruit, as all belongings were now relocated to the corridor. A tinge of awkwardness washed over her, making her hesitant to trouble others. After shedding her raincoat, she finally spoke. "I had initially settled at a relative's place, but with the torrential rain, I grew concerned for my parents, prompting my return last night. Despite the late hour and the empty streets, I felt relatively safe." Zhang Pingho, unimpressed, remarked, "Truly, a newborn calf fears no tiger. With such heavy rain, do you not fear capsizing with all that baggage?" Those around her were left astounded at the sheer volume of supplies she had brought back. Shen Wan chuckled. "It's not that my parents are unwell. preventing me from venturing out often. Hence, I thought to seize the moment when the rain ceased, bringing home all the cash to exchange for food. Little did I expect that the rain would intensify on my way back. After explaining, she inquired, "Why is everyone congregated in the corridor at this late hour instead of sleeping?" Zhang Pingho gestured towards a cluster of 6 or 7 individuals. These 2 families reside on the 5th floor. When we returned, the rain was light, and we paid it no mind, but it suddenly escalated. They are concerned that the water might rise tonight, hence they summoned us to discuss. Shen Wan had just climbed in through the window at the stairwell between the 4th and 5th floors, where the water level had already reached the window's edge, leaving only a meter to the 5th floor. No wonder the 2 families on the 5th floor were restless at such an hour. Who could dare to sleep? With such heavy rain, it was likely that by morning, their homes would resemble swimming pools. Chapter 31. Further escalation. A cacophony of voices erupted as they pondered their options. Moving upstairs seemed the only solution. The families on the 5th floor believed that residing in the corridor was not a viable long-term solution, citing poor conditions and a lack of consideration for the original residents, as they had previously experienced when the family from Unit 102 occupied the space near their door. Initially hopeful that the rain had subsided and circumstances were improving, they were met with dismay as another downpour commenced within a day. The ominous forecast suggested that the rain would persist through the night, leaving uncertainty regarding the arrival of official rescue services the following day. In truth, everyone grasped the implications of the 5th floor residents' reluctance to remain in the corridor. They were undoubtedly eyeing the vacant apartments within the building. Yet, they hesitated to voice their intentions, awaiting a cue from others to broach the subject. However, none present were naive enough to provide a stepping stone for others, ultimately reaping naught but disappointment. Observing the knowing expressions on their faces, Shen Wan couldn't help but touch her nose, reflecting on how just yesterday she had praised the residents for their adherence to the law and respect for others' property, only to witness the emergence of selfish thoughts today. After a tense 5 minutes, just as her patience was waning and she was contemplating leaving with her belongings, Zhang Laodao intervened. "You all know that staying on the 5th floor is no longer safe, or you wouldn't have summoned us down here. The choice to move is yours, and we can assist. As for whether the rescue team will return, we shall see tomorrow." Zhang Laodao had delivered a decisive blow, tossing the dilemma back to them. He then called upon 2 young men to help her transport her belongings to the 15th floor. As they reached the stairwell, he turned back and added, "When we come down, if you 2 families haven't made a decision, we'll be heading home to get some sleep." Upon reaching the 15th floor, Shen Wan instructed them to leave the items at the doorway. She feigned retrieving something from her bag, but in reality, she pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from her spatial pocket and handed them to Zhang Pingho, saying, "It's quite late, so I won't invite you in for a seat. Thank you all for your help today. Please pass this small token of appreciation to Brother Zhang." At this juncture, cigarettes had become a rare commodity, as convenience stores were only supplying essentials, leaving alcohol and tobacco to be acquired through other means. The 2 packs she offered were worth far more than cash. Yet she had an abundance of such items in her space. Zhang Pingho hesitated momentarily before accepting. Once they departed, she opened the door and brought her things inside. After placing Momo on the bed, the little one began to stir shortly after. Shen Wan suspected he was hungry, so she woke him for a bottle of milk, after which he quickly dozed off again. After freshening up, Shen Wan climbed into bed, feeling quite accomplished from the day's endeavors. The courtyard was nearly overflowing, and she resolved to organize it after a good sleep. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already 9 in the morning. Upon lifting her head, she was met with Momo's reproachful gaze. She had forgotten to leave breakfast for her little chubby one. As she moved, a sharp pain coursed through her arm, likely from excessive exertion with the inflatable kayak. Regrettably, the motorboat was too noisy to be deployed. Retrieving a cup of soy milk and 2 steamed buns from her space, she also found a Yunnan Baiyao plaster for her arm, realizing it was slightly strained. Military exercises would have to wait for today. Drawing back the curtains, she cracked open a window for ventilation, and the sound of rain became distinctly audible. The sky had turned a somber shade once more, as if the previous day's sunshine and rainbows were nothing but a fleeting dream. The water's surface was largely deserted, save for the occasional sight of rescue teams navigating the streets in their motorboats. After observing for a while, she closed the window, noting the heavy downpour accumulating a puddle on the floor within mere minutes. Grabbing a mop, She cleaned up the mess. Given the intensity of the rain, it seemed unlikely that the 2 rubber boats downstairs would venture out today. The ice blocks in the air conditioning unit had long since melted, and the room felt comfortably cool. Shen Wan ventured into the living room to confirm the temperature had indeed dropped. Retrieving a thermometer from her space, she found the indoor temperature had settled at a pleasant 31 degrees Celsius. She secured the thermometer on a hook on the living room wall. Returning to the bedroom, she discovered Momo had finished his breakfast. She took out a pancake from her space, settling onto the sofa to eat while perusing her phone. The chatter within the homeowners group had noticeably diminished. Having learned from previous power outages, everyone likely sought to conserve battery life on their communication devices. Little did they know, this time, the power supply system would not return to normalcy. After finishing her meal, Shen Wan prepared to enter her space and organize the spoils from the previous day. As her consciousness entered the space, she found herself momentarily stunned. The area had expanded to twice its original size, transforming her courtyard into a magnificent 3-courtyard residence. The walls remained pristine white, adorned with vibrant green tiles. Outside the main gate, a grand outer courtyard had emerged, complete with a large entrance. Within the yard lay a spacious plaza, its ground paved with bricks and cobblestones, forming several interlocking circular patterns reminiscent of jade pendants. Behind the main courtyard, a smaller courtyard had developed, featuring a rockery and a pond, which also housed a pavilion and a corridor. Opposite the pond stood a 2-story building, comprising 10 rooms across its upper and lower levels. The outer perimeter of the courtyard was enclosed by towering walls, suggesting that expansion might no longer be feasible. Even as she exited the space, Shen Wan remained entranced by the astonishing transformation. She found it peculiar that the jade jewelry she had brought back the previous day had yet to be placed into the space. How could such a significant change have occurred in her courtyard? Moreover, how much jade would it take to elevate her courtyard into such a grand 3-courtyard estate? This was a transformation more impressive than devouring an entire jade jewelry store. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. Last night at the hospital, she had nearly filled her space to capacity, with even the vegetable garden overflowing with items, leaving her in desperate need of more storage. With this thought, her eyes sparkled as she recalled the 40 safes she had stored in her space. It must be the jade hidden within them that had catalyzed this change. Eager to unveil the treasures within, she secured the doors and windows before handing Momo a new Lubon lock to entertain himself with, and in the next instant, she vanished into her space. Little Momo blinked in surprise before returning to his new toy. He had grown accustomed to his mother disappearing from time to time. Knowing she would soon return, inside the space, Shen Wan gazed at the pile of safes in the vegetable garden, her arm no longer aching. She retrieved a chainsaw from the tool shed and connected it to the power supply, commencing her assault on the vault door. The shrill sound of the alarm pierced the air. After 2 minutes of relentless effort, her wrist was numb, yet the lock remained obstinately intact. Realizing the chainsaw was ineffective, she sought out a cutting machine, opting to slice through the surrounding steel plates instead. She had to manage her strength carefully. Any damage to the contents within would render her efforts futile. Within minutes, the vault was cleaved in two. Gazing at the exposed cash and will contract, a wave of concern washed over her. Had she acquired this cash 2 months prior, she could have transformed it into goods. Now, that seemed a daunting endeavor. Chapter 32. The Short Sword. Opening the second vault revealed yet more cash and documents. The third vault, upon touching it, felt remarkably heavy. When she pried it open, Shen Wan nearly leapt from the ground. Within lay 2 handguns and 6 boxes of ammunition, totaling 60 rounds, coupled with the rounds already in the magazines. She possessed a total of 84 bullets, an unexpected windfall. The handguns were of the Type 98 model, elegantly designed and lightweight, representing the latest domestic production. She recognized it from her past life, having wielded this very model on a previous occasion. In her former existence, while scavenging for supplies, she had become separated from her group and was subsequently attacked by a pack of wolves at night. A soldier fortuitously passed by and saved her life, using this very handgun. On their return to the encampment, he had taught her shooting techniques. Later, when they faced retaliatory attacks from the wolves, he had instructed her to practice on the wolves while he provided cover with a submachine gun. Without his intervention, she would have undoubtedly met her demise. Regrettably, Upon returning to the camp, she never saw him again. She later visited the military base in search of him, only to learn that he had gone missing during a mission and had not returned. Shen Wan stowed the guns and ammunition in a drawer of the vanity in the upstairs bedroom, accessible with a mere thought. Resuming her dismantling of the vaults with a cutting machine, the alarm echoed throughout the space. She decided to insert earplugs to muffle the sound and resolved to open all the vaults before examining their contents. After more than an hour, she had pried open every vault, collapsing onto the floor, panting, both exhausted and hungry. A glance at her phone revealed it was past 11. She should eat lunch first. For little Fatty was surely hungry. With a thought, she found herself seated on the sofa. Little Mo, seeing his mother appear suddenly, exclaimed a single word: hungry. Shen Wan sighed, realizing that while she was merely sitting idly, he was growing hungry quite rapidly. She retrieved a children's meal from the space and handed him a spoon, encouraging him to feed himself. For herself, she selected a box meal featuring sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and garlic spinach. It seemed quite appetizing. After finishing her meal, she took little Fatty up and down the stairs a couple of times to aid digestion. Once he had fallen asleep, Shen Wan returned to the space to continue unboxing her treasures. Inside were documents, cash, keys, passbooks, gold bars, and jewelry, as well as empty boxes. The empty boxes likely contained the jade that had been consumed by the space, with one box being notably large, presumably containing a decorative piece. She wondered why it hadn't been taken during the evacuation. The combined weight of the gold bars and jewelry exceeded 100 pounds. Based on the gold prices prior to the apocalypse, they must be worth at least 20 million. She could not help but swallow hard. Finding a storage box, she placed the gold alongside her previous jewelry, contemplating their potential usefulness in the future. The computer would be set aside for now, leaving her with a pile of documents and cash. The documents could serve as kindling, while she intended to spend the cash whenever the opportunity arose, a truly sweet burden. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another safe, one she had discovered in the Jade shop at the Yuehui Mall. The jade inside should have been consumed by the space, but she wondered if there was anything else remaining. Effortlessly slicing open the safe, she found the boxes inside to be empty. In a corner lay a long wooden box, which felt surprisingly heavy in her hands. Upon opening it, she discovered a short sword of ancient design, approximately 40 centimeters in length. The jade stones that had once adorned the hilt had been consumed by the space, leaving only small indentations. Drawing the sword revealed a glimmer of cold light. Its blade was sharpened and appeared quite lethal, ideal for self-defense. With this thought, Shen Wan thrust the sword into the vault door below, effortlessly penetrating the steel plate, surpassing even the cutting machine's efficacy. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. This short sword was undoubtedly the most formidable weapon among her collection of cold arms. She then tucked it away in the vanity, intending to practice with it thoroughly in the coming days. Surveying the remnants of the vault strewn across the floor, she found them to be quite cumbersome. Thus, she designated a corner of the front yard as a makeshift dump, transferring all the useless items there to deal with during her next outing. Later, while conducting static experiments in the front and backyards, she discovered that the state of the space was contingent upon the soil type. The unique black soil at the pond in the courtyard and backyard prevented the maintenance of a static state, while the remaining areas were static storage spaces. Finally, she found a place to store the water buckets that had accumulated in the corridor, using her mental energy to move them all to the front yard for stacking. She also relocated tables, chairs, solid wood furniture, and 4 stands to the empty space in the front yard, planning to chop them into firewood when time allowed. As a result, the courtyard appeared much more spacious. Entering the main building on the first floor, she noticed a new door beside the staircase leading to the second floor. Stepping through it, she arrived in the backyard. The layout of the backyard mirrored that of the courtyard, featuring a rockery, pond, corridor, and octagonal pavilion, with corridors on either side leading to 2 small buildings. The pond was stagnant, lush with aquatic plants, but devoid of fish or shrimp, and the water quality was poor, rendering it currently unusable. To her delight, all 10 rooms in the small building were accessible, instantly providing over 2,000 cubic meters of storage space, which overwhelmed her with excitement. Previously, she had collected numerous supplies and medications from the Holy Love Hospital, and the courtyard's rooms were certainly insufficient to accommodate them. With so many newly available rooms, she decided to reorganize the storage layout of the space. Upon entering the outer courtyard, she found a spacious plaza lined with various water tanks and miscellaneous furniture against the walls, with a corner designated as a garbage station. She moved the fuel tanks, car, and generator from the vegetable garden, folding up the waterproof tarps and clearing the garden entirely. The 2 rooms at the entrance of the inner courtyard were designated for tools and various fuels, with over 100 liquefied gas tanks moved to the outer courtyard plaza due to lack of space. The second floor of the main building remained the area for prepared foods and snacks, with the shelves neatly arranged, and she was too lazy to rearrange them. The first floor housed clothing, bedding, and all children's items, including the gaming console and toys she had found in the mall. A few shelves and bookcases were placed along one side of the staircase, filled with books from various subjects. Each time she ventured out, she collected useful books to gradually build her collection. The 16 rooms on either side of the courtyard were designated for storing various food items, grains, fresh vegetables, condiments, seeds, and dried goods. The 2 small buildings in the backyard were reserved for household necessities, appliances, and medical equipment and supplies. After everything was organized, Shen Wan felt a throbbing headache begin to form. She understood it was due to the excessive expenditure of her mental energy, but it was not entirely a bad sign. During this time, her ability to control her powers had lengthened, and she could feel the connection between her mental energy and the space growing stronger. Emerging from the space, she noted it was just past 1 o'clock, so she lay down in bed, cuddling little Fatty for a brief nap. Around 4 in the afternoon, she was startled awake by a knock at the door. Upon awakening, she felt an instinctive vigilance, scanning her surroundings until her gaze fell upon Mo, who was engrossed in building blocks on the carpet, allowing her to exhale in relief. Initially suspecting she had succumbed to auditory hallucinations, she was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. Exiting her bedroom, she opened the security door and peered through the peephole, revealing the enthusiastic neighbor from next door. Chapter 33. The Grey Barber. Shen Wan did not hasten to open the door but instead inquired, "Is there something you need?" The neighbor, having finally received a response, replied, "Dear girl, the government's supply boat has arrived. They are distributing provisions downstairs. I came to fetch you to join me." Shen Wan preferred to maintain a degree of distance from the neighbor, thanking her politely. "Thank you, Andy, but I just woke up and need to tidy up a bit. You go ahead." Once the neighbor departed, she took a deep breath of relief. It wasn't that she was unkind. Her household held many secrets that, if revealed, could lead to complications. Moreover, she did not wish to invest time and energy in testing human nature. She found a cartoon for Mo, informing him that she would be downstairs for a short while and would return promptly, before securely locking the doors and windows behind her. Upon reaching the 5th floor, she discovered a throng of people already gathered in the corridor, queuing to receive provisions. After exchanging greetings with the neighbor, she joined the end of the line. The water level was perilously close to the 5th floor, with the stairwell window submerged, and the 2 households on the 5th floor had already relocated to the corridor. Due to the height of the staircase at the 6th floor, supplies could not be delivered directly, leading to the opening of apartment 501's door, where residents queued to receive provisions through the living room window. As Shen Wan stood at the back of the line, she stole glances at the surveillance camera in the 2nd bedroom. Being the last in line meant she went unnoticed. The individuals in front of her were engaged in idle conversation, and she caught snippets of their chatter. A middle-aged man mentioned having a relative working at the meteorological station, who had informed him that the torrential rains would cease in a few days. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they clamored for confirmation of the information's accuracy, causing a palpable stir, akin to a drop of water splashing into a pot of hot oil. The middle-aged man, basking in the attention, appeared quite pleased with himself. Shen Wan, however, did not dismiss the possibility of truth in his words. After all, he had not claimed that there would be no further rain following the cessation. It was not erroneous to hope for a break, and she was not foolish enough to douse anyone's optimism. After all, life requires a glimmer of hope. The individuals who had received their provisions began to make their way toward the stairwell, redirecting the crowd's focus back to the government supplies. One person unwrapped a bag, revealing only 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 cans of meat, and 2 sausages. Compared to the previous distribution, not only were rice and vegetables absent, but the quantity had also been halved. The crowd erupted in outrage. The meager offerings were hardly sufficient, and the last supply had barely sustained them. A few bold individuals began to question the staff from the supply boat, demanding to know why the provisions were so drastically reduced. "We can't survive on this. I need to report this to your superiors." Voices of agreement echoed through the crowd, and had it not been for the armed soldiers stationed nearby, the situation could have spiraled out of control. The staff, wielding a megaphone, attempted to calm the crowd. "Please, remain calm and listen to me. The government is facing challenges, and we are doing our utmost to source supplies. This deluge is a widespread disaster, affecting countless people. We hope for your understanding as we navigate through this difficult period together." The crowd gradually quieted, well aware of the grim reality they faced. The relentless stream of information flooding the internet and forums made it impossible to ignore the severity of their situation. While they understood the rationale behind the current circumstances, they had been trapped for far too long and desperately needed an outlet for their frustrations. As tempers cooled, they resumed their silence, dutifully waiting in line for provisions. After receiving her supplies, Shen Wan intended to ascend the stairs back home when she spotted the neighbor from apartment 1501 waiting for her at the stairway. Realizing escape was futile, and she would once again be subjected to a lengthy conversation. Walking side by side, the neighbor introduced herself as Aunt Zhou, inviting Shen Wan to call her by that name. After losing her husband and son in quick succession, she now lived alone, with no one to converse with. Hence her eagerness to engage others in conversation. Shen Wan couldn't help but smile wryly. She hardly considered herself a suitable confidant. By the time they reached the 15th floor, Aunt Zhou had spoken incessantly. As they parted ways, Shen Wan felt compelled to offer a piece of advice. "Aunt Zhou, this rain is relentless, and prices will surely rise. If you have any cash or valuables, perhaps consider exchanging them for food." She uttered this, deeming it a rare moment of kindness. Crossing the corridor back into her home, she opened the bedroom door to find Mo sprinting out. Clinging to her with a pout, "Mama, you've been gone forever. You're a liar." Shen Wan scooped him into her arms. "Is my little greedy cat hungry again?"
Montag nodded vigorously.
She knew the truth. The little chubby boy would only seek her out when hunger struck, truly a low-maintenance child. She then asked, "What does my little greedy cat wish to eat today?" "Share it with Mama." Mo tilted his head in contemplation. "Ice cream." Naturally, he was met with rejection, and he continued to ponder noodles, fries. Ultimately, Mo received a half portion of creamy mushroom pasta, 5 fries, and a boiled egg. Though ice cream was absent, the fries were certainly delightful. The remainder naturally found its way to Shen Wan's plate. After their meal, they adhered to their usual routine of climbing stairs for a stroll, though the reluctant little chubby boy was somewhat dragged along. Alas, the rain was too heavy. Otherwise, a game of soccer on the rooftop would have made for an excellent workout. Upon returning home, Mo's hair was damp with sweat. Shen Wan mused that she could not allow him to languish in the bedroom all day. The living room had sufficient ventilation, as she had initially used eco-friendly materials. She retrieved a large waterproof plastic sheet from storage, laid it out in the living room, and then found an inflatable pool. After using an electric pump to inflate it, she added warm water and some ocean balls and shower toys, before placing the little chubby boy inside after undressing him. Initially, he seemed apprehensive, but soon he was playing joyfully. After half an hour, when she finally lifted him out of the water, he was reluctant to leave. Having expended considerable energy, Shen Mo retired to bed an hour earlier than usual. The pool remained set up for the next day as water change and continued play. Shen Wan drew the curtains and turned on the small night light by her bed. Since the power outage, she had replaced the curtains with heavy blackout drapes to ensure no light seeped outside. Reclining on the beanbag chair, she resumed her efforts to strengthen her mental fortitude. She retrieved the 4 stand she had taken from the hospital, intending to use it to construct a great arbor. The stand stood over 2 meters tall. She first inserted it at fixed intervals along the bluestone path, then horizontally bound several rows of supports together, securing them with wire, thus forming a net-like grape trellis. However, the overhead structure proved more challenging. To achieve an archway effect, she needed to bend the 4 stand, a task that drained her mental energy considerably, consuming a significant amount of time. Once she secured it with wire to create an arc-shaped netted frame, she finally completed the construction. Continuing to channel her mental energy, she guided the grapevines to entwine around the frame, feeling her mental reserves deplete rapidly, compelling her to resist the urge to sleep. Ultimately, she mustered the strength to plant seeds in the vegetable garden before collapsing into bed. Chapter 34. Wensi Building. The following morning, Shen Wan awoke to hunger pangs. Having eaten too little the night before and with her mental energy severely depleted, she had nearly fainted in the evening. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was already 8 o'clock. Little Mo was still asleep, seemingly exhausted from yesterday's activities. After freshening up, she began to practice military-style boxing. Though her arms still ached, yesterday's acclimatization made it tolerable. A brief workout would aid her recovery. Before long, Shen Mo stirred, sitting up with a bewildered expression. Shen Wan lifted her phone and captured a quintet of images, each displaying an increasingly amusing expression on his face. Once he had regained his composure and commenced his morning routine, breakfast consisted of tofu soup and pan-fried dumplings, accompanied by a stuffed bun for each person. After their meal, she resumed her silent observations in the owner's group chat. The messages had significantly dwindled compared to the previous days, likely due to the phones running low on battery. The group leader from Unit 1302 and several spirited youths from Unit 602 were quite active, already organizing their outing, suggesting they had profited handsomely from procuring supplies for the residents recently. After perusing the chat for a while without encountering any vital information, Shen Wan turned her attention back to her drama series, extracting a bag of chestnuts to peel and munch on, occasionally feeding her chubby companion. By the time Zhang Pingho and the others ventured outside, she had already consumed 2 episodes of her show. A larger group often leads to complications. Differing opinions resulted in a cacophony of disagreements. Shen Wan switched off her tablet and opened her offline map to double-check her route. Today, she intended to visit the commercial center 6 kilometers away, where residential areas were sparse, dominated instead by office buildings, and rescue teams were infrequently active. Outside, the number of people had noticeably increased, comprising both rescue teams and ordinary citizens, with the sound of inflatable boats echoing throughout the area. She contemplated modifying her inflatable kayak. Paddling that distance would surely exhaust her. From her storage, she retrieved the kayak along with the electric motor and battery, stowing them in a waterproof bag. After securing her phone in a waterproof pouch around her neck and placing her pet, Mo, back into storage, she prepared to depart. As she descended the stairs, a faint aroma of food wafted through the air. The residents below were all cooking with their doors shut. Just as she assumed she would not encounter any wandering residents, a middle-aged woman from the 8th floor peeked out into the hallway. Upon seeing Shen Wan descend the stairs, she approached with a beaming smile. "Are you venturing out alone?" "Dear, it's unsafe outside. Why not have my son accompany you?" Shen Wan shook her head in refusal, intending to continue her descent. But the woman was not to be dissuaded. She reached out to grasp the waterproof bag on Shen Wan's back. Though Shen Wan wished to ignore her, she remained vigilant. Just as the woman's hand touched the bag, Shen Wan swiftly turned and broke free, creating distance in an instant. The woman appeared embarrassed yet undeterred. "My son is tall and handsome, a graduate of a prestigious university. He would certainly ensure your safety." Shen Wan found it perplexing whether the woman was attempting to take advantage of her or merely peddling her son. She coldly replied, "I do not require assistance. If you wish to go out, you may contact Zhang Pingho." The woman's expression faltered. "Their fees are exorbitant. If you take my son with you, it would be mutually beneficial. Or you could lend us your kayak." It seemed her intentions were not merely to benefit but to seek something for nothing. As the woman advanced once more, Shen Wan continued to retreat, impatiently stating, "My kayak is not for loan. You may find someone else, if your offer is reasonable. Someone will oblige." What a ridiculous notion, lending her belongings to a stranger. If they were damaged or never returned, she could not afford the hassle. Although her storage contained another kayak, retrieving it was not as simple as it seemed. She would need to navigate to the supermarket to obtain it, and she certainly had no desire to create unnecessary trouble for herself. With that, she disregarded the woman's persistence and hastily made her way downstairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the door to Unit 501 was ajar, presumably to facilitate the comings and goings of Zhang Pingho and his group. From her bag, she extracted the kayak and activated the automatic inflation device, which filled it within mere seconds. Clambering through the window, she landed gracefully on the water's surface, retrieving her paddle and silently gliding out of the community. Minutes later, she turned onto another street and proceeded to attach the battery and electric motor to the kayak. As the engine roared to life, it quickly melded with the symphony of other inflatable boats in the vicinity. Confirming her direction, she set sail towards the city center. The journey was not swift. She frequently paused to verify her route. The streets, long submerged, left only the high-rise buildings standing above the water, compelling her to rely on recognizable landmarks for navigation. She remained cautious of underwater obstacles. Though her kayak was puncture-resistant, encounters with eaves or similar structures could still inflict damage. Occasionally, she encountered floating corpses, both human and animal, which she deftly avoided. After more than half an hour, she finally approached the vicinity of the city center, having mistakenly taken a wrong turn and needing to backtrack to reassess her route. In the city center, she was less likely to get lost. Shen Wan switched off her offline map and gently navigated the kayak through the towering edifices, searching for potential targets. From time to time, she spotted others like herself, on the lookout for supplies, but she steered clear to avoid confrontation. With so many large buildings around, everyone was silently seeking their own goals, preferring to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. Most were searching for food, while Shen Wan aimed for office buildings. When she noticed nearby rubber boats or shattered windows, she would divert her path to explore elsewhere. Before long, she came upon a structure with a rooftop sign declaring it to be the Wensi building, which she recalled as a recently constructed office edifice. After ensuring the area was devoid of people, she circled the building slowly in her inflatable boat. Discovering no signs of vandalism, it appeared this high-rise had yet to be visited. Breaking a window would create too much noise, and she feared it might attract the attention of other survivors. Thus, she opened the kayak's air valve and let herself sink into the water, disappearing from the surface before swiftly entering her storage. Once inside her storage, she donned a wetsuit before re-emerging with a window-breaking tool. Finding a submerged window, she positioned herself at the corner and began to strike repeatedly. After the glass shattered, Shen Wan swam inside. The entire building was comprised of office floors, and she had no desire to search through the debris underwater. Instead, she sought the stairwell, climbing up to the surface. Once out of the water, she removed her wetsuit and took the opportunity to survey her surroundings on this floor. Her current location was the elevator lobby, with two distinct companies flanking either side. Searching for supplies during the day was far more convenient than at night, as she did not need to worry about her headlamp revealing her position or employing night vision goggles. Shen Wan first ventured into the office area on the left, where the door bore the name of a software development company. The entrance was merely secured with a standard lock, which she easily pried open. Although there had originally been an alarm system, it was rendered useless due to the power outage. Chapter 35, The Server. Upon entering, she found a series of glass-partitioned offices, each labeled with departmental names, and none were locked. She planned to search each office in turn. Directly ahead lay the Human Resources and Administration Department. After rummaging through each drawer, she uncovered a plethora of office supplies and several bags of snacks, while a cabinet against the wall yielded dozens of unopened packages of A4 paper and a complete box of office supplies. Beyond that, there was little of value, prompting her to move on to the next room. The door bore the sign for the marketing department, which contained more office supplies, along with some small gifts and promotional posters, items that held little worth in the post-apocalyptic world. The third room was the Research and Development Department, which appeared to be the largest office. The entrance featured a lounge area, and Shen Wan perused it, discovering a bounty of tea bags and beverages, along with an entire wall stocked with instant noodles and snacks, an indulgence for those who worked late nights. As she ventured further, she likely approached the manager's office, complete with comfortable sofas and desks, though not entirely wooden, so she chose to leave those behind. Underneath the desk, several drawers were locked, but she pried them open with her tool. The first drawer contained several company seals and a set of keys. The second held a watch and a few packs of cigarettes, and the final drawer was filled with documents. Behind the manager's chair, there was another door, which she tested with the keys she had found in the drawer, successfully unlocking it. Inside, there lay a solitary compact server along with a power storage unit, suggesting that the company boasted its own local network. This was indeed a valuable asset. In the event of a future internet outage, it could be readily utilized. At the very least, it would facilitate the connection of the home surveillance system to the internet, providing her with a sense of security when she occasionally stepped out. She stowed both the server and the power unit into her storage space, placing them temporarily in the vacant area of the front yard, and also found a manual in one of the rooms to take along. Fortunately, her timing was impeccable. Had she delayed by another couple of days, this floor would have succumbed to flooding. Exiting through the main door and traversing the elevator lobby, she arrived at the entrance of a nearby clothing design company. Inside, she discovered an array of clothing samples and design sketches, but she also managed to take several small printers, sewing machines, and all the office supplies, which might prove useful for MO in the future. The boss's office exuded a distinctly feminine charm. Within the drawers, she uncovered a selection of accessories, including sunglasses and 2 sets of unopened skincare products. She also collected the air purifier and humidifier from the office, as well as the bed from the lounge area. After exploring the entire floor, Shen Wan realized that there was only one accessible fire exit, located where she had ascended previously. As she reached the stairwell, she closed the fire door and placed an alarm device on the ground, ensuring that it would emit a piercing sound should anyone attempt to open the door. Having completed this task, she ascended the stairs to conduct a thorough search of all the floors above, intending to methodically comb through from top to bottom. From the 27th to the top floor, 6 consecutive levels belonged to the same company. The left side of the top floor featured 2 large conference rooms, while the right side housed a reception area and the chairman's office. Shen Wan made a beeline for the spacious office on the right, anticipating the presence of numerous valuable items. Glancing at the promotional boards and honor certificates lining the corridor, she realized that this establishment was the headquarters of a domestic automobile manufacturer, with the production facility likely situated in the suburbs. The entrance to the chairman's office was crafted from gray aluminum alloy and fitted with a password-protected fingerprint lock. Utilizing a cutting machine and the power storage unit from her space, she swiftly compromised the lock. Upon entering, she was greeted by a minimalist gray-tone decor, indicative of a relatively youthful office occupant. To the left was the workspace, the center the leisure area, and to the right, a separate door likely leading to a lounge. Taking a moment to sit on the leather sofa in the leisure area, she relished its comfort and luxurious design, momentarily reluctant to rise. She subsequently transported the accompanying coffee table to the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the main courtyard. On the dining sideboard against the wall, she discovered an Italian coffee machine and an integrated tea bar, with the lower cabinet stocked with an assortment of tea leaves, coffee beans, and wellness teas, all of which she collected and placed beside the sofa. Opening the door to the lounge on the right side of the office revealed a similarly understated gray decor. The left side contained a bedroom, while the right featured a private bathroom, separated by a stylish folding screen. She first explored the bathroom, collecting both opened and unopened high-end sanitary products, including a standalone massage bathtub, which she also stored in her space. Not forgetting the folding screen, she took it as well, intending to use it to partition the bedroom from the shelves on the 2nd floor. In the center of the bedroom, she found a smart electric bed that could be adjusted to suit individual preferences, a product she had seen online, starting at 6 figures. She opted not to take the bedding, instead transporting the entire bed along with a nightstand and bench into her storage space. The massage chair beside the bed also caught her eye, revealing that the company's owner must have had a penchant for comfort. As she busily collected items, she felt a tinge of embarrassment when she realized that the bedroom was now nearly barren, save for the wardrobe. Despite her reservations, she could not resist approaching the wardrobe. Upon opening the khaki-colored cabinet doors, she found the clothes meticulously arranged by color, with a plethora of vibrant casual wear, which took her by surprise. She had expected only monochromatic options. Discarding the worn items, she gathered all those still tagged. In the drawers, she stumbled upon a trove of unopened underwear, socks, and ties. The first drawer contained watches, cufflinks, and tie clips, some adorned with gemstones, along with several car keys, which she promptly took. By now, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Her excitement had masked her hunger. Emerging from her space with little mo, he soon awakened and, upon encountering the unfamiliar surroundings, exhibited a hint of trepidation. However, upon spotting his mother holding him, he settled down. Shen Wan produced a water cup for him to sip from, then retrieved a new dining table and chairs, as the previous set had been too low and was now relocated to the front yard. She opted for the solid wood table and chair she had brought back from the nursing home, having thoroughly cleaned and disinfected them. Waving a French fry in front of him, she quickly ignited his spirits. For lunch, she planned to serve seafood pizza and sizzling beef steak, along with a small bowl of vegetable meatball soup for her little one. She herself would enjoy a double berry spring tea to cleanse her palate. After their meal, she took the opportunity to stretch in the office. The expansive view from the entire floor was breathtaking, and she had never before seen the city from such a height. With the realization that there were still over 20 floors below, she decided not to return home today. Instead, she would spend the night in the office and return the following day. She also resolved not to let Mo enter the storage space in the afternoon, as too much sleep would surely lead to mischief later. Given that the office was enclosed and devoid of windows, she allowed him to play in the bedroom. Setting up a crawling mat, she brought forth an array of toys from her storage space, transforming the bedroom into a veritable playground. On the desk, she placed a water cup, snacks, building blocks, and picture books, ensuring he had plenty to occupy him for the afternoon. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to position the compact server she had found earlier outside the bedroom office, connecting it to the power storage unit to initialize the machine. Within minutes, Shen Wan was connected to a new network. With the surveillance system in place in the bedroom, she could now monitor her little one's activities in real time, allowing her to rest assured. After discussing with Mo that he should play independently and call for her via the monitor if he needed anything, she secured the bathroom and bedroom doors, ready to commence her afternoon work. Chapter 36. Exhibition Hall. As she closed the office door behind her, noticing the vacant lock position, an idea struck her. She reached inside and retrieved the substantial stone she had found at the Jade store, wedging it firmly against the door. Weighing several tons, it effectively secured the entrance, making it improbable for any external force to breach the door in the near future. Shen Wan activated the mobile surveillance, observing little Mo joyfully playing on the slide, which put her mind at ease as she resumed her search for supplies. Adjacent to the chairman's office was the reception area, which was unlocked. Apart from a few tables and sofas, it featured an entire wall of bookshelves brimming with various titles, which she decided to take along with the shelves into the main courtyard's library section. In the corner, she discovered a refreshment area stocked with tea bags and bottled water. The two conference rooms opposite yielded only a few cases of bottled water and soda. Before leaving, she also dismantled two projectors, which could be useful for movie nights in the future. A quick glance at her phone revealed that Mo was still happily sliding, and she engaged him in a brief conversation through the monitor, though his indifferent response tugged at her heartstrings. Descending the stairs, she found that the right side of this floor appeared to be the research and development department. Besides printers and similar office supplies, she collected an abundance of snacks and instant foods, a testament to the plight of her fellow 996 colleagues. Upon pushing open the large door on the left, she was momentarily stunned to discover it was an automobile showroom. Once she regained her composure, she retrieved the several keys she had found in the bedroom, methodically trying each one until she heard the delightful sound of unlocking. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon her. The showroom housed 4 vehicles, 2 SUVs, a camper van, and a motorcycle. With only 4 keys in her possession, she rummaged through the front desk drawers and uncovered 3 more, leaving 1 key likely taken by someone else. She first identified the motorcycle key, as it was the easiest to distinguish. Inserting the key into the ignition, the power of the off-road motorcycle surged forth instantaneously. Fortunately, the foot brake had not yet been disengaged. Otherwise, it would have bolted out of the showroom. In this sweltering heat, it served as an impeccable mode of transportation, but for now, it needed to be stored away. With so many vehicles, the front yard could hardly accommodate them all, so she could only select the most essential ones. She casually picked a key and pressed the unlock button. With a click, the RV's headlights flickered to life. Climbing aboard, she marveled at the lavish interior, exquisite craftsmanship, and ample space. A manual lay on the table, which she skimmed through with remarkable speed. This RV was a newly released model, yet to be mass-produced, featuring a hybrid fuel system and solar panels on the roof, truly a dream vehicle for campers. She proceeded to test various vehicles until she finally matched the keys correctly. 2 of the cars were mere concept models, boasting ultra-low chassis and stunning aesthetics. While they were valuable before the apocalypse, they served little purpose now. Another small vehicle, compact and entirely electric, caught her eye with its deep green exterior, quite suitable as a means of transportation. Alas, the final small car lacked a key, forcing her to abandon it. She resolved to take both off-road vehicles, available in sleek black and silver gray, equipped with hybrid engines that offered diverse modes. Their high-tech, ultralight metallic bodies, coupled with bulletproof glass, rendered them far sturdier than her Land Rover. Ultimately, she selected 3 vehicles along with the RV and motorcycle, but the front yard seemed overwhelmed with her choices. Lacking better options, she had no choice but to relocate all the furniture into the garden and hallway, needing to sort it out later, as it hindered her efficiency. Having secured a few vehicles in the space, Shen Wan began to scour for various car parts. Regrettably, the showroom housed scant components. Most were situated in the factory. Ultimately, she resorted to dismantling and hacking up usable parts from the remaining 3 vehicles. Just as she prepared to descend to the next floor, her phone chimed with Shin Momo's call. "Mama, I need to pee." Shen Wan sighed, resigned to the task of attending to her little one. Ascending to the top-floor office, she reached into the lock to retrieve the boulder into the space. Upon opening the bedroom door, she was met with Shin Momo's innocent gaze, prompting her to hurriedly produce his small potty from the space. After addressing the urgent needs of the little chubby one, he turned and resumed playing with blocks. Shen Wan, the diligent caregiver, recognized her significance and returned to her work. After thoroughly canvassing the remaining 5 floors of the office building, she found little of consequence. The front yard was now cluttered with piles of bottled water, tissues, toilet paper, disinfectants, and snacks. Venturing down another level, she encountered vacant rooms on either side, indicating they had yet to be rented out. Continuing her descent, she discovered a live streaming company occupying an entire floor with numerous independent rooms. The merchandise sold in these live streaming rooms was diverse, and she decided against categorizing it for now, opting instead to pile it together for later organization. The first room sold snacks, and her hands quickly gathered an assortment of nuts, candies, beverages, and puffed snacks into the space. The next room featured local specialties, in addition to finished and semi-finished products. She stumbled upon 3 portable gas stoves and a box of gas canisters, which certainly enriched her fuel supplies. The subsequent rooms sold clothing, primarily off-season down jackets and coats, from which she selected anything useful to take. The entire floor boasted over 40 live streaming rooms, offering a variety of consumables. Though the quantities were modest, the diversity was impressive. What pleased her most were the dozens of gas stoves and a mountain of gas canisters. Clearly, the food live streaming was the most lucrative. Navigating the staircase to the next level, Shen Wan felt despondent, encountering yet another entire floor of live streaming rooms. She searched and collected while keeping an eye on Shin Momo. She could not forsake these supplies merely because her space was abundant. Who knew when she might need them again, especially considering the unpredictability of natural disasters. Fortunately, this floor housed a few live streaming rooms dedicated to outdoor gear, which sparked her interest. Such items would be invaluable in the apocalypse, and she welcomed them all. She gathered every visible item, including windbreakers, hiking shoes, rollerblades, ice skates, and tents, though there were only a few samples of each item. At the end of the corridor were 2 large warehouses, one filled with unopened parcels neatly arranged on shelves, presumably samples sent by product suppliers, and the other containing well-categorized products. Feeling apathetic, she collected everything from the shelves. Descending further, she was relieved to find it was no longer a live streaming facility, but a high-tech smart home company. After selecting dozens of necessary items, Shen Wan's gaze fell upon the smart robot in the center of the showroom. Equipped with an encyclopedia and an intelligent communication system, it was truly a parenting marvel, which she promptly stored in her space along with its manual for later exploration. On the remaining floors, some offices remained unrented, while most of the occupied ones belonged to cultural companies. Besides office supplies and sanitary products, there were few other materials available. Her space was already overflowing with office supplies, enough to last several lifetimes. However, she did manage to find a good amount of napkins, toilet paper, and purified water, both bottled and in barrels. As the day darkened and heavy rains fell outside, Shen Wan returned to the top-floor office and secured the door with the boulder. Shin Momo, already having played himself to sleep, was roused for dinner. After clearing the table, she set out a bowl of mushroom meat sauce noodles and a bowl of corn rib soup, ample for 2. After their meal, Shen Wan stored the toys from the table and the room into her space and retrieved the smart robot she had discovered downstairs. Little Momo curiously circled the robot, exploring it with delight. The robot stood approximately 5 feet tall, featuring a round head with a display screen. Its body was designed to resemble a human, complete with intricately crafted finger joints. Flipping through the manual, she learned that this model was a newly developed autonomous smart robot capable of providing life management services. A single charge could last about a week, which was quite convenient. Pressing the power button on the back of its head, a male voice announced, "Model 0001 at your service." The screen lit up, revealing 4 main categories for selection. The smart home feature could control all smart appliances in the house. But this was of little use to her. To conserve energy, she only operated small devices like lamps and fans. The projection feature worked well, serving as a projector with a built-in library of various media. The autonomous interaction feature was likely the highlight of this robot. Inputting Momo's information into the service parameters, the robot automatically generated a multifunctional service system. It could engage in games, converse, read picture books, and even assess the danger level of actions. Finally, she could free her hands. The final category was settings, where Shen Wan adjusted the voice tone, volume, and screen brightness. She also renamed it to Xiao AI, as 0001 felt cumbersome compared to the more familiar Xiao AI from her old voice assistant. Eager to test it out, she issued the command, "Xiao AI, play with Shen Momo." The robot received the command, turned its head, located Momo, and glided over to his side. Shen Wan realized that the robot did not walk but instead utilized wheels on its base, moving quietly. Momo handed a block to the robot, which skillfully grasped it and placed it onto the constructed tower. Momo exclaimed, "Let's build together." The robot nodded, responding, "Of course, Momo." Shen Wan was astonished. The autonomous system exceeded her expectations, indicating that the robot's designers had done an extraordinary job simulating numerous scenarios. She felt immense joy knowing that Momo now had a new companion to grow alongside him in this challenging world. She continued to issue instructions. "Xiao AI, tell a story." "The ugly duckling." Mo chimed in, "The ugly duckling, the ugly duckling." Shen Wan raised an eyebrow, noting how well the little one was expanding his vocabulary today. Previously, he would often ignore her when she spoke to him, but now, with a new companion, his chatter had increased significantly. Observing their earnest play, she refrained from interrupting and instead retrieved the smart bed from the space, outfitting it with a new set of linens and a duvet. After a simple wash-up, she lay on the bed, using her mental energy to organize the space. She cleared out a room in the backyard specifically for office supplies, categorizing the remaining snacks, beverages, clothing, and daily necessities into the designated areas she had previously established. With a quick rearrangement of the bedroom, she set up a folding screen to separate the sleeping area from the storage space, placing a massage bathtub behind it. The sofa, coffee table, and sideboard were arranged against the wall, leaving ample room for the smart bed, followed by a massage chair, a recliner, and a vanity. She also brought out a clothing rack she had found at a clothing store, neatly lining it up to hang her frequently worn garments, successfully creating a cozy little bedroom. Today, she had also discovered several beds and mattresses in the lounge, which she stacked to one side. The previous mattresses from the space were added on top. Once she returned home, they could be placed on the water-heated bed in the master bedroom, especially since the temperature had noticeably dropped lately, allowing her to shift her activity area to the living room and the master bedroom. Gazing at the neatly arranged courtyard, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction washed over her. However, the joy dissipated as her eyes fell upon the accumulated furniture in the backyard corridor and garden. To prevent these items from further dampening her spirits, Shen Wan resigned herself to the laborious task at hand. The electric saw consumed too much power. She decided to rely on her inexhaustible mental energy instead. Retrieving an axe from the tool shed, she began chopping the furniture into manageable pieces, stacking them in the backyard corridor. An hour later, she had amassed a substantial pile of firewood filling the entire corridor. A few small dining tables and chairs remained, which she decided to move to the second-floor bedroom for her future use. In the front yard, aside from a few vehicles and a piled-up water tank, oil tank, and fuel storage, she cleared out half of the remaining space, preparing to stock up again tomorrow. Mo had already been lulled to sleep by Xiao AI, and with the routine programmed into the robot, It was indeed a relief. It was now past 9 o'clock, and she felt both mentally drained and slightly hungry. From the space, she retrieved a serving of barbecue and a refreshing drink, finding a movie to have Xiao AI cast onto the white wall, lowering the volume as she began her midnight snack. After finishing the film and satisfying her hunger, she brushed her teeth, set her alarm, and prepared for sleep. At 5 in the morning, the alarm rang. Having gone to bed rather late the previous night, she lingered for a while before rising. She collected MO along with the bed into the space and, leaving the bedroom, gathered the office items as well. Shen Wan headed downstairs, ready to depart. The stairwell was pitch black, so she turned on her flashlight and descended slowly, remembering to take the alarm system from behind the door as she reached the bottom. Donning her raincoat, she felt too lazy to exit through the window she had entered yesterday and instead sought out another window, opening it to release the inflatable kayak before climbing aboard. The sky had yet to brighten, and the heavy rain outside ensured that no one would see her. Yesterday, she had already pinpointed her target for today, the Jingyu Shopping Plaza, located a few hundred meters from the Wensi building. The shopping plaza was nearly submerged, likely deterring anyone from venturing inside. However, the adjacent Jingyu building remained intact, only a few stories shorter than the Wensi building. She recalled that there was an extreme sports club inside the Jingyu building, where a former client had been a member. Manager Liu had taken her there for a visit once, though the memory of which floor it was on had faded with time. Unsure if the place had been searched, she could only gamble on her luck. The two buildings were closely situated, and the current of the water was flowing toward the shopping plaza, making it easy to paddle over. The sky was dim, and the survivors she had encountered yesterday were likely still lost in slumber, as she saw no signs of life along the way. As she paddled slowly, she dipped her hand into the water, retrieving the garbage she had previously stacked in a corner of the space, watching it sink to the bottom. Unbeknownst to anyone, she would likely need to surface soon to avoid overheating. Following the flow of water, she swiftly reached the edge of the shopping plaza. At this point, the water surface was merely a few centimeters from the rooftop, allowing Shen Wan to effortlessly climb up. The rooftop of the mall featured several large amusement rides and a fountain plaza, but the door leading to the Jingyu building was locked. Chapter 38. The Club. As the sky brightened, she had no time to linger and needed to enter the building quickly. Retrieving a heavy-duty cutter from her space, she severed the U-lock and entered, promptly closing the door behind her. Once she removed her raincoat, she took a moment to survey her surroundings. The lower level of this building connected to the adjacent Jingyu shopping plaza, while the upper floors housed rented office spaces. Currently, she was on the topmost retail floor. As she spotted a cinema, the surrounding shops remained tightly shut, indicating that no one had yet visited. Shen Wan felt a twinge of concern. Typically, shopping malls and office areas above should have separate entrances. Now that daylight had arrived, venturing out to find the building's entrance might risk detection. Had she known, she would have taken a longer route and broken in through a window. Since she was already there, she might as well explore what this floor had to offer. If all else failed, she could always resort to using the cutter to dismantle a wall. Before her stood a chain cinema. Previously, she had abandoned another cinema at the Yuehui Plaza due to space storage limitations, but this time she intended to check it out. Skillfully using a crowbar, she pried open the door, stepping into darkness as she activated her flashlight to search. She pried open a self-service beverage dispenser, collecting everything into her space, and also acquired a popcorn machine along with several large bags of raw materials, along with snacks and shelves. Today's objective was straightforward: to gather as much as the space could hold. The area surrounding the cinema primarily consisted of milk tea shops and game rooms. Aside from the raw materials, she also took all the insulated containers from the milk tea shop, which were double-layered stainless steel and would be useful in the future. She also collected a few items from claw machines, basketball machines, and toy cars. The remaining establishments were mostly restaurants, with vegetables and meat having spoiled. She couldn't be bothered to open the refrigerators for fear of the odor. However, she did discover a small cold storage in a charcoal barbecue restaurant. The power supply had long run out, and even through the door, she could detect the foul stench of decay. Ultimately, she only took the charcoal and the power supply box. As she was leaving, she noticed a metal grilling tray on the table, which seemed useful. So she took it along, retracing her steps to search the kitchen. The remaining shops yielded mostly dry goods like rice and flour. She found a considerable number of gas tanks and kitchen utensils, along with napkins, wet wipes, and disposable packaging, which would allow her to prepare a fresh batch of food upon her return. After a brief rest and a bite to eat, she took Mo out of the space to drink a bottle of milk, and then Shen Wan began her search for the passage to the Jingyu building. She opened all the fire doors to check, but there were no stairs leading upwards. It appeared she would have to dismantle a wall. Although there were no residential buildings nearby, she still worried that the noise would attract attention. Observing her surroundings, she noted that the entire floor was rectangular, with an oval-shaped atrium in the center. Typically, the fire escape routes in office buildings are located centrally. On this floor of the mall, one side housed a seafood buffet hot pot restaurant, while across from it was a Japanese restaurant. However, since the Japanese restaurant was adjacent to the mall's window, the left side seemed more promising. As she approached the hot pot restaurant, a nauseating stench hit her, making it hard to breathe even from a distance. She quickly retrieved a gas mask from her space and put it on. Upon entering, Shen Wan felt quite certain of her guess, as the establishment was narrow, suggesting that there was likely more significant space behind the walls compared to the neighboring shops. In the tool room, she retrieved the previously purchased wall demolition jackhammer and power supply. Casting a glance around, she spotted a cushion on a chair, which she soaked in water before propping against the wall to muffle the noise. Before long, a hole the size of a fist emerged. Peering through it, she caught sight of the staircase, confirming her earlier intuition. She continued to enlarge the opening until it was sufficiently spacious for her to pass through. After stowing away her tools, she moved a desk into position to slightly conceal the entry point. Once through the hole, she ascended the stairs and was greeted by the number 6 affixed to the wall, indicating she had reached the 6th floor. The fire door was unlocked, and as Shen Wan pushed it open, she noted the distinct layout diverging from that of the Wenzi building. On either side of the elevator lobby lay office spaces, while opposite was a corridor lined with a series of offices. The entire 6th floor housed a single company, a new media firm. She wandered about, locating a small storage room filled with tissues, bottled water, and office supplies. Rather than meticulously searching through the workstations, she headed straight for the owner's office, departing with all the bottled water she could carry. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floors were similarly stocked, and she collected dozens of water bottles, both full and empty. Upon reaching the 10th floor, she was finally met with her destination, the Extreme Sports Club. Skillfully prying open the door, Shen Wan was taken aback by the expansive sports entertainment venue spanning over 400 square meters. Its impeccable design seamlessly integrated various activities such as parkour, speed skating, and rock climbing. However, her astonishment was fleeting. She lacked the skills to partake and opted instead to search for supplies that might prove useful later. Along the wall, shelves displayed the club's merchandise, including climbing ropes, gloves, skateboards, parachutes, and outdoor survival kits, which she promptly transported to the tool room. In a nearby small storage area, she discovered an abundance of drinking water, canned meats, beef jerky, and freeze-dried vegetables, taking everything without leaving a trace. She even dismantled and removed the climbing ropes from the facility. To her left in the elevator lobby was the staff office, while to her right lay the members' lounge and the owner's office. Upon entering the owner's office, her gaze was drawn to an enormous wooden crate in the corner. The crate was sealed tightly, adorned with logistics information, suggesting it had just arrived. Her curiosity piqued. She had only seen medical equipment packaged in such a manner. Regardless of its contents, it was likely quite valuable, and she resolved to pry it open. Equipped with her trusty crowbar and heavy-duty scissors, she first cut the zip ties before prying open the lid of the wooden crate. Inside, she found protective foam, prompting her to continue dismantling the surrounding wooden panels. 10 minutes later, a square foam box emerged. As she removed the plastic wrap and foam sheets, a metallic orb came into view. It was not a perfect sphere, but rather a massive, football-shaped object composed of numerous hexagons and pentagons. Some facets even featured glass windows. And an epiphany-struck Shen Wan. Could this be the fabled tsunami survival pod? However, given that Sioux City was an inland metropolis, she had only heard of such devices and had never seen one in person. She pondered the club owner's intentions in acquiring such a pod. Was it merely for attracting clientele? Unable to decipher the owner's motives, she opted to examine the interior. Locating the pod's door switch, she opened a passageway narrow enough for a single individual. Inside the escape pod were 4 seats equipped with safety belts, each with storage beneath for food and emergency supplies. The pod boasted a gravity control system, 6 glass windows, and blackout curtains. Glancing at the manual, she learned that the shell was constructed from aviation-grade metal and glass, indicating a high level of safety. An intriguing feature caught her eye. If ocean waves became too tumultuous, one could activate the concealed water storage device within the pod's exterior, allowing it to submerge to the ocean floor. If sufficient energy was available, the oxygen generation system could be activated, enabling the pod to ascend once the waters calmed. Aside from its immobility, the pod resembled a miniature submarine. She stored it in her space, placing it in the front yard, augmenting her arsenal of transportation tools. Chapter 39. The Gas Station. Upon exiting the club, she resumed her ascent. The next establishment was a wedding company, where she managed to scavenge a few water buckets and a camera. Ascending further, she encountered a custom home renovation company. In addition to the customary bottled water, she collected all usable construction materials and samples. With the clock nearing 9 o'clock and several floors remaining, she hastened her pace. As she finished searching the 5th floor, the sound of shattering glass echoed from below. Someone had entered, though whether it was coincidence or a result of her wall demolition was uncertain. Shen Wan had no choice but to abandon the upper office areas and retreat, wary of the number of individuals below that could potentially corner her. Discreetly, she donned her diving suit, armed herself with a pistol, and quietly descended the staircase, hugging the wall. Upon reaching the 7th floor, she heard commotion emanating from the 6th floor, likely due to the intruders discovering the already searched area. The voices drew nearer. Laced with profanities and complaints about being outpaced by others, there were at least 4 or 5 individuals. As they approached the staircase, Shen Wan swiftly retreated into her space, avoiding confrontation. After approximately half an hour, she conjectured they had moved upward and exited her hiding spot. The hole through which she had entered bore signs of disturbance, and fearing an ambush, she chose not to exit through the mall but rather continued her descent. Reaching the 5th floor hallway, she observed shattered glass and 2 inflatable rafts, indicating the intruders had accessed the building through this route. The mall had been stripped of many items, and should they spot someone leaving, they might deduce her presence. Securing her oxygen mask, she began her descent into the water, swimming out through a window at the stairwell of the 4th floor. She swam until reaching the rear of the adjacent building before surfacing, retrieving an inflatable kayak from her backpack, inflating it, and rowing away from the area. Once she escaped the towering city center, she produced an electric scooter, swiftly activating it to speed away. Unbeknownst to her, after her departure, 2 more groups of people arrived at the office building. A large crowd collided, resulting in severe conflict, leaving several unclaimed bodies within the premises. Fortuitously, she had fled in time. Otherwise, she would have been ensnared by multiple groups. On her return journey, she passed a convenience store, recalling the substantial cash in her space that needed to be spent promptly. After securing her kayak, Shen Wan entered the store. The number of patrons had dwindled significantly. Yet the 15-minute purchase limit remained, along with an increase in armed military personnel. She noticed bloodstains on the walls, indicating a violent altercation had occurred. As she perused prices, she noted significant inflation since her last visit, with many items out of stock. However, new products caught her eye such as solar panels, power storage units, and coal stoves, all of which had become quite desirable during the power outage, albeit at steep prices. This posed no issue for her, given the ample cash in her possession. She resolved to acquire another inflatable kayak to complement her existing one, purchasing as much as both vessels could carry. The meat department was devoid of fresh meat, leaving only sealed packages of cured products and canned meats. Unsure of the ingredient sources for the cured items, she opted for several cases of assorted canned meats. Once the inflatable kayak was fully inflated and secured alongside her other kayak, she spread a waterproof tarp before gradually transferring her goods onto the vessels, powering up the electric scooter to depart laden with supplies. Upon reaching an open water area, she utilized binoculars to scan her surroundings meticulously, finding no signs of life. Covering her supplies with a waterproof tarp, she returned to the store for additional provisions. She repeated this process twice before ceasing, aware that further trips might attract unwanted attention. After advancing a bit further, she deflated the inflatable kayak, carefully rolling it up and stowing it in a waterproof bag. The rain obscured visibility, alleviating any concerns of being discovered. Even through a telescope, one could not discern her actions. The inflatable raft merely concealed a few bags of fragmented rice and charcoal. A meager attempt at subterfuge, as one must return with something after venturing out. As she approached the vicinity of the residential area of Heifeuen, Shen Wan, with her keen eyes, spotted several rubber boats nearby, each manned by multiple individuals. When a boat rowed closer, they quickly surrounded her, indicating an imminent robbery. This route was the shortest from the convenience store to the residential area, and she decisively altered her course to circumvent the neighborhood from the side. A few individuals noticed her maneuver and attempted to pursue her in their rubber boat. However, they were unable to match the speed of her powered raft and ultimately relinquished the chase. After navigating approximately 2 kilometers, she found herself far from any residential areas. She recalled that a gas station should be nearby, a place she had frequented before. Considering that her fuel storage in the space was not yet full, she knew that searching for fuel during the extreme cold would prove challenging. With the surrounding waters likely to be devoid of human presence, she prepared to submerge and investigate. She secured a climbing rope to her raft, fastening the other end to her waist, donned her breathing mask, and plunged into the water. Perhaps due to the infrequent passage of boats, the water quality was relatively clear, with visibility extending about 2 to 3 meters. Lacking reference points, she could not ascertain the accuracy of her descent, but she estimated her location within that vicinity. Descending to approximately 10 meters, she finally sensed the bottom. After searching for several minutes, she spotted a vague structure that appeared to be the gas station. A few more minutes of exploration led her to the prominent sign of the gas station, but upon advancing, she discovered that several fuel outlets had been damaged, likely requisitioned by the authorities, as private individuals lacked the tools or courage for such actions. Regrettably, it seemed her trip would be in vain. Just as she was about to resurface after exiting the gas station, her foot slipped on the mud beneath her, causing her to tumble. Fortunately, falling into the water was not painful. She reached out to steady herself, but found no solid ground, and her body gradually slid down the slope. She recalled that this gas station was situated higher than the surrounding terrain, with both entrances equipped with inclines. It was a moment of carelessness. Once her body stabilized and she attempted to rise, she noticed what appeared to be a vehicle in front of her, though it was indistinct. The climbing rope was nearing its limit, and the water depth was approximately 13 meters, bringing back that familiar sensation of pressure in her chest. Taking a few deep breaths of oxygen, she pressed forward and finally beheld the full form of the vehicle, a fuel tanker. The driver's cabin was unoccupied, likely abandoned during a torrential downpour. She wondered if there was still fuel inside. Feeling increasingly fatigued, she decided to stow it in her space for now. The front yard was already full, so she would have to sacrifice her vegetable patch again. As the tanker disappeared from view, the surrounding waters surged toward her. Thankfully, the climbing rope secured to her waist and the weight of her oxygen tank prevented her from being swept away. Following the rope, she ascended, eventually climbing back onto the raft. Removing her oxygen mask, she inhaled the fresh air deeply, resting for a while to recuperate. After consuming a piece of chocolate to replenish her energy, she navigated the raft toward the residential area. After traveling about another kilometer, she finally spotted the distinctive orange-yellow gradient exterior of the Heifeuen building. Without its iconic facade, she would have struggled to locate it among the similarly structured nearby apartment buildings. Chapter 40. Fuel. Turning off the electric motor, she paddled slowly over, and upon entering through the 501 window, she discovered that water had already begun to seep inside. Securing the raft with one hand while grasping her supplies with the other, she exited and began to ascend the stairs to her home. The residents on the upper floors had already commenced their cooking, but no one paid her any heed. Climbing to the 15th floor, she found the hallway devoid of any inhabitants, likely because they had accompanied the rescue team to the shelter. Upon opening the double doors to her home, exhaustion washed over her. She stored the raft and diving gear back in her space and retrieved her robot, activating it to entertain Mo in the bedroom. After a refreshing shower, she felt rejuvenated. Although she had stayed in a luxurious room the previous night, nothing compared to the comfort of her own home. Entering the bedroom, she found Xiao AI reading a picture book to Mo, their serious demeanor at the table a rather amusing sight. After finishing a book, Shen Wan called Mo over for dinner. She planned to celebrate the bountiful harvest of the past few days with a delightful meal: garlic-steamed king crab, braised short ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and mushroom fishball soup, all previously packaged from a hotel, light in flavor, suitable for MO as well. The steaming dishes were so delectable that even the little chubby one devoured an extra half bowl of rice, leaving behind half a bowl of short ribs and soup for later when she would cook noodles. Although her space was stocked with plenty of food, she could not bear to waste any. After dinner, she climbed the stairs for some exercise, opening the rooftop door to find that the rain had ceased, and the long-awaited sun finally emerged. After cleaning the filter on the water tank, she took MO downstairs to return home. She retrieved the solar panels from her space to charge the battery storage, unsure when the next storm would arrive, thus making the most of every moment. The living room and bedroom were filled with solar panels in every sunlit corner. She also moved MO's building blocks table into the sunlight, allowing him to play while soaking up the rays, while she reclined on a lounge chair to bask in the sun. Though there was sunlight in her space, it lacked warmth. The outside sun felt much more comforting. She found it curious that, despite the absence of night in her space, crops could grow continuously without restriction. To that end, she had conducted experiments previously. The sunlight in her space could charge solar panels, albeit slowly. Therefore, whenever the sun was out, she would place the panels on the balcony, ensuring that indoor electricity was never an issue. As her thoughts wandered, she recalled that she had yet to inspect the fuel tanker she had brought back. Promptly, she slipped into her space. The tanker had a capacity of over 8 tons, and glancing at the damaged vegetable patch made her heart ache at the thought of the tank being empty. She found a crowbar and climbed atop the vehicle, relieved to see that the lid was on top. If it had been at the bottom, she would have had to exert considerable effort to flip the tanker. However, upon reaching the top, she was taken aback to discover 3 caps. Each bore waterproof labels, indicating 95, 95, and diesel respectively. It turned out that gasoline was transported in this manner, as she had always assumed that a single tanker could only carry one type of fuel. After prying the caps open with a crowbar, she found them filled to the brim with gasoline. It seemed the tanker had encountered a storm while en route to deliver fuel to the gas station. When the rescue team requisitioned the gas station's fuel, the vehicle had already been submerged, thus fortuitously benefiting her. Exiting her space with a heart full of joy, she pondered how many years this abundance of gasoline could sustain her. She would need to calculate carefully. Basking in the sunlight, she took out her phone to indulge in some leisure browsing. She glanced at the chat records from the Owner-S group, noting the frequent chatter from the few active members. Upon ascending the stairs, she did not hear the sound of engines, suggesting that homes in the area were equipped with solar charging panels or hand-cranked generators. Zhang Pingho and his team had been making 2 to 3 outings daily, and several affluent households in the group had entrusted him with many items. The convenience store now accepted not only cash but also gold and silver jewelry as payment, albeit at a low exchange rate. Before she could finish reading the chat logs, new messages began to pour in, accompanied by commotion from downstairs. She checked the latest updates. Zhang Pingho and his team had returned but encountered a robbery on the way back, resulting in injuries to several members. The families of the team members were rushing downstairs. There was no further information in the group, as everyone was concerned about the injured. However, it was reported that they had lost a rubber boat and the supplies they had acquired that day. Shen Wan suspected that the group she encountered that morning was likely the same one. With her speedboat, she could escape swiftly, while Zhang Pingho and his team were likely to be cornered in their rubber dinghy. It was probable that they had also put up a fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sustained injuries. Unfortunately, she had only just learned that they had ventured out to procure supplies. Otherwise, she could have advised them to take a detour on their return. Reflecting on the individuals she had met at the Jingyu building today, it seemed that chaos was beginning to unfold outside, making future expeditions for supplies considerably more arduous. Noticing that the time was approaching, she instructed Xiao AI to take Mo back to their room for a nap, while she utilized her mental energy to categorize the supplies she had gathered earlier. The recent drop in temperature indicated that the severe cold was imminent. Both the courtyard and the back room were nearly filled, and the vegetables in the garden were ripening in succession. The open space in the front yard was piled high with the supplies discovered today. Additionally, the liquefied gas cylinders found at various hotels were taking up too much space, If she refrained from venturing out for a while, she could utilize the gas. Despite losing nearly 10 floors in the morning, the supplies collected had still formed a small mountain, which she methodically categorized and stored in the warehouse, restoring cleanliness and order to the front yard. Shen Wan moved the fuel truck away from the garden, as it was quite obstructive. Using her mental power, she cleaned the truck and disposed of the wastewater outside. Once that was done, she retrieved over 200 empty water barrels from her space, filling the entire living room and kitchen. These had been collected during her recent outings, while unopened bottled water was stacked atop the water storage tank. Before the extreme cold arrived, it was likely that it would rain for several more days, making it relatively easy to fill these barrels with water for daily use. The time spent collecting water was rather dull, but the small size of the barrels meant they filled up quickly, preventing her from stepping away. Thus, she decided to take out flour and a stainless steel basin to begin making hand-pulled noodles for dinner, opting to prepare a larger batch to store in her space. Just as she was kneading the 5th batch of dough, the sky outside suddenly darkened, and large droplets of rain began to pelt against the window, producing a dull thud. The rain had begun again, prompting her to retract the solar panels in the living room and bedroom. The 20-odd panels had nearly replenished the depleted power storage box. Though it was only 3 in the afternoon, darkness descended rapidly, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. Shen Wan drew the blackout curtains in her home and took out a rechargeable lamp to continue cutting the hand-pulled noodles, deciding to stop after finishing this batch. Upon entering the bedroom, she found Mo awake and staring blankly, unsure if he had been roused by the thunder. She lifted him from the bed and handed him a cup to drink water on his own. With the downpour, the temperature had dropped, and the room was now a mere 24 degrees. She added a thin jacket for him and donned a cardigan herself. She took the playground out into the living room for Xiao AI and Mo to play together, as the living room offered more space. She also retrieved a claw machine and a basketball arcade game. Chapter 41, The Currency System. With someone to watch the kids, she turned her attention to cleaning the master bedroom. The room was devoid of furniture, requiring only a sweep of the floor and a wipe of the windows and cabinets. Next, she took out the custom-made coal stove, connected it to the heating system and flue, and was grateful that the flue connection on the wall had been pre-installed, saving her considerable effort. After igniting the coal and running a quick test, the room began to heat up promptly, reassured that there were no smoke leaks. She felt at ease. The flue was specially designed, ensuring that the thick smoke would cool down before venting outdoors, remaining undetectable, especially as no one lived above her. She covered the stove to extinguish the coals, retrieved a mattress from her space, and placed it on the heated bed, making it ready with sheets and blankets. She moved the clothes and blackout curtains from the second bedroom to the master bedroom, clearing out the bed, sofa, and toys from the second bedroom, thereby emptying it. The firewood piled in the corridor of her space was an eyesore, so she moved it all into the second bedroom, filling it to the brim, which instantly made the courtyard feel much more refreshing. For dinner, the mother and son shared bowls of mushroom meatball soup noodles, topped with beef ribs and half a boiled egg. Little Mo seemed to have forgotten that he had already eaten at noon and relished his meal. With Sha AI keeping him company, Mo's activity level noticeably increased, and his appetite improved significantly. After dinner, Shen Wan prepared to enter her space to continue cooking. Feeling assured with Xiao AI watching over Mo looking around, it seemed that she could only cook in the garden now. She gathered several tables and combined them, setting up a gas stove and pot, connecting the gas cylinder, and decided to make a few pots of hand-pulled noodles with various toppings: potato beef, braised lamb, chicken with mushrooms, and red braised pig trotters, all simmering simultaneously as she brought out a giant frying pot to boil water for the noodles. While waiting for the water to boil, she harvested a basket of small greens from the garden, washed them in the sink, and once the water reached a boil, she added the noodles. Each flavor was packed into both large and small containers, and while hot, she placed them on the shelf on the second floor. In the past, she often worried that one portion would be too much and go to waste, but now she no longer had to eat the same flavor as Mo. Observing that there was still plenty of food in the pots, she took out a large rice cooker to prepare rice and sautéed several vegetable dishes, packaging them into lunch boxes. After 3 hours of bustling activity, she had used up more than half a tank of liquefied gas. In the days that followed, the torrential rain continued. Aside from eating and sleeping, Shen Wan spent her time cooking in her space, becoming quite fragrant from the various flavors. Fortunately, the air in her space remained fresh, a mystery she had yet to unravel. Where did all those odorous gases go? During lighter rain, she would venture out to the convenience store to procure supplies, trying to use up as much cash from her space as possible. However, the variety of goods in the store had noticeably diminished, with many items now subject to purchase limits, and the armed forces were continuously strengthening their presence. She ceased buying items that were limited, as she had ample food and supplies, choosing not to compete with other survivors. For other essentials like fuel, coal, solar panels, and batteries, the prices were relatively high, deterring buyers, so she felt little psychological pressure when making purchases. The rapidly growing vegetables in her garden matured within days, and she took advantage of the heavy rain to wash them thoroughly and store them in the warehouse. The barrels were also filled and neatly arranged atop the water storage tank, occupying little space. Aside from the liquefied gas cylinders taking up considerable room, another source of her headache was the vehicles. A few cars spread across the ground were quite space-consuming, particularly the RV and fuel truck. She contemplated whether she could find a strong enough rack in the future. If not, she might have to self-study construction courses to build a multi-story garage. The procurement team downstairs continued to venture out for supplies, though their frequency had noticeably decreased, as they now had to take longer routes to avoid robbery gangs. The area near the supermarket remained relatively safe with armed soldiers present, but beyond that boundary, one had to constantly be on guard against potential ambushes. Some operated in gangs, while others acted alone. Shen Wan had encountered a few, but had skillfully evaded them. When escape was impossible, she would pierce their rubber dinghies, sending them to feed the fish. Yesterday, they returned with troubling news. The convenience store would no longer accept cash, only bartering with other goods. Precious metals, jewelry, rice, flour, and oil had largely reverted to a barter system. The collapse of the currency system indicated that the authorities had finally recognized the extraordinary nature of this disaster. As events began to spiral out of control, it was unfortunate that the remaining hundreds of thousands in cash had turned into worthless paper, making them unusable in the future. Although she had frequently visited the supermarket to spend money, it could not cover the vast amounts of cash withdrawn from the safe. Moreover, the situation was developing more rapidly than anticipated. Fortunately, she still possessed a considerable amount of gold, which she occasionally exchanged for fuel and other necessary supplies to stockpile. In the convenience store, the exchange value of ordinary jade and emerald is rather meager. This is due to their limited utility and the absence of professional appraisers, leaving the staff unable to ascertain their authenticity. When Shen Wan encounters such situations, she discreetly engages in transactions with those seeking to exchange goods for gold. Each party fulfills their needs, while the authorities turn a blind eye. Regrettably, these emeralds merely vanish into the void, failing to bring about any transformation in her space. She speculates that changes within the space are not immediate. Rather, they accumulate gradually, and once a certain threshold is reached, a qualitative change will not be far off. One day, after lunch, the sun finally emerged from behind the clouds. Shen Wan was preparing to charge her solar panels and battery when she heard a few cries coming from downstairs. Curious about the commotion, she decided to investigate. After laying out the solar panels and letting Xiao AI take Mo to bask in the sun in the living room, she stepped outside and made her way down the stairs. As she reached the stairwell, the fire door beside her swung open, revealing Aunt Zhou from next door. Shen Wan was momentarily taken aback. Was she here for another chat? Could she still retreat into her home? Clearly, Aunt Zhou had no intention of letting this opportunity slip. As she eagerly said, "My dear girl, I was just about to head down too. Let's go together. You haven't been out in a couple of days. So, I want to fill you in on the situation." With little choice but to engage, Shen Wan figured it would be beneficial to gather some information. Since the local network she had relied upon had finally succumbed to failure, she had not heard any news from the building in quite some time. After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Zhou, Shen Wan became a willing listener. According to Aunt Zhou, a few days prior, Zhang Pingho and his group had gone out to procure supplies but had encountered bandits on their return journey, a situation she was aware of, having narrowly escaped it herself. Continuing her tale, Aunt Zhou recounted how they were surrounded by 7 or 8 boats, demanding their inflatable raft and supplies. In the ensuing struggle, 3 of their group were injured, prompting them to transfer all their supplies onto one raft before capsizing it. They managed to escape while the assailants were preoccupied with salvaging the goods. Catching her breath, Aunt Zhou continued, "You should have seen it. One of the injured had a gaping wound on his arm, over 10 centimeters long, exposing the bone. I've heard he has been running a high fever these past couple of days, and the rescue team has no hospitals to refer him to." Upon hearing this, Shen Wan surmised that it was likely tetanus causing the persistent fever. With no hospitals available, they would have to rely on their own resilience. Although she had a tetanus vaccine stored in her space, she wouldn't dare reveal it. If everyone knew she had medicine, her days of peace would be over. The supplies she hoarded were solely for herself and Shen Mo. Chapter 42, The Bitter Cold. Upon reaching the 11th floor, Shen Wan was met with a throng of people crowding the hallway, all descending to assess the situation. They were gathered at the entrance of Unit 1101, where anguished cries echoed from within. With her keen eyes, Shen Wan spotted Zhang Pingho, who was being berated by a woman inside the apartment. She accused him of causing her son's death, claiming he had taken him out without ensuring his safety. Setting aside her thoughts on Zhang Pingho's shrewdness as a businessman, Shen Wan felt a pang of sympathy for him. Surviving in this apocalypse while caring for a group of helpless infants, all while being pursued by a swarm of blood-sucking parasites, was no easy feat. One lapse in care could lead to disaster. If they did not rely solely on others and learn to stand on their own feet, could they not seek a path to survival for the ailing child? Yet here they were, blaming others, a situation she found rather ironic. Not wishing to linger in the midst of the unfolding drama, Shen Wan turned and ascended the stairs. Satisfied with her newfound knowledge and eager to avoid any further gossip. Upon returning home, she found Mo peacefully asleep. Listening to his gentle breaths, she felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Presuming that no major upheaval would occur downstairs, she resolved to continue her endeavors in utilizing liquefied gas. Over the past few days, she had managed to prepare hundreds of portions of cooked food, having only consumed 7 or 8 gas canisters. Discarding the empty canisters discreetly into the water during her walks downstairs had become a routine. Not feeling inclined to cook today, she decided to brew some ginger tea, knowing that it would be beneficial to warm herself against the impending bitter cold. She prepared a large pot with ginger, brown sugar, red dates, and goji berries, adding a touch of Codonopsis and dried tangerine peel. Retrieving 2 boxes of thermoses she had found at the hospital, she cleaned them thoroughly to store the ginger tea, ensuring it would be readily available when needed. The remainder was poured into stainless steel containers she had salvaged from a milk tea shop. As she exited her space, the howling winds outside heralded the arrival of a torrential downpour, striking against the glass with a relentless fury. Glancing at the wall clock, she noted that it was barely past 3 in the afternoon, yet her home was shrouded in darkness. Just as she reached for the lamp, a chill swept over her, causing her to shiver. The sound of raindrops tapping against the window shifted. It was no longer mere rain, but hail. The bitter cold had arrived early. The thermometer in her living room visibly plummeted, dropping to a mere 5 or 6 degrees within seconds. She was fortunate to have emerged in time, for the consequences of delay would have been unimaginable. Realizing her oversight, she vowed never to linger in her space for too long again. Rushing into the bedroom, she carried the still-sleeping Shen Mo into her space, ensuring to bring the robot along as well. She relied on it to assist with the child, and she couldn't risk it freezing. Once inside the bedroom of her space, she gently placed Mo on the smart bed to continue his slumber, and began to change into warmer attire. She donned thermal base layers, insulated underwear, a fleece sweater, a down vest, a complete down jacket, and snow boots. Once fully dressed, she felt a slight sweat forming. The temperature in her space was a steady 20 degrees Celsius, making her current attire feel excessively warm. However, there was no alternative. Dressing lightly outside would lead to unbearable shivering, as the temperature was dropping rapidly. Feeling adequately prepared, she stepped out of her space. Upon landing in her bedroom, she was unexpectedly hit by a blast of cold air, causing her to sneeze uncontrollably and her nose to run. This was an old ailment. Her allergic rhinitis had flared up, and she had forgotten to wear a mask in her haste. Quickly, she retrieved a disposable mask from her space and donned a cotton mask on top, which provided some relief to her nasal passages. Still feeling somewhat chilly, she grabbed a military overcoat to wear. As she approached the living room to check the thermometer, She was astounded to see the temperature had plummeted to -35 degrees, a drop of nearly 60 degrees. The hail outside had ceased, replaced by a flurry of snowflakes dancing wildly in the air. Donning her gloves, Shen Wan opened the security door and the outer door. The lock on the main door had frozen slightly, and the temperature in the elevator lobby was even lower than her home. The fire door to the corridor had not frozen shut and was ajar. As she opened it, a blast of wind and snow rushed in. She hurriedly dashed to her neighbor's door, knocking frantically on Aunt Jo's door. After a moment of silence, just as she was about to pry it open with a crowbar, the door swung open. Aunt Jo, bundled in a down jacket and wrapped in 2 layers of blankets, trembled as she stood before Shen Wan. Relieved to see that Aunt Jo was unharmed, Shen Wan exchanged pleasantries before turning to leave. Upon returning home, her eyelashes and eyebrows were frosted with ice, and her hands and feet felt slightly numb. She activated the water heating system in the master bedroom and plugged in 2 heaters to the battery, watching as the temperature in the room began to rise rapidly. Sipping ginger tea from a thermos she had brought from her space, she began to feel warm enough to start shedding her layers. Once the indoor temperature stabilized around 15 degrees, she felt comfortable in her thermal underwear and fleece pajamas. Turning off the heaters, she realized that the water heating system alone was sufficient to maintain the indoor warmth. After ensuring Mo was dressed properly in the space, she finally brought him out. The little one proved to be quite adaptable, soon climbing down from the bed to entertain himself, not forgetting to inquire about Xiao Ai's whereabouts. Shen Wan had no choice but to bring out the robot to keep him company. The master bedroom is quite spacious, with the wardrobe positioned on the left side and the heated bed on the right. The central area, approximately a dozen square meters, currently accommodates only a coal stove and a heater. To conserve fuel, Shen Wan plans to remain active indoors during the day and return to her space for sleep at night, thus avoiding the need to rise in the middle of the night to stoke the stove. The walls and floor of the bedroom are lined with soundproofing materials, which also provide some insulation. Given the constraints of indoor space, she has set up a ball pit for Mo, complete with a climbing frame and a slide. She also salvaged a table from the back corridor, sawing off a portion of its legs to use it as a dining table atop the heated bed, reminiscent of a northeastern warm Kong. In addition to the coal stove, she has ignited a charcoal stove. The coal stove not only supplies warmth but also serves to boil water, while the charcoal stove is utilized for heating meals and roasting food. The indoor temperature is not particularly high, and hot dishes tend to cool rapidly, especially since children eat slowly. Once the house is in order, Shen Wan finally finds time to observe the outside world. Standing by the window, she notes that within mere minutes, the landscape has transformed into a winter wonderland. The water surface has frozen over, blanketed by a thick layer of snow, with several rubber boats trapped in the ice. The sudden onset of extreme cold has caught those on the water in a perilous situation, facing both plummeting temperatures and hail, resulting in a slim chance of survival. Even those who remain indoors risk hypothermia if they fail to dress warmly in a timely manner. The temperature continues to drop, with -40 degrees far from being the limit. Drawing the curtains, she gazes at the warm, dancing flames, her thoughts drifting to roasted sweet potatoes. She retrieves 2 sweet potatoes, a corn cob, and a few chestnuts, along with some sugar oranges and longan, placing them on the rack to roast. This will suffice for dinner. Arranging a few chairs by the fire, she slowly roasts and savors her meal, while the little chubby one occasionally inches over for a bite. Feeling a bit thirsty, she brews a pot of tea with red dates, longan, licorice, and a couple of slices of ginger, sweet and delightful, much to the child's liking. As she warms herself by the fire, she takes out a foundational book on traditional Chinese medicine to study. Without a medical background, the material proves challenging, so she plans to dedicate an hour to medical knowledge each day after practicing military boxing. She also needs to find time to learn how to operate medical instruments, ensuring she won't be at a loss when the need arises. After an hour of reading, Shen Wan feels a sense of relief. The medical concepts are intricate and convoluted, and lulling Shen Mo to sleep is decidedly simpler. Halfway through the story of the ugly duckling, the little chubby one drifts off. So she places him on the spacious bed in her space to continue sleeping. The outdoor temperature continues to plummet, and clad in her military coat, she ventures into the living room to check the thermometer, which reads -42 degrees. It seems the temperature will continue to drop tonight. Her space remains the most comfortable sanctuary. After shutting off the heating system, she finds a stainless steel bucket to carry the burning charcoal and coal into her space, placing it in the still room for use the following morning. Once inside the master bedroom, she begins to shed her layers, as the temperature in the space is just right while wearing her thermal clothing. Were it not for the desire to accompany Mo in his growth, she would gladly remain in the space indefinitely. However, a life of comfort can indeed dull one's survival instincts and resolve. She cannot hide away in the space for eternity. For who would she rely on if it were to vanish one day? Shaking her head, she resolves to push aside such morose thoughts, finding solace in the task at hand. Many fruit trees in the courtyard have already begun to blossom, according to the seasonal rhythms of the black soil. The first fruits will appear in just a few days, and the grapevines are already adorned with clusters of small grapes. Along this grape trellis, she has planted 10 different varieties of grapes: Kyoho, Sunshine Rose, Xinjiang Mare's Milk, Jasmine grapes, and others. When the various colors of grapes ripen, it will be a breathtaking sight. After harvesting 2 baskets brimming with vegetables and fruits, she continues to sow seeds, regrettably noting the absence of rainwater for washing them. However, the accumulated snow outside can serve as a source of water for daily use, though washing vegetables becomes a bit cumbersome. It is only 10 o'clock in the evening, and for the first time, she feels as if time is dragging. She needs to find something else to occupy her time. Shen Wan's gaze falls upon a pile of black soil set aside during her garden cleanup. A bold idea sparks in her mind. She plans to plant 2 fruit trees at the entrance of the front yard, using her mental energy to move the soil to the vacant space outside the gate. And then she will retrieve 2 cherry saplings from the storeroom to plant, compacting the surrounding soil. She recalls that there are some bricks on the rooftop, remnants from a renovation. She will search for them tomorrow to construct 2 flower beds and practice her skills, eventually transforming the garage as well. After laboring, she enjoys a deep and restful sleep, awakening to find it nearly 8 o'clock. Bundling herself up warmly, she carries the charcoal bucket out of her space, activating the heater and the heated bed system to rapidly warm the room. After about 10 minutes, the temperature is suitable, and she places Mo back on the heated bed to continue his slumber. After attending to her morning routine, she pours herself a caramel latte and prepares a ham and egg sandwich, savoring her meal by the window. The snow outside has thickened, prompting her to retrieve another thermometer from her space. She opens the window a crack to extend it outside, watching as the temperature swiftly drops to -46 degrees before stabilizing. The snow-covered landscape is a vast expanse of white, devoid of human presence. At this temperature, survival indoors becomes quite challenging, let alone outside. Just as she finishes her last bite of the sandwich, she hears movement from the bed. Mo is awake, rolling over and staring vacantly at the ceiling. Experts advise against disturbing a child in such a state, as they are absorbing the world around them. Shen Wan does not feel he is truly perceiving anything, but she finds comfort in the ease of the moment. When he is hungry, he will surely rise. She places Mo's breakfast on the table: millet porridge, red bean buns, and a boiled egg. The enticing aroma rouses the little chubby one, who climbs out of bed. After dressing him, she allows him to eat breakfast independently while she sits nearby, perusing medical literature, occasionally feeding him a spoonful of porridge. Once he finishes, she sends him off to play with Xiao AI. After completing her studies for the day and practicing military boxing for an hour, she finds her movements flowing smoothly, with a sense of accomplishment. Tomorrow, she plans to begin learning self-defense techniques, hoping to incorporate the short sword she had previously found. With all her tasks for the day accomplished, Shen Wan decides to search the rooftop for bricks. She instructs Xiao AI to keep an eye on Mo, restricting their play area to the fenced yard and the heated bed. Bundling herself against the cold, wearing a hat, scarf, mask, military coat, and thick snow boots, she finally opens the bedroom door and steps outside. She retrieves 2 stainless steel buckets from her space, intending to collect some of the fallen snow. As she enters the living room, she catches a whiff of scorched wood, realizing that the residents downstairs have begun to burn furniture for warmth in the bitter cold. She must remember to seal the door cracks upon her return. As she opens the front door, a flurry of snowflakes rushes in, a result of the fire door having been inadvertently left ajar. Fortunately, she has the foresight to wear protective goggles, though the cold is still biting. She hastens to secure the door, clutching the buckets as she ascends to the rooftop. Summoning her courage, She pushes open the rooftop door before she can step outside. A gust of wind slams the door shut, nearly striking her. Once more, she opens the door against the fierce wind and steps onto the rooftop, feeling even colder and struggling to maintain her balance. She locates the corner where the bricks had been stacked, now buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. After a considerable effort, she uncovers a small pile of bricks, gathering them into her space, then using the snow to conceal her tracks. She finds a clean patch of snow to fill a few buckets, placing them near her garden, knowing they will soon melt into water. Realizing she will need to frequently collect snow for water in the future, she retrieves a piece of waterproof fabric from the tool shed to lay by the water tower, providing some wind protection for her snow collection efforts. The edges of the waterproof cloth were weighed down with stones to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. After everything was tidied up, she carried 2 buckets of snow downstairs. As she reached the stairwell, she spotted Zhang Pingho standing at her door, preparing to knock. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned and addressed her. "Is that you, Xiaoshen? I was just about to look for you. Are you going upstairs to collect snowmelt?" Shen Wan, bundled up tightly, could hardly blame him for not recognizing her. After ensuring the fireproof door was securely closed, she removed her goggles and explained that there was no water at home, inquiring if he needed anything. Zhang Pingho then replied, "Several households on our floor have lost their furniture to the fire, and in this weather, it's impossible to go out in search of fuel. I thought it essential to prioritize survival, so I was wondering if we could borrow some furniture from your vacant rooms. I came to ask if your family would like to join us." Shen Wan readily agreed, and after arranging to meet downstairs at noon, Zhang Pingho departed to inform the other residents. Although her own home had sufficient fuel, it was safer to adhere to the group. Upon returning home, she found the thermometer in the living room reading a chilling -48 degrees, a slight drop from before. Entering her bedroom, warmth enveloped her, prompting her to shed her outer layers and stow them away. After sipping a cup of ginger tea and warming herself by the fire for a while, the stiffness in her hands and feet gradually subsided, though her snow boots seemed inadequate for the cold. Seeing her return, Mo rushed over, exclaiming her hunger, and Shen Wan realized it was already past 11. Fortunately, the dining table on the heated Kong ensured that the food would not grow cold. She served a portion of braised pork, a chicken and corn dish, and a spinach and pig liver soup, just the right amount for the 2 of them. Chapter 44. Searching the building. After the meal, Shen Wan entrusted Mo to Xiao Ai's care and prepared to dress for her descent. She retrieved hand warmers and foot warmers to apply, then donned her clothing and shoes, feeling more insulated than in the morning. After locking the door, she descended the stairs and discovered many people had already gathered on the 6th floor, including Aunt Zhou from next door. Zhang Pingho was marking names on a roster while explaining the current situation in the building. Today, he had gone door to door, finding only 12 households occupied, with 2 families having sufficient fuel, leaving 10 households participating in the activity. However, according to their previously established rules of fair distribution based on labor, a considerable number of residents had shown up, including all but the elderly and the very young, resulting in a crowded corridor. The 5th floor had been flooded previously and was likely frozen now. The 6th floor had 10 vacant rooms that could all be searched by afternoon. A few young men from room 602 were present, so they commenced their search from 601. Armed with crowbars of unknown origin, they pried open the door, and in no time, the electronic lock was breached, granting them entry. Some individuals ventured inside to search for supplies, while Zhang Pingho led the remaining group to the 7th floor, transporting any found items there for later distribution. Upon entering room 601, Shen Wan discovered it had been occupied. Just then, a scream echoed from the bedroom door. It was 2 young girls from room 602, huddled together and trembling uncontrollably. She approached them and found the blankets on the bed heaped up, revealing a couple tightly embraced within. Upon closer inspection, it was evident their bodies were frozen stiff, faces etched with frost. After a brief moment of silence, the group resumed their search for useful items, a scenario they had anticipated. Noticing an unsearched vanity table beside the bed, Shen Wan approached as no one else seemed interested. Opening the jewelry box atop it, she found not only gold and silver jewelry, but also a pair of jade bangles and a jade pendant, all appearing to be of fine quality. Ensuring no one was observing, she subtly tucked the pendant and bangles away into her space, leaving the gold and silver for others. She enlisted someone to help carry the vanity table into the corridor, knowing the wooden table could be split for firewood. The kitchen and living room were bustling with people, so she slipped onto the unoccupied balcony, discovering several bags of cat litter tucked away in the corner, indicating the elderly couple had kept pets. Without drawing attention, she collected it into her space. Returning to the living room, she found the kitchen empty and took another look around. The refrigerator and cabinets had already been rummaged through, leaving no food behind. She did, however, find a yogurt maker and several packets of yogurt cultures, though she was uncertain if they would remain viable in such low temperatures. As she exited, the place was devoid of people, the only untouched item being the bedding on the owner's bed, while all other useful items had been cleared away. Ascending to the 7th floor, she found both room doors wide open, suggesting they were unoccupied. Room 701 showed no signs of habitation, with its newly renovated door and missing cabinets. Room 702 belonged to a solitary young woman, and although there were signs of life in her one-bedroom apartment, no body was found, implying she had likely not returned since the storm. Zhang Pingho and his group had already finished their search and departed, and Shen Wan discovered a charging desk lamp, 2 unopened t-shirts, and 2 parcels hidden beneath the computer desk. This reminded her of the countless unopened packages she had found at the live stream company, which she had completely forgotten about amidst the chaos. She could look forward to unboxing them upon her return. As the main group pried open each room to search for supplies, she trailed behind, collecting items they deemed unnecessary, such as an air conditioning fan, insecticide, mosquito repellent, and disinfectant, which, while not immediately needed, would prove useful in the future. Room 902 was occupied by an elderly woman living alone, and upon breaking down the door, they found her lifeless on the living room couch, dressed only in her undergarments, with a pile of burnt remnants before her. It seemed she had succumbed to hypothermia, mistaking the warmth of her surroundings for comfort, thus shedding her clothing to dissipate heat. Without external intervention, hypothermia can be fatal. This household had burned nearly everything combustible, and the group could only salvage some large furniture and blankets before hastily moving on to the next residence. After covering the elderly woman with a blanket, Shen Wan resumed her search for usable materials. In the living room, she discovered a box of moxa sticks and several bags of dried medicinal herbs, while in the bedroom, she found a jade ring and a gold bracelet hidden beneath the mattress. The deep green jade appeared to be a high-quality emerald, and she wondered if such a precious item would affect her space in any way. Having spent some time living with her grandmother, she was familiar with the hiding spots favored by the elderly. In the kitchen, she spotted 2 packages of cured meat and several pounds of grains tucked away in the ceiling, likely hidden after the disaster. Under the bed, in the secondary bedroom, she uncovered several boxes of milk, cookies, and nutritional supplements, probably gifts from relatives during the holidays. The balcony was cluttered with various items, the cardboard having already been removed. Sifting through, she found 2 metal buckets and 2 jars of pickled vegetables. Apart from the ring and bracelet, she opted not to take anything else, as her own supplies were sufficient. The survival of the building's residents ensured her own safety as well. She enlisted 2 individuals from outside to assist in transporting the items. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered how so many items could still be uncovered in the searched rooms. They encountered several more households that had not weathered the winter, and Zhang Pingho's group decided to place the bodies in the bedrooms, covering them with sheets as a final gesture of respect. The remaining unoccupied houses were simpler to clear, needing only the removal of all wooden items. Within an hour, they had completed the search, and the corridor on the 7th floor was now piled high with supplies, various packaged grains, daily necessities, blankets, down jackets, and disassembled furniture. Although she was dressed warmly, the prolonged exposure outdoors made the cold unbearable. Climbing up and down to move items had not felt cold, but now, while waiting to distribute the supplies, she shivered uncontrollably. Zhang Pingho, feeling the cold acutely himself, quickened his pace. To facilitate distribution, all the grains were mixed together, and Shen Wan received a large bag of mixed grains along with a collection of wooden boards for furniture. She declined to take the down jacket and quilt, claiming that her home was adequately supplied, and instead, she only gathered some discarded daily necessities from others. The effort of transporting these items upstairs was exhausting. Although the furniture boards were primarily solid wood, most had been coated with paint. Reluctant to raise suspicions, she resigned herself to the slow process of moving. She stacked the items in her home, planning to deal with them later. Most of the daily necessities she selected were unopened, proving to be quite useful. By the time she completed the last trip, she was slightly perspiring but dared not remove her clothing, fearing the consequences of alternating between heat and cold might lead to illness. While she had ample medication, it would hinder her activities and potentially infect MOMO. In the living room, she organized the items she had brought back, classifying the daily necessities into her storage space, while the remaining furniture boards were placed in the kitchen. The grains could be saved for future porridge. The living room quickly regained its spaciousness, as it had never held much furniture. Only the balcony and window areas were adorned with solar panels, which, despite the falling snow, still captured a fair amount of electricity, sufficient for daily needs and capable of charging the battery in her storage space. Typically, her household relied on coal and firewood from the secondary bedroom. With the battery she purchased earlier and what she had collected over time, she could sustain usage for several months without issue. If necessary, she could resort to the generator for power. After tidying up, she entered the bedroom and, upon seeing MOMO sleeping soundly, refrained from waking him. She shed her outer garments and entered her storage space. The jade ornaments she had collected that afternoon did not seem to alter the courtyard significantly, yet the space continued to voraciously absorb everything, leaving her uncertain about how much more was required for a transformation to occur. While it would be disingenuous to claim she was not disappointed, she truly could not grasp the developmental patterns of the space, and thus could only wait patiently. However, upon exiting through the front gate, Shen Wan was astonished to discover that the dense fog that had previously enveloped the yard had receded by several meters, indicating a change. Where the fog had dissipated, patches of fertile land emerged. Unlike the black soil of her courtyard, this land's earth was a gray-brown hue. Was this to evolve into a planting space? She had anticipated that the upgrade would yield more storage capacity or expand the yard's area, but instead, it presented her with a vast expanse of land awaiting cultivation. Setting aside whether she possessed enough seeds, she was reluctant to toil in the fields daily. She wondered if further consumption of jade would result in a vast field of farmland. The prospect of cultivating such extensive land was daunting. Moreover, her current stockpile of food was ample. Cultivating more would not facilitate trade, so she decided to leave it fallow for now. Returning to her senses, she noticed the bricks she had collected earlier still piled at the entrance. The cherry tree she had planted in the soil had sprouted green buds, suggesting that her plans might indeed succeed. After changing into an old outfit, she prepared to construct a flower bed. She found a video on her tablet and reviewed it several times before mixing the cement and sand in the proper ratios. After testing the mixture and adding a bit more cement, she felt satisfied with the consistency. Armed with her tools, she carefully layered the cement and bricks, smoothing the surface as she went, reminiscent of baking a cake. An hour later, 2 circular flower beds had emerged on either side of the gate. Once the cement dried, she could transplant the soil and cherry tree into them. With her task completed, she gazed at the flower beds with immense satisfaction, her thoughts wandering to the garage. Unfortunately, she lacked sufficient bricks and rebar, so she would need to search for those another time. Noticing the time, she exited the space to find Shen Wan awake, playing with Xiao AI and building blocks. She fetched some water and snacks for him, setting them aside as she settled by the stove to open her blind boxes. With a utility knife in hand, she first opened the 2 packages she had received today. One contained sanitary pads, and the other held hangers, both of which she placed on the shelf in her storage space for daily necessities. She did not discard the cardboard boxes. Instead, she removed the tape and placed them into the charcoal stove, where the fully enclosed flue would eliminate any concerns about harmful substances. Previously, she had found several unpackaged deliveries at the live streaming company, all of which had been stored in the daily necessities area. She gradually unpacked a few more, processing the cardboard as she went, pleased to discover she wouldn't need to burn firewood today. The first box revealed a complete set of skincare products, which she intended to keep for herself. The next contained various flavors of cheese sticks, which had spoiled after sitting in high temperatures for several days. So she disposed of them in a large trash bag. Continuing to unpack, she came across an air conditioning blanket, sunscreen, a small electric pot, trash bags, luncheon meat, rice noodles, and a self-heating hot pot. The variety of items sourced from the live streaming room was truly eclectic, encompassing food, household goods, and entertainment. However, many of the food items had perished, all of which she placed into trash bags and piled in the corner of the garbage station. After 2 hours of unpacking, she managed to clear one shelf, planning to continue after dinner. From her storage space, she retrieved a package of tomato-flavored rice noodles, adding baby bok choy and luncheon meat to the mix. While unpacking, the sight of rice noodles had suddenly ignited her appetite. The broth was rich and flavorful, sweet and sour, causing little Mo to get sauce all over his face. After dinner, Shen Wan resumed unpacking her blind boxes. One shelf was filled with various electronic devices and small appliances, tablets, phones, Bluetooth headphones, beauty devices, rice cookers, and more. Thankfully, she had retrieved them early, as exposure to extremely low temperatures would have rendered them useless. It was not until after 9 in the evening that she finished unpacking all the packages, leaving the cardboard boxes unburned and neatly stored in her space. Little Mo was beginning to feel sleepy, prompting her to relocate her activities. She packed the charcoal into a barrel and placed it in her storage space before vanishing from sight with Mo and Xiao AI. In the storage space,
Shen Wan was bathing Shen Montag.
a wooden tub had been set up in the main building's bedroom, and since the onset of the extreme cold, they had been bathing in the space. Although the room had a water heating system, it still felt quite chilly, making one susceptible to colds. The clothes she had changed out of were washed and hung in the hallway, drying quickly, while smaller items were hand-washed and larger ones required assistance from the washing machine. Every morning, she would first exit the storage space to turn on the water heating and coal stove outside to warm the area, waiting until the temperature rose before placing Mo back in bed for more sleep. Every few days, she would also connect the water heating system to the living room, as she had intentionally installed it there during the renovation, primarily out of concern for Mo's development from spending too much time in the bedroom. However, the living room was larger and consumed more energy, so to conserve resources, they couldn't play there every day. Additionally, the storage space, while spacious, could only reach slightly above freezing, making it much colder than the bedroom. Mo had to wear his down jacket to play outside. The residents of the building were unlikely to venture out in the coming days. The supplies she had gathered previously could last for a while, allowing her to comfortably remain at home. Mornings were spent learning and exercising, afternoons devoted to watching dramas and playing games, and evenings occasionally included some light snacks. Thankfully, her daily exercise prevented any weight gain. Every few days, she would also visit the rooftop to collect snow for domestic water use, storing any excess in stainless steel buckets to freeze into ice cubes, which she piled on the daily necessities shelf, ensuring she wouldn't lack ice during the heat of summer. That morning, while on the rooftop, she encountered a couple from the 6th floor and Zhang Pingho, who informed her that the 3 couples from 602 had moved to 1102. As the snow depth increased, the 6th floor had grown as cold as an ice cellar, and burning wood for warmth had proven ineffective. Zhang Pingho explained that transporting snow from the lower floors was cumbersome, so the residents of the higher floors had taken to the rooftop to gather snow for water. Shen Wan assured them she did not mind, as long as they did not disturb the area she had marked, considering the rooftop's vastness. However, the girl from 602 was rather haughty, pulling her boyfriend ahead to the rooftop and insisting on inspecting the patch of ground she had covered with plastic, claiming the snow there was cleaner. In truth, the snow on the rooftop had accumulated to over half a meter, and the upper layers were indeed clean. Yet, if someone sought trouble, Shen Wan was not one to back down easily. Is it not simply the case that she acts with impunity, relying on the presence of her boyfriend? She made her stance clear, insisting on a first-come, first-served basis, leaving no room for compromise, and subsequently handed the decision-making power over to Zhang Pingho. In Chapter 46, Envy, Zhang Pingho, true to his seasoned nature, recognized that a young girl capable of venturing out alone and safely returning with supplies was not to be underestimated. He swiftly persuaded the girl named Lin Qianqian, ultimately leading to her boyfriend intervening to take away his headstrong girlfriend. Shen Wan paid no heed to their reactions, focusing solely on filling the iron barrel with snow. It was no surprise they were envious of her territory. Situated near the water tower, the snowfall was relatively light, and she had cleared a path along the wall, ensuring that each ascent was manageable. The barrel she brought was quite large, and once filled, she noticed they had all departed. Disregarding appearances, she stowed the barrel into her space and retrieved 2 empty ones to continue her task, shielded from prying eyes by the snow and the water tower. She filled a total of 10 barrels, yet the snow on the plastic sheet had only diminished by a few decimeters. After an extended period of inactivity, she felt the chill creeping into her bones. Thus, she carried the last 2 barrels downstairs to return home. Each time she ascended to the rooftop, she endeavored to bring back as much snow as possible, allowing it to melt into water before freezing into ice blocks. Her diligence in clearing the rooftop snow was commendable. Otherwise, the entire area would have been buried. Upon returning to her room, her hands and feet were numb from the cold, and it was only after consuming a full cup of ginger tea that she began to feel warmth returning. Before she could even remove her clothing, a knock at the front door interrupted her. She had no choice but to don her military coat, ensuring her hat and mask were in place before answering. Through the peephole, she discerned Zhang Pingho standing at the entrance. She cracked the door open slightly, peeking out to inquire about his purpose, thereby concealing the situation inside from view. Zhang Pingho sensed her distance and, getting straight to the point, mentioned that the supplies they had previously found would not last long, and government aid had yet to arrive. Noticing an increasing number of people outside in recent days, they planned to venture out early to seek their fortune and wanted to know if she wished to join them. Shen Wan had no choice but to agree. She had been waiting for them all along. She preferred not to venture out at night, as daytime excursions attracted too much attention, and accompanying a larger group was the best option. Although a larger crowd could complicate matters, it often led to opportunities for solitary actions. They agreed to gather on the 6th floor at noon after lunch, and Zhang Pingho reminded her that the outside was not particularly safe, advising her to carry self-defense tools. After closing the door, she retreated to her bedroom, wary of needing the restroom later and thus refraining from drinking more ginger tea. Opting instead to suck on a slice of ginger. Sitting by the stove, she contemplated her lunch choices, realizing she needed high-calorie meat. She retrieved roasted lamb chops, corn chowder, meat sauce pasta, and potato wedges from her space, placing the lamb chops on a baking tray alongside the pasta to warm on the stove, as cold lamb was unappetizing. The enticing aromas soon drew little Chubby over, but fortunately, she had previously applied sealing strips to the gaps in the door and windows to maintain warmth, ensuring the scent wouldn't escape, especially with the living room acting as a barrier. After her meal, she deliberately changed her clothes and rinsed her mouth. And with her mask, hat, scarf, and coat in place, she felt prepared. Time was drawing near, so she put Mo into her space for a nap and stored the robot and charcoal bucket away, causing the indoor temperature to plummet. Dressed in her military coat and with her goggles on, she felt the heat from the warmers on her body and feet beginning to rise, sufficient to last for 2 to 3 hours. By the time she reached the 6th floor, it was nearly noon, and once everyone had assembled, they prepared to set off. Observing the group, she noted that unlike the previous search, this time it consisted entirely of young, able-bodied individuals. There were 12 in total, each armed with various weapons, kitchen knives, wooden sticks, baseball bats, and more. Shen Wan carried a short sword she had previously found in the safe, but instead of holding it, she placed it in her backpack. Thus, when Zhang Pingho suggested forming teams with familiar faces, no one was willing to partner with her, considering her too weak. She was content with this arrangement, as moving independently would afford her greater convenience. One by one, they climbed out of the window of Unit 601 and landed in the snowy ground below. The lower layers of snow had frozen into ice, while the top layer remained relatively soft, reaching up to their ankles with each step. Zhang Pingho led the way, guiding everyone through the deep and shallow patches of snow. Prior discussions had established their destination. The surrounding neighborhoods were likely to be comparable to their own, having already been depleted of resources. Moreover, they were not inclined to seize survival resources from others unless absolutely necessary. Thus, their focus shifted to nearby entertainment venues and office buildings. Ultimately, they settled on a chain hotel located about a kilometer from their community. By the time the group reached the hotel, 20 minutes had passed, with the wind and snow intensifying their struggle. Just as they sighed in relief upon arrival, figures appeared at the windows of the hotel, revealing that every floor had individuals peering out. It became evident that the hotel had been occupied. Judging by the number and attire of the occupants, they were not hotel staff, but rather ordinary civilians. However, Had not the disaster victims been taken to official relief stations? Entering the hotel was out of the question, and turning back was not an option either, leaving them to consider alternative plans. Everyone was bundled up tightly, communicating solely through gestures as Zhang Pingho signaled for them to follow him. After another 10 minutes, they arrived at the Jinbang business building, and the group collectively felt that continuing further would leave their legs in ruins. This building had been established quite some time ago. Shen Wan recalled its presence from her childhood, housing mostly traditional industries within. Following Zhang Pingho, Yuanji stepped forward, swinging his baseball bat at the ground floor windows, shattering the glass with a resounding crash. Clearing away the shards, the group filed in, seating themselves on the floor to catch their breath. As she removed her scarf and mask to drink water, she noticed that besides herself, there were two other girls in the group. One was Yuanji's girlfriend, the girl from the fourth floor, who was now nestled in her boyfriend's embrace, acting coy. The other girl, much like herself, sat alone, exuding an aura of despondency that hinted at a desire for solitude, a feeling that resonated with Shen Wan, who could almost guess the trials she had faced. However, she hadn't spotted her during the last building sweep, suggesting that perhaps this time, the girl had found the resolve to rise again. After a brief respite, Zhang Pingho urged everyone to expedite their search for supplies, planning to regroup downstairs around 4 o'clock. Unlike the previous communal distribution, this time whatever each person found would belong to them alone, no matter the quantity, as long as they could carry it back. With renewed vigor, the group dispersed, only to discover that the surrounding offices were a chaotic mess, clearly having been ransacked long before. Disappointment washed over them, yet spirits lifted quickly. After all, who knew if anything had been overlooked? Since they were already there, they might as well search. Having had previous experiences searching office buildings, Shen Wan was aware of what to expect, observing as the others aimlessly sought their targets. She made a beeline for the top floor, intending to search from above. In Chapter 47, Gift Box, as she traversed the building, she noted that some company entrances remained secured and intact, while those that had been breached were largely stripped of food, indicating that this building had been searched during the torrential rains. The entire building comprised 22 floors, and as she progressed, she noticed the despondent girl trailing behind her. It wasn't until they reached the 13th floor that they parted ways, each embarking on their own search for supplies, seemingly preferring to avoid the crowd below. Shen Wan ascended to the top floor without pause, eager to begin her search for resources. The others were quick in their endeavors below, and having finally separated from them, she seized the opportunity to gather as much as she could for her space. She had also observed during her ascent that this building lacked the large companies occupying multiple floors. Instead, it was predominantly occupied by single businesses on each level, with some floors housing several enterprises. The entrance to this office floor is secured by a formidable anti-theft door, reinforced with a heavy U-lock in addition to the standard lock. Despite the numerous signs of tampering, it appears to remain unopened. Extracting a crowbar, heavy-duty scissors, and a large waterproof bag from her backpack, she commenced the task of lock-picking. She had quickly discerned that the reason the individuals downstairs had banded together was due to their lack of breaking tools. In contrast, she was well-equipped, thus gaining a distinct advantage. Had it not been for the noise, a cutting machine would have proven to be the most efficient option. With her arsenal of tools deployed, she forcefully breached the door, grateful for her recent physical training which had significantly enhanced her strength. Otherwise, she might have struggled to open it. Upon entering, she discovered that the premises housed an import-export trading company. Directly opposite the entrance was a reception area, flanked by 2 spacious offices on the left and a large conference room on the right. The conference room boasted an expansive screen along one wall, with small doors on either side. Pushing open one of the doors revealed a small storage room, stocked with dozens of boxes of beverages, bottled water, instant noodles, and entire cartons of tissues. Even though the liquids had frozen solid, she did not shy away from collecting them into her space. The items were few and inconspicuous, making their absence negligible. The interior of the storage room contained mostly miscellaneous company items, such as calendars and notebooks, which were of little use. However, she rummaged further and unearthed an unopened soil drill and a combined frying and grilling machine, likely surplus employee benefits, which she decided to take. She also explored the adjacent small room, which served as an equipment room, finding only some disassembled wiring. In the reception area, she spotted 2 unopened bottles of mineral water, along with several drinks and tea bags in a small refrigerator, all of which she promptly collected. The two offices next door were similarly pried open. In the pantry, she gathered tea bags, coffee, rock sugar, and snacks from the desk drawers into her waterproof bag, as it would be inappropriate to encounter someone without any supplies. In the smaller office, she found 2 packs of cigarettes, 4 bottles of liquor, and several gift boxes containing premium white tea. She also did not overlook the cigarettes, tissues, and lighters tucked away in the drawers. After thoroughly searching this floor, she proceeded downstairs. The ground floor housed an insurance company, which shared the same sturdy door as the one above. Skillfully, she unlocked the door, finding the office layout to be quite similar to the upper level. The reception area was considerably larger, furnished with separate sets of tables and chairs, from which she collected drinks and snacks into her waterproof bag, while also stowing away the solid wood furniture. On the bar counter, a coffee machine, juicer, and oven were swiftly added to her collection. She then opened the cabinets below, filled with various supplies, from assorted coffee beans and imported snacks to tea bags and drinks, all of which she stuffed into her space along with napkins and paper cups. The conference room was rather small, yielding no useful items, but the adjacent room was astonishingly crammed with various gift boxes. Combinations of sea salts from different countries, shampoo care kits, and towel sets, presumably intended for clients, were graciously accepted by Shen Wan, who cleverly left a few towel sets outside as a cover. She continued her exploration floor by floor, occasionally rummaging through offices that had already been looted. The previous scavengers had primarily targeted food, leaving behind a fair amount of useful items such as printers, kettles, space heaters, mosquito repellent, books, and office filing cabinets, all of which could prove beneficial for her. Occasionally, she even stumbled upon a decorative item or two in the boss's office. Unable to discern their authenticity, she simply decided to collect them for later appraisal. Upon reaching the 16th floor, she encountered a solitary girl, and after exchanging nods of acknowledgement, they resumed their respective searches. With others present, she refrained from placing items into her space, opting instead to proceed to the next level. Just as she descended the stairs, she spotted Yuanji accompanied by his girlfriend and several other men who were preparing to ascend. Upon seeing her head towards the 15th floor, he kindly warned, "The 13th to 15th floors have already been swept clean. There's nothing of value left." Shen Wan nodded in gratitude, continuing her descent. Their lack of need did not equate to her own. The 15th floor housed a ceramic building materials company, primarily servicing major construction markets, and did not cater to individual clients. The door had already been pried open, sparing her the trouble. She meticulously searched all workstations and executive offices, uncovering mosquito repellent, anti-itch cream, and a few packs of cigarettes. In the reception drawer, she found several packets of rodent poison. In the sample display room, she left the ceramic products on display untouched, only retrieving the unpacked items stored beneath, ensuring that no anomalies would be detected should anyone enter later. Surprisingly, the company's warehouse was filled with entire crates of high-proof liquor, a strong aromatic variety. It was unclear whether the sheer volume deterred removal, or if it simply went unwanted. She collected dozens of boxes from the back of the storeroom, utilizing her mental prowess to extract the liquor within and returning the empty boxes to their original spots. Even if the remaining crates were left untouched, any discovery of emptiness would likely lead to assumptions of theft from within, leaving her identity undetected. Before departing, she also found 4 or 5 bottles of disinfectant and several packs of toilet paper in the bathroom cabinet. Shen Wan believed that operating alone was more efficient, allowing her to directly store items in her space without the worry of discovery. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, her goal was to carry away as many supplies as possible without leaving any trace. Continuing her descent, she arrived on the 14th floor, home to 2 companies, property management and network technology. A quick scan yielded only trivial items. However, in the property management office's changing room, she discovered a box of brand new electric batons and chargers, presumably not yet distributed to the security department. The 13th floor was occupied by an agricultural chemical company, and considering her concerns about arable land in her space, Shen Wan felt compelled to investigate. The entire office floor was dedicated to the company's sales division, with a corner stacked high with samples of pesticides, fertilizers, and insecticides, items that appeared to be unwanted. She employed the same tactic, collecting these into her space and returning the empty boxes to their places. In the manager's office, she found an air purifier, which was quite useful. But most other items had been previously taken. As she exited, she continued her descent, crossing paths with those from above who seemed to have found little of value. Heading straight down. Their departure conveniently facilitated her collection efforts. This floor housed a water purification company, the warehouse brimming with bottled mineral water. It seemed no one was inclined to carry the heavy loads, preferring instead to rely on rain or snow water, which serendipitously benefited her. She collected both electric and manual purification devices, recognizing their future utility, especially the new model claiming to filter out contaminants from industrial water, rendering it safe for drinking. In a world where water resources had drastically dwindled due to extreme heat, even water containing pollutants would be fervently sought after by survivors. While she had no intention of resorting to contaminated water, it was prudent to prepare for any eventuality, collecting everything that could fit into her space. Rapidly sifting through each floor, she soon filled the courtyard with a substantial stockpile of supplies, books from various trades, bottled water, toilet paper. By the time she reached the ground floor, everyone had gathered, and upon checking the time, she noted it was still just past 3. They were remarkably swift. Each individual was laden with a considerable haul of snacks, drinks, nap blankets, instant meals, office paper, along with boxes and wooden boards, likely dismantled from desks. She too filled a large waterproof bag, though it mostly contained lightweight items like toilet paper, giving the appearance of bulk without the heft. Observing that everyone had assembled, she feigned that she had left her thermos upstairs and asked them to wait a few minutes, before hastily retreating up the stairs. Several sizable storage rooms were present, and she had hesitated to take everything at once while collecting supplies. Now that everyone had gathered, she decided to make another trip to retrieve the remaining resources. 10 minutes later, she rushed downstairs, breathless, to find Zhang Pingho had organized the group and was ready to depart. The crowd began to showcase their ingenuity. Some were carrying 2 large cardboard boxes, others were dragging woven bags, while a few had tied plastic bags around their bodies. To her surprise, Yuan Ji and his partner had ingeniously crafted a makeshift cart using a tabletop and rope, sliding their supplies across the snow with ease. With just one person pulling, it was quite labor-saving. Youthful minds are indeed resourceful. On their way to the hotel, they had taken a detour, but for the return journey, they opted for a different path, which appeared to be less than 2 kilometers on the map, although the distance was shorter. Navigating the surrounding environment to ensure they were heading in the right direction proved challenging, especially with everyone laden with burdens, thus their pace was unhurried. After traversing roughly half the distance, Zhang Pingho was about to suggest a momentary rest when a group of armed men suddenly burst forth from a nearby residential building, surrounding them before they could react. Upon recognizing the leading figures, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Pingho's brow as he whispered, "This is the gang that robbed me last time. Everyone be cautious. If it comes to it, we should abandon the supplies and flee." Shen Wan's gaze turned icy. No matter the circumstances, the dregs of society never truly disappear. With hands and feet, yet unwilling to scavenge for their own supplies, they resorted to robbing others like parasitic leeches, and the apocalyptic setting had become their haven. Watching Zhang Pingho negotiate with the gang leader, offering a portion of their supplies for safety, it became clear the adversaries were unwilling to settle for anything less than all their resources, even demanding their down jackets. Fury ignited among the group. To deny them even their clothing in this frigid weather was tantamount to a death sentence. Considering that a dozen young men might overpower 7 or 8, they brandished their weapons and prepared to resist. Shen Wan drew the short sword from her backpack, surveying the chaotic scene for a target. Just then, she spotted a figure rushing from the right, wielding an axe and aiming for her arm, eyes glinting with avarice for her sword. Swiftly sidestepping, her self-defense training bore fruit as she deftly swung the short sword towards the man's neck. The assailant crumpled to the ground in an instant, blood gushing forth. It was then she realized he was the leader of the robbers. The sword had been so sharp that his head was nearly severed from his body. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Although this group was accustomed to thievery, they had never witnessed such a direct and violent act of murder. With their leader dead, the remaining gang members faltered, scattering in all directions, and within moments, several had vanished from sight. Zhang Pingho and the others were equally stunned, having never seen the young girl exhibit such ferocity. They were relieved they had not provoked her previously. As Shen Wan took a few steps forward, they instinctively recoiled, fear etched across their faces. It was almost amusing. Even in the apocalypse, some remained so naive, though they would soon adapt to the harsh realities. Without further ado, she wiped her sword clean in the snow and continued on her path. By the time the group gathered their wits, she had moved far ahead, not daring to glance back at the corpse, hastily dragging her belongings onward. A few among them bore injuries, but dared not catch up to Shen Wan, instead trailing quietly behind her. Noticing this, she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. They were both inexperienced and overly playful.
Yet,
it was perhaps for the best that they harbored a sense of fear towards her, as it would deter them from causing her trouble. By the time she returned to Heifyuan, it was nearly 4 o'clock. A crowd had gathered at the 6th-floor window, and upon seeing her return alone, they converged with curiosity. She simply replied that everyone else was behind her and then ignored their incessant chatter, climbing the stairs to her home with her belongings. Zhang Pingho and his group soon arrived as well, and amidst the flurry of questions from those in the building, they found it difficult to know where to begin, ultimately dispersing everyone to their respective homes. As for how they would recount the heroic deeds of room 1502, Shen Wan felt no inclination to concern herself. In the days that followed, those who ventured to the rooftop for snow water kept their distance from her, as if she were poised to unsheath her sword at any moment. However, it was quite gratifying to see the previously arrogant Lin Qianqian cower in her presence. Yet one individual surprised Shen Wan, the despondent girl she had encountered before, who arrived at her door with 2 buckets of self-heating hot pot. Removing her scarf and hat revealed her short, unevenly cut hair, likely self-trimmed. The girl, named Han Lu, resided in apartment 1202 below her. Despite her charming name, she stood a striking 7 meters tall, her complexion pale and gaunt, though her fingers were long and graceful. Han Lu thrust the 2 buckets of hot pot into Shen Wan's hands, expressing her gratitude for helping her secure all her supplies before swiftly departing, leaving no room for refusal. Shen Wan found the girl intriguing and quite appealing. Holding the self-heating hot pot, she suddenly felt hungry. Today had yielded abundant supplies, and a delightful meal was in order. Hot pot it would be for dinner. Chapter 49. Outdoor gear. Upon entering her bedroom, she noticed the stove had already been lit upon her arrival home, rendering the room quite warm. She tucked Mo into the cozy, heated bedding, but moments later, the little one awoke, stubbornly refusing to get up. Not bothering with him, she knew he would rise when hunger struck. She retrieved a portable gas stove and a pot of prepared hot pot. The gas stove was far superior to the alcohol stove, as it required no refueling. Considering that Shen Mo would also need to eat, she opted for a tomato-flavored hot pot. The moment the hot pot was unveiled, its intoxicating aroma filled the room, and the little chubby one's eyes sparkled, clamoring to get out of bed for a meal. After dressing him, she seated him at the table, where the hot pot ingredients, beef brisket, shrimp paste, and tofu, were already cooked. She placed some in a small bowl for him to eat on his own. Once the pot was nearly emptied, she added some lamb rolls, beef tripe, vegetables, and noodles. After satiating his appetite, he scampered off to play with Xiao AI. Taking advantage of his distraction, Shen Wan pulled out a bottle of soda. However, the moment she opened it, he perked up with curiosity and quickly approached her. Shen Wan, sensing an opportunity for mischief, allowed him a small sip. Instantly, his face contorted in distaste, exclaiming it was spicy, while covering his mouth. Teasingly, she asked if he wanted more, to which he shook his head vigorously like a rattle, before darting away like the wind. With Xiao AI tending to the child, she relished the freedom to savor her meal at a leisurely pace. Although the tomato flavor was delightful, her ultimate favorite remained the spicy, rich beef broth. Especially when paired with soda, it was simply divine. Clearly, she could not bring little Mo along next time. It would severely limit her enjoyment. The meal lasted over an hour. After tidying up the house, she cracked open a window for ventilation. Then she set Mo up with an early education course, asking Xiao AI to accompany him in learning. It was unwise to lie down immediately after such a hearty meal, so she meandered around her bedroom, using her mental energy to organize and categorize the supplies she had gathered that day. After expending considerable mental effort, she surveyed the neatly arranged courtyard, her spirits lifted. Out of the corner of her eye, She noticed the fruits in the garden appeared to have ripened. In an instant, her body was transported to the spatial courtyard, where the vibrant array of fruits beckoned to her, igniting her cravings once more. She recalled a post she had seen, claiming that girls possess 4 stomachs, one for meals, one for snacks, one for fruit, and the last for milk tea and cake. She now felt that the original poster truly understood women. The ripe peaches, longans, mangoes, and variously colored grapes hung from the branches, releasing wafts of delightful fragrance. She had long observed that the crops in the black soil were not bound by the seasons. Once planted, they thrived without the need for watering or fertilization. Even when ripe, if left unharvested, they would not fall and rot but would remain in their prime for consumption. Moreover, the air within the space was untainted, devoid of dust or pesticide spray, allowing the fruits on the trees to be picked and eaten immediately. Though it felt inconsequential at the moment, she would later realize the time, effort, and water saved. After savoring a peach, Shen Wan felt satisfied and contemplated the vast fields outside the courtyard, thinking it would be a splendid idea to plant fruit trees in the idleland. Leaving the courtyard, she casually found a spot to plant the peach pit, covering it lightly with soil before exiting the space with a bunch of fragrant grapes. As bedtime approached for Mo, she curtailed his desire for more grapes after he had eaten a few, putting them away for tomorrow. Had she not intervened, the little chubby one would have devoured the entire bunch, leading to discomfort during the night. After washing up, she returned to the space with Mo to sleep, planning to venture out the next morning. On her way back today, she had passed a factory situated on higher ground, the building partially exposed above the icy surface. Although its purpose was indiscernible, groggily awakened by the alarm, Shen Wan noted the time displayed on her phone, 5 a.m, and resigned herself to rise. The snowfall made the daybreak appear earlier. To avoid drawing attention from the residents, she needed to leave a bit earlier, and the faint light at this hour was just enough to see the path. After washing up, she consumed 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk, then began dressing, applying numerous heat patches on her body and feet. Once adequately prepared, she exited the space. For ease of movement, she carried only a waterproof bag, which held a thermos and a short sword. Descending to window 601, she deftly climbed out, confirming her direction before braving the wind and snow toward her destination, the heavy snowfall quickly erasing her footprints behind her. After walking for a few minutes, she had to pause, relying on the faint light to ascertain her path. Unfortunately, the thick snow rendered her ice skates ineffective. It seemed a 4-wheel-drive vehicle with snow chains would suffice, but given the short distance, she opted to walk instead. 20 minutes later, she recognized a familiar rooftop, its top floor peeking out from beneath the snow. Locating an unlocked window proved fruitless, as it was frozen shut. It appeared she would have to break the window. Fortunately, there were no nearby residential buildings, or the noise would surely attract attention. Producing a window-breaking tool, she struck the corner a few times. Under the low temperatures, the glass became fragile, shattering with just a few blows. After clearing the surrounding shards, she cautiously climbed inside. The top floor resembled an office of the factory, yet it was cluttered with wooden crates, likely salvage stock from the warehouse during a storm. Shen Wan opened the nearest crate, discovering it contained battery storage units, all packed with insulation and moisture-proofing. After inspecting several more crates, she found the office was filled with packaged battery units, enough to last her for decades. In mere minutes, the stacked wooden crates vanished, their empty space outside the front yard now overflowing once more. She could only use her mental energy to manipulate the crates into a pile, ultimately scavenging some daily necessities from the office. Judging by the promotional posters on the walls, the factory specialized in outdoor equipment. Exiting, she found the restroom at the side of the corridor, with a large office at the end. After prying open the door, she entered to find large cardboard boxes piled on the floor. Upon opening a few, she discovered solar panels and small power banks among other wiring components. Descending the stairs, she noted the lower level had not yet been flooded, with only a foot of ice covering the ground, though the windows were blanketed in thick snow. Retrieving a flashlight, she illuminated her surroundings, revealing a layout identical to the upper floor. However, the glass door of the office was frozen shut. Even if she managed to pick the lock, it would not budge. Faced with the choice of shattering the glass or breaking the ice, she opted for the former. Glass doors are typically thick, and a standard window-breaking tool proved ineffective, so she retrieved a multifunctional safety hammer, aimed it at the door, and struck it several times until cracks appeared. After a couple more blows, the glass shattered spectacularly. Fortunately, she was quick enough to avoid being showered in shards. She found an old blanket from the space to lay over the broken glass before stepping carefully inside. In Chapter 50, titled Helicopter, the office remained cluttered with cardboard boxes filled with various outdoor supplies, climbing backpacks, hiking boots, emergency lights, hand-cranked generators, wiring, and assorted items. The boxes were of mixed origin. It was unclear whether they were produced in-house or procured for unified distribution. Some boxes had frozen to the floor, necessitating individual openings to retrieve their contents. The courtyard could no longer accommodate the overflow, compelling her to store items in the corridor of the yard. Upon entering the office across the corridor, she illuminated it with her flashlight, revealing yet another array of packed inventory. Her technique in breaking the door had become quite adept. With just 3 strikes, the glass door shattered. After dragging over a blanket for cushioning, she stepped inside. This office had fewer boxes, all stacked on the desk. The cardboard boxes were marked with the names of their contents, indicating they were freshly received stock. A cursory glance revealed items such as entrenching tools, ski goggles, sleeping bags, solar lamps, camping vehicles, barbecue grills, and wilderness cooking sets, showcasing a comprehensive variety. Each box contained identical items, simplifying her task as she directly loaded them onto the shelves in the tool room for easy access later. Before departing, she explored the 2 restrooms, taking everything usable. By the time she climbed out the window, dawn had arrived, yet the wind and snow persisted. Wearing her new ski goggles, she felt significantly more comfortable. The previous protective goggles had caused discomfort after prolonged use in the snow, likely symptoms of mild snow blindness. The return journey, aided by the wind and snow, was relatively effortless, and within minutes, she reached the base of her apartment complex. Climbing through the window into the residential building, the corridor was quiet, with every door tightly shut. Back home, she lit the charcoal and turned on the heater, gradually feeling the warmth envelop her. It was only just past 8 in the morning. The 2 buns she had eaten earlier were nearly digested, prompting her to retrieve a portion of pan-fried dumplings to enjoy with the ginger tea from her thermos. After finishing her meal, she felt slightly sweaty, and the room had warmed sufficiently, allowing her to tuck Mo into bed for some more sleep while she shed her outerwear to commence her tasks for the day. From the space, she retrieved the acupoint practice model and acupuncture books she had brought back from the traditional medicine clinic, methodically studying each acupoint against the diagrams. As she delved deeper, the knowledge became less obscure and daunting. Considering the challenging survival conditions that lay ahead, she recognized that what she was learning could become a lifeline in critical moments, prompting her to double her study time in the future. While engrossed in her studies, Shen Wan woke up, sitting up and searching for her. Shen Wan approached him, helping him dress, and prepared warm water for him to brush his teeth and wash his face. Having already had breakfast, she made Mo a cup of milk and placed 2 buns on the table. Reflecting on the chaos of the previous day and the increasing disorder in the world, she noted the prolonged internet outage and wondered if the government had issued any new policies. Digging through the space, she found a radio. Turning it on to search for government channels, Mo, curious, wandered over with a bun in hand. And soon they heard a voice from the radio. The government will be airdropping survival aid supplies over the city today. Please inform your fellow residents. The broadcast incessantly repeated this message, leaving her uncertain whether the other residents in the building could hear it. However, if supplies were to be airdropped, the commotion would undoubtedly be significant. Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. If all else failed, she could descend and summon them. By noon, having finished her lunch and prepared for a nap, she was startled by the sound of a helicopter outside. The supply helicopter had arrived. Tasking Xiao AI with lulling Mo to sleep, she hastily donned her clothes and rushed outside. In the living room, she spotted a helicopter hovering above the neighboring complex, indicating it had yet to reach Heifyuan. She dashed downstairs to the residence of the owner of Unit 1302, just as she was about to knock on the door. Zhang Pingho emerged. Their eyes met, and Shen Wan spoke first. I see a helicopter delivering supplies at the neighboring complex. Let us split up to inform the others. You take the lower 10 floors and I'll handle the rest. With that, she hurried downstairs. leaving Zhang Pinghe momentarily stunned before he too swiftly descended to notify the others. Within minutes, a crowd of over 20 people had gathered at the rooftop door. Technically, it sufficed for just one person from each household to collect the supplies, but everyone yearned to experience the government's assistance firsthand. It was the belief that sustained their will to survive. Every few minutes, Zhang Pinghe would open the fire door to check on the situation outside, and soon the helicopter had entered their complex. Heifyuan consisted of only 6 buildings, and it wasn't too long before they heard the rumbling sound approaching, followed by the thud of heavy objects landing. Some individuals, unable to contain their excitement, rushed to open the door only to be met with a faceful of swirling snow, retreating in disappointment. A few minutes later, as the sound of the helicopter gradually faded, they deliberated on selecting 6 young men to haul the supplies back into the hallway. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open again, and 6 individuals braved the wind and snow, dragging a large package back inside. Once all were safely in, they promptly closed the fire door, for the wind and snow were particularly fierce today, stinging their faces. As soon as the door shut, all eyes fixed on the pile of supplies on the floor. Eager hands scrambled to unwrap the waterproof plastic covering, revealing 5 or 6 thick blankets, with grains, vegetables, and medications nestled in the center. With only 12 households residing in their building after several families had moved away, the government's distribution of supplies remained uniform across all buildings, implying that each resident would receive a greater share. There were suggestions to divide the supplies equally among individuals, but some solitary residents objected, arguing that distributing by household would yield a larger portion for them. Ultimately, Zhang Pinghe made the executive decision to divide the supplies per person. Knowing that dissatisfaction would be inevitable, however, the majority ruled, and dissent was futile. Shen Wan felt a twinge of guilt for occupying 3 slots for her unit, having initially claimed 3 members merely to deter ill-intentioned individuals. Now, she could only accept an additional portion. While she had no desire for extra blankets, she opted for an additional handful of potatoes instead. Ultimately, she received 10 cans of meat, 20 pounds of mixed grains, 10 pounds of potatoes and sweet potatoes, along with half a box of cold and anti-inflammatory medications. She recalled that major cities would typically establish emergency food reserves, so grains should not be scarce. It was the medicines that were truly difficult to procure. Since the onset of the disaster and the icy grip of winter, the machinery of the state had continued to operate, demonstrating that neither the government nor the military had abandoned them. Reflecting on her past life, she remembered that despite the relentless natural disasters, the bases were repeatedly forced to relocate, and the country endured countless scars, yet it had never forsaken its people, always providing silent support from behind. This resilience might very well be the true reason for Huagua's rise on the world stage. Chapter 51. Accusations. Once the supplies were distributed, everyone hurried home to seek warmth, for even a brief exposure had left their hands and feet numb. Upon returning home, she glanced at the thermometer in the living room, which read -52 degrees. It had remained unchanged for days, indicating they had reached a limit, with outdoor temperatures likely dipping to around -55 degrees. Entering her bedroom, she found Mo sleeping soundly. Having risen early that morning, she decided to indulge in a nap herself. She dozed until 4 in the afternoon, and upon drawing back the curtains, she was greeted by a clear view of the snow-covered city. Beneath the pristine white blanket lay countless shattered homes. As a child, she had fantasized about snow-laden fairy tales, yet experiencing the harsh reality firsthand felt cruelly sobering.
Mama, hook.
Mo's soft voice emerged from behind her, stirring from his slumber. Shen Wan enveloped him in a warm embrace, bestowing a gentle kiss on his cheek, causing him to shyly recoil. After dressing him, she plucked a bunch of longans and a few sugar oranges from her fruit trees and began to roast them by the stove, enjoying playful moments together. Remembering something, she reached for the radio perched beside the bed, only to be met with static. No new messages had come through, forcing her to abandon the endeavor. She wondered about the current state of the military and political bases in Sioux City, and whether they had begun to accept survivors. Prior to the extreme cold, she had passed near St. Love Hospital without seeing any signs of military presence. She pondered if the location of the military base would shift in this life. Before the calamities struck, She had exerted considerable effort to rent a property near the hospital and design a fortified shelter, seeking proximity to the military for protection. Without the military's authoritative presence, Heifuen would not have been the sanctuary she envisioned. Instead, its scarcity of residents and abundance of supplies could have rendered it a target for surrounding survivors, which would have been highly detrimental to her. Change had already begun. The only course of action was to wait for official notification. She resolved to commence her morning and evening radio checks starting tomorrow to ensure she did not miss any crucial updates. In a moment of distraction, she noticed that her little cherub had already devoured a sugar orange and was now attempting to peel a longan, but his efforts were in vain, causing him to jump in frustration. Shen Wan fed him a couple more longans, but decided not to peel any further, recognizing the longing in his eyes. She began to weave a tale. Mama is going to take Mo out for a grand dinner tonight. If you eat too much fruit now, you won't have any room for dinner. Instantly captivated by the prospect of a feast, the little one cast aside his fruit in favor of the imagined meal. Will there be ice cream and fries? He inquired, his fingers nibbling away. Shen Wan sighed. His foodie tendencies were laid bare. All she could say was go play. You'll get your meal when you're hungry. She then sent him off to play with Xiao AI, liberating her hands to indulge in a solo game on her phone. Ultimately, their dinner consisted of pizza, fries, and pasta, primarily due to the persistent coaxing of her little one, though ice cream was off the menu. The following morning, after completing her morning routine, Shen Wan exited her space. Just as she activated the heating system in the bedroom and living room, a loud knocking reverberated at the door. Upon opening the security door, she found Han Lu from Unit 1202 standing outside, clearly agitated, her own door having been pried open. Shen Wan's vigilance heightened as Han Lu explained, last night, someone broke into the complex and picked the locks. Several units downstairs have been robbed. Zhang Pingho sent me to check on you. Upon hearing this, a glint of danger flickered in Shen Wan's eyes as she leaned down to inspect the lock on her door, noting clear signs of tampering. Although it had not been successfully breached, it seemed the secret of the security door was no longer safe. Fortunately, the lock was sturdy enough. Had the door been breached last night, she and Mo would have been secure in their space. Yet the inexplicable disappearance of their belongings could raise suspicions among the observant. Uncertain of the extent of the damage below, and whether the thieves were traitors from within or forces from outside, she donned her scarf and descended the stairs alongside Han Lu. As they made their way down, Han Lu spoke up. I stayed up late last night and heard some commotion at the door. I then noticed someone attempting to pick the lock on my front door with a wire. Fortunately, my door handle was equipped with a security lock. Otherwise, those intruders would have surely made their way in. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow slightly, so it was a coordinated effort. Did you see how many individuals were involved? Han Lu shook her head. I could only glimpse 3 through the peephole, but I suspect there were more. As they reached the ground floor, they found a gathering at 1302, where Zhang Pingho was surrounded. Upon her arrival, the crowd directed glares of animosity towards her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Was she somehow implicated in this situation? Then a woman from the crowd bellowed, "It's all your fault, you jinx. You attracted those villains here. If you hadn't killed their leader, our building wouldn't have faced retribution. Look at the losses we've suffered because of you." Shen Wan recognized the woman, having encountered her previously when she attempted to borrow a rubber raft during the heavy rain. A middle-aged man interrupted the woman's tirade. Those intruders broke into my home and, when caught, began to rob us openly, threatening to use our entire building to establish their new leader's authority. The woman from the 8th floor could no longer contain herself. Pushing forward to point an accusing finger at Shen Wan, this trouble was brought upon us by you, and you must compensate for our losses. Shen Wan, enduring the confrontation, seized the finger that pointed accusingly at her and twisted it downwards, eliciting a piercing scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. She was careful not to break the finger, but it was certain that the tendons had suffered. Just days ago, they had been terrified of her. Now they had the audacity to confront her directly. It seemed time had dulled their memories, and she was willing to refresh them. Ignoring the woman's shrieks, she grasped her collar and said, "If I recall correctly, your son was present at the scene that day. Did he not describe the events to you upon returning home?" Observing the fear flickering in the woman's eyes, she noted the crowd stepping back slightly, prompting a satisfied smile. She tossed the woman aside as if discarding refuse, delivering a soft yet cruel remark. Do you believe your son could have escaped their clutches or survived in such a frigid environment? You fail to express gratitude and dare to accuse me. If there is a next time, you needn't keep your fingers. The crowd wore expressions of terror, yet Shen Wan had no intention of letting them off lightly. One more thing, I find myself curious about how they discovered our residence. Zhang Luzhang, would you care to enlighten us? Zhang Pingho's expression became inscrutable as she surveyed the faces of those who had ventured out with them earlier. And it came as no surprise to see Yuan Ji and the others displaying unmistakable panic. Unlike the general fear reflected in the other faces, theirs bore the mark of guilt. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the apocalypse for 3 years, Shen Wan was more than capable of playing their games of manipulation and strategy at her own pace. Chapter 52. Seeds. Having said her piece, she opted to withdraw from their assembly, ascending the stairs. Their losses were of no concern to her. Faced with formidable foes, they dared not resist, instead attributing blame to others, perceiving her as a mere weakling. They chose the softest fruit to squeeze, but alas, they had misjudged their target. The road ahead was long, and she was keen to see just how far these cowards might venture. As she climbed the stairs, footsteps echoed behind her. Turning, she saw Han Lu hastening to catch up, joining her side. Upon reaching the 12th floor, the girl spoke. I have a few spare security locks at home. I can give you 2 if you need them. Shen Wan graciously accepted her kindness. After waiting by the door for a moment, she watched as Han Lu emerged with 2 metallic items, explaining their usage in detail before returning to her home. Upon entering 1502, she found the main door still ajar, the lock damaged and in need of replacement. Retrieving a brand new lock and tools from the supply room, she effortlessly replaced the broken lock. She then took out the safety lock she had just acquired, a thick metal hinge, securing it beneath the door handle. Once the hinge was opened to a 90-degree angle, it would effectively prevent the handle from turning. To unlock the door from the outside would require cutting the entire lock, which, for now, seemed a secure solution. She pondered where Han Lu had procured such items. She had only seen plastic versions online, whereas metal was quite rare. The security door had its own built-in lock, so she intended to install the remaining one on her bedroom door as a precaution. After securing the lock, she didn't rush home but instead retrieved 2 walkie-talkies and a stun baton from her space and headed downstairs. The dynamics of human interaction necessitate a balance of give and take. Excessive giving or receiving disrupts this equilibrium. She knocked on the door of 1202, and after a brief wait, she sensed someone peering through the peephole before the door opened. To her surprise, the tenant's vigilance was commendable. No wonder she adapted to the apocalypse so swiftly. Offering her a walkie-talkie and the stun baton, she adjusted both devices to the same channel, indicating that urgent matters could be communicated via the walkie-talkie, while the baton was a gift in return. Shen Wan refrained from entering the woman's home, wary of drawing attention from others, so they conversed quietly at the threshold, aiming for efficiency. Upon returning upstairs and entering her home, she activated the heating system upon waking that morning, ensuring the living room and bedroom were comfortably warm. She removed her coat and scarf, testing the security lock on the main door. In the unlocked position, the handle remained immovable, the triangular brace solid as a rock. In the bedroom, she tucked Mo into the covers, noting it was already 8:30 and the little one should be waking soon. She proceeded to install the remaining security lock on the bedroom door, just in case. As soon as she finished, Shen Mo stirred awake, not lingering in bed today. His curiosity piqued by what his mother was doing. After dressing him and helping him wash up, he obediently sat waiting for breakfast, though she had little appetite that morning. A short outing had sparked some hunger. From her space, she retrieved a bowl of lamb stir-fried with scallions over noodles, serving a small portion to Mo along with 2 fried eggs. The cold weather made lamb a beneficial choice for their health. After their meal, Shen Wan arranged early education courses for Mo and Xiao AI while she began practicing self-defense techniques and acupuncture. The scope of traditional Chinese medicine was vast, and a comprehensive study was impossible. She intended to specialize in herbal pharmacology and acupuncture massage, as she had ample medicinal herbs in her space that needed to be utilized. As for acupuncture massage, most of the books she found in the Chinese medicine section were centered on this, suitable for both adults and children, making it a beneficial skill for their current stage. By the time she completed a chapter, the 2 had finished 2 video lessons and were now playing with a claw machine in the living room. Tuning into the radio for news yielded nothing. Her gaze fell upon the walkie-talkie set aside. She adjusted the channel to call Hanlu. Soon, the cool voice of the girl came through. Shen Wan, I'm here. What's up? In truth, they were of similar age, but Shen Wan often regarded Hanlu as a mere child, considering her own extended years of life. Pressing the talk button, she said, I suspect those individuals will return tonight. They want to rest until they thoroughly searched us. Hanlu paused before responding last night. Aside from our 2 doors, 3 other families downstairs managed to fend them off. They will likely target us tonight. Shen Wan had anticipated this and advised her to remain vigilant during the night, urging them to communicate via the walkie-talkie should anything arise. Just as she was about to hang up, Hanlu's voice came through again. I've modified the baton you gave me, increasing the voltage. It can easily incapacitate burly men weighing 200 to 300 pounds. If you need, I can assist you with further modifications. Shen Wan was instantly invigorated, nodding fervently before realizing the other party could not see her enthusiasm. She quickly replied, Absolutely, I'll bring it down to you shortly. By the way, what did you do for work before? Hanlu, likely taken aback by such directness, pondered for a moment before responding, I am still a graduate student. I have learned quite a bit in my field, so modifying circuits is relatively straightforward for me. The security lock I previously gave you was something I crafted in my lab. After disconnecting the intercom, she felt fortunate. An intercom had led her to a professional talent. A scholar surely possesses a wealth of knowledge, which would perfectly complement her own shortcomings. She retrieved 5 brand new electric batons from her storage space, donned her clothes, and headed downstairs. The door opened swiftly this time, yet she did not enter. Instead, she merely handed over the items. Hanlu's eyes widened at the sight of the numerous batons. Are you planning to rob someone? Shen Wan chuckled, explaining that one of them was a reward for the modifications, and they agreed to meet for dinner before she left for home. In the living room, Mo and Xiao AI were thoroughly enjoying themselves, having lost interest in the claw machine. Their new obsession was a gacha machine. When the capsules were opened, they revealed an array of colorful toy animals, complete with movable limbs. Shen Mo had never encountered such toys before and was deliriously excited. For lunch, the 2 had meal box blind boxes containing braised beef with potatoes, stewed eggs, stir-fried greens, and pork rib soup with radishes. Shen Mo's little belly was now round, and she sent him and Xiao AI to the living room to stretch their legs. She found a lounge chair and settled in to bask in the sun, her consciousness drifting into her storage space. Observing the fertile fields surrounding the courtyard, she felt it was a shame to leave them idle, a waste of precious resources. The area of dark soil in the courtyard was not vast. It had initially been planned for growing vegetables and fruits. Therefore, she had not purchased any grain seeds during her stockpiling, but she had amassed an abundance of rice, flour, cooking oil, and other provisions that she and Mo would never be able to consume in a lifetime. Nevertheless, she still wished to utilize the vacant fertile land. For even if she could not consume it all herself, it would provide her with additional options. As for grain seeds, it would likely be difficult for shelled rice to germinate, yet there were plenty of mixed grains in the warehouse. Perhaps she could select some to plant and experiment. If she succeeded in growing them, she could eventually save seeds for future crops, gradually increasing her yield. Chapter 53. Counterattack. Previously, the supplies distributed by the government included mixed grains, likely sourced from emergency grain warehouses, and their germination rates should be higher than those of vacuum-packed ones from supermarkets. After rummaging through the warehouse, she found a bag of mixed grains and procured a large container to spread the dark soil from the courtyard, evenly sprinkling the mixed grains before covering them with another layer of soil. She even went so far as to water them, waiting patiently for them to sprout. She had also purchased a substantial amount of corn kernels from the convenience store, which did not require seedlings and could be sown directly. Uncertain of their germination potential, she hesitated to plant too many and instead allocated a plot of 2 square meters for the corn. Rising from her lounge chair, she discovered that Mo and Xiao AI had already retreated to the bedroom. The intelligent robot was simply marvelous, automatically lulling them to sleep at the designated time. A true blessing from others. With some free time on her hands, Shen Wan decided to deplete her storage inventory, starting with the frozen convenience foods to save considerable space. She entered her storage space, setting up a stove in her usual spot, adding water to begin boiling. Once the water reached a boil, she retrieved 3 tiers of large steamers and placed all the packaged buns, dumplings, rice cakes, xiaomai, and xilongbao inside to steam. After several batches, she had finished steaming everything, portioning the cooked items into containers. After draining the water and adding a layer of oil, she commenced frying wontons, dumplings, stuffed pancakes, hand-grabbed pancakes, and egg-filled pancakes, half-finished products she had previously scavenged from the freezer. She also included the crispy pork, taro cakes, and fennel oil sticks she had found at the hot pot restaurant, alongside chicken wings, drumsticks, fries, onion rings, and calamari from the Western restaurant, frying them all and packaging them up. Fortunately, she had realized she could cook in the courtyard. Had she attempted this outside, the aroma would have been irresistible. She spent the entire afternoon transforming her frozen convenience foods into finished products, grateful for the abundance of packaging boxes to accommodate them. A small mountain of packaging bags piled up in the adjacent vegetable plot, and she found several large garbage bags to contain them, along with 2 empty liquefied gas canisters, which she teleported to the trash station using her mind. Exiting the storage space, she noticed it was nearly 5 o'clock. Mo had already awakened and was playing with Xiao AI and his new toys. Shen Wan dressed and descended to knock on Hanlu's door. In no time, a girl with a neat short haircut peeked out, handing her a bag containing 4 modified batons. Just as she was about to speak, she heard noise from the staircase. Someone was coming upstairs. The 2 exchanged silent greetings and gestured with their hands to signal the intercom. Shen Wan tiptoed up to the 15th floor, hearing the commotion on the 13th floor, likely Zhang Pingho returning. She wondered if he had been involved with the young people from Unit 1102, having heard that his home had also been targeted last night. Yet, she was unsure if it was merely a smokescreen. After all, he lived just below her. If he intended to act, she would be caught unawares. Not to mention the individuals outside the community. There are only so many days a thief can steal. There are not as many days one can guard against thieves. Upon entering her home, she decided against returning to her storage space for the night and opted to sleep in her bedroom instead. After securely locking the security door, she summoned a massive stone from her storage space to block it. She had a strong intuition that those individuals would likely focus their efforts on her home tonight. Given that there were moles among them providing intelligence, they would surely know where she lived. The fact that they had failed to pry open the security door last night would only further ignite their competitive spirit. Turning off the water heating system in the living room, she returned to her bedroom with the still smoldering charcoal. Tonight, she planned to prepare a crab and meat casserole, adding a portion of ribs and shrimp, along with some vegetables to ensure it was ample for both of them. It would be a physically demanding night, requiring a hearty meal. She placed some peeled crab meat and shrimp in Mo's small bowl, adding a few pieces of ribs and vegetables. He slowly maneuvered his small spoon, and when that proved insufficient, he resorted to using his hands. In the remaining crab and meat casserole, she added a bit of chili oil. Spice only enhances the flavor, accompanied by freshly brewed happiness juice. This time, the little chubby boy showed no signs of envy. He hadn't forgotten the lessons from last time. After finishing their meal, mother and son settled on the heated bed to watch a movie. The classic Tom and Jerry streamed by Xiao AI. Though Shen Mo was typically quiet, he comprehended much of what was said. So Shen Wan felt that he would understand this short film. Observing him sit there, eyes wide and unblinking, neglecting his toys, she knew he was engrossed. Around 8 o'clock, a weary Shen Mo leaned against her and fell asleep. Just as she tucked him into the warm covers, the intercom buzzed. Pressing the answer button, Hanlu's voice came through. Shen Wan, someone has arrived downstairs. 5 men in total are about to enter our building. She frowned. It was still only a little past 8. Did they not wait until the dead of night to act? It seemed they were growing impatient. Shen Wan replied, "They are clearly well prepared this time, likely planning a forceful entry. Be ready and protect yourself." After placing Mo into the storage space, unaware of the enemy's strength, she could not afford to be careless. The storage space was the safest option. She began dressing, layering a security vest beneath her down jacket. While it might not be bulletproof, it would certainly protect against slashes and stabs. Moreover, she did not believe they would be armed. If they had firearms, they would not have left disappointed last night. Once dressed and donning a helmet, she secured the intercom to her arm. With an electric baton in her left hand and a short sword in her right, she awaited in the living room. First, she retracted the massive stone blocking the door into her spatial realm. Soon, a muffled voice crackled through the intercom. Shen Wan, someone has ascended from the 12th floor. They are likely coming for you. Be cautious. Before she could utter a word, the sound of vigorous kicking against the door echoed, indicating their intent to leave no one unscathed. Hearing commotion at the entrance, she remained uncertain of how many assailants there were. It appeared they had discovered her new lock, and in frustration, one of them delivered a forceful kick to the door. Seizing the cover of the kicking, Shen Wan swiftly disengaged the security lock of the anti-theft door with a click, while the intruders continued their assault. The outer door swung outward, alleviating her concerns of it being breached. Peering through the peephole, she discerned a solitary figure outside. Adjusting her angle, she spotted another. Thus, there were likely only 2 individuals, whom she believed she could handle swiftly. After mentally rehearsing her strategy, she flung open the door, her right hand lunging forward, striking the man squarely in the heart. The other had already dashed to her side, but was rendered motionless by the electric baton in her left hand. A gentle push sent his rigid body tumbling backward. Having swiftly incapacitated both, she prepared to venture downstairs. Approaching the stairwell, she sensed something amiss. The moonlight filtering through the corridor window cast a silhouette, revealing an ambush at the stairway. Retrieving a liquefied gas canister from her space, she hurled it into the corner, and as anticipated, the figure was toppled to the ground. Shen Wan thrust her sword towards the man's chest, only to have it deflected by an axe he wielded. Realizing he could not relinquish the gas canister, she activated the electric baton and pressed it against the iron barrel, incapacitating him with a jolt, and to ensure efficacy, she delivered an additional shock. Chapter 54. Do you dare? Convinced that her assailants would remain unconscious for the time being, she hurried downstairs. The door to 1202 stood ajar, revealing Han Lu standing in the living room. 2 men sprawled on the floor, presumably electrocuted. Clearly, they had underestimated the capabilities of the 2 young women, sending 5 men in total. Noticing Han Lu appeared somewhat shaken, she enveloped her in an embrace. Once Han Lu regained her composure, Shen Wan inquired, "Are you willing to deal with them?"
Unsurprisingly, Han Lu nodded affirmatively.
Shen Wan felt a sense of pride in her choice. Han Lu exhibited both courage and remarkable adaptability, a rarity among ordinary individuals who struggle to surpass their psychological barriers. In her previous life, when she committed her first murder, it had taken her 2 days to return to normalcy. Throwing open the living room window, they began removing the men's outer garments, working in tandem to dispose of them one by one out the window. Even if they did not perish from the fall, they would surely succumb to the cold. Remembering there were 3 more upstairs, they continued their collaboration, stripping the remaining men of their clothes and casting them out the window. Once they had dealt with several adversaries, Han Lu departed to return home. The corridor was eerily silent, as if only the 2 of them remained to breathe within the entire building. The residents below had their doors tightly shut, none daring to ascend to investigate the commotion. Yet, she was acutely aware that the bodies outside would not go unnoticed, and the occupants were likely cowering in their homes, trembling in fear. A pool of blood remained at the entrance of 1502, already frozen solid. Grabbing a shovel, she disposed of the blood clots downstairs and mopped the area until it was clean. As for the bloodstains on the wall, she decided to leave them as a deterrent for anyone daring enough to cause trouble in the future. At the entrance lay the tools the 2 men had used to pry the door open, a chainsaw and a power bank. Since they had come, she would collect her dues and stowed them in her space. However, they had grossly underestimated her anti-theft door. Not even a chainsaw or a small cutting machine could breach the solid steel door. To think they believed they could invade her home with such feeble means was laughable. Returning to her bedroom, she tucked Meng Meng into the covers, uncertain if a second wave of trouble would arise that night, so she chose not to sleep in her space. Although the room was not as comfortable as her spatial realm, the heated bed was still quite warm. Meng Meng's little face was flushed as she couldn't resist the urge to pinch it gently. Soft and smooth to the touch, she withdrew her hand just in time before the child awoke. She slept soundly until dawn, undisturbed by further disturbances. The fire had nearly extinguished, yet she had fortunately filled the coal before sleeping, or she would have been awoken by the cold in the early hours. Rising from the bed, she donned a thick nightgown and replenished the stove with fresh coal. After washing up with water from the kettle, she noticed Meng Meng still snoozing. Not in a hurry for breakfast, she first checked the corn and grains she had sown in her space yesterday. Despite the enrichment of black soil, the germination rate remained disappointingly low, around 30%. In contrast, the corn seedlings appeared more plentiful. Since the newly sprouted plants were indistinguishable from one another, she decided to plant them all in a single plot. Using her mental prowess, she evenly scattered the seeds across the soil outside her yard, turning the earth over to cover them. There was no need for watering or fertilizing, as she wished to observe the difference between the two types of soil. The corn seedlings required a bit more effort, as she had to dig small holes and plant them individually. After more than half an hour of labor, she had successfully sown 1 acre of grains and 1 acre of corn, with plenty of vacant land remaining outside the yard. Upon exiting her space, she found Meng Meng had awakened and was rolling around in bed, while Xiao Ai stood by the bedside to prevent her from falling. She dressed Meng Meng, folded the blankets, and set up a small dining table for breakfast. Today, she yearned for Cantonese dim sum, crystal shrimp dumplings, steamed chicken feet in sauce, corn and egg rice rolls, and a bowl of wonton noodles. Selecting a delightful show to accompany her meal, she savored each bite while indulging in the gentle pleasures of life, a day brimming with vitality. After finishing breakfast, she pulled back the curtains only to find snow beginning to fall once more. The drifting snowflakes blanketed the frozen city, shimmering with a cold, silver glow. The 5 bodies she had cast down the previous day were now obscured, their traces completely concealed by the freshly fallen snow. She devised a learning plan for Meng Meng and Xiao Ai before turning her attention to practicing self-defense. Lacking professional training, she relied on videos to refine her movements, instilling her body with instinctive reactions to potential threats. Once her motions became second nature, she incorporated her short sword to seamlessly execute strikes, thrusts, and defenses. Close-range attacks posed little challenge. However, considering the disparity in strength between men and women, she deemed long-range assaults to be a safer option. Yet, she was reluctant to resort to her handgun unless absolutely necessary, as its lack of a silencer made it too conspicuous. She recalled discovering several small crossbows at the club. Perhaps honing her aim with them would prove advantageous. After rummaging through the warehouse, she unearthed a crossbow and a handful of blunt-tipped bolts that had yet to be sharpened. The confines of her bedroom were too cramped for practice, so she dressed and ventured to the living room. She retrieved a circular wooden target and hung it on the wall, standing 10 meters away before pulling the trigger. The bolt fell harmlessly to the ground. Closing the distance to 7 or 8 meters, she fired again, this time managing to hit the target, albeit with insufficient lethality due to the bluntness. Considering the expertise of a resident below, she wondered if they might be able to enhance the effectiveness of her weaponry. Activating the intercom, she called for Han Lu, who took her time to respond with a languid voice. "Sorry, I slept in a bit late." Shen Wan deduced that Han Lu had likely experienced insomnia the previous night, as it was a significant psychological burden to take a life for the first time after more than 20 years in a lawful society. If not properly managed, such stress could lead to severe psychological repercussions. Nevertheless, she refrained from offering hollow reassurances from their interactions over the past few days. It was clear that Han Lu was a resilient and meticulous thinker who would ultimately come to terms with her experience. Shen Wan spoke up. "I have a few small crossbows. Unfortunately, their range and accuracy leave much to be desired. I wonder if you might have any means to improve them?" Han Lu pondered for a moment. "If the range is insufficient, we may need to modify the materials. Please bring them over for me to examine." Shen Wan retrieved the remaining crossbow and bolts from her space, placing them into a large bag. She also gathered some advanced materials she had previously found, which would serve their true purpose only in the hands of a professional. Additionally, she stuffed the bag with 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 cans of meat, then opened the door to head downstairs. Upon handing the items to Han Lu, she quickly ascended back, as the cold outdoors was quite unbearable. She was bundled up, but still felt the chill. The dynamic between the two of them was admirable, devoid of false pleasantries, maintaining an appropriate distance that fostered a deeper sense of closeness and harmony in their interactions. Back at home, noticing the time was still early, she decided to prepare some herbal medicine packets. The herbs she had previously collected were already processed, ready for use. Following the proportions dictated by her medical knowledge, She concocted several packets aimed at dispelling cold, eliminating dampness, and providing nourishment, planning to brew them in her space when she had the time. Or perhaps to simmer some medicinal dishes to enjoy leisurely. Chapter 55. A Fortuitous Discovery. Having indulged too much during breakfast, Shen Wan felt a bit nauseated. She retrieved a portion of concentrated coffee from her space, adding it to a cup of hot water along with a slice of fresh orange to alleviate her discomfort. Earlier, in the office on the top floor, she had found an espresso machine and an abundance of sealed coffee beans. During her leisure moments, she had prepared numerous lattes and espressos, placing them on the shelf beside her bedroom for convenience when she desired a drink without the effort of brewing anew. As she stood by the window, the snowfall outside gradually intensified, with large flakes swirling about, obscuring visibility. Amidst the haze, she noticed several small black figures moving across the snowy ground, and upon retrieving her binoculars for a closer look, she confirmed they were indeed people approaching their neighborhood. Shen Wan felt a surge of energy. Surely those individuals had not given up hope. Even in such heavy snow, their greed remained undeterred. She remained at the window, observing the 5 figures, a mix of both stout and slender forms. As they drew nearer, she recognized the lead figure's actions as somewhat familiar. It appeared to be Zhang Pingho. What could they possibly be doing out in such a blizzard? But upon further reflection, it made sense. Having endured theft and robbery, many households had nearly exhausted their supplies. Staying indoors would either lead to freezing or starvation. It was better to venture out and take their chances. As long as they were not seeking revenge, she wouldn't mind adding a few more lives to her tally, though she acknowledged that violence could be tiresome. Were her abilities not so limited, she would have relished the opportunity to storm their lair and end the matter once and for all. Returning to the stove, she settled down beside the young Moo, who had abandoned play with Xiao AI and was now clamoring for food. Finding no words to offer, she retrieved a children's meal from her space: diced chicken with carrots, shrimp and tofu, fishball and spinach soup and rice. He obediently sat on the warm kong, enjoying his lunch, and merely watching him eat made Shen Wan feel satisfied. Once they finished, Moo eagerly tugged at her hand, wishing to inspect the results of their morning's endeavors. A grand castle made of blocks, complete with a circular slide, housed the toys she had gathered from the gumball machine. She was astonished. For a child just over 2 years old, even with Xiao AI's assistance, such imagination and dexterity were exceptional. For the first time, she felt a pang of loss for not being more involved in Moo's growth. Without her noticing, he was no longer the helpless infant he once was. Though she understood that growth was inevitable, she could not shake the feeling of melancholy that accompanied it. After playing for a while, the little one began to rub his eyes, indicating fatigue. She successfully lulled him to sleep with a story. Having engaged in play for so long, she now felt a twinge of hunger herself. With her mental energy scanning the shelves for something to eat, she hesitated to indulge too much, lest she ruin her appetite for dinner. Ultimately, she settled on a serving of grilled cold noodles and a cup of boba milk tea, leisurely enjoying them while watching a television drama. After dinner, and a brief spell of boredom from watching TV, she realized that a lighthearted show was indeed more suitable for multitasking. Focusing too intently would render it less enjoyable. With idle hands, she decided to prepare some ready-to-eat meals. The storage contained an ample supply of fresh meat, along with an abundance of ripe vegetables that were beginning to overflow. She could make a variety of dumplings to utilize some of it. The meat and vegetables were already washed and could be used as filling. She planned to create 4 flavors: beef with scallions, beef with green beans, pork with corn, and pork with cabbage, all favorites of theirs. Retrieving meat, vegetables, and various seasonings from the storage, she gathered a number of stainless steel bowls for mixing the filling. After setting up 2 tables and preparing her workstation, she found herself a bit troubled. Chopping the filling seemed laborious and might awaken Moo. However, she managed to dig out the power box and meat grinder from the storage, setting it up with ease. After placing the diced meat inside and testing it, she was relieved to find it operated quietly enough not to disturb the sleeping child. Once the meat was processed, she continued with the vegetables, mixing the filling thoroughly before beginning to knead the dough and roll out the dumpling skins. At this point, the drama series became a delightful companion, allowing her to work while enjoying the show. Moving a chair beside the table, she felt no fatigue. The hours passed swiftly as she engaged in her task. When Shen Moo finally awoke, She instructed Xiao AI to help him dress, and he curiously approached her side to watch. Shen Wan handed him a dumpling skin to play with, which he promptly tore into thin strands of dough. It was as if he had discovered a new toy. Clinging to her side while she made dumplings, and he twisted the dough into noodles. The child, now quiet, was undoubtedly up to mischief. Shen Wan remained focused on wrapping the dumplings and watching television, only realizing once all the dumplings were completed that the mound of dough before Shen Mu, in terms of shape, size, and thickness, could barely qualify as handmade noodles. In the spirit of minimizing waste, this would suffice as Shen Mu's dinner for the evening. The bedroom was not suitable for boiling dumplings, as the enticing aroma might invite unwelcome attention. Thus, she resolved to cook in the courtyard of her space, which she had kept intact for frequent cooking, ensuring the table's legs were elevated to not obstruct the vegetable garden's use. In no time, the water reached a boil, and she dropped a large pot of dumplings into the bubbling water, mixing the fillings to avoid decision fatigue. Blind box dumplings would make for a delightful surprise. After an afternoon's labor, over 1,000 dumplings filled the shelves, a testament to her efforts. For dinner, the two of them naturally feasted on dumplings, ensuring not to forget Mu's handmade noodles, for waste was out of the question. Yet, upon seeing the little chubby one glowering at his bowl full of noodles, she could not resist sharing some of her dumplings with him, which brought a joyous smile to his face. As they ate, he did not forget to praise his mother's cooking, the clever little rascal knowing just how to flatter to receive more. The next morning, as she drew back the curtains, she noticed the snowfall had significantly diminished. They had slept in the bedroom the previous night, but had awakened once to add more charcoal to the stove. After breakfast, while she was engrossed in her daily tasks, a knock echoed from the front door. After donning her warmest attire, she opened the security door and peered through the peephole, recognizing Han Lu standing at the entrance, prompting her to unlock the outer door. The young girl bore distinct dark circles under her eyes, indicating she had not been sleeping well in recent days. Shen Wan accepted the bag she handed over, discovering it contained the modified crossbow and bolts she had previously entrusted to her. To her astonishment, not only had the crossbow been completely upgraded, but even the arrowheads had been sharpened to a fine point. She could not help but feel as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. Han Lu was a woman of few words, yet her actions were methodical and meticulous, making their interactions both prudent and respectful. "Please wait a moment," she said. Taking the items into the living room, she retrieved a crossbow and several arrows from her bag, along with a bottle of melatonin from her space, and approached the door to hand them to her. Han Lu repeatedly declined, stating that she had already received compensation. Yet Shen Wan insisted that she must accept them as a gesture of alliance. Shen Wan had her own considerations. Life in the residential building had become exceedingly arduous in recent days, and Zhang Pingho and his companions had returned empty-handed yesterday. It wouldn't be long before the selfishness inherent in human nature began to surface. Moreover, there were many others lurking outside, and the military base had yet to provide any concrete information. The surrounding circumstances were not as secure as she had previously anticipated. They would only grow more severe. Chapter 56. The Bread Factory. The outside world had irrevocably changed. Moral principles and the rule of law were no longer the prevailing norms. The law of the apocalypse was one of the survival of the fittest, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Acting alone had proven to be a precarious endeavor, and after observing for several days, she believed it prudent to establish a temporary partnership with Han Lu, provided her secrets remained undisclosed. Although they were ostensibly working together, she was not inclined to let her guard down. At least for now, her space and MO were her greatest secrets. Having witnessed the dark facets of humanity in this new world, she recognized the insatiable hunger lurking in the greedy gazes, where even one's own children were not spared, rendering friends and relatives inconsequential. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, MO must not be revealed to the outside world. If in the future their opinions diverged, or if she harbored any unseemly thoughts, parting ways would not be a delay. Securing the door and returning to the living room, Shen Wan took out the modified crossbow, aimed at the target hanging on the wall, and prepared to test its efficacy. With a pull of the trigger, the sound of wind rushing past her ears filled the air as the bolt shot forth, striking the wooden target with a satisfying thud. Upon inspection, her aim was commendable, hitting the 8 ring. Months had passed, yet her shooting accuracy had not diminished. After exerting some effort to retrieve the bolt from the wooden target, she noted that the tip remained sharp, glinting with a cold light, indicating that her recent compensation was indeed worthwhile. She stored the modified crossbow and bolts in her space bedroom alongside her previous handgun for easy access when needed. Returning to her bedroom, she resumed her reading, occasionally practicing her skills on an acupoint model. By the time her lessons concluded, it was nearing 11 o'clock. She turned on the radio, as was her custom, to catch the day's announcements. To her surprise, this time there was no static hum, but rather the clear enunciation of a broadcaster. Dear citizens, we are now broadcasting an urgent notification. Province S will establish official resettlement camps and military rescue teams in all city-level municipalities. Citizens in need of refuge may proceed to the designated locations. Here are the addresses for each resettlement camp. Shen Wan listened intently to the broadcast, noting that smaller cities had only one centralized resettlement camp, while larger cities had 2 to 3. In her city of Su, there were 2 official camps, in addition to a rescue team from the military division of Province S. Although delayed, much like in her previous life, the military's rescue team was stationed at St. Love Hospital. As for the other 2 official resettlement camps, one was the camp she had been previously associated with, while the other was unfamiliar to her, located in the new district of Su. After switching off the looping radio, she observed that the snowfall had ceased, and the city, blanketed in pristine white, began to show signs of life. Surrounding citizens moved either alone or in groups, venturing forth in search of hope. As mealtime approached, she called for Mo to join her at the table, retrieving a lunchbox and a children's meal from her space for them to share. The braised pig's trotters were rich and flavorful, the shrimp and corn were tender and fragrant, and the garlic stir-fried water spinach was crisp and delightful. Under her guidance, Mo had learned not to waste food, and they both practiced the clean plate initiative. After their meal, she encouraged Mo to entertain herself while she began examining offline maps. Taking advantage of the afternoon's cessation of snow, she decided to venture out, knowing that once the military rescue team arrived in a few days, operations would become much more complicated. The high-rises exposed to the icy surface were either office buildings or hotels and residential blocks, and with so many survivors scouring for supplies, she doubted there would be much to find in those locales. It seemed prudent to venture further afield into the new district, which lay to the north of Su, an expansive area filled with manufacturing factories and fewer residential complexes, where she might have better luck. Once Mo was asleep, she placed him and Xiao AI into her space, donned her attire, and prepared to depart. Uncertain if she would return that evening, she also stored the charcoal fire in her space. Descending the stairs, she crawled out through the window at the staircase landing, and upon reaching the ground, she shivered from the cold, having not been outdoors for quite some time. Electronic devices would shut down in the extreme cold, but fortunately, she had already mapped her route and identified notable landmarks on paper. Retrieving a snowboard from her backpack, she practiced a few times to regain her footing. Having learned snowboarding during a trip to the north, she found it fortuitous to be of use now. There were quite a few people outside, predominantly on foot, and they cast envious glances at her conspicuous mode of transportation. Once she exited the residential area, she paused in an expansive snowy field where the surroundings were desolate. After surveying the environment, she spotted a massive electronic screen. Moving to the open space behind the screen, she stowed her snowboard back in her backpack and retrieved the previously purchased Land Rover from her space. Before leaving, she had equipped the tires with anti-skid chains and filled the tank with gasoline and antifreeze. Opening the car door and settling into the seat, she turned on the air conditioning, allowing her numb limbs to gradually warm. Using the compass to determine the direction of the factory area, she also made sure to disrupt the tracks left in the snow by circling around several times before setting off. The icy road made her cautious. She maintained a speed of around 40 miles per hour, which was considerably faster than walking but still much safer than going too fast. After about 20 minutes, she spotted a cluster of factory buildings. The overall elevation of the new district was higher, which likely explained why the official second resettlement camp was established there. However, the new district was vast, and this area, being a hub for manufacturing factories, was still quite a distance from the residential areas where the camps were located. The factory buildings and offices before her were largely submerged, and she wondered if she would be able to find anything of value. After storing the Land Rover in her space, she broke a window to peer inside. The ground was only about a meter from the window, a trivial hurdle for her. Climbing through, she was greeted by a musty odor and found herself in a large bread baking facility. She explored the floor briefly, discovering that it was a factory for bread processing, producing simple loaves and European-style bread. The production line and shelves still held numerous loaves, albeit all were moldy. On a shelf against the wall, she found a substantial amount of raw materials, over 200 bags of flour, 2 large boxes of dry yeast, along with food-grade alkali, butter, sugar, cranberries, sweet beans, and meat floss. All these were sealed in boxes on the shelves, and without time to organize, she hastily stored the entire shelf in her space. There was an open area beside her with over 100 cartons of 2-liter milk, which, although frozen into ice bricks, she did not overlook. She also took boxes of bread packaging, paper boxes, and tools from the workbench. In the open space of the production line, there were several stainless steel multi-tiered bread racks, which she decided to take with her after discarding the moldy bread, as they could be cleaned and reused for storing steamed buns and dumplings. With her space now considerably larger, she collected any removable metal pieces, placing them in the outer open area. Approaching the staircase, she prepared to descend and explore further. The flashlight illuminated the scene below, revealing that the lower floor had succumbed to a thick layer of ice, with barely over a meter separating it from her current level. The icy surface was littered with a myriad of chaotic items, yet no useful objects could be found, compelling her to retreat upstairs and leave. Chapter 57: The Shelves. Exiting the bread processing factory, she continued her journey to the left, arriving at another factory. However, this establishment featured lower buildings. The front office still had 1 floor remaining, while the rear factory had only its roof intact. Shining her flashlight through the translucent windows of the top floor, she beheld an expansive mechanical workshop, where all the equipment lay encased in ice, and overhead, hoisting machines remained visible. Unable to disassemble and transport these items, she refrained from exerting effort to enter. Turning towards the office building ahead, she found several small offices filled with mundane office supplies, ultimately discovering only a few rolls of toilet paper and some hand sanitizer in the restroom. After proceeding over 100 meters, she stumbled upon another factory. Astonishingly, a non-ferrous metal processing plant. Inside the storeroom were barrels of various sealed metals. While currently useless, they would become desperately needed once the major bases began construction. In her previous life, she had accompanied a rescue team in search of rare metals and was well aware of their value. Without hesitation, she stored all of them in her space, untroubled by the prospect of deterioration, as they could be piled on the vacant ground outside her yard and retrieved later, without requiring aging. She took everything movable atop the ice, lamenting the many items trapped beneath the frozen layer. Otherwise, her future would have been secured against hunger and thirst. Adjacent to this factory was a building materials and steel company. Regrettably, the warehouse was also frozen solid. Fortunately, the interior housed towering shelves, and some materials on the upper levels remained unfrozen. Retrieving a folding ladder from her space, she collected all transportable items from the shelves, which included various materials such as steel plates, rebar, square tubes, and cement. Alas, she could not find any bricks, likely encased beneath the ice. There were entire boxes of tools, composite materials, waterproof membranes, and everything visible was taken. Observing the bare shelves on the ice, a brilliant idea struck her. The enormous load-bearing shelves that occupied half of her space could indeed prove useful. Retrieving a power storage box and electric disassembly tools from the tool room, she immersed herself in labor. Anything that lay exposed on the icy surface and could be dismantled was taken away, for once the need arose, finding them again would be impossible. After disassembling and collecting for over half an hour, she slipped into her space to rest for a while. The empty area next to the cornfield was now cluttered with assorted materials. With a thought, she moved to the gazebo in the backyard, pouring herself a cup of ginger tea and enjoying a slice of cake to replenish her energy. Having removed her coat and hat upon entering the space, she felt a bit warm while eating, prompting her to shed another layer. After finishing her meal and resting for a few minutes, she donned her clothes and exited the space, noting that there should still be 4 or 5 factories nearby on the map. Although the distance was not great, walking would be exhausting and time-consuming. Taking out her skateboard from her backpack, she arrived at the next destination, a cable factory, within 2 minutes. Unfortunately, The factory's height was too low and had been completely submerged, with only the office building remaining 2 stories above the ice. Once again entering through the window, she was met with a pungent odor of decay, tracing it to several baskets of unidentifiable rotten fruit on the floor. This company was farther from the residential area and had yet to be scavenged by survivors. Approaching the entrance, she noted it was the sales department. Explaining the abundance of fruit, the office's display cases showcased numerous product samples, each roll appearing small yet surprisingly heavy, and she took them all without hesitation. Exiting the office led her to a reception hall, where several rolls of cable samples of various sizes were displayed in the center, the largest towering even above her height. She also found toolboxes and parts in a side cabinet, and after thoroughly searching the remaining offices, she tossed any useful items into the front yard. In a corner, a small storeroom overflowed with toilet paper, napkins, and wet wipes, while bottled mineral water had frozen into blocks of ice. This trip proved fruitful. Having collected all useful supplies, Shen Wan proceeded to seek out the neighboring generator factory. Although she already possessed 2 small engines in her space, she lacked the knowledge to repair them. And considering that such products would be in short supply for many years post-catastrophe, acquiring more would be ideal. 200 meters away, a massive factory lay buried beneath snow and ice, with only its roof visible. Peering through the roof's glass windows, she was disappointed to find nothing but ice. She resolved to venture into the adjacent office building for luck, squeezing through a window into the sales department. After a thorough search, she exited to the adjoining exhibition hall. The hall was spacious, and the ground-level display indicated it had once housed numerous machines, but now it was empty. Only 2 sizable generator units remained against the wall, each encased in a rectangular metal shell measuring over 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. Shen Wan surmised that these 2 units had likely been overlooked due to their weight, making them difficult to transport. However, with her space at hand, weight was no concern. With a touch, both generator units vanished from their location, reappearing in the front yard, occupying the last remaining space. As per her usual routine, she scoured the office and small storeroom, piling anything usable into her space. The previously cleared area, including the hallway, was now filled, leaving only a few companies primarily engaged in electronics and plastic production, which were of little use to her. Thus, she prepared to return home.
Upon exiting the office building,
she took out her binoculars to survey the vicinity for any signs of life. Noting the absence of people, she retrieved her Land Rover from her space, starting it only after the temperature began to rise. The outdoors was entirely frozen, rendering the path invisible. She relied solely on her compass to navigate forward, intending to adjust her route upon reaching the residential area. After about 5 minutes of driving, she spotted a forest on her left, confirming her general direction was correct. This area should be a forest park. A right turn would lead her to the city center, while continuing straight would take her to the residential area of Heifyuan. Realizing that the firewood at home was depleting rapidly, she decided to cut down a few trees to bring back. At this point, concerns about forest conservation were futile, especially since many trees had already succumbed to the frost. Moreover, since this location was sufficiently distant from the city, survivors would only scour the surrounding few kilometers for supplies. Otherwise, this forest would have been stripped bare long ago, leaving no resources for her. Retrieving a diesel-powered chainsaw from her space, she stowed it in her backpack and exited the vehicle without putting it away. This decision was due to the sparsity of human activity in the vicinity and the intricate designs of modern vehicles, which were no longer as simple as the older models that could be started with just a pull of 2 wires. As long as she took the keys with her, no one would be able to drive it away unless they towed it. Not far ahead, she soon ventured deep into the forest, pausing roughly 50 meters in, drawing out the chainsaw and powering it on to begin felling trees. Chapter 58. The Long-Haired Pig. She chose only dead trees, ensuring they were robust. The chainsaw's roaring sound echoed through the woods, and within minutes, a large tree crashed to the ground. With a gentle touch, she transported it into her space. The outdoor temperature was far too low to waste time segmenting the logs. In less than an hour, dozens of massive logs were piled in the vacant plot outside her yard, ready to be chopped into firewood when time permitted, enough to last her for quite a while. After tidying up her belongings, she did not leave empty-handed. Instead, she bundled together the fallen dry branches around her and prepared to drag a hefty bundle of firewood out of the forest. At that moment, A rustling sound reached her ears from behind, causing Shen Wan to tense up instantly. As she turned, she drew her modified small crossbow from her spatial pocket, aiming at the source of the noise. However, the anticipated figure did not materialize. Instead, she spotted several pigs emerging into the clearing she had just cleared. As she stood there in disbelief, more pigs of various sizes began to emerge from the thicket of dry branches. Initially, she thought they were wild boars. But upon closer inspection, their fur did not quite match. They appeared to be domesticated pigs that had grown a thick coat for warmth. Relaxing her finger from the trigger, she breathed a sigh of relief. Encountering a group of wild boars would leave her with little chance of escape unless she retreated into her spatial pocket. The pigs grazed nonchalantly on the leaves that had fallen onto the snow, remnants of the tender branches she had cut from the fallen tree. In an instant, thoughts began to swirl in her mind. The prospect of several thousand pounds of meat before her was too enticing to dismiss. Initially, she contemplated shooting them with her crossbow for a swift kill, but she feared that the commotion would send the other pigs fleeing, resulting in a significant loss. Suddenly recalling the limitation of her spatial pocket, which could not store living creatures, she devised a plan. Once they entered her space, they should immediately lose consciousness. Shen Wan stealthily approached the herd, which was accustomed to human presence, and showed no signs of alarm. Gradually, she inched closer to the smallest pig on the periphery, seizing it before it could struggle and swiftly pulling it into her spatial pocket. The herd continued their feast, oblivious to the peculiar events occurring around them. Using her mental energy, she probed her spatial pocket to find the little pig had fainted on the ground outside her yard. Seizing the moment, she began capturing the pigs in rapid succession, quickly pulling them into her space. At this point, the herd became aware that something was amiss and began to grow restless. An idea struck her. She quickly extracted several plump cabbages from her spatial garden, tearing them apart and scattering the pieces across the snow. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, as the high-quality vegetables and fruits grown in the fertile black soil were irresistible. She believed consuming them would have numerous benefits for her health. After all, she felt less cold when venturing outside, and had grown considerably stronger, though she regretted not having a laboratory to test their beneficial components. As the pigs focused on the scattered cabbage, their anxiety dissipated. They seemed to forget their earlier unease. Their minds now dominated by the allure of food as they diligently lowered their heads to eat. Timing her move perfectly, Shen Wan swiftly captured them all and pulled them into her space. Lying on the idle ground was a patch of fluffy, white pigs. She counted a total of 18. Enough pork to last her a lifetime. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a few bushy-tailed squirrels gathering around the area where she had discarded the cabbage scraps, busily nibbling on the remnants. Drawn in by the allure of her spatial vegetables, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the produce from the fertile soil had such an effect. Not wanting to bother with the squirrels, especially since they looked quite adorable, she plucked 2 more cabbages from her spatial pocket and set them down before turning to leave. Before exiting the forest, she remembered to clean up the accumulated trash at the garbage station. She piled it in the snow and covered it, ensuring it would go unnoticed. Dragging the large bundle of firewood back to her vehicle, she ignited the engine and, after warming up for a moment, set off towards the residential area. 10 minutes later, she switched her mode of transportation to skis, as proceeding further would lead her into the territory of other survivors, and the Land Rover was rather conspicuous and could easily attract attention. Gliding along, she dragged her bundle of firewood behind her at a leisurely pace. Soon surrounded by an increasing number of pedestrians, many cast envious and greedy glances at her skis or the firewood trailing behind. But they were quickly deterred by the glinting short sword in her right hand. Some misguided souls attempted to confront her, but without losing her momentum, she sidestepped, and her short sword sliced through the air, severing both of their hands. The man collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his wrists, staining the pure white snow. However, the flow of blood ceased almost immediately as a layer of ice formed over the wounds. If he did not receive prompt medical attention, he would surely lose both arms. Yet, that was contingent upon him safely returning to his residence, as she noticed people already surrounding him, eager to seize his belongings. Disregarding his fate, she continued to glide forward with her firewood. Whenever someone cast a glance her way, she would brandish her short sword, showcasing the bloodstains, causing those with intentions of robbery to retreat in fear. By the time she reached the base of Building 17, the sun was beginning its descent. A gentle golden glow illuminated the snow, casting a beautiful array of colors. Standing in the snow, she squinted against the light. Even in the apocalypse, beauty remained a constant. She rummaged through her bag for a torn cloth, using the snow outside to clean the blood from her short sword, opting not to return it to her spatial pocket, but rather holding it in her hand. As she climbed through the window of her apartment, she found a number of people gathered in the hallway, seemingly waiting for those who had ventured out to return. To her dismay, they were met with her, the harbinger of misfortune, upon seeing the sword in her hand. They scattered, avoiding her gaze. Ignoring their reactions, she busied herself packing her skis into her backpack, slinging it over her shoulder, and dragging the hefty bundle of firewood upstairs. One unfamiliar middle-aged woman could not restrain her curiosity and asked, "Little girl, where did you find that firewood? Would you care to share?" Shen Wan, noticing that the woman had not targeted her before, was willing to answer. "There's a forest 10 kilometers to the south." The crowd exchanged glances. Realizing 10 kilometers was quite a distance, it was no wonder she had left early and was only just returning. Climbing to the 15th floor with her hefty bundle of firewood left her utterly exhausted. She paused to rest several times along the way. Upon entering her home through the double doors, she tossed her belongings into her spatial pocket and headed straight to her bedroom to stoke the stove. Shen Mo had been sleeping in her spatial pocket for nearly 4 hours. If she continued to sleep, she would not be able to rest later that night. With 2 stoves and 2 heaters, the temperature rose quickly. Within minutes, the water-heated bed was warm and cozy, and she slipped her hand under the covers to tuck Mo in. Shen Wan changed into her warm loungewear and settled beside the stove to sip ginger tea. Before long, she heard movement from the bed. Her little chubby buddy was stirring again. Allowing him to lounge in bed, she continued to sip her tea and retrieved her little AI to keep him company. Chapter 59: The Attack. Before she could finish her cup of ginger tea, the intercom on the table crackled to life, and Han Lu's voice, mixed with the loud sounds of banging on doors, reached her ears. "Shen Wan, that bunch of bastards is back. Be careful." Without waiting for her response, the intercom was abruptly cut off. The suddenness of the situation left her alarmed. Had she returned even a moment later, she could have run straight into those individuals. With no time to don her down jacket, she quickly slipped on her military coat and hat, instructing little AI to watch over Mo before bursting through the bedroom door. Before she could reach the main door, the sounds of banging and cursing echoed from outside, indicating that she was directly blocked at the entrance, rendering her unable to escape. Drawing her crossbow from her spatial pocket, she secured it at her waist, wielding an electric baton in her left hand and a short sword in her right. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully swung open the outer door. Caught off guard, the 2 individuals attempting to unlock the door stumbled backward. They had not anticipated that the occupant inside would dare to charge out. Seizing the moment of their surprise, she quickly shut the security door, ensuring that they could not slip inside unnoticed during the ensuing chaos. Positioning herself firmly against the door, she raised her hands in readiness. There were 4 individuals outside, and she could not ascertain if others lurked at the stairwell. It appeared that this time they had come out in full force, prepared to confront her to the bitter end. Adjusting the electric baton to its maximum charge, it crackled ominously. The burly men were seized with trepidation. Already aware that room 1502 in Building 17 was the domain of a formidable adversary, the brothers they had previously dispatched had not returned. Not even their remains had been located. Hesitantly, they dared not charge forward, frequently glancing back. Observing their behavior, Shen Wan surmised that their leader was undoubtedly lurking near the staircase. The man closest to her was approximately 2 strides away. She remained still, biding her time. As he turned to glance towards the staircase, she seized the moment. With a sudden burst of energy, she lunged forward, thrusting her electric baton towards him. The distracted man was struck and crumpled to the ground within seconds. The remaining 3, witnessing this spectacle, were aghast and retreated until they reached the staircase before halting. After a moment of stalemate, a man emerged from the shadows. He stood at a mere 5'7", slender but with a healthy complexion, which explained his choice to hide behind the 4 hulking figures. Shen Wan realized that even if he was not the leader, he could very well be a cunning strategist. He brandished a golf club as he stepped out from the corner and struck each of the remaining 3 men on their backsides with a swing. That girl is quite ruthless, he remarked with a hint of admiration, but I like it. Care to join me, and I'll ensure you live in luxury. I can be their leader. I'm not as easy to deal with as they are. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow, realizing her initial misjudgment. It was indeed he who was the leader. This opportunity had conveniently presented itself, sparing her the trouble of seeking him out. However, she pondered what his leverage might be. Before he could further assert his authority, she interjected, "You have your sights set on me. Yet are you not concerned about the separation of your neck from your head tonight?" As she spoke, she gestured with her short sword, causing the diminutive leader to gulp nervously, a malevolent glint flickering in his eyes. Shen Wan, ever observant, noticed a subtle movement in his hand. A shape protruding from his coat pocket resembled a firearm. Instantly, her wariness intensified, and she refrained from provoking him further. "That wretched woman on the 12th floor is also your target, correct? Judging by the commotion downstairs, her door remains unopened. I have a grudge against her. Shall we strike a deal?" Noticing the flicker of interest in the man's gaze, she continued, "I will facilitate your entry into her abode and forfeit any supplies to you, but you must cease your designs upon me. What say you?" The man hesitated, seemingly questioning the veracity of her words. Shen Wan stoked the fire. "I witnessed her slay many of your comrades. Do you not wish to avenge your brothers? That vile woman seduced my boyfriend and conspired to steal my resources. I am determined to eliminate that pair of scoundrels." The leader's expression shifted, revealing a duplicitous smile. "Deal. Those who know when to yield are wise. From now on, you may call me Brother Dong." Shen Wan understood his true intentions. He merely sought to play the opportunist. Nevertheless, her sole aim was to descend and reunite with Han Lu, leaving the question of who was outsmarting whom for another day. Allowing them to descend first, she maintained a safe distance of 3 meters behind. While she remained vigilant of them, they too were undoubtedly wary of her. Upon reaching the 12th floor, Dong issued a command, and the individuals at the door of 1202 ceased their movements. She counted 6 men in total, more than those guarding her own door. When had Han Lu become so formidable as to warrant such a formidable presence? Noticing her puzzled expression, Dong seemed to anticipate her thoughts. "This afternoon, she killed 2 of my men upstairs, using a small crossbow. Since we both share a vendetta against her. If you help me capture her today, I will agree to anything." He attempted to pat her shoulder, but she deftly evaded his touch. Shen Wan, unaware of the day's earlier events, whispered, "I will lure her into opening the door, but you must cooperate. Dong, have your men retreat to the corridor. I will knock." Once everyone was concealed, she commenced knocking on the door of 1202. "Han Lu, I know you're home. I've driven those men away for you. And I expect my reward. If you wish to keep that despicable man, just give me 10 packets of instant noodles, and we'll be even." Moment latte. She heard the sound of furniture being shifted behind the door. Evidently, it had been barricaded with various items, explaining the delay in its opening. After a flurry of rustling, the door cracked open, and just as Dong's men prepared to rush in, Shen Wan made a calming gesture, signaling them to remain hidden. Han Lu's face appeared tense in the narrow opening. Though she realized Shen Wan was feigning a bargain, she was unaware of the latter's true intentions or the circumstances outside. Shen Wan, in her guise of negotiation, signaled the number 10 with her fingers and mimicked a gun at her forehead, causing Han Lu's pupils to constrict in alarm. "Open the door quickly. How am I to enter through such a narrow gap? It's freezing out here." The 2 women continued their dialogue while subtly communicating through gestures. Han Lu retrieved a crossbow hidden in her military coat, preparing for a ranged confrontation, ready to retreat inside if necessary. Once prepared, taking cover beside the wall, they unleashed a synchronized volley of arrows aimed at the men hiding in the corridor. Their accuracy was impeccable, striking their targets with precision. As Dong began to react, hastily drawing his weapon, the duo had already retreated behind the door, hastily pushing furniture back to barricade it once more. It was estimated that at least 7 of Dong's men were incapacitated. Outside, Dong's furious voice echoed, "Those 2 little vixens dare to toy with me. Once I catch you, I will see to it that you suffer." With that, he began kicking the door, which, unlike the standard inward opening doors of the building, had been modified for security to swing outward. Thus, if enough force was applied, it could potentially be breached. The door to Han Lu's home began to tremble. She needed to devise a plan swiftly, as retreating through the window might soon become her only option. Just as Shen Wan was racking her brain for a solution, gunfire erupted outside, only to be followed by an eerie silence. Chapter 60. Zhuang Yan. The cursing ceased, and the door stopped shaking. Soon after, a series of knocks resounded. Shen Wan peered through the peephole, her gaze meeting the crisp military attire of soldiers. She surmised that Dong had foolishly donned such apparel, as they were likely nearby troops dispatched to quell the disturbance. In a flurry, she cleared the furniture and opened the door cautiously. The sight that greeted her was several individuals lying on the ground, with a few soldiers standing guard, weapons drawn. Relieved, she opened the door wider, but paused. Frozen in place, standing before her was a figure both solemn and austere, composed yet restrained. His chiseled features gradually aligned with her hazy recollections. He was the soldier who had saved her twice in her past life. Comrade, comrade. The reverie of her thoughts was abruptly interrupted, and a hint of confusion crossed her face as she met the scrutinizing gaze of the man. Instinctively, she lowered her head to mask the pang of nostalgia within her. It dawned on her that she had overlooked the fact that in this life, they had not crossed paths, nor shared any bond of life and death. Her peculiar reaction might well arouse suspicion. When she lifted her gaze again, her eyes were clear and unclouded. Before she could utter a word, the tall man spoke first. We were in the vicinity on a mission when we heard gunfire and rushed to assist. Are you all right? Shen Wan nodded.
Mifine. Were those arrows shot by you?
Upon hearing this, Han Lu, fearing that she might be put in a difficult position, stepped forward. The crossbow was modified by me. They attempted a home invasion, and we acted in legitimate self-defense. Shen Wan, unafraid of death, added. They not only sought to rob us of our valuables, but also aimed to violate us. The man's thin lips pressed tightly together as his piercing gaze swept over the two women, and then shifted to the group standing aside as he inquired about the location of their lair. It was then that she noticed two individuals were being forcefully pinned to the ground in the corridor, with crossbow bolts embedded in their thighs and shoulders. The remaining 8, whether lying or sprawled, had fallen silent. The imposing presence and methods of the military were beyond what ordinary people could withstand, and soon, both men confessed. Their stronghold was in the neighboring complex, Building 32, where 3 more individuals were left behind. Furthermore, according to their confessions, their leader had captured numerous women and children, holding them captive to extort their relatives for supplies. Subsequently, the 2 were taken away, and the bodies sprawled on the ground were gradually dragged off. The troubles that had plagued them for days had finally been resolved, prompting Shen Wan to exhale a sigh of relief. After expressing her gratitude to the commanding soldier, she turned to lead Han Lu back home, unaware that the man was watching her retreating figure with a complex expression. Just as Shen Wan was about to close the door, he could no longer restrain himself and reached out to block her path. I am Zhuang Yan. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. Was he speaking to her? She was certainly aware of his name. She had known it in her previous life. Zhuang Yan raised his hand, forming a fist to cover his mouth as he coughed lightly. In these times of national calamity and natural disaster, those 2 will not emerge alive. You need not worry. This area will be much safer from now on. After speaking, his gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner just 2 steps away, and Shen Wan followed his line of sight. In the corner lay a dark, small object. This was Dong Ji's pistol. They had not taken it with them. When her gaze returned to Zhuang Yan's position, she found he had already quickly turned and departed. Watching his tall, slender figure vanish into the corridor, she sensed something peculiar about his demeanor. Completely unlike a stranger she was just meeting for the first time. She recalled how, in her past life, he had coldly kept others at arm's length, struggling to utter a word. However, he had kindly left her with a pistol, and she thought it unwise to refuse. Shen Wan stepped forward to retrieve the pistol, tucking it into the pocket of her military coat, while Han Lu remained oblivious to the events outside. Nevertheless, she had no intention of keeping it a secret from her. Entering the room, she found Han Lu tidying up the disheveled living room. She approached and placed the gun on the table, explaining that she had found it at the entrance, likely dropped by those men, deliberately omitting the fact that it was a gift from Zhuang Yan in violation of regulations. Before she could finish, Han Lu interrupted her. You keep what you found. However, I estimate there aren't many bullets left. Besides, I have trained in martial arts and free combat, so my self-defense capabilities surpass yours. The timid Shen Wan silently retracted her intended response, then opened the magazine. Discovering it indeed contained only 3 bullets. Fortunately, this pistol used the same ammunition as the 2 she had in her storage. Otherwise, it would have been rendered useless. Watching Han Lu turn away to continue her work, she hurried upstairs back to the living room. She stored the gun in her space and retrieved 2 packages of vacuum-sealed salted duck and 2 bags of noodles. Returning to 12:02, she found that the salted duck had already frozen solid. Placing the items on the table, Han Lu repeatedly declined, but ultimately relented to Shen Wan's insistence and accepted them. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside, followed by the voice of an elderly woman. "Little Han, your door is bent. Is everything all right?" The door was then pushed open, revealing Aunt Zhou, the kind-hearted neighbor from next door. Han Lu seemed unfazed, offering Aunt Zhou a chair to sit. Shen Wan mused that no wonder Aunt Zhou had not come to chat with her recently. It appeared she had found a new companion. She wondered how Han Lu's icy demeanor could possibly align with Aunt Zhou's warmth. Sitting aside, she observed their interaction with intrigue. One was effervescent while the other was aloof. Yet they seemed to coexist harmoniously. During their conversation, she learned they had met while climbing the stairs, undoubtedly due to Aunt Zhou initiating a chat. Aunt Zhou recounted how, engrossed in conversation, she nearly missed a step, and it was Han Lu who had caught her, preventing a potentially disastrous fall.
Grasping Han Lu's hand.
Aunt Zhou lamented the wickedness of those who preyed on others, saying, "Little Han, your door is damaged. You cannot stay here any longer. Pack your things and come live upstairs with me. I will treat you like my own daughter. You will never go hungry." Shen Wan remained silent, allowing Han Lu to make her own decision. She knew Han Lu understood boundaries, and being close would benefit both of them. Grasped by Aunt Zhou's warm hands, Han Lu's eyes welled with tears, quickly concealed as she lowered her head, silently nodding. Shen Wan had not anticipated that Han Lu would find familial healing in Aunt Zhou. She had long suspected that Han Lu's previous state stemmed from a loss of loved ones. Now that she was able to move forward, Shen Wan felt a sense of happiness for her. After all, one must always look ahead. Once the arrangements were finalized, the 3 began to move. They could not lock the door at night, as it would not be safe. Their belongings were few. Almost everything that could be burned had already been dismantled, leaving only some clothes, bedding, and a heating stove. Shen Wan assisted in transporting usable items to 1501, especially summer supplies. Although the 2 did not understand why they should bring seemingly useless items as they did not take up space, they allowed it, thinking it might come in handy if the weather normalized. Chapter 61. Organizing the space. Once everything was packed, she realized she was ravenously hungry. Feeling as if her stomach had touched her back, the sky had completely darkened, and Aunt Zhou warmly invited her to stay for dinner. Oh no! She suddenly remembered the little one waiting to be fed. It was already past 6 o'clock, and she had completely forgotten about Shen Mo. She waved her hands repeatedly to refuse Aunt Zhou's hospitality and quickly opened the fire door, crossing the corridor back home. Upon opening the bedroom door, she was met with Shen Mo's forlorn gaze. He held a milk biscuit, poised to pop it into his mouth, while several empty wrappers lay scattered on the table. Thankfully, she habitually kept some snacks at home. Otherwise, he would have cried from hunger. Not allowing him to continue eating the biscuits, she brought out a bowl of vegetable meatball soup for him to fill his stomach. While he slowly savored the soup, she set out steaming dishes on the table: braised pork, crab-stuffed tofu, and dry-pot cauliflower, also serving him half a bowl of rice. The chubby little one was now eating almost as much rice as she did, truly a little foodie. After finishing the meal, she felt rejuvenated. Since her rebirth, she had not experienced such hunger in a long time, usually eating at set times. After a short pause, she urged the little one to get up and move around. After such a feast, inactivity would lead to indigestion. They played in the ball pit for a while until she felt her stomach was no longer bloated, allowing little AI to continue playing while she returned to sit by the heater. Shen Mo had napped too much in the afternoon, so he would likely stay up late. Letting him play freely, he would naturally tire himself out. She picked an orange, an apple, and a few lychees from her storage tree, sliced them, and put them into a glass teapot to simmer slowly. Soon, a delicate fragrance began to waft through the air. 2 more preserved plums and 2 slices of hawthorn were added, their sweet and sour essence combined with the fragrant allure of fruits, greatly whetting one's appetite. After adding a hint of fruit tea to Momo's cup, Shen Wan gracefully carried her own into the space. As for Mo, he was in the capable hands of Xiao AI. The afternoon's harvest was substantial, and the organization of it would take a considerable amount of time. Naturally, she would refrain from handling tasks that could be managed with her mental energy. Commencing with a small mound in the front yard square, she meticulously categorized daily necessities, food supplies, and tools into the storeroom. When the storeroom became overcrowded, she began stacking items in the corridor at the entrance, quickly clearing a space in the front yard. Shen Wan relocated several shelves from outside the yard to this newly cleared area, using her mental capabilities to assemble them to her desired height and dimensions, positioning them against the wall to accommodate the vehicles. The RV and fuel tank were placed on the bottom tier, with off-road vehicles, trucks, motorcycles, and tsunami rescue pods stacked above, creating a sturdy three-tiered structure with ample weight-bearing capacity. With a surplus of shelves remaining outside, she decided to connect them all, forming a circular arrangement against the front yard's wall, most reaching 5 stories high. For those left over, she elevated one wall's shelves to 7 or 8 tiers, significantly expanding their storage capacity. 2 generator units and the previously acquired small generator were also placed on the shelves, alongside cables, batteries, gas stoves, liquefied gas tanks, and more, all carefully arranged to maximize the upper space. The front yard square soon transformed into a spacious area, instantly relocating to the outdoor land. She observed that the corn and miscellaneous grain seedlings she had planted were now nearly knee-high. She inspected the remaining vacant plots, where she had planted several seedlings for comparison. The growth rate within 10 meters of the courtyard was approximately 4 to 5 times that of the outside world. Beyond 10 meters, the growth rate was about double that of the outside. Given the differing growth rates, she planned to cultivate grains in the inner circle and trees in the outer circle. Once the first batch of grains matured, she would be able to sow them in large quantities. The ground was cluttered with numerous items, a large pile of unprocessed timber, desks, construction materials, rare metal barrels, and stainless steel bread racks. There was also a group of fainted long-haired pigs. Shen Wan couldn't help but press her forehead in exasperation. She was no expert at pig slaughtering. Simply leaving them on the ground wouldn't do. They needed to be placed in a still space, or they would continue to lose weight. Using her mental energy, she arranged them on the front yard's shelves, filling an entire shelf to later devise a plan for their processing. The bread racks were still useful, so she cleaned them with her mental control and placed them in the master bedroom on the second floor, allowing the wastewater to drain directly into the fields, where it would be naturally decomposed by the space. The remaining items were deposited in the outermost land, where the passage of time mirrored that of the outside world, allowing for future exchanges of supplies with the base. As for the timber and desk brought back in the afternoon, she would deal with them tomorrow, turning them into firewood for storage. The space once again returned to its pristine and orderly state, which brought her immense satisfaction. Though she did not suffer from obsessive cleanliness, she had grown accustomed to tidying up the space after each outing. This way, she maintained a clear understanding of where her supplies were located, enabling her to retrieve them effortlessly when needed. Exhausted from depleting her mental energy and the physical exertion of the afternoon, fatigue washed over her. After washing up, she returned to the bedroom to find little Mo dozing off while perusing a picture book, leaving her both amused and exasperated. She carried him into the space for a bath, added fresh charcoal to the stove, and only then did they succumb to a deep slumber. Ever since the door had been pried open in the middle of the night, she had not returned to the space for sleep. Of course, she hadn't forgotten to block the security door with heavy stones, which provided her with a sense of safety, though she still needed to set an alarm to wake up at night to replace the charcoal, otherwise she would surely wake from the cold. The future was bound to become increasingly challenging, with the surrounding survival resources rapidly depleting. Situations like today would only multiply. Henceforth, she could no longer indulge in the luxury of retreating to the space for sleep. Adapting as soon as possible would not be a disadvantage. In the early morning, she drew back the curtains, revealing a continued flurry of snowflakes. Based on her previous life's experiences, the intermittent snowfall combined with extreme cold would persist for an entire year. Outside, the world was cloaked in ice and snow, while the water source issue had been resolved. The more pressing concern was the source of food. The official base research institute was likely developing cold-resistant crops, though she was uncertain when they would be distributed. She recalled that in her previous life, when the bitter cold had lasted a month, the supplies dropped by helicopter dwindled, accompanied by a scant few seeds and soil nutrients. Sunlight streamed into the room, and soon Mo woke up. After dressing him, she allowed him to brush his teeth and wash his face independently. Breakfast consisted of a bowl of wontons for each, enhanced with seaweed, egg crepes, and shrimp, both fragrant and smooth, with every drop of soup consumed. After their meal, they engaged in their respective studies. Subsequently, Shen Wan took a stainless steel bucket to the rooftop, as cleaning the bread racks had consumed a considerable amount of water. And today she intended to refill the empty buckets. Chapter 62. Storing Ice Blocks. Having securely wrapped the warm packs, she ascended to the rooftop. The wind outside was gentle, and only a few snowflakes drifted down. Following the narrow path along the wall to the vicinity of the water tower, the accumulation of snow on the plastic film was quite substantial. Taking advantage of the wall's concealment, she filled all the empty water buckets from the space with snow. Afterward, she carried the 2 filled buckets down the stairs. Just as she reached the 15th floor landing, she heard commotion from below. The noise was quite raucous, indicating a considerable gathering of people. Just as she intended to investigate, she spotted her neighbor Han Lu and Aunt Zhou approaching through the corridor. Seeing her laden with 2 buckets of snow, her hat and clothes frosted over, Aunt Zhou remarked, "Look at you covered in snow. Hurry home to warm up. Your relations downstairs aren't the best, so it's best not to go looking for trouble." Before Shen Wan could refuse, Aunt Zhou urged her toward the door, adding, "As for gathering information, I excel at that. Han and I will go down and see what is happening, and I'll let you know." Han Lu gestured for a walkie-talkie, and together with Aunt Zhou, they descended the stairs. Shen Wan decided not to join the fray. Instead, she opened the door and returned home to recuperate. Despite being bundled up and with warm packs applied, prolonged exposure to the outdoors had left her feeling chilled to the bone. During the day, collecting snow bucket by bucket was far too slow. Starting tomorrow, she would go to the rooftop at night. Under the cover of darkness, her tasks would be much easier. Back in her bedroom, she warmed herself with a full cup of ginger tea. After shedding her military coat and outerwear, she didn't rush to change clothes, knowing she would need to go out again soon. In the garden of her space, the snow in the stainless steel bucket was gradually melting. Using her mental energy, she combined the melted snow water to fill the bucket. Just as she finished organizing everything, the walkie-talkie crackled to life, with Han Lu calling her to discuss matters next door. After donning her military coat and outerwear once more, she exited the bedroom and placed a dozen filled water buckets in the living room, intending to retrieve them once they froze into ice blocks. The heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating, ensuring a steady water supply for now. Yet once the extreme heat or even earthquake struck, finding clean water would become a daunting challenge. This was her newly devised water storage method, lacking sufficient storage tools. She could only freeze clean water sources into ice blocks for preservation in the still space. Luckily, she had found many shelves with strong weight-bearing capabilities, allowing her to stack all the ice blocks she produced in the front yard. While food could be regenerated through the space, water could not. As long as the still space had the capacity, she would continuously produce ice blocks throughout the coming year. Once the remaining shelves were filled with ice blocks, along with the water tanks she stockpiled before the apocalypse, they should suffice for her and Mo for decades to come. After securely locking the doors, Shen Wan traversed the corridor and rapped upon the door of room 1501. The door was opened by Han Lu, clad in a down jacket. Upon entering, she found the living room not particularly warm, though it was significantly more pleasant than the outdoors. As she passed through the living area and entered the master bedroom, a sense of warmth enveloped her. In an effort to conserve fuel, the two were sharing a room. Sitting by the brazier, Aunt Zhou handed her a cup of hot water to warm her hands. The brazier was filled with charcoal, which appeared to be handmade rather than purchased from a store. Noticing her gaze, Han Lu explained, "This charcoal is crafted from what I process myself. It is far more durable than ordinary firewood." The young girl was remarkably resourceful, possessing numerous survival skills for the apocalypse. Shen Wan felt compelled to inquire further later on. Aunt Zhou approached and sat down, informing her, "We just returned from downstairs. Little Han mentioned your home was not particularly convenient, so we invited you here." After sipping some hot water, she continued, The commotion downstairs was due to the return of two families who had previously moved to the resettlement camp. It is said that life there is quite harsh. They must venture out daily to scavenge for resources, often facing hunger and cold. A couple of days ago, upon learning that the military base has been established at St. Love Hospital, they expressed a desire to move in there. Shen Wan was taken aback. Was it truly so easy to gain access to a military base? Aunt Zhou continued. Once they arrived, they discovered that the military only admits patients brought back by rescue teams. After treatment, these individuals are transferred to official resettlement camps. Not wishing to return to the camps, they decided to move back into the building. She voiced her curiosity, but their homes are uninhabitable. What vacant house do they intend to occupy? Han Lu snickered. The two families that returned used to reside in 102 and 302, the very families that had quarreled in the group chat. For some reason, they have reconvened. They aimed for a higher floor but soon realized the doors were broken and all the furniture had been dismantled. They even set their sights on my home. But I firmly rebuffed them. Aunt Zhou chimed in absolutely. They even expected us to gather supplies for them, as if they had the right to demand it. In the end, Xiaozhong arranged for them to stay on the 10th floor, where 2 rooms were empty. As long as they didn't move back directly above or below her, Shen Wan was indifferent to their return. However, since her apartment was on the top floor with only the rooftop above, it was considerably colder there. Anyone with a modicum of sense would avoid the top floor. The two families were not foolish, opting instead for a middle-level floor, which was relatively warmer. However, the elderly woman from 102 was no pushover, and the building was bound to become lively in the future. After a while, as dinner time approached, Shen Wan rose to take her leave. In these trying times, everyone faced hardships, and the preciousness of food was undeniable. It would be impolite of her to overstay her welcome. Although Aunt Zhou and Han Lu always sincerely invited her to dine, she felt uncomfortable consuming others' limited resources, preferring the comfort of her own home. Upon returning home, she found the water barrel in the living room frozen solid. Fortunately, she had initially purchased stainless steel barrels, as plastic would have succumbed to the cold within minutes. She collected the ice into the front yard shelf and stored the barrel away before entering her bedroom. Hearing a commotion at the door, Shen Mo, who was playing with Xiao AI, dropped her blocks and ran towards her mother. Shen Wan quickly raised her hand to halt the exuberant little one, who was covered in ice and snow, mindful not to let her catch a chill. After changing into her fluffy loungewear, she embraced Mo's soft little body and sat by the heater to warm up. Taking lunch from her space, she set the table. The wontons she had eaten that morning had left her quite famished. A sukiyaki pot simmered on the stove, accompanied by sushi, tempura shrimp, and assorted vegetables. On a snowy day, nothing quite satisfied like hot pot. The flavor of the sukiyaki was mild enough for Mo to enjoy, without overwhelming aromas. She found a suitable drama to watch while dipping and eating, occasionally serving Mo some vegetables, Australian Wagyu rolls, prairie lamb rolls, golden abalone slices, and fish roe shrimp paste. Once again, the two of them were left languidly slumped in their chairs, utterly sated. Fortunately, they engaged in ample physical activity daily and bundled up warmly when venturing outdoors. Otherwise, her rosy complexion would undoubtedly make her a target in the building. Chapter 63. Slaughtering the pig overindulgence necessitated increased activity. So she sent Xiao AI to entertain the little chubby one, planning to coax him to sleep at the designated time. Meanwhile, she busied herself. The firewood in the secondary bedroom had diminished significantly, and she intended to process the wood she had brought back yesterday. She began by chopping the desk into firewood and stacking it in the hallway. As she worked with the wood, she recalled Han Lu's method for creating charcoal and decided to give it a try. Firewood burned too quickly and was difficult to control, resulting in waste. Using her mental energy to operate the chainsaw, she meticulously cut the wood into uniform sizes before splitting it with an axe. An hour later, she had processed just one tree. She retrieved an empty metal barrel from her space, filled it with wood chunks, sealed it with a lid, punctured a hole, and placed it over the fire for heating. Once cooled, the charcoal would be ready. In the open area outside, she set up a fire pit and began the charcoal-making process, monitoring the situation while watching her drama. From a single massive tree, she ultimately produced over 1,000 pounds of charcoal, which indeed proved to be more efficient than firewood. Her mental energy was nearly depleted. leaving the remaining work for another day. It was still early, and the piglets on the shelf had yet to be processed. She resolved to learn how to slaughter a pig. After searching for a survival blogger's video, she was fortunate to find one detailing the hunting of wild boars and watched it multiple times for clarity. Entering her space, she donned an old workout outfit, layered a rain suit over it, and seized a small pig along with her toolkit before teleporting to the open area outside. She laid down a waterproof tarp, positioned a stainless steel cooking table atop it, and placed the pig on the table. With a swift motion, she dispatched the pig, allowing its blood to drain into the bucket below. Once the blood was fully drained, she employed a boning knife to remove the pig's head, skin, and entrails, splitting the pig in half with ease. She found a shelf to place the two halves of pig meat upon, categorizing the remaining head and entrails to process later. From the initial slaughter to the butchering, she spent over 4 hours on the task, even with her mental energy hastening her pace. Some procedures would have been more laborious if performed manually. Her technique evolved from clumsiness to fluidity, as she deftly disassembled the meat and bones with just a few strokes of the boning knife. The cleaned pork filled an entire shelf. The red and white meat almost made her stomach turn. She quickly stored it in the meat storage room along with the shelf. She had no intention of wasting the pig's blood, rich in protein and iron, beneficial for replenishing blood and enhancing physical strength. She had preemptively added salt to the bucket containing the blood, which had now solidified upon cooling. A large pot was set to boil water, and once the blood blocks were cooked and cooled, she would store them in the warehouse. The waterproof tarp now only held several pig heads and various entrails, which would prove more troublesome to process than the pork. To avoid feeling nauseated, she decided to postpone handling these until after dinner, though her appetite had dwindled. Shen Wan still needed to eat. Emerging from her space with their dinner, she prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for Wan, adding a spoonful of mushroom and shredded meat topping. For herself, she opted for a bowl of vegetable salad, having eaten too much at lunch and lacking appetite. She needed to balance her intake for the evening. After dinner, she donned her clothes and headed to the rooftop, as cleaning the entrails required a significant amount of snow water, which she could no longer use since the water she had brought back that morning had frozen into solid blocks. The outdoors had succumbed to a profound darkness, with large flakes of snow swirling gracefully through the night air. She traversed the narrow path leading to the water tower, where only a light dusting of snow rested upon the plastic sheet. The water tower atop the rooftop was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. After a frigid chill, a wave of heat had followed, and for the past few years, rain had become a rarity. The water tower, left exposed, served little purpose now. Seizing the cover of night, she retrieved tools from her space and began dismantling the water tower. 2 large water towers were stored away, placed on the vacant ground outside the yard, to be dealt with once the ice had melted. The warehouse still held several water towers, which could later be positioned in the corridor to store water for daily use. She cleared away the snow accumulated on the plastic sheet, loading it onto the ground beside her, ensuring there would be enough for today before descending to return home. With an unwavering spirit, she used the snow to cleanse the innards several times before locating the flour that had previously been soaked in water, continuing the cleaning process. An hour later, all the innards were thoroughly cleaned. Those requiring marination were placed into a large pot, seasoned with spices for a slow simmer, while the remainder was stored in the meat storage room. She tidied up the refuse and deposited it into the corner trash station, including the household waste, as discarding it outside would draw unwanted attention. After a thorough wash, she felt invigorated. She plucked a cluster of lychees and jasmine grapes from her space, enjoying them while watching television, occasionally glancing at the pot of marinated delicacies. Naturally, she did not forget to steam some rice, planning to stir-fry a few vegetables later to prepare boxed meals for storage. In the early morning, the freshly awakened Shen Wan felt a bit disoriented, while Shen Momo diligently dressed herself beside her. Having been occupied until midnight the previous night, she had risen a bit later today. Over 1,000 bento boxes were neatly arranged on the shelf, with another shelf holding several tubs of marinated dishes. There were marinated pig trotters, pig ears, and pig liver. Not wanting to waste the excellent marinade from the previous night, she had also prepared some marinated beef, beef tripe, and soy sauce duck, ready to be sliced when desired. Breakfast was simple. Each had a bowl of millet porridge accompanied by pan-fried dumplings, buns, and tea eggs. After the meal, She activated the heating system in the living room and brought out several large toys, enough to keep the little chubby one entertained for the day. Just as she practiced acupuncture on a mannequin, a series of knocks echoed from the living room door. The two residents from 1501 were unlikely to knock. Han Lu would directly contact her via intercom. It was more probable that it was a resident from downstairs. Peering through the peephole, she confirmed her suspicion. It was the elderly lady who had previously lived in 102. Shen Wan had no intention of opening the door, knowing full well that no good would come of it. Furthermore, with the heating running in her living room, opening the door would let the warmth escape, making her a target for others' desires. Shen Wan called out, "What business do you have knocking at my door?" The elderly lady immediately responded with a plaintive wail. "Oh, dear girl, our home has no food left, nor firewood for warmth. Please, have pity on us and share some supplies." Shen Wan retorted, "My family is large. I have nothing extra to give you. Please leave." Yet the old woman refused to budge, collapsing to the ground in tears. "The official supplies are plentiful, yet you have taken them all. You must return them to me, or I will die right here at your doorstep." Shen Wan found the woman's reasoning amusingly absurd. In a post-apocalyptic world, who would willingly part with their hard-earned supplies? Isn't there a supply distribution at the resettlement camp? After depleting their resources, you come here seeking what the residents have? Why not share what you received from the camp? She added, "If you wish to linger at my door, I have no objections. It merely means I will have to clear away another corpse." She certainly did not believe the old woman had come alone, with such frail limbs. How could she possibly ascend 15 flights? There had to be someone encouraging her from behind. She couldn't discern whether the woman was begging from household to household or had simply fixated on her own. Chapter 64. The Dead of Humanity. Ignoring the lamentations outside, Shen Wan returned to her bedroom, retrieving the intercom to contact Han Lu. "There's an elderly lady at my door causing a scene. Has she come to your place?" Han Lu's cool voice replied, "No, don't open the door for her. We can hardly manage our own affairs. Who in this day and age has surplus supplies to share?" Shen Wan had no intention of giving the woman anything. Not only because of her worthiness, but also due to the many instances she had witnessed the principle of reciprocity in such dire times. Reaching out to Han Lu was merely to alert her neighbors. It appeared that both of them had adapted quite well to the apocalypse. Upon returning to the living room, she noticed the commotion outside had ceased. Perhaps the woman had moved on to another door to wail. However, it did serve as a reminder that with the heating running, opening the door would let the warmth escape. She needed a strategy to conceal it. The entrance featured a foyer, with a shoe cabinet on the left and the kitchen on the right, which was currently of no use. She simply needed to hang a curtain at the entrance. Her storage space contained numerous curtains, some purchased online and others salvaged from a mall. The entrance was approximately the size of a door, and the style she had bought would suffice. Installation was straightforward. She merely needed to hammer a few nails for hooks on the wall, and then affix a magnetic strip to ensure a snug fit. This would effectively separate the living room from the foyer, allowing her to open the front door without concern for the heat escaping. Once the curtain was in place, she was about to return to her room to continue studying the acupuncture charts when another knock resounded at the door. It seemed her home was particularly busy today. Assuming it was the elderly lady returning, she peered through the peephole only to see a figure clad in military attire. Upon closer inspection of the rugged yet handsome face adorned with stubble, she realized it was none other than Zhuang Yan. She felt fortunate that she had been quick with her hands. Otherwise, his keen senses would undoubtedly have detected something amiss in her home. Opening the door, Zhuang Yan's hand, poised to knock again, halted midair. Shen Wan feigned ignorance of his embarrassment, looking up at him. "Commander Zhuang, do you require my assistance?" The man, towering at 188 meters, loomed nearly 20 centimeters above her, necessitating her gaze to tilt upwards. Zhuang Yan retrieved 2 small boxes from his military coat pocket, offering them to her. The boxes were unassuming in size, hardly noticeable in his palm, yet the designs on them captured Shen Wan's attention. They contained bullets, 2 full boxes. To be precise, was he presenting this as a gift for her? Was it appropriate to accept such a precious offering from someone she had only met twice? He nudged the boxes forward. "The bullets from the previous handgun are nearly depleted. Keep these for your use." Before she could fully comprehend, he grasped her gloved right hand, placing the boxes into her palm, and quickly released his hold. Shen Wan felt a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain whether to accept his kindness, as these items were likely controlled substances. If I accept this, won't you face repercussions? Zhuang Yan assured her, no, you need not worry. It's relatively lenient now. As a young woman, you must take care to protect yourself. She looked up at him again, noting the dark circles under his eyes, indicating he had likely been without rest for days, busy with a military rescue team's recent arrival. Curiosity compelled her to ask, how did you know where I live? He replied, the two individuals you took back last time have confessed. They had been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. Shen Wan was not at all surprised and chose not to decline further, tucking the items into the pocket of her outer garment, asking him to wait outside while she returned to the living room. From the shelves of the spatial snack pantry, she procured a sizable bag filled with individually packaged beef jerky and nut chocolates, which she promptly tucked into his arms as a token of gratitude. The moment he placed the items into her hands, Shen Wan discerned his intentions. Having endured 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, she was now a woman in her 30s, surely. She could grasp the meaning behind the actions of this youthful lad. However, she could not accept his kindness without reason. In this lifetime, her sole desire was to live well with MO, and romantic entanglements were far from her considerations. Furthermore, having another person aware of her spatial abilities only heightened the danger. She had no confidence in her ability to retreat unscathed from his keen scrutiny. Their shared trials were merely echoes of a past life, and she could not ascertain whether the current Zhuang Yan would choose national duty over familial bonds. Such a gamble was beyond her means. Shen Wan's thoughts were straightforward, yet she found the execution to be quite challenging. Zhuang Yan flatly refused her token of thanks. Amidst their mutual refusals, he hastily remarked that he would be at the Holy Love Hospital should she need him, before descending the stairs in a flurry. Shen Wan, burdened with her possessions, wore an expression of helplessness. It seemed that even if she wished to sever ties, she was now bound by the debt of gratitude. Such debts were not easily repaid. In the following 2 days, Zhuang Yan did not make an appearance. Her days were spent in tranquility, filled with meals, exercise, and studying, as well as processing the wood within her spatial realm. Occasionally, the distant crack of gunfire would echo from outside the community, yet since the military had established a presence, they had effectively eliminated the nearby nefarious groups, resulting in a noticeable improvement in the area's security, providing a much-needed respite for the residents of surrounding neighborhoods. One day, after breakfast, she awaited the helicopter delivering supplies in the living room. According to the radio announcements, it was scheduled for that day, though the exact timing remained uncertain. Thus, she settled in the living room, diligently completing her exercise and study tasks while simultaneously using her mental powers to manipulate wood for charcoal production. The trees in the open areas had been mostly processed, leading to a significant increase in the stockpiles of charcoal and ice on the shelves. During a brief lull in charcoal production, she noticed that the corn and miscellaneous grains planted outside her yard had ripened. Seizing the opportunity, she gathered the mature crops. While the corn covered the largest area, harvesting it proved relatively easy. With her mental prowess, she skillfully husked and dried the corn, leaving the stalks for fuel in charcoal production. The mixed grains, however, posed a greater challenge. To facilitate planting, she needed to separate the various types: rice, brown rice, black rice, red beans, peas, and more than a dozen varieties in total. Fortunately, the plants differed in appearance, or else distinguishing them would have been quite the task. After collecting them by type, she laid them out to dry, planning to sow them that evening. Based on her current yield, filling the surrounding land with crops should not prove difficult. The outer land, with its lengthy growth cycle, would be reserved for fruit trees and to house some resource-storing materials. It was fortunate that she could utilize her mental powers to manage the planting space. Otherwise, tending to so much land would leave her utterly exhausted, with no time for anything else. Large agricultural machinery consumed diesel, whereas her mental energy was free and thus less burdensome. She recalled an agricultural science park in a neighboring city, approximately a 2-hour drive away. Tomorrow, she could venture in that direction to see if she might uncover something useful. The land within her spatial realm required no compost. All the grain straw was gathered in one place for future use, primarily as fuel for charcoal production or cooking. Chapter 65. A Plea for Sympathy. After tidying up, she had barely settled onto the sofa for 2 minutes when the thunderous roar of a helicopter pierced the air outside. She leisurely donned her warming pads and layered her clothing, first putting on a thick Canadian goose jacket, followed by a military overcoat. Based on past experiences, the helicopter was still hovering over the adjacent community, allowing ample time for her to prepare. When she finally opened the door, she found a stream of people ascending the stairs. Not daring to delay, she swiftly closed the door behind her. Although she had installed a thermal curtain for insulation, the entryway still maintained a significantly warmer temperature than the outside. Outside, Han Lu and Aunt Zhou from Unit 1501 also emerged, and the three of them ascended the stairs together. The corridor on the 16th floor was already crowded with people. To her surprise, the elderly woman from Unit 102 was present as well. However, her condition appeared dire. Had it not been for the two individuals supporting her, she might have collapsed. The elderly lady was flanked by a man and a woman she had never seen before. She recalled that the elderly woman's son had perished in a flood. Who, then, were these two? The pale-faced matron leaned heavily on her companions, looking as if she were on the verge of collapse. Shen Wan, having been studying traditional medicine during this time, surmised that the woman was at her wit's end. The three of them stood quite close to the elderly woman, prompting Shen Wan to quickly pull Han Lu and Aunt Zhou back to the outskirts of the crowd. The two women, puzzled, listened as Shen Wan explained. "Those three individuals do not seem well. Let us keep our distance." Aunt Zhou, gripping her arm, whispered, "Those two are her eldest son and daughter-in-law. The one who died was the second son. Just days ago, they were out here scrounging for supplies with the elderly lady. Look at what they've become." As Aunt Zhou continued her rambling, a heavy thud echoed from the rooftop above. Supplies had arrived. Zhang Pingho, the building supervisor, called upon several young men to assist in retrieving the goods. When the 6 men returned, they were visibly astonished. This time, the supplies amounted to only a third of the previous shipment, easily manageable by just 2 people. In a flurry, the crowd hastily unwrapped the packages, which were cushioned with 2 layers of thin blankets for protection. Inside, they found merely a box of compressed biscuits, a few cans of meat, and a small bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes. The package was labeled as a cold-resistant crop planting kit, a product of recent research from the Scientific Institute, arriving much sooner than she had anticipated. Zhang Pingho took stock of the residents. With the 2 new families that had just moved in, 11 households remained in the building. A few families had succumbed to the bitter cold. The canned meat was distributed per household, while the compressed biscuits were allocated per person. No one raised any objections. Indeed, there was no better method of distribution available. Ultimately, 6 cans of meat and several packs of compressed biscuits remained. The eldest son of the elderly lady stepped forward, raising his voice. "We just moved in and missed out on the last supplies. Surely, the leftovers should go to us. My mother is ill and can barely eat." Another newcomer chimed in, echoing his lamentations. The crowd, however, was unwilling to indulge them, and a cacophony of voices erupted in rebuttal, causing Shen Wan's head to throb. As 5 minutes ticked by without resolution, Zhang Pingho remained unable to assert his authority. The cold outside was biting, and she was reluctant to linger any longer. With decisive action, Shen Wan swiftly drew a short sword from the inside of her military coat and hurled it with precision. The blade glinted as it embedded itself nearly 10 centimeters into the wall. The eldest son of the elderly woman, witnessing the flash of cold steel hurtling towards him, fell to the ground in terror, a puddle of indeterminate liquid seeping from his side. The crowd recoiled in disgust, instinctively distancing themselves. Shen Wan's icy voice carried through the air. "You are new residents. Naturally, you must abide by the rules of this building. If you find it unfair, you are free to leave for somewhere you deem just. Supervisor, you may proceed." She turned her gaze to Zhang Pingho, who shuddered under her intense look and hastily replied, Yes, let us distribute the remaining supplies. Those who took canned meat can take a little less of the others." After speaking, he glanced in Shen Wan's direction, and she wasted no time, stepping forward to collect 3 packs of compressed biscuits and 2 planting kits. Han Lu and Aunt Zhou opted for 1 can of meat and 2 planting kits each. They did not take advantage of anyone. They merely claimed their rightful share. Subsequently, the 3 departed together, not forgetting to take the short sword from the wall before leaving, causing the recently calmed crowd to recoil in fear. As she drew her sword, She noticed the man sitting at her feet, the mysterious liquid by his leg having frozen into ice. In such frigid conditions, irreversible damage had already been inflicted upon his skin and muscle tissue. She surmised he was beyond salvation. Her short sword was at least a meter away from him, and he was clearly timid, yet spent his days in such a manner. Although the old lady might not have been entirely virtuous in her dealings, she undoubtedly treated her son with great care. Yet, he disregarded his mother's well-being, using her as a pawn for his own gain, a disgrace to filial piety. Upon returning home and entering the living room, the warm atmosphere allowed her to temporarily cast aside those troubling thoughts. Having lingered on the rooftop for too long, it was nearly midnight. She returned to the bedroom with Mo, and the two prepared to have lunch. Without much thought, she randomly selected a boxed meal and yam and rib soup to place on the table. Upon opening it, she found 3-cup chicken, shrimp and corn, and stir-fried water spinach, along with a bowl of steamed egg she retrieved from her space. The portions were substantial, sufficient for both of them. In terms of food, Shen Wan had always adhered to the principle of not wasting, understanding that many outside struggled to meet even their basic needs. Their ability to eat and dress warmly in this apocalyptic world was thanks to the fortuitous discovery of the Jade pendant space. While the space was abundantly stocked, the harsh realities of survival in this end times could not be overlooked. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is challenging. Only through consistent teaching by example can one effectively adapt to the larger environment. After finishing their meal and tidying up the table, she noticed the supplies on the floor. She stored the compressed biscuits and canned goods onto the shelves of her space and found a bag containing planting kits for cold-resistant crops. The little one, Mo, was idly wandering nearby, so Shen Wan took the enthusiastic child and the planting kit to the living room, ready to give him a practical lesson in planting. The kit contained several sprouting potatoes and sweet potatoes, along with a few coconut coir bricks and nutrient solution for planting. She retrieved a few foam boxes from her space, placed the coir inside, soaked it in water, and cut the potatoes and sweet potatoes into small pieces according to their sprouts. The ash from the charcoal making process came in handy. She filled a small basin with it and placed it on the ground. After demonstrating how to roll a piece of potato in the ash for her chubby little helper, she handed the task over to him. The coir in the foam boxes had also absorbed enough water. A quick stir with a shovel made it fluffier. After adding a few drops of nutrient solution and mixing it well, they were ready for planting. She took the potato and sweet potato pieces that Mo had rolled in the ash and placed them on the coconut soil to dry slightly, planning to bury them later. In total, she planted 6 foam boxes, intending to conduct an experiment. 2 boxes were placed in the living room, 2 on the balcony of the secondary bedroom, and the last 2 were stored in her space. She aimed to study their growth under different temperatures and would compare the taste of the fruits once they matured. After washing Mo's hands and tucking him into bed for his nap, she settled on the nearby sofa, allowing her consciousness to sink into her space, where she used her mental energy to harvest the mature vegetables. In addition to vegetables, there were also watermelons, cantaloupes, and small melons. She washed the dirt off the ones that were soiled with snow melt from her water tower before storing them in the warehouse. She tilled the ground again, organized it, and sowed seeds. The warehouse was now filled with vegetables and fruits, and she planned to leave this batch in the ground until it was time to harvest, as they would not rot. She intended to consume a portion of what was in the warehouse first. With that in mind, she found some vegetables that could be dried, blanched them as necessary, sliced them, and placed them in the dehydrator and oven. She also harvested some fruits from the trees, such as mangoes, oranges, jujubes, lychees, longans, and figs, all of which could be made into dried fruits for easier storage. She could not keep hiding with Mo in 1502 indefinitely. They needed to integrate into the larger environment. In the future, when cooking in front of others, she could not possibly produce a fresh, vibrant cabbage. Otherwise, people would surely devour her alive. At that time, using some dried vegetables would help cover her tracks and avert suspicion. As she lay on the sofa, resting her eyes, a rhythmic knocking echoed from outside the door. Thud, thud, thud. Shen Wan peered through the peephole and saw the young man in military attire, unmistakably Zhuang Yan. After a few days apart, his face appeared clean and tidy, and his upright posture resembled a tall poplar standing at the door. It seemed he had been recuperating well during this time, with his spirit restored. She assumed that the daily operations at the military base had finally settled into a routine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the time to visit. As she opened the door, before she could speak, Zhuang Yan handed her a black plastic bag. She hesitated to take it, as the debt of gratitude from their last encounter had yet to be repaid. Noticing her reluctance, he spoke with a hint of exasperation. "It's new vegetable seedlings. You can try planting them." Only then did she extend her hand to receive the bag. A few potatoes hardly seemed to breach any protocol. Upon opening the bag, however, she was taken aback to find not potatoes or sweet potatoes inside, but rather a dozen vegetable seedlings. The tender green shoots still bore traces of soil at their roots, and their leaves were drooping. Half were leafy greens, while the other half were radish seedlings. "Have you actually cultivated cold-resistant vegetables? I didn't see any in the previous supplies," she inquired, curiosity lacing her tone. Zhuang Yan explained. "They were sent over by the Research Institute. The seedlings are few and have a low survival rate, so they weren't distributed. I thought you might need some, so I brought a few." Shen Wan sincerely expressed her gratitude. Regardless of her need, she had to acknowledge the favor bestowed upon her. Even if it were solely out of respect for the life-saving grace she had received in her past life, she could not turn a cold shoulder to Zhuang Yan. Using the opportunity of returning home with the seedlings, she also retrieved the jerky and chocolate that she had not delivered last time. Following Zhuang Yan's earlier example, she forcefully pressed them into his hands, leaving him both amused and exasperated as he accepted them. He pondered what would be appropriate to give in return, considering that these food items were indeed quite precious. Shen Wan was blissfully unaware of these thoughts. Otherwise, she might have snatched back her gifts. As she contemplated how to break the awkward silence, Zhuang Yan cleared his throat and then remarked, "I still don't know your name." Shen Wan was taken aback, but soon realized that as someone reborn, she had naturally forgotten that he did not know her name, especially since he had not asked. Moreover, the electronic systems had long since collapsed, making it impossible to check, even with permissions. "I am Shen Wan," her melodious voice rang out, and she then looked up to meet his gaze. She detected no unusual reaction, leading her to believe this was the first time he had heard her name. At the very least, she could ascertain that Zhuang Yan was not a fellow reborn individual like herself. When they first met days ago, he had given her a gun and bullets, leading her to suspect he might also be reborn, which would explain his peculiar treatment of her. Otherwise, why would a complete stranger show her such preferential treatment? She did not believe in love at first sight, for nothing of the sort had occurred in her previous life. When they first met, he had displayed an air of indifference, and it was only after 2 days of interaction that they gradually began to converse. It was only after she had persistently requested that he teach her shooting skills that he finally agreed. If one were to assign ranks to the art of courting, in a previous life, he would have been a stubborn bronze, while now, he has ascended to the status of the strongest king, possessing a modicum of skill. Observing his expression now, it seems devoid of pretense, yet the reason behind it eludes her comprehension. Perhaps it is best to let things unfold naturally. Just as her mind began to wander, she heard Zhuang Yan calling her, only to realize she had not caught what he had said. "My apologies, I was momentarily distracted." "What did you say?" The man, exasperated, frowned. "Why does this young lady always lose her focus?" "Never mind, it's of no consequence. They can discuss it another time. It's too cold outside. You should head back." After bidding farewell, as she turned to leave, she noticed a suspicious figure lurking in the corridor, causing her brow to furrow. Following her gaze, Zhuang Yan caught sight of the figure just as it turned to leave. He quickly closed the distance, capturing the individual, whose hands he secured behind their back, revealing a stranger's face. Standing at around 1.7 meters, with a square jaw and a straight brow, complemented by a center-parted hairstyle and a face covered in stubble, she had no recollection of this person. Why was he sneaking around her doorstep? Upon receiving Zhuang Yan's questioning glance, she shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity with him. Presumably intimidated by the imposing aura of a soldier, the man began to confess before Zhuang Yan could even utter a word. "I was sent by my mother. She said the girl in 1502 is very beautiful and asked me to come take a look. I truly mean no harm. I haven't done anything." Hearing this, she immediately inquired, "What is your name and where do you live?" She was curious to discover the origins of this troublesome suitor and to identify who dared to set their sights on her. The man timidly replied, My name is Li, and I live in 801 downstairs. Fuming, Shen Wan gritted her teeth. It was that meddlesome middle-aged woman again, seemingly relentless. It appears her finger no longer ached. Every so often, they create chaos. She must devise a proper way to deal with that family. Had Zhuang Yan not been present, she would have acted on the spot. However, given that he was a guardian of the people, donned in military attire, it was not prudent to commit a crime in his presence. Chapter 67. Intimidation. As if sensing her concerns, Zhuang Yan tightened his grip on the man's hand, causing Chun-Li to shudder in pain. He then issued a warning. You are not to harass her again. If I see you here once more, you can forget about returning home. Now leave. With that, he shoved the man toward the corridor, sending Chun-Li sprawling onto the ground before he hastily scrambled to his feet and fled. Shen Wan, witnessing the scene, said nothing, and at Zhuang Yan's gesture, she turned to return home and secure the door. Upon entering her bedroom, she found Mo already awake. After Xiao Ai dressed him, they were watching television together. Not in a hurry to join them, she decided to plant some seedlings first. Thankfully, there was still some coconut soil left over from last time, stored in a foam box. She planted the small seedlings at a certain distance apart and watered them with a few drops of diluted nutrient solution. Just as she was about to rise, she spotted the planting boxes for potatoes and sweet potatoes set aside. Since her hands were already dirty, she thought she might as well plant those too. Returning to the bedroom, she reclined on the sofa, closed her eyes to rest, and pondered how to deal with that mother-son duo. Barely 5 minutes had passed when she heard loud knocks at the door. Shen Wan's temper flared instantly. How dare they disturb her repeatedly, as if she were some sickly cat? She donned her outer garments, grasped her short sword, and charged out of the bedroom. Through the peephole, she confirmed that the very mother and son she longed to confront stood outside. She swiftly opened the door. Initially believing them to be mere neighbors from the same building, not particularly vicious individuals, she had no intention of resorting to violence. Yet, they seemed intent on treating her as a pushover. The door swung open abruptly, startling them. Just as Shen Wan was about to speak, the woman approached with a forced smile plastered across her face. With little patience left for their antics, she refrained from dialogue, drawing her sword and pointing it directly at the woman's chest. The mother and son stumbled back in terror, hastily explaining, "Little girl, I've come with my son to apologize. Please calm down. He may be clumsy with words, but he's a good person, well-educated, far superior to those rough soldiers." Noticing her lack of reaction, the woman continued, "I'm only looking out for your best interests. Who outside is as trustworthy as those in our building? Wouldn't you agree? My son is quite handsome and honest." Having no desire to listen to the woman prattle on, Shen Wan stepped forward, her sword gleaming ominously. In a swift motion, she severed the woman's flailing arms, blood spraying against the adjacent wall. A piercing scream echoed as the middle-aged woman collapsed, blood gushing from her wrist, quickly freezing into ice. The sound of despair filled the air as she warned, "I have cautioned you against courting danger. Why do you persist in testing the limits? How many lives do you think you can squander?" The good son, nearly paralyzed with fear, knelt and begged for mercy. "I was forced by my mother to come here. She said your family must have plenty of food, and if I could win you over, we would never go hungry again. I confess. Please spare me." Shen Wan noted the pallor on the woman's face. She likely never expected her son to betray her so completely. Initially thinking the situation to be a minor nuisance, she now realized they were eyeing her supplies, and she had no intention of letting them off lightly. One mischief often begets another. Should they harbor resentment and conspire with others against her, her situation could become perilous. Ignoring the man's pleas, she retrieved a stun baton from her space, cranked it to the maximum setting, and forcefully jabbed it into his neck, rendering him unconscious. The woman, still racked with sorrow, rushed forward upon seeing her son collapse, only to be swiftly incapacitated beneath the crackling baton. She opted for the stun baton mainly to avoid a bloody mess. Her previous anger had driven her to wield a sword, and the aftermath had left her with a gruesome cleanup. After administering an additional jolt to the fallen pair, she stripped them of their outer garments and dragged them to the corridor, tossing them outside. The clothes still bore warmth, which she used to wipe the blood from the walls and floor before discarding them as well. Peering out the window, she noted the encroaching darkness. Yet against the backdrop of the falling snow, the two bodies below were unmistakable. Blood splattered, their positions contorted, there was no chance for survival. She also observed several residents peering out, only to quickly retract their heads upon meeting her scrutinizing gaze. She reasoned that the building should enjoy a reprieve for a few days, though she did not expect it to be a permanent solution. Intimidation is but a temporary measure. The harsh conditions of survival pose immense challenges to all living beings. Resources available from the outside world dwindle. In times of extreme hunger, people may resort to desperate measures. She could not prevent others from harboring ill intentions towards her, nor could she escape the city to hide in the mountains. Should an avalanche occur or extreme heat arrive prematurely, the difficulty of escape would be considerable. At least until the Great Earthquake, the apartment building remained relatively secure. Moreover, the dark forces outside are far more menacing than the petty squabbles within the building. The further one strays from military outposts, the bolder their actions become. In comparison, these minor troubles seemed trivial. Soldiers confront soldiers. Water conceals earth. Furthermore, this was a safe zone she had painstakingly crafted over the course of 2 months. She was not yet ready to relinquish it. Approaching her doorstep, she noticed a bundled head peeking out from behind the fire door in the corridor. It was Han Lu. "Shen Wan, do you require assistance?" "No, I have already managed it. Everything is fine now." Her movements were swift, from opening the door to dealing with the corpse, taking no more than 6 or 7 minutes. Han Lu must have heard the woman's anguished cries and emerged to investigate the situation. Satisfied that Shen Wan was unharmed and did not need help, Han Lu nodded and turned back to room 1501. Shen Wan hurriedly opened her door and returned home. The outdoor chill was biting, and her hasty attire had not afforded her sufficient warmth, rendering her hands and feet icy. Once back in her bedroom, she settled beside the stove to warm herself, only then realizing her stomach was beginning to growl. Glancing at Shun Momo, who sat on the slide, she noted that the little one had already begun snacking. Indeed, she mused, it was impossible for her to feel hungrier than the chubby child. If Momo had not sought her out, it was likely she had discovered some delectable treats. From her storage, she retrieved a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup and a dish of tomato beef noodles, placing them on the dining table, their tempting aroma wafting through the air. The little one abandoned her play, setting aside her snacks to approach. Xiao Ai lifted her onto the warm Kong and secured a bib around her neck. And together they commenced their dinner. After a couple of bites, she retrieved a tray of pot stickers and scallion pancakes from the shelf. Crispy and fragrant. Paired with the warm vermicelli soup, it provided immense satisfaction. Momo's noodles were made by Shen Wan herself, each portion modest, yet she polished off the small bowl. Broth and noodles alike. After devouring 2 pot stickers, the child contentedly climbed down from the warm Kong. Chapter 68. The Security Door. After finishing the meal and tidying the table, she brewed herself a pot of fruit tea before finally finding time to check her storage. The dryer and oven had automatically shut off upon reaching their preset times. She pulled out trays filled with dried vegetables and fruits, sealing them in clean bags before placing them on the shelves for storage. With the machines and power box stowed away in the warehouse, her surroundings opened up, revealing the boxes of grains and corn seedlings laid out in the courtyard. The various grain seedlings had already reached 2 to 3 centimeters in height and were ready for planting. As for the corn, it could be directly sown after threshing, proving considerably more convenient than the other grains. Thanks to the improved black soil, the germination rate of the seeds was nearly 100%, and she had also noted a significant increase in yield during her seed collection. Take wheat, for instance. Having lived in the countryside for so many years, she had never seen such plump and heavy heads of wheat, likely yielding around 1,500 pounds per acre. Therefore, while germinating the seeds, she specifically utilized the black soil from her courtyard to enhance both the germination rate and yield. Without delay, she began to cultivate the land, dedicating about an acre for each type of grain while reserving the remainder for corn. Within her space, the inner circle comprised roughly 10 acres of fertile land with a 5-fold time flow, while the outer circle followed the normal passage of time, amounting to approximately 30 acres. Some of this area was planted with fruit trees, while another portion was designated for storing metal materials, leaving the rest vacant for future planting considerations. The 2 hours spent tilling and planting the land left her utterly exhausted, her mental energy completely depleted. After sipping a cup of fruit tea, She prepared to retire for the night when a faint knocking echoed from the living room. The rhythmic sound, knock, 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 prompted Shen Wan to listen attentively. After confirming it was not a figment of her imagination, she rose to dress. 5 minutes later, she opened the door to find a familiar figure standing outside. The sound of knocking had felt oddly familiar, and indeed it was Zhuang Yan. He had ventured out late at night. One could only wonder what urgent matter brought him here. "Are you injured?" his anxious voice inquired. After scanning her from head to toe, Shen Wan felt a sense of bewilderment. What was amiss? "I saw the corpse downstairs and the bloodstains in the hallway. Did someone come to cause trouble? Are you hurt?" His eyes brimmed with concern and worry, leaving Shen Wan momentarily stunned. She had feared he might perceive her as violent and bloodthirsty. It seemed her worries were unfounded.
"I'm Fine.
That mother and son had their sights set on my family. I cannot allow them to continuously test my limits." Observing his reaction, she noted that Zhuang Yan did not disapprove of her actions, though he could not help but fret for her safety. They brought this upon themselves. In the future, use a handgun for remote defense and do not injure yourself, he advised. "Understood," she replied. "I brought you a security door. I'll install it for you shortly." Shen Wan was at a loss for words. Here came another act of kindness. "I already have a security door," she said, gesturing proudly to the solid metal door on the inner side of her entrance, which was akin to a bank vault. This door, purchased at great expense, was impenetrable without a heavy cutting machine. Zhuang Yan had long observed her double-layered door and simply explained, "I assessed the layout of your floor. It would be much safer to add a security door outside the fire door. The fire door on the other side of the staircase can be sealed with cement and steel bars. I have brought the materials with me." Only then did she notice several bags of cement and installation tools, along with bricks and rebar prepared for her near the elevator door. She marveled at how he had managed to transport them. However, she refrained from refusing his goodwill. The constant knocking had indeed become a source of annoyance, and it would be delightful to keep those individuals at bay. Yet, to seal the entire floor, she needed to consult the neighbors. Traversing the corridor, she knocked on the door of room 1501, and soon Han Lu appeared, followed closely by Aunt Zhou, bundled up tightly. After Shen Wan explained her intentions, both women voiced their enthusiastic support, eager to lend a hand. The three of them joined Zhuang Yan at the entrance of room 1502, where they decided to first block the fire door next door. As for the security door, they would wait until morning to install it. As drilling holes for the top and bottom locks would require more care, they were not concerned about onlookers, but rather wished to avoid disturbing the neighbors. With no justification for disrupting others' peaceful slumber, which could incite jealousy and public ire, the four began to build the wall. The outdoor temperature was frigid, necessitating that the cement be mixed at home with hot water, lest it freeze into a solid mass. In about half an hour, they had completely sealed the door. Zhuang Yan continued to apply cement near the staircase, planning to come around from the 16th floor later, as there were no residents above to detect them. During the wait, an idea struck Shen Wan. She returned home to fetch a welding machine and power box, intending to weld shut the two elevator doors and the fire door next door, ensuring that even a violent breach would be futile. Seeing her emerge with the two large machines, Han Lu rushed over to assist, instantly grasping her plan and silently giving her a thumbs up. Just as they had assembled the machines, Zhuang Yan descended from the upper floors. Without a word, he took over Shen Wan's task, seamlessly continuing the welding work. As Shen Wan prepared a search for welding tutorials, she could not help but admire his skills. He was truly multifaceted. Regardless of the aesthetics of the welds, they were impeccably tight and secure. The tools would be impossible to pry open without a cutting machine, enhancing the security significantly. Since the welding machine had already been brought out, they might as well install the security door. The door was a pure steel barricade. Its solid steel columns and plates weighing over 200 pounds, she wondered where he had acquired such a hefty item. Powering on the machine, she welded the surrounding edges of the stainless steel door to the frame of the fire door, ensuring that tomorrow it would only require drilling a few holes for the top and bottom locks. She distributed the keys, giving 2 to the neighbors, urging them to return home and rest. Zhuang Yan assisted her in returning the tools to her home. Just as he was about to bid farewell, a thought suddenly struck him. In a while, I shall gather some materials to seal off the corridor as well. Furthermore, I am to embark on a mission tomorrow, and I want to be around for the next few days. Do take care at home, and try not to venture out. Shen Wan acquiesced, contemplating whether to disclose her own plans for tomorrow, but ultimately decided against it. The man seemed to have seen through her hesitation, yet chose not to press further. The young girl next door possesses decent skills. Teaming up with her will ensure greater safety. Remember to take your firearm. Shen Wan found herself caught off guard by his unrelenting concern. After years of surviving in this post-apocalyptic world, she had grown accustomed to solitude. The sudden intrusion of someone so domineering into her life left her momentarily disarmed. Finally, she merely responded with a brief acknowledgement before hastily departing. Chapter 69. The Industrial Park. Upon returning to her bedroom, she pondered for a moment before dialing Han Lu's intercom. The two had arranged to set out at 5 o'clock the following morning. It was not out of concern for safety, as she had confidence in her own abilities. Especially with firearms at her disposal, small gangs or individuals posed little threat. However, considering the current cooperative relationship with her neighbor, it was imperative to maintain a robust supply and physical strength to ensure the security of the 15th floor. Yet, the destination for tomorrow required adjustment. Initially, she had intended to venture to a neighboring city farther away, but with Han Lu accompanying her, taking the off-road vehicle would be inconvenient, and she would have to postpone that trip for another time. She opened the map and began searching, her gaze settling on a technology industrial park approximately 6 to 7 kilometers from their community. With the aid of skis, they could likely arrive in just over half an hour. The surrounding residential areas and office buildings had already been thoroughly scoured, leaving only the more distant locales to explore, where opportunities would abound away from the bustle of habitation. However, venturing beyond the safety perimeter of the military garrison would exponentially increase the risks. The residential area they occupied was a necessary route to the industrial park, while the opposite side was bordered by a range of mountains. Thus, she surmised that this area had likely escaped thorough searching, presenting a chance for discovery. After mapping out the route and setting her alarm, she retired to bed early. Just before 5 in the morning, the shrill sound of the alarm roused Shen Wan from a deep slumber. She rolled out of bed, dressed, and after freshening up, retrieved 2 large meat buns from her supplies for breakfast. The outdoor restroom facilities were quite inconvenient, so she opted not to drink milk, instead sipping a few mouthfuls of ginger tea to soothe her throat. As the time approached, she tucked Mo into her spacious bed for a little more rest. With a heat pack affixed and her military coat donned, she stored the charcoal burner in her supplies before stepping out of her bedroom. As she reached the front door, she heard the faint sound of a door closing. Upon opening the door, she discovered Han Lu had already arrived. The two exited the corridor and secured the anti-theft door they had installed the previous night before quietly descending the stairs. Although the deadbolt had not yet been drilled, the door lock could still serve its purpose. Climbing out the window, they found the outside still cloaked in darkness, though the snowfall had ceased. Shen Wan carried a large backpack filled with a crossbow, an electric baton, 2 skis, and a folded waterproof bag. She opened her backpack, handing one of the skis to Han Lu, who, unsurprisingly, exhibited delight in her eyes. Without hesitation, she graciously accepted it and tested it out in the snow. While Han Lu adjusted to the ski, Shen Wan oriented herself using the destination they had confirmed the previous night. A few minutes later, she gestured for Han Lu to follow, and they glided westward towards the residential area, one in front of the other. In just over 10 minutes, they had exited the residential zone. Shen Wan was pleasantly surprised by Han Lu's skiing skills. Aside from a few minutes of initial awkwardness, she grew increasingly proficient, nearly matching Shen Wan, who had practiced several times. Unfortunately, their heavy bundling made conversation nearly impossible, or else Shen Wan would have inquired whether her companion had any prior experience. Fortunately, they encountered no robbers along the way, likely because they were still asleep. However, if the snow held off today, returning would likely prove more challenging. The journey took approximately 40 minutes, during which they periodically paused to confirm their direction with a compass. Just as exhaustion threatened to overtake them, they spotted the distant mountain range. Had it been snowing, visibility would have been severely limited. Shen Wan estimated they were nearing their destination. Consulting her map, the two decided to explore towards the right. Though the snow had ceased, the fierce wind still stirred up a flurry of light snowflakes in the air. After skiing against the biting cold wind for about 10 minutes, they finally caught sight of several buildings peeking through the snow. As they approached, they discovered that most of the structures were buried beneath layers of ice, with only 2 or 3 stories visible above the surface. A few hundred meters away, 3 buildings sat atop higher ground, having escaped flooding, with only the first floor partially blocked by snow. Each building had 6 stories, and based on the layout, they appeared to be employee dormitories. The 2 first headed to the dormitory building, where the front door was tightly secured with a U-shaped lock. Shen Wan reached into her backpack, retrieving a heavy-duty pair of scissors, and proceeded to force the door open. Shen Wan was the first to jump inside. The air within was stale from prolonged confinement. Her initial suspicions were confirmed. This area had indeed seen no survivors. It seemed likely that the original residents of the dormitory had returned home during the early days of the deluge. Without haste to search for supplies, she and Han Lu opened the remaining 2 dormitory buildings. As for the dormitory doors, breaking the locks posed little challenge. To facilitate their search, they decided to split up. Han Lu was tasked with combing through the dormitory, while Shen Wan would explore the remaining office buildings. With tools and self-defense capabilities at her disposal, Han Lu required no further oversight. The supplies they found would be stacked downstairs to be sorted later. The 2 wasted no time and quickly commenced their respective tasks. Accessing the office buildings proved more straightforward. They could simply break a window to gain entry. The industrial park housed numerous companies across various sectors, most of which were government-supported high-tech industries. Shen Wan's luck held. The first company they entered specialized in drones. Though small, it was well-equipped, with departments for research and development, sales, and quality control. She thoroughly searched every office, collecting biscuits, instant noodles, and self-heating pots into waterproof bags, while non-essential items such as bottled water, computers, and books were stored in her supplies. It was not greed that motivated her. The excess items were far beyond what they could carry, and it was better to store them now than to abandon them later. She also discovered dozens of drone devices, retaining 4 radio-controlled units in a waterproof bag while stowing the rest away on the shelves of the tool room. After clearing out the first office, she continued upstairs, where 3 small companies operated, one in wireless networking, another in environmental engineering, and a third in electronic information. Aside from fast food products and a few computers, she found little of value. Before leaving, she also took a significant quantity of metal items and wiring, which she discarded in the metal pile outside the yard. The final floor housed a foreign trade company, which lacked a specific focus, selling whatever was profitable overseas, functioning essentially as a procurement firm. The items she found here were quite eclectic: liquor, nut gift boxes, canned goods, jerky, toys, tea leaves, underwear, sanitary napkins, and facial masks, among others. The variety was vast, though quantities were limited, and she filled her waterproof bags as she rummaged through the stock. Additionally, she stuffed larger appliances like water purifiers and humidifiers into her supplies. To save space, she removed much of the packaging, and by the end, she had filled 3 waterproof bags to capacity. The office floor resembled a locust swarm. Chapter 70. A Scheme for Fraud. After transporting all the items to the first floor, they proceeded to the adjacent office building, continuing their search floor by floor. Among these establishments was a high-tech agricultural research institute, from which she managed to acquire all the research shengua, although there were only 1 or 2 units of each machine. Equipment such as automatic seeders, grain processing machines, and energy-efficient oil presses were all of great utility for her. Naturally, she did not overlook the various specialized books, considering they could be invaluable for repair and research in case of damage. The storage cabinets also contained a significant number of vegetable seeds, likely intended for experimentation. She placed them directly onto her shelves, also retrieving a considerable amount of packaged rice and grains, which she stored in waterproof bags to share with Han Lu, ensuring it was not at her expense. After 2 hours of thorough searching, she estimated that Han Lu was nearing the end of her own endeavors. They gathered the supplies into 4 large bags. Just as she was about to head to the dormitory building to find Han Lu, she noticed Han Lu approaching with a large bag of her own. Shen Wan stepped forward to assist her in moving it into the first floor, stacking it with the other items. Han Lu was astonished by the extent of Shen Wan's findings. Many items from the dormitory buildings she had searched had been taken during the evacuation, leaving her with only a few scattered snacks and daily necessities. Once the surprise wore off, Han Lu recalled an important matter. I saw a small building behind the dormitory upstairs, which had been obscured from view. I was just about to call you to check it out. Upon reaching the two-story small building on the hillside, they peered through the glass windows and spotted a set of dining tables inside, indicating it was likely a canteen for the industrial park. They exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of delight. The ordinary door lock was easily pried open in under 2 minutes. A foul odor wafted out, prompting both to don an additional layer of masks in unison. The layout of the dining area bore a resemblance to that of a university canteen, with stainless steel tables and chairs in the center, surrounded by various food stalls, and the kitchens of each restaurant located behind them, from which the stench emanated. Regardless of the unpleasantness, they felt compelled to search for useful items, reasoning that the likelihood of finding supplies would only diminish with time. Upon entering the kitchen, they discovered a large, interconnected space, eliminating the need to rummage through each individual establishment. The source of the odor was undoubtedly the decomposing meat and vegetables, but fortunately, everything was frozen. Otherwise, entering the dining area would have been nearly impossible. As they scavenged for useful items, they began to transport them toward the kitchen entrance. To cater to hundreds of patrons, the kitchen had a substantial stockpile, and during the evacuation, it was likely thought to be merely a severe rainstorm, leading no one to consider relocating the supplies. The reasons behind the restaurant owner's absence in seeking out resources remained a mystery, but it inadvertently benefited the two of them. They uncovered 21 bags of 50-pound rice, 6 bags of 10-pound flour, and various open packages, all consolidated together. They also found 16 5-liter containers of cooking oil, 3 boxes filled with assorted seasonings, as well as dried goods such as mushrooms, soy products, pickles, napkins, dishwashing liquid, kitchen utensils, insulated containers, and even disassembled several liquefied gas tanks. After transporting all the items, the two were exhausted and sat on the ground, catching their breath before continuing their search on the second floor. To their surprise, the second floor housed a small supermarket, where only a few instant food items remained, while other daily necessities were fairly complete. They procured several large cardboard boxes and moved the stock from the warehouse as well. Once they returned to the ground floor, accumulating the items in one place, they began to feel disheartened. There were still 5 large bags in the office building, and it was impossible for just the two of them to transport such a large quantity, especially with numerous robbery teams lurking along the way. Han Lu felt a bit despondent. With so much stock, they could sustain themselves for a year on the 15th floor. But the difficulty of transporting it back was indeed formidable. Shen Wan, however, was not worried about the potential waste of leaving the items behind. She was more concerned with how to discreetly store them in her space. Thus, she proposed, let's first take a portion back, and we can return for the rest tomorrow. This is the best course of action we have. Han Lu nodded in agreement, then turned to find 2 flatbed carts in the kitchen, and together they began to select items. On their return journey, they aimed to identify the safest possible route. To facilitate their movement, they avoided carrying excessively heavy supplies, primarily opting for dried goods. Once packed, they dragged the carts toward the office building. Han Lu also retrieved several blankets from the dormitory to conceal their haul on the carts. Shen Wan assessed the weight and decided to take 3 of the lighter bundles, leaving the 2 heavier ones to be dragged to the kitchen alongside the other items. She instructed Han Lu to remain behind to pack the supplies, while she herself took the bundles toward the canteen. Upon entering the canteen, she stored the bundles in her space and then proceeded to the kitchen, systematically transferring the items on the floor to an open area in the front yard, creating a distinct pile. After thoroughly inspecting the kitchen, she found 2 flatbed carts, several stainless steel preparation tables, pot racks, and also gathered the dining tables and chairs from the canteen, placing them beside the heap of metal outside the yard. The supermarket on the upper floor was completely emptied along with its shelves, and before leaving, she did not forget to wrap a few loops of chain around the front door and lock it, ensuring that anyone attempting to gain entry would face some difficulty. By the time she returned to the office building, Han Lu had finished packing the supplies. Shen Wan reassured her about the situation in the canteen, and together they pushed their respective flatbed carts away. The weight of 80 to 90 pounds felt manageable for them, especially since it was on the flatbed. Wrapped securely with the blankets, the contents primarily consisted of instant food and daily necessities. After adjusting to the load, they began to assist each other with ski boards to increase their speed. Half an hour later, snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and as the wind picked up, they instinctively slowed their pace. After advancing a short distance, they could vaguely discern the silhouette of the high-rise residential buildings ahead. Shen Wan heightened her vigilance, remaining alert to their surroundings. Fortunately, the snowfall had been minimal along their path, but as they neared their destination, a heavy snow began to fall. Upon entering the residential area, they noticed that few people were around. Naturally, they were not foolish enough to approach from the front. Shen Wan led Han Lu along a narrow path she had previously traversed, opting for a side approach that would cost them an additional 10 minutes. Despite their caution, they still encountered a group of robbers blocking their path. A figure lay prone in the snow ahead, and the blizzard had hindered Shen Wan's ability to spot them sooner. Otherwise, she would have circumvented the area entirely. Uncertain whether the person was alive or dead, Shen Wan halted Han Lu, who was about to investigate and scan the surroundings. As expected, she spotted several shadowy figures lurking in the nearby buildings. The individuals hiding in the shadows, realizing that the two of them were not easily fooled, dropped their pretenses and boldly emerged with weapons in hand. The person sprawled on the ground quickly scrambled to his feet, exclaiming how cold it was lying in the snow. Judging by the demeanor of the group, Shen Wan could tell they were seasoned criminals. They clearly regarded the two young women as no threat, skipping the theatrics and opting for direct intimidation instead. Chapter 71. Injured. The leader was a middle-aged man, dressed in layers of filthy old clothing. Observing their calm demeanor, he straightforwardly declared, "Leave the items behind, and we'll let you go." Before Shen Wan could respond, a lewd man in a tattered cotton jacket interjected, "Uncle, why waste words on these two little girls? We'll take them along with their supplies. We can divide it among us and enjoy a good time tonight." Although the middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle, showed a hint of hesitation, he did not speak up to stop the lewd man. Seeing this, Shen Wan felt a surge of anger rising within her. These individuals were local residents who, under the influence of military authority, dared only to engage in petty theft and robbery. The entire group consisted of merely 5 people, hardly a formidable force. However, the words of that young man enraged her. In this apocalyptic world, women were already at a disadvantage, and encountering such scoundrels made survival exceedingly arduous. Listening to the surrounding men snickering and spewing vile language, she knew they had previously mistreated women, and their existence was a waste of resources. She would not hesitate to send them on their way early. Giving Han Lu a knowing glance, she swiftly drew her crossbow from behind and took aim. The young man was struck in the throat by Shen Wan's arrow, while Han Lu's chosen target was hit in the chest, rendering him immobile. The remaining 3 men were taken aback, seizing their weapons and launching an assault. Shen Wan confronted the leading middle-aged man, noting the malice in his eyes. She wasted no words and lunged forward with her short sword. To her surprise, he deftly evaded her strike, and as the distance widened, she decisively grabbed her crossbow to shoot again. The man instinctively dodged, but was still struck in the shoulder. Seizing the opportunity as his movement slowed, she fired another arrow, this time hitting him in the chest. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Having dealt with this adversary, Shen Wan turned her attention to Han Lu, who was being assaulted by 2 men, struggling to fend them off with her electric baton and crossbow. Han Lu aimed at one of the men and shot, but he skillfully dodged. As he mocked the audacity of the girl before him, he was unexpectedly pierced through the heart by an arrow from behind. He looked down at his wound in disbelief, eyes wide, before collapsing into the snow. The last remaining man, sensing danger, attempted to flee but was struck in the thigh by Han Lu's arrow, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. Han Lu approached and finished him off with another arrow to the neck. Shen Wan methodically dealt with the remaining men, ensuring no one was left alive. In these perilous times, showing mercy only invited further danger, akin to hanging a sword over one's own head. The risk was too great. Rather than face retaliation in the future, it was wiser to extinguish the flames of vengeance at their inception. After ensuring the last man had breathed his last, she approached Han Lu and noticed the injury on her arm. A 10-centimeter wound marred her left forearm, but thankfully, her thick clothing had prevented it from being too deep. Shen Wan reached into her backpack for iodine and a hemostatic bandage. Given the harsh outdoor conditions, she could only administer a rudimentary treatment. After a quick bandaging, they continued toward the residential complex with the hand trucks. Binding the 2 hand trucks together made pushing them relatively easy. After walking for another 10 minutes, as they were about to enter the complex, 7 or 8 armed individuals appeared ahead, seemingly advancing toward them. Shen Wan immediately fell into a defensive stance. Their current condition was insufficient to withstand an assault from so many, and they needed to resolve the situation swiftly. Furthermore, these individuals were survivors from Haifu Yuan, or the opposite Haixing Yuan. To live peacefully in the future, they needed to subdue them all at once. Shen Wan took out her handgun from her space. The dark barrel glinted ominously against the snow, causing the men in the front to halt in terror. They had guns. The group hesitated, unsure of what to do. Some among them murmured that the girls must be wielding fake guns, yet none dared to advance. Without time to waste, Shen Wan aimed at the wrist of the foremost man and fired. The shot struck true, accompanied by a piercing scream as the steel pipe he held clattered to the ground. Whoever is not afraid of death can try their luck, otherwise, get the hell out of here. The group was taken aback by her resolve to fire, and the accuracy of her aim made them recoil. No one wished to risk their lives as stepping stones. Even if they acquired supplies, they needed to live to enjoy them. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only a trail of vivid blood and chaotic footprints in the snow. After stowing the handgun back in her space, the two of them pushed the hand trucks toward the entrance of the apartment building. The commotion below had likely attracted the attention of nearby residents, but they encountered no further obstacles on their way back to their unit. Climbing through the window, Aunt Zhou awaited them in the hallway, anxiously pacing as she spotted Han Lu's wound. No one dared to emerge from their apartments to cause trouble in the hallway, but they were surely peeking from behind doors or windows. Han Lu reassured Aunt Zhou, saying, "Let us move the supplies upstairs first. We can talk later." Shen Wan raised her voice. "These are just daily necessities. They aren't heavy. We can carry them up in 2 trips. It's a pity we didn't find any food." Taking the 2 heavier packages, Shen Wan ascended the stairs first, while Han Lu and Aunt Zhou stayed behind to guard the supplies. Once they reached a corner on the 7th floor where no one could see them, they stowed the packages in their space. After resting for a moment on the stairs, they waited until the time was right to descend and continue moving. At the stairwell, she noticed a few women surrounding Han Lu and Aunt Zhou. The atmosphere didn't seem confrontational. They appeared to be gathering information. Upon seeing Shen Wan, the women fell silent and retreated like shadows against the wall. However, one braver young girl lingered, her face unfamiliar to Shen Wan. Aunt Zhou spoke up. "This is Yuan Ji's girlfriend. She used to live in 401. Wan Xiao Lian introduced herself. "Hello, my surname is Wan. You can call me Xiao Lian. It's a pleasure to meet you." Shen Wan raised an eyebrow at her, uncertain of her intentions. With Aunt Zhou's reminder, she recalled this girl, who had moved from the 4th floor to share a room on the 6th during the rainstorm. Seeing Shen Wan remain silent, Wan Xiao Lian pressed on. "You've brought back quite a few supplies. Could you spare us some? Our resources are depleting quickly. As neighbors, can you help us out? We can pay." Her gaze shifted to the waterproof bags on the cart, which were overflowing, revealing only daily necessities like toilet paper and toothpaste. The food items had already been secured. Shen Wan smiled at her. Was this girl naive or merely pretending? To ask for supplies, one should seek them elsewhere, not perform a moral inquisition on her. The other girl's expression morphed into incredulity. "You're so cold-hearted. We only want a portion, not everything. Besides, my boyfriend has helped you before, taking you to the supermarket. How ungrateful can you be?" Shen Wan interrupted her incessant prattle by drawing her short sword from her military coat. "The trip on your rubber dinghy was paid for. Don't try to settle scores with me. If they dare not confront you, but push you to pester me. Haven't they told you that I kill when I'm angry?" Predictably, she witnessed the shock on Wan Xiao Lian's face, as if she had been struck. And she turned to flee, covering her face in fear. Ignoring the irrelevant, the 3 of them gathered their belongings and ascended the stairs to their home. With 2 hand trucks and 2 large bundles of supplies, the 3 of them could transport everything in one trip. Since Shen Wan had already made a solo trip, the others insisted on not letting her carry heavy items again. Han Lu's wound was severe but not debilitating, allowing her to assist with the supplies. With the hand truck stacked and 1 bundle of supplies, Han Lu and Aunt Zhou pushed while Shen Wan led the way with a package on her shoulder. Together, they ascended to the 15th floor, opened the security door, and while waiting for Han Lu and Aunt Zhou to catch up, Shen Wan first retrieved the 2 packages from her space and placed them in the corridor. Then she went down to assist her companions, Otherwise, they would risk exposure. Once they had moved everything into the living room of Unit 1501, they urged Han Lu to tend to her wound first. The supplies could wait. They would distribute them later. Shen Wan returned home and activated the heating system and radiator in her bedroom. After 10 minutes, she tucked Shin Momo into the warm embrace of the duvet. The clock was nearing 10, and having eaten breakfast rather early, hunger was beginning to set in. She decided to wait until Momo awoke to share a hearty brunch together. The little one on the bed yawned and blinked sleepily, prompting Shen Wan to swiftly dress him, brush his teeth, and wash his face before arranging a delectable spread at the dining table. There were pineapple buns, prawn rolls, yak congee, a char siu platter, and a Portuguese egg tart for each of them. She planned to forego lunch, opting to nibble on something else later in the afternoon when hunger struck again. Soon, Shin Momo shook off his daze, primarily drawn back to consciousness by the enticing aroma of the food spread before him, which stirred the longing in his tummy. In this apocalyptic world, nothing was more gratifying than indulging in a warm meal, especially when many outside were still struggling with hunger. After their meal, the duo busied themselves with their respective activities. Shin Momo sought out Xiao Ai to play, while Shen Wan moved the shelves she had scavenged from the supermarket into the storage room, with stainless steel tables and chairs piled outside in the courtyard. Those lurking outside the community were watchful, and although the presence of a firearm served as a deterrent, if they discovered that the 15th floor housed ample supplies, they might resort to desperate measures. Thus, it was imperative to devise a more secure method for quietly transferring the remaining provisions into their home, preferably under the cloak of darkness, which offered greater safety, especially given that Han Lu was injured and could act independently. Shen Wan activated the intercom to call Han Lu. "How's the wound? Do you need assistance?" "No need. It's just a minor injury, already bandaged." "But when shall we move the remaining supplies? I'm worried about potential complications if we wait too long." Han Lu's anxious voice crackled through the device. Shen Wan empathized with her concern. She would feel the same in her position, as the stockpile was sufficient for long-term survival, and the thought of someone else seizing it before them was distressing. Fortunately, all those supplies were safely nestled in her space. But she could not disclose this to Han Lu, leaving her friend to stew in her own worries. Shen Wan reassured her, "Wait for my signal at 10 tonight. Once everyone is asleep, we will proceed. We must transfer these supplies quietly. Otherwise, we risk losing them." Han Lu agreed, continuing, "The locks on the security door need to be installed today. If your wound is manageable, please assist me." After ending the call, Shen Wan began applying heat patches and dressing warmly before venturing outside. With her equipment and power bank in tow, she soon met Han Lu in the hallway, accompanied by Aunt Zhou. As they powered up the machine to drill holes, the noise reverberated, prompting curious onlookers from the stairwell. Shen Wan remained unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes, not expecting to conceal their actions from them. Han Lu stood guard with a crossbow, effectively deterring anyone from approaching. After 10 minutes, the machine's roar ceased. As they cleaned up the area, the spectators downstairs finally mustered the courage to engage them. Zhang Pingho was pushed forward to the 15th floor. "Miss Shen, we wish to install a security door on our floor as well. Could you lend us your assistance?" Shen Wan promptly declined. "There is only one door. I cannot help you." Before Zhang Pingho could respond further, Wan Xiaolian from the crowd vocally condemned, "You're being selfish. Why can't a security door be installed on the lower floors? Clearly, you're trying to protect yourselves from us." Before she could finish, Yuan Ji swiftly covered his girlfriend's mouth and quickly apologized. "We mean no harm. We merely wish to enhance the safety of our building. After all, there is strength in numbers, wouldn't you agree?" Seeing the glint of ambition in his eyes, Shen Wan recognized his intentions. Wan Xiaolian was merely a pawn in his game, testing her boundaries. Yuan Ji, sensing her silence, pressed on, "Your floor has such a high defense level, and you've brought back so many supplies today. Could you offer the neighbors some guidance?" Shen Wan found no interest in engaging with him. Such individuals lacked true courage and only relied on cunning. She drew her pistol from her military coat pocket and declared, "Surely, your girlfriend is well aware of what I have brought back. Do you really think that, merely by your numbers, you can stake a claim on everyday necessities? If you seek supplies, venture out and find them yourselves, and do not disturb the 15th floor again, or you shall face the consequences." The crowd on the stairs recalled her ruthless reputation, swiftly retreating downstairs to their own homes. Yuanji, frustrated by the cowardice of his companions, could only leave in anger, lamenting that had he possessed a firearm, he would have stormed the 15th floor to pillage, perhaps even securing a couple of women for himself. Shen Wan certainly did not miss the calculation and malice in his gaze. He truly believed himself the epitome of cleverness. After securing the security door and closing the fire door, the 15th floor now boasted 2 additional layers of defense. Instructing Han Lu and Aunt Zhou to wait, Shen Wan returned home to gather more supplies. Knowing that someone had ill intentions, she had no qualms about fortifying their defenses. She retrieved an electric net and power bank from her space, only to find Han Lu tinkering with the fire door. Upon closer inspection, she noted that 2 security chains had already been installed, allowing for a narrow opening to observe the outside while providing a buffer against forced entry. Once Han Lu completed her installation, Shen Wan handed over the electric net and power bank, initially believing they could be set up immediately, only to learn that modifications were needed, so she allowed Han Lu to take them home for further adjustments. Chapter 73. Distribution of Supplies. Upon returning to the cozy bedroom, Shin Momo was engrossed in a cartoon, granting Shen Wan the opportunity to commence her exercises and studies for the day. After more than a month of training and nourishing herbal meals, she could distinctly feel her physical condition improving. Additionally, she speculated that the fruits and vegetables produced within her space had significant health benefits. She had previously conducted a comparison. Consuming vegetables and fruits grown in black soil not only restored her mental energy quickly, but also greatly enhanced her physical stamina. Although they lacked the miraculous effects depicted in novels, the ability to boost bodily functions was still commendable, especially considering that neither had fallen ill during this period of harsh weather. The enhancement of her mental acuity also sharpened her perception of her surroundings. Now, she could discern any commotion outside the door simply by focusing her mind. This enigmatic phenomenon eluded her understanding, leaving her to attribute it to the pollution-free environment of her space, or perhaps the ethereal energy often referenced in cultivation novels. Lost in contemplation, the intercom crackled to life. Upon answering, Han Lu's voice reached her. "Shen Wan, I've calibrated the electric net, and it's now installed on the security door. The low setting will numb limbs. The medium will induce fainting, and the high setting can be lethal. Exercise caution when you go out. The remote is attached to your door." Shen Wan acknowledged her message before ending the call. Their collaboration had grown increasingly seamless during this time, whether it was in the sharing of supplies or skills, and she appreciated their current dynamic. There was no rush to retrieve the remote. With 2 layers of doors plus the electric net, safety was assured. The hassle of dressing warmly with heat patches each time she stepped outside was becoming tiresome. She would prefer to wait until evening to venture out. After preparing a bottle of milk for Momo to enjoy during his nap, she treated herself to a cup of mango sago and a slice of chocolate milfai, indulging while watching her favorite show. Growing weary of sweets, she switched to duck necks and tongues, relishing the joyful moments that felt rare in this pre-apocalyptic life. Time flew by, and before she knew it, it was nearly 9 in the evening, signaling the beginning of adult nightlife. Upon opening the door, she spotted the remote for the electric net hanging from the doorknob. After examining it, she turned off the electric net before stepping out of the hallway. She secured the security door before reactivating the electric net. The operation proved quite simple. After filling all the empty buckets with snow on the rooftop, she secured the fire door before descending. Along the way, she remained vigilant, observing the conditions on each floor. Ultimately, she decided that the stairway on the side of room 701 was the safest route, planning to ascend to the 14th floor and then transfer to 1402 on the 15th. Having determined her course, Shen Wan departed the apartment building. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings. She retrieved a wheel from her space, leaving a trail as if a vehicle had passed through the snow, primarily to deceive Han Lu, knowing it would be covered by fresh snow by morning. She used her walkie-talkie to inform Han Lu to quietly descend alone, with Aunt Zhou waiting upstairs to assist. Once she stored the walkie-talkie, she began extracting items from her space, including 2 large packages and a plethora of supplies, along with several backpacks and waterproof bags for storage. Within 5 minutes,
Han Lu var i ved.
Approaching the window of 701's living room, she was dazzled by the sight of the supplies scattered across the floor. She had intended to transport supplies that night, only to find that the items were already downstairs. Just as she was about to inquire, Shen Wan gestured for silence. signaling her to discuss it later. Leaving Han Lu to guard the supplies below, she ascended to the 15th floor with her packed backpack and 2 parcels. With Aunt Zhou stationed in the stairwell, she had no choice but to store the items in her space and retrieve them just before arriving. Unable to cheat her way through, she trudged up the stairs, considering it a workout. After placing the items in 1501, she tiptoed back downstairs. By the time she reached the ground floor, Han Lu had organized 2 parcels and a backpack. Shen Wan provided her with the route back upstairs and instructed her to tie a towel around her feet to muffle the sound of her footsteps. Finally, she shouldered her backpack and carried 1 parcel away. Although her arm was injured, albeit not severely, it rendered her unable to carry heavy items, leading her to forego 1 parcel. Had it not been for the fear of arousing suspicion, she would have preferred to leave the supplies on the 15th floor, avoiding the stair climbing and the risk of being seen. Thus, the 2 of them took turns transporting items upstairs, fortunate not to encounter any survivors checking for supplies. After more than an hour, they finally completed the last trip and sat breathlessly in Aunt Zhou's living room. After resting for a while and hydrating with some water and snacks, the trio began to distribute the supplies. As for the seemingly miraculous arrival of the goods, Shen Wan explained that she had borrowed a truck to transport them, which satisfied Han Lu's curiosity. During the distribution, Han Lu and Aunt Zhou expressed their desire for a 70-30 split, believing that 3 portions would suffice for them. Given that Shen Wan had orchestrated the retrieval of the items. Naturally, Shen Wan disagreed, having previously agreed to an equal division of supplies, asserting her integrity. Seeing that the 2 were about to argue further, she interjected, "Let's divide the food equally, and I will take an extra drone and some daily necessities." Reluctantly, they acquiesced, deliberately selecting well-packaged items for Shen Wan during the distribution. She noted that the packages they had transported earlier remained untouched, fostering a greater sense of trust in her neighbors. Ultimately, she secured 6 gas canisters, 12 bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, 8 barrels of cooking oil, and 2 boxes of condiments. The daily necessities, snacks, and beverages from the supermarket filled over a dozen cartons, alongside 3 waterproof bags containing supplies scavenged from the office building. Amusingly, she ended up returning half of the several bags of rice and grains she had brought out. Additionally, she acquired a flat cart and 3 drones, making several trips to transport everything back. Concerned about making too much noise, they decided to leave the flat cart where it was, planning to move it the following day. Upon returning to 1502, she piled the items in the living room without haste, opting instead to take a bath and change clothes first. After several hours of labor, her thermal underwear was drenched in sweat, making a hot soak all the more appealing. The massage bathtub she had found in the lounge remained unused but had been cleaned and disinfected. Her space was well stocked with hot water, as she would always keep some on hand while boiling. After filling the tub with hot water, she luxuriated in its warmth, activating the massage mode. Pure bliss. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to be a capitalist. The conveniences and pleasures afforded by wealth were indeed intoxicating. 20 minutes later, feeling rejuvenated and free from fatigue, she donned her pajamas and exited her space. Embracing the soft form of MOMO, she quickly fell into a deep slumber, leaving her clothes for tomorrow's washing. The next morning, her alarm rang. The night before, she had set a goal to rise at 5 o'clock. Today, she planned one final outing before settling in at home. She quickly got up, tidied herself, and after breakfast, stepped outside. Before leaving, she left a note at the door of 1502, instructing them to watch over the house while she was gone. Exiting the building, the sky was still dark, but the snowfall had significantly diminished. She took out her skis and left the residential area, focusing her attention on the surroundings to ensure safety before switching to her off-road vehicle. Pulling out a map and compass, she oriented herself towards the east side of the residential area, where she recalled the existence of a logistics port center, hoping for a stroke of luck. The off-road vehicle, equipped with anti-skid chains, maneuvered smoothly. After about half an hour, she spotted a modern array of machinery ahead, with towering cranes confirming her destination. After parking the vehicle, Shen Wan cautiously disembarked, tools and weapons in hand, and began to survey the area. The snow-covered ground was pristine, devoid of footprints, suggesting that no survivors were present, yet she remained on high alert. The port's foundations were well constructed and had not been adversely affected by heavy rains. However, The accumulation of snow in recent times had buried the lower containers nearly completely. Moreover, it was evident that someone had previously scavenged for supplies before the extreme cold set in. Almost all of the containers had been opened and their contents removed. It was clear that only official or military personnel could have transported away the thousands of containers. This trip might end up being fruitless. Examining the unopened containers, Shen Wan glanced at the sealing lists affixed to their doors, noting that they contained relatively unimportant supplies, explaining their untouched state. Nonetheless, she decided to search thoroughly. After all, there might be something useful hidden among them. She inspected each intact container, relieved that the sealing list spared her the need to pry open any doors. Whenever she found something of interest, she stored the entire container in her space. She collected a box of assorted fabrics, another box of hardware, and a box of small appliances. By the end, she realized that nearly everything could prove useful, even if not immediately. They could later be exchanged for points or other supplies. After thoroughly exploring the base, she discovered 26 containers, primarily in 6 and 12-meter sizes. Using her mind, she stacked them in an open area outside the yard, layering them without occupying much space. Just then, the sun rose, the snowfall ceased, and visibility improved significantly. From her space, she retrieved a drone, intending to scout for any additional opportunities nearby. Controlling the drone via radio, she sent it soaring into the sky, capturing images of the surrounding area before it returned. Reviewing the photos, she noted a cluster of buildings on the right side, the identification of which as a residential area remained uncertain. Furthermore, she spotted a cargo ship adrift on the river, seemingly frozen in place by the abrupt onset of the extreme cold. She contemplated whether its supplies had been removed and resolved to investigate. Taking out a snowboard, she glided towards her destination. As she passed by the bank, she caught sight of a small boat and 2 large yachts, stirring a desire within her. Watercraft were a rarity for her, and the thought of being able to take one away was enticing. However, the boat's hull was frozen, and she was uncertain whether she could retrieve it into her space. With a touch of her hands and a thought, the small boat vanished from its spot, leaving only a sizable hole in the ice. Shen Wan was elated. Employing the same method, she subsequently stored the 2 large yachts into her space. She then ventured into the adjacent office building, where she found the keys and operation manual, which she also took with her. Strapping on her snowboard, she continued her journey towards the freighter. After a strenuous 15 minutes, she managed to clamber onto the deck of the cargo ship. Before her lay a stack of containers, all intact. She then moved to the bridge, which was utterly deserted. It seemed the crew had abandoned the ship. This freighter appeared to have been forgotten. A fortunate turn of events for her. It wasn't particularly large, not an ocean-going vessel, with approximately 300 containers of various sizes. With no time to spare, she swiftly stored them all in her space, stacking them in the open area. A pile of a dozen containers reached heights of 20 to 30 meters, occupying over an acre of land. As for the freighter itself, she refrained from claiming it, primarily due to the considerable diesel consumption required for its operation, which she could not manage alone. Finding the entrance to the hold, she descended the stairs. Inside, the space was mainly for crew work and rest. With most usable supplies having been taken, she only found some tools, which she tossed into her space. As she desired to explore further down, a metal door barred her path, likely leading to the ship's vital equipment, such as the power generation apparatus, communication devices, fuel tanks, and gearboxes. Her interest was primarily in the fuel. This freighter typically utilized heavy diesel. Although the yachts and the generator in her space could not use it, the cruise ship could. Opening the large door, she located the fuel tank. It appeared the freighter was nearing port, with a significant amount of fuel already consumed. Yet there were still several tons remaining. Shen Wan had 2 empty fuel tanks in her space, capable of holding only 2 tons of fuel, making it a pity to waste the rest. Without metal containers, she could not take the oil with her, so she turned her gaze to the recently discovered shipping containers, hoping to find suitable tanks. Fortunately, when the containers were initially arranged, their labels had been uniformly oriented, making her search relatively straightforward. As she inspected the labels, she was delighted to discover one container designated for transporting jade ornaments. The pursuit of fuel was promptly cast aside as she retrieved a crowbar to pry open the door. Inside, she found numerous packaged boxes, which she eagerly opened for inspection. Some had turned to rubble, but the majority remained intact. The space designated for Jade would not consume half and leave the other half. These were likely counterfeit. In the entire container, the proportion of genuine items was less than 10%, revealing the depths of deception in the Jade market. Nonetheless, she had managed to consume some, and she was eager to see how her space might transform. With a mere thought, she arrived at the periphery of her space. The area of land remained unchanged, and the soil showed no signs of alteration. Only the dense fog at the edges seemed to have lightened somewhat, indicating that the quality of those ornaments was rather mediocre. She felt no particular disappointment. After all, such opportunities are not to be forced, and the current size of her space was sufficient for her needs. Reminded of her objectives, she returned to the location of the containers to continue her search for metal vessels. To her surprise, she found 5 containers filled with generator equipment. Methodically prying open the large doors, she discovered not only 10 packaged generator sets, but also over a dozen external oil tanks with a capacity of 4,000 liters each. These tanks would easily accommodate all the fuel, and upon exiting her space, Shen Wan began to transfer the fuel into the tanks. With a few containers remaining, she also filled them with lubricants and other supplies. Back on the deck, the sky darkened ominously, foreshadowing yet another impending snowfall. Not daring to delay, she returned to her all-terrain vehicle and sped towards the buildings to the right, reaching her destination in under 10 minutes. The photographs had not provided a clear view, but upon approaching, she realized it was a wholesale furniture market. Further ahead lay a residential area. The wholesale market had been nearly stripped bare by the surrounding survivors. Wooden furniture lay in tatters, with everything combustible having been taken away. Shen Wan selectively stuffed usable items into her space: leather sofas, mattresses, dressing mirrors, recliners, and rocking chairs, taking a bit of each. As she prepared to leave, she glanced back at the amassed furniture in her space, estimating that she would never need to acquire more in her lifetime. Chapter 75. A Sudden Hailstorm. She had no intention of venturing into the residential area, as she had already gathered a significant haul and was ready to return home. The agricultural technology park in the neighboring city was simply too far, and the route would pass through several residential areas, forcing her to temporarily abandon that plan. Fortunately, she had previously found some small farming machines, and with the aid of her mental prowess, they would suffice for now. On her way back, she noticed a deserted grove and stopped to chop down several large trees. The wood she had previously stored in her space had been transformed into charcoal, and she intended to stay indoors for the next few days, needing to find something to occupy her time. Approaching the vicinity of Heifyuan, she was about to exit her vehicle to switch to her snowboard when the weather outside suddenly changed. The sky darkened, and the wind howled ominously. Shen Wan frowned, just as she was preparing to disembark, when a barrage of hail began to pummel the vehicle's metallic exterior. The hail came unexpectedly. She reacted swiftly, bringing the vehicle into her space. Fortunately, she had not yet begun to use her snowboard. Otherwise, with such a dense hailstorm, injury would have been a minor concern. Stepping out to inspect the vehicle, she found the bulletproof glass unscathed, though the body bore numerous small dents. Thankfully, this did not hinder its functionality. Some hailstones had fallen nearby, and she picked them up for inspection, noting that the ice, the size of glass marbles, was slowly melting. In her previous life, during this time, she had confined herself within her room, oblivious to whether hail had fallen. It seemed she needed to exercise more caution outdoors. Sudden attacks could be perilous. After hiding in her space for 20 minutes, she resolved to venture out to assess the situation. This was the downside of her space. While sheltered, she remained oblivious to the outside world, making it troublesome in the face of danger. Thus, she hesitated to enter her space without certainty, fearful of being seen or ambushed upon exiting. Unsure whether the hailstorm had concluded, she donned a riot helmet and secured a steel plate atop her head. Fully armored, she exited her space. As anticipated, the sound of hail striking did not greet her. Instead, large snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Relieved, Shen Wan returned the steel plate to her space, keeping the helmet on in case of another hail assault. Moreover, the hailstones on the ground differed significantly from those she had seen in her space. They were notably larger. The smaller ones were the size of eggs, while the larger ones were as big as basketballs, creating varying pits upon impact with the ground. With hail littering the road, using her snowboard became inconvenient. So she decided to walk back instead, considering it was only a few kilometers remaining. Along the way, she stumbled upon numerous mangled corpses, victims of the hailstorm's wrath. It was reminiscent of the day the extreme cold descended, resulting in countless casualties. Were it not for her space safeguarding her life, she likely would have met a similar fate. While she could passively observe the bodies of those survivors, she found herself unable to ignore two soldiers in military uniforms, triggering memories of Zhuang Yan from her past life, and she couldn't help but wonder if he had faced a similar fate. She gathered the two corpses into her space, intending to find an opportunity to cremate them and return their ashes to the nation. However, beneath their lifeless bodies, she discovered a frail little girl who, regrettably, had already lost her breath. These two soldiers had remained devoted to protecting her even in death, but the little girl had suffered too much blood loss from her injuries and, lacking timely rescue, had ultimately succumbed. She included the little girl in her space. The two dutiful soldiers would undoubtedly not wish for her body to be left to decay in the wilderness. This was all she could do. Natural disasters were relentless, and the population had sharply declined. The survival rate in the cities was less than 30%, with some severely affected areas faring even worse. In a previous life, someone had sarcastically remarked that the survival of the fittest on Earth seemed to be an attempt to annihilate humanity, resulting in wave after wave of insurmountable calamities. Pessimists had asserted that humanity could never escape the ceaseless tribulations. Consequently, many had chosen to end their own lives. Yet, Shen Wan had already faced death once. What was there to fear? She was determined to resist this apocalyptic disaster to the very end. Arriving back at her apartment building past 10 o'clock, she could hear the mournful cries emanating from certain floors as she ascended the stairs. She surmised that those venturing out for supplies had been struck by hail, and many able-bodied individuals in the building had likely perished. Upon reaching the 15th floor, she switched off the power and opened the door to her home. Expecting to return quickly, she had left the heater in her bedroom, and now, as she entered, the warmth enveloped her. After spending more than 5 hours outdoors, her heating pad had long since lost its efficacy. Once she placed Shin Momo on the bed, she settled by the heater to warm herself. With her menstrual cycle approaching and having been frequently outdoors, her abdomen felt somewhat discomfort. She retrieved a cup of ginger tea with brown sugar from her space and sipped it slowly. Once Momo awoke, she began preparing lunch, craving a lamb spine hot pot. She found an old Beijing-style hot pot in her space, adding the pre-cooked lamb spine broth along with fresh matsutake mushrooms, white radish, and corn. Each person received a bowl of broth paired with a large bone to begin their meal. She also included some fresh vegetables from her space, spinach, pea shoots, and carrots, finishing with a serving of hand-pulled noodles. Just after finishing her meal, the intercom crackled to life, and Han Lu's voice came through. "Shen Wan, are you back?" Knowing her friend was worried, she quickly replied, "I'm back, I'm fine. Thank goodness. I've been looking for you all day. Many people have died outside from the hail. I'm relieved that you're safe." Shen Wan appreciated her friend's concern. It reassured her that Han Lu genuinely cared. Han Lu continued. "The radio mentioned that supplies would be dropped today, but it's uncertain if they'll be affected by the hail." Having not been attentive to the radio broadcasts lately, Shen Wan was unaware of this news, but had no intention of refusing the supplies. She thought it prudent to wait and see. Despite already possessing ample resources, not claiming the items could raise suspicions. Be careful when cooking at home. Don't let the smell escape. It could attract unwanted attention. Han Lu readily agreed, adding, "Make sure to take precautions when you go outside. I believe more hail may come, so protect yourself." After ending the intercom call, she began tidying up the dining table. The garbage she had stored in her space had already been disposed of in the woods, and there were now designated places for her household waste. In the afternoon, the helicopter arrived as promised, but the supplies received were only half of what was delivered last time. She recognized that the authorities were beginning to feel the strain. As they were now consuming resources without producing more, emergency supplies were nearly depleted. It was likely that future provisions would dwindle even further, and they might even cease altogether. Without official aid, the death toll would rise dramatically, making the outside world even more perilous. Regardless, she had no intention of venturing out again. She had stockpiled so many resources precisely to survive. She wished to avoid the chaos outside, focusing instead on living her life well. The 15th floor was easily defensible, and with the added force of suppression, she and Han Lu should be able to manage the people in their building. Chapter 76, Seeking Medicine. After entrusting Shin Momo to her classmate Xiao Ai, Shen Wan eagerly prepared to open a blind box, one of her favorite activities in this apocalyptic world. With so many containers in her space, organizing them would undoubtedly take considerable time. She decided to open them all first, then sort through them gradually.
Before that,
She needed to deal with the 3 corpses lying on the ground. She found 3 wooden boards to lay them on, poured a bit of gasoline over them, and set them ablaze. Once the ashes were collected in 3 sealed jars, she also placed the identity tags from the 2 soldiers inside. As for their bulletproof vests and sidearms, she couldn't bear to burn them. Such items were invaluable in the apocalypse and would continue to serve her well. Next, she picked up a crowbar and heavy-duty scissors, sharpening her resolve as she approached the containers. Opening and sorting through more than 300 containers, she didn't need to remove the contents. There were a staggering 182 containers filled with chemical supplies and various metals. After confirming none were damaged or leaking, she piled them together. These items were unlikely to be used, so she decided to store them in her space, hoping to exchange them for points in the future. The remaining usable items were grouped together: medical supplies, precision instruments, glass ceramics, fabrics, household appliances, and daily necessities, all of which had long shelf lives. With limited space in her yard, she had no choice but to place them on the ground. Additionally, she discovered several cold chain containers filled with imported snacks, beverages, ice cream, tropical fruits, rice, flour, and frozen foods like pre-cut steaks. The variety was quite abundant, yet it posed a dilemma. The static storage space was insufficient. The sheer volume of items found this time was overwhelming, not something that could simply be crammed together. Ultimately, she had to clear a space the size of a container in her front yard, stacking the cold chain containers together to reach a height of over 40 meters. From a distance, one could see a disjointed row of towering containers in her otherwise neat courtyard. She forced herself to ignore it. In the face of resources, perfectionism had to take a back seat. She moved the yacht onto the vehicle rack, but the 2 cruise ships couldn't be accommodated, so they, along with several fuel tanks, were placed on the vacant land outside her yard. The edges of her space had consumed 2 acres with containers, 1 acre for the cruise ships and fuel, 3 acres for various metal items and the trees and furniture she had just cut down today. The remaining land was only occupied by a few small fruit saplings, taking up minimal space. Once everything was organized, she retrieved a durian from a cold storage container and exited her space. Previously, while stockpiling, she had purchased some imported durians but had forgotten to eat them amidst her busy schedule. Today, seeing the tropical fruits in the container reminded her. She had a habit of eating a few pieces of durian before her menstrual cycle, as its rich nutrients effectively alleviated menstrual pain. As soon as Shen Wan peeled the durian, Shin Momo covered her nose and retreated far away. She slowly savored a piece of durian flesh, and before long, the little one couldn't resist coming closer. Having grown accustomed to the scent, it no longer seemed foul to her. She fed him a bite, and the sweetness was sure to be appealing. Shen Wan had previously given him durian, though in smaller quantities and spaced out over time. So, he had forgotten the aroma of this pungent fruit. Fearing a potential heatiness, she refrained from overeating and stored the remaining half back in her space. With a thought, she took out several mangosteens to share with little Momo, ensuring they wouldn't cause any discomfort. After sleeping in the morning, the little one showed no inclination for an afternoon nap, and Shen Wan didn't press him. Their recent lives had indeed been irregular, and he would naturally sleep when tired. She began browsing for a TV series to watch on her tablet, having finished the one she had previously been following. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside the door and quickly donned her clothing and jacket, grabbing the intercom to call Han Lu. "There's someone outside. I'm going to investigate." She opened the security door but hesitated to swing the main door wide, peering through the peephole to find no one outside. The fire door was securely closed, suggesting the noise might have originated from the stairwell. Stepping outside, she fortuitously encountered Han Lu, who was crossing the corridor. The 2 of them cracked open the fire door slightly, leaving the chain locked. This opening was sufficient to observe the situation outside. To their astonishment, they spotted a disheveled woman seated on the ground, clad in a tattered gray down jacket, the fabric's pattern obscured by grime. When the woman heard the noise and looked up, they recognized her as Wan Xiaolian, Yuan Ji's girlfriend, the delicate beauty. Before she could utter a word, Wan Xiaolian rushed forward, grasping the security door's railing, only to be met with electric shocks that made her squeal. Ignoring her numbed arms, Wan Xiaolian implored, "Do you have any fever-reducing or anti-inflammatory medication? Please lend me a couple. My boyfriend was struck on the head by hail, and he needs those meds urgently." Shen Wan and Han Lu exchanged glances before responding with a firm refusal. "We don't have any medicine. We've used up all the supplies distributed by the authorities. You should seek help from someone else." Thankfully, the electric fence was set to a low level. Had it been on a higher setting, she would have ended up a lifeless body on the ground. After speaking, they intended to shut the door and return home. But unexpectedly, Wan Xiaolian's words pierced through. "My boyfriend was with you when he went out. Why is it not you who got hurt?" Shen Wan turned in shock to look at her, a surge of murderous intent rising within her. Yuan Ji had followed her, yet she had sensed no one nearby. Turning off the power and unlocking the security door, she stood before the woman on the ground, her red lips forming a captivating smile. "Do tell. How did he explain his actions to you?" Wan Xiaolian, gazing at the poised woman before her, felt a pang of shame at her own disheveled appearance. Despite the hat and mask concealing her face, the smooth, fair skin around her eyes revealed that Shen Wan led a far more enviable life. Overwhelmed by jealousy, she lowered her head to mask her discomfort, yet her eyes betrayed a glimmer of resentment. Why should another woman bask in such radiance while she endured hunger and cold, subjected to the whims of men? Had Shen Wan been privy to her thoughts, she would have found them absurd. Clad in a soiled military coat with her face masked, she hardly embodied the essence of glamour. Wan Xiaolian spoke with a quivering voice. "Yuan Ji mentioned he heard someone coming down from upstairs in the early morning. Only you two families and the building manager reside there. He speculated you had gone out to gather supplies and wanted to follow." Noting the unabashed malice in Shen Wan's eyes, Wan Xiaolian swallowed hard and continued. "He said he didn't see anyone when he went down and wandered around waiting for your return. He never expected to encounter hail and nearly perished outside." A sigh of relief washed over Shen Wan. She retained confidence in her mental acuity. If someone had been in her vicinity, their breaths and heartbeats would have been discernible to her senses. It was impossible she would have remained unaware. Wan Xiaolian, sensing Shen Wan's silence, gathered her courage to plead further. "I've told you everything I know. Will you not save my boyfriend? I beg you. Without him, I will be tormented to death." Observing the helplessness of Wan Xiaolian, who could only survive by clinging to a man, Shen Wan felt a twinge of pity. In her past life, despite experiencing abject poverty and hunger, she had never considered relying on anyone, even when mocked by women for her perceived pretentiousness. She refused to compromise her dignity for superficial appearances. Squatting down to meet Wan Xiaolian's gaze, which still harbored untamed jealousy, Shen Wan was unperturbed. "Yuan Ji seeks to harm me, yet you expect me to selflessly provide medicine to save him? Are you suffering from delusions, or is it I who am mistaken?" Wan Xiaolian retorted, "If he hadn't followed you, he wouldn't have been injured. You bear full responsibility." Shen Wan, unwilling to entangle herself further with someone so oblivious, replied, "Do not even claim I lack medication. Even if I did, I would not save a wolf." With that, she turned to Han Lu. "Let us go home. Increase the current to the maximum. Let those who fear nothing come." Upon returning home, she remained alert to any commotion outside, hoping that if Wan Xiaolian were foolish enough, she might venture out to collect her own remains. Wan Xiaolian, realizing their indifference, soon turned to leave. Shen Wan found a fantasy drama to indulge in, beginning her leisurely existence. Engaging in feasting, merriment, exercise, and study, the Mid-Autumn Festival soon approached. In her previous life, she had been preoccupied with surviving in a camp, not even contemplating celebrations. Merely surviving had sufficed. This time was different, however. With Mo as companionship and abundant supplies, there was room for celebration. After breakfast, she enlisted the help of her little assistant to make snow skin mooncakes. To simplify the process, she utilized a pre-mixed snow skin flour she had found at the supermarket, combining it with boiling water and chilling it outdoors for a minute. The filling would consist of fresh fruits, cheese, taro paste, and previously made dried fruits, with little Mo assisting while sneakily sampling the ingredients. Once completed, they pressed the mixture into molds and chilled it outdoors for a minute, achieving their goal. With flavors like cranberry cheese, strawberry cheese, mango cheese, avocado cheese, and durian taro paste, the duo let their imaginations run wild, producing hundreds of snow skin mooncakes. They retrieved packaging bags from the space, neatly packing each one for storage. The shelves still held a variety of mooncake flavors, including both Suzhou and Cantonese styles. Reserving a few for themselves, they packaged the rest to send to Han Lu and Aunt Zhou next door. They hung the offerings on the door of room 1501, notifying them via intercom to come collect. Shen Wan refrained from giving away her homemade snow skin mooncakes, opting for packaged products that would raise no suspicions. Determined to take a break for the day, she sought to momentarily forget the tension and crises of the apocalypse. Little AI was entertaining MOMO while she retrieved a projector from the space, screening a film, Doraemon's Adventure Diary. Before long, the little chubby one was captivated as well. The table was laden with various snacks: sunflower seeds, peanuts, pine nuts, duck feet, duck necks, duck tongues, fruits like grapes, watermelon, and custard apples alongside fries, grilled chicken wings, and beverages. Little MO delightedly sipped a mango milkshake, blissfully unaware that it was concocted by Shen Wan using space-grown mangoes and infant formula. Even a preschooler wouldn't be so easily deceived. In their cozy and joyful little bedroom, the outside world remained a hellish nightmare. In room 1102 below, Wan Xiaolian was enduring yet another brutal beating from Yuanji. The screams and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the room. The woman lay shivering on the bed, barely clothed. Her breath shallow and labored, struggling to survive. Standing beside the bed, the man wore a vicious grin, his right eye hollow, and the grotesque scar rendering him even more sinister. Struck by hail, he had lost his entire right eye, the wound inflamed and feverish. Had it not been for his iron will, he would have perished long ago. Yet this woman, instead of seeking medication for him, had dallied with other men. Despite his generosity in providing for her, he felt betrayed by her heartless infidelity.
Speak.
Who is your lover? Tell me, and I want to kill you. Do you think I'm immobilized in bed and blind to your infidelities? Hearing his words, Wan Xiaolian trembled more violently, stammering, "It's Feng Heng and Lu Debo. They said you're useless now and have been bullying me." Wu Yuanji naturally could not believe that his staunch brother would betray him. It must surely be this woman spinning a web of deceit. Crouching down, he grasped her chin and said with a sinister edge, "If you're going to lie, at least draft your story. My antipyretic was provided by them. What have you brought back for me?" Wan Xiaolian was compelled to meet his gaze, and she was taken aback by the malice and bitterness she saw in his eyes. In that moment, her disappointment in this man was complete. A cold laugh escaped her lips that was procured with my body. They took turns humiliating me before agreeing to give you a single antipyretic. If you don't believe me, then go ahead and kill me. In her reckless despair, Yuanji hesitated. Ultimately, he merely tossed a blanket over her and departed. Though doubts about his two brothers began to fester in his mind, he knew confronting them would be futile, as he still needed their support. Upon exiting the living room, he encountered the two sprawled on the sofa, and he displayed no outward signs of distress. To conserve energy, everyone was making an effort to limit their movements. Standing was avoided whenever possible. With their supplies depleted, these two had grown accustomed to the comforts of convenience and preferred to starve rather than venture out to seek solutions. Thus, it fell upon him, the leader, to take charge. The group deliberated and decided to turn their attention to the 15th floor. The two young women occasionally darted outside, undoubtedly possessing some supplies. As for the guns they held, they likely had few bullets left, making it a perfect opportunity for a test. Yuanji was not so magnanimous. Having slept with his woman, he would let them charge ahead into danger. Unbeknownst to them, Shen Wan was blissfully lounging on the sofa, indulging in snacks and watching movies, occasionally cuddling her chubby little one, finding comfort in their softness. Any silent protests from Shen Mo were completely disregarded. A mother who does not dote on her child cannot be called a true mother. After a day of haphazard snacking, the mother and son settled down to bowls of steaming noodle soup for dinner, which they savored with great warmth and comfort. As night fell, she pulled back a corner of the curtain, gazing at the pitch-black sky. It was clear that this mid-autumn festival would not afford them the opportunity to admire the moon. Yet, what was there in their current life to be discontented about? The bigwigs at the rescue station could not possibly enjoy life as she did. With that thought, the moon seemed less significant. Chapter 78. Coercion. On a moonless night, amidst the howling wind, shadows stealthily approached the 15th floor, only to be jolted by the electric shock from the security door, emitting muffled cries of surprise. Despite their caution, the perceptive Shen Wan sensed the disturbance. At that moment, she had yet to fall asleep, nestled in her blankets, engrossed in a novel. After listening intently to the sounds at the door and confirming they were not from the two next door, she quietly slipped out of bed to dress. Careful not to wake Shen Mo. She also remembered to quietly call Han Lu on the intercom, receiving a prompt reply, indicating she too was still awake. The two women donned their gear, loading their weapons, preparing to catch unwelcome intruders. The intruders outside clearly had not anticipated that, even in the depths of a harsh apocalypse, there would be those who remained awake at such an hour. Otherwise, they might have chosen to strike in the early morning hours. With utmost stealth, Shen Wan opened the two heavy doors, and Han Lu emerged from next door. In the stillness of the night, the commotion outside became distinctly audible. Lu Debao, are you even capable? Step aside, let me take over. Fong Hung yanked at his sluggish companion, brandishing a wooden stick to dismantle the electric grid on the security door. Separated by just a door, Shen Wan and Han Lu exchanged glances, producing the remote for the electric grid, adjusting the current to its maximum. Instantly, anguished cries erupted from outside, and amidst the chaos, Fong Hung could no longer hold on. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. The stick in his hand had already been reduced to char, crumbling to pieces upon hitting the ground. Once the commotion outside subsided, Shen Wan opened the fire door to assess the situation. The intruders had fled in terror, leaving behind only the unconscious Fong Hung, sprawled on the ground in a state of oblivion. Concerned that others might be lying in wait, the two women refrained from venturing outside. After securing the fire door, they retreated to their home to resume their rest. As for the man on the ground, it remained to be seen whether he would survive the night. The following morning, heavy snowfall blanketed the world outside while warmth enveloped the interior. The mother and son sat together around the heated Kong, enjoying seafood sauté noodles. As Shen Wan battled with the last large shrimp, the intercom crackled to life with Han Lu's voice. Shen Wan, there's a large group gathered at the stairwell. And they seem quite aggressive. This can't bode well. Finishing the last spoonful of broth, she replied, I'll be out shortly, but don't open the door yet. Arm yourself. Quickly dressing and preparing for any eventualities, she summoned Xiao Ai to keep an eye on the child before stepping outside with her bow, crossbow, and short sword. She also made sure to tuck a fully loaded handgun into her military coat pocket for swift action in case of an emergency. Meeting Han Lu and Aunt Zhou at the door, she swung open the fire door, only to be greeted by a throng of people outside. It seemed the entire building's residents had emerged. Leading the charge were Yuan Ji and his companions from 1102, along with the building manager, Zhang Pingho. The remaining residents were drawn in by a sense of morbid curiosity. While they were naturally fearful of the ruthless reputation of those from 1502, Zhang Pingho and Yuan Ji had promised them that merely contributing to the numbers and exerting some pressure would afford them a share of the spoils. Such an enticing prospect was difficult for them to resist. Moreover, the 15th floor had long been the subject of envy, with its air of isolation and abundance, and they were eager to rush in and claim a portion of the resources. Shen Wan observed the excitement and greed flickering in their eyes. This group truly had a short memory when it came to consequences. However, if a good beating could ensure their peace for a few days, she had no objections, albeit it was a bit of a hassle. As someone stepped forward, Zhang Pingho was pushed ahead by those behind him. Shen Wan regarded him with an air of calm, choosing silence. Sandwiched in the middle, Zhang Pingho, unable to withstand the pressure, spoke up, Miss Shen, I am here today as a witness. Yuan Ji claims that you killed his brother and seeks an explanation. He retreated a couple of steps, and only then did Yuan Ji and his companions reluctantly face Shen Wan and Han Lu. From the moment the door had opened, Han Lu had already readied her crossbow, aiming it intently. Yuan Ji shot a resentful glance at Zhang Pingho, his scarred visage twisting into a feigned smile of malice. My brother died at your doorstep. Should you not provide an account? With that, he shoved a woman standing nearby, who fell to the ground in shock. Upon looking up, She was met with the sight of Fong Heng's lifeless body, her face blanching in horror as she instinctively recoiled. Desiring to retreat to Yuanji's side, she was met with his fierce glare that held her in place. Recalling the plan they had concocted, she begrudgingly knelt beside the corpse, feigning sorrowful wails. My boyfriend merely came to knock on a door, and he was killed. Who knows if you'll next turn your murderous intent upon other neighbors. You murderers are unworthy to dwell in our building. Get out. Shen Wan glanced at the somewhat familiar woman before her. Recalling their previous encounter on the rooftop where they had clashed, her name seemed to be Lin Qianqian. Back then, Lin Qianqian had coveted her territory while searching for snow. And had it not been for her boyfriend and Zhang Pingho's intervention, Shen Wan would have surely been a corpse by now. With a cold demeanor, Shen Wan retorted, "Your boyfriend tampered with the door and was electrocuted. The consequences are his own to bear. Moreover, he didn't die from the shock. He succumbed to the cold. Why don't you ask his good brothers why they didn't bring him back home yesterday?" Yuan Ji's eyes betrayed no hint of surprise. He had known since last night that Fong Heng had not perished on the spot. However, seizing the opportunity to eliminate a thorn in his side while also acquiring the 15th floor was an opportunity too alluring to resist. He simply hadn't anticipated that Shen Wan would see through his facade. Yet, upon reflection, what did it matter if she did? The man was dead. Who would bother to investigate his true cause of death? His girlfriend, Lin Qianqian, had been in his bed just the night before. What concern would she have for the veracity of his demise? Yuan Ji wore a grim expression, silent as the grave, when unexpectedly Lin Qianqian, standing closest to Shen Wan, lunged at her with a dagger. Shen Wan, ever vigilant of this woman's intentions, swiftly kicked her away. Meanwhile, Han Lu's crossbow bolt flew toward Shen Wan, aimed directly at her heart. As Yuan Ji and his companions prepared to take advantage of the chaos, Shen Wan drew a handgun from her pocket. With a deafening bang, the world fell silent. Yuan Ji had long been wary of Shen Wan's firearm. His reflexes were sharp as he yanked Lu Daba, who stood beside him, into the path of the speeding bullet. Lu Daba was caught unawares, collapsing instantly, his blood quickly soaking the ground. Among the crowd, those of a timid disposition could no longer suppress their urge to flee. The treasures of the 15th floor were not easily obtained. Shen Wan regarded Yuan Ji's malicious demeanor with a sneer. In less than a day, 3 of your friends have perished because of you. Yuan Ji, I know you seek to gauge how many bullets I have left, which is why you incited these people to act as your pawns. Yuan Ji's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had not expected this woman to see through his cunning. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the crowd, he hurriedly attempted to reassure them. Do not listen to her nonsense. She seeks to sow discord. He then pointed an accusing finger at Shen Wan. You, Shen, indulge in luxury at home while callously allowing your neighbors to suffer from hunger and cold. If you have the guts, shoot us all dead. Chapter 79. Do you desire bullets? Seeing his relentless obstinacy, Shen Wan produced 2 boxes of ammunition, totaling 40 rounds, along with the remaining bullets in her gun, sufficient to deliver a fatal dose to each of you. The crowd, previously calmed, recoiled as if struck by a tidal wave, leaving Yuan Ji exposed amid them. This was the moment Shen Wan had awaited. She swiftly aimed and fired, striking the man's carotid artery. Such a man, able to coldly sacrifice his companions, was far too treacherous to be allowed to continue complicating her affairs. Yuan Ji clutched at the wound in his neck, but he could not stem the torrent of blood that gushed forth. He managed to emit a few gasps before his consciousness faded, succumbing to the loss of blood. Shen Wan cast a glance at the trembling crowd, raising her pistol and shaking it slightly, her voice chillingly melodic. Does anyone else desire bullets? Zhang Pingho and the others perceived this woman as a demon incarnate. They regretted ever plotting against her, vowing never to ascend to the 15th floor again. The crowd hurriedly dispersed in panic, while Shen Wan had no intention of wasting any bullets. Of course, should anyone insist on courting death, she would not hesitate to assist them on their final journey. Once the area was deserted, only she and her 2 companions remained, alongside the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground. Shen Wan silently chastised herself for failing to instruct the others to remove the bodies. She would now have to do it herself. The 4 men lay utterly lifeless, with only Yuan Ji's body still warm, while the other 3 had grown stiff with the cold. Blood pooled on the ground and splattered against the walls, presenting an overwhelming task that left Shen Wan feeling irritable. Together, they heaved the bodies down from the 15th floor and retrieved shovels and mops to clean up the bloodstains. As for the walls, they would remain untouched for now, as there might still be others seeking their demise in the future. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 minutes, they finally managed to restore the ground to a state of cleanliness, ensuring their passage would not be hindered. With these disruptive elements dealt with, the building will be much more peaceful, Han Lu remarked as she secured the anti-theft door. Shen Wan replaced the old power supply with a new battery, positioning it within the fire door, leaving only a few lines connected to the anti-theft door, thus eliminating any worries of theft. After fastening the anti-theft chain, she finally spoke. As long as the temptation is sufficiently enticing, those driven by hunger will care little for their lives. Incidents like this will only increase. We must remain vigilant. Han Lu nodded in agreement. I plan to venture out tomorrow to gather some fuel. The home front will be in your capable hands. That sounds good. We shall take turns going out. The home cannot be left unattended. If you happen upon any jade ornaments, do bring them back. I will trade you for supplies. With that, she turned and returned home, retrieving a foot-long watermelon knife and a safety helmet from her storage, handing them to Han Lu as she left. As for the skiing equipment, she had already gifted her a set previously. Han Lu, unable to decline, merely promised to repay her with supplies upon her return. Shen Wan dismissed the matter casually, advising her to wait until nightfall before coming back, emphasizing her safety. Upon returning to her bedroom, she found Xiao AI conducting an early education session with Mo. She decided to take a quick shower in her storage first, having just dealt with the crime scene and felt the lingering scent of blood upon herself. During her shower, she also washed her hair, in an effort to simplify maintenance. She had cut her waist-length locks significantly shorter, leaving only a short ponytail. In truth, she had contemplated a chin-length bob, but the abundance of hair made it prone to frizz, and her face shape did not suit such a style. Considering she had her storage space, the inconvenience was not insurmountable, so she let the thought pass, sitting on a chair on the second-floor balcony, allowing her damp hair to dry in the breeze. She caught sight of several foam boxes in a corner of the courtyard. The plants within had grown lush, being the cold-resistant crops she had planted previously. With a flick of her mind, she teleported to the yard. One box contained potatoes, while another held sweet potatoes, their vines now sprawling beyond the confines of their boxes and into the dark earth. Shen Wan unearthed a cluster of fist-sized sweet potatoes from a mound of soil and fished out 2 potatoes from the box, bringing them back with her. Her hair had dried completely by now, and she dressed, ready to check on the crops growing outside. The 2 pots in her storage had received little attention, while she occasionally added nutrients to the foam boxes outside. The living room not only housed potatoes and sweet potatoes but also the greens and radishes brought by Zhuang Yan. Over the course of about half a month, the vegetable sprouts had become much more vigorous. However, the new variety of greens appeared somewhat lackluster, lacking the vibrancy one would hope for. The plants in the second bedroom were not faring as well as those in the living room. She speculated that the heating system in the living room was a contributing factor. Although these were newly developed cold-resistant plants, a warm environment was still more conducive to growth. The potatoes and sweet potatoes had also begun to swell, and she estimated that in about another month and a half, there would be a harvest. During the initial planting, the manual had indicated that the growth cycle for these new cold-resistant crops was short, only a little over a month. However, correspondingly, their nutritional value was not particularly high. Returning to her bedroom, she shed her heavy outerwear and settled by the fire to warm herself. The sweet potatoes and potatoes she had brought out sat roasting in the hearth, which she planned to sample at noon. While waiting, she busied herself with a book on traditional Chinese acupuncture. Within the hour, a subtle aroma began to waft through the air. The sweet fragrance of the sweet potatoes mingled with the fresh scent of the potatoes, drawing even Shen Mo to investigate. Shen Wan carefully extracted 2 smaller potatoes, knowing the larger sweet potato would require more time to cook. Gently peeling away the charred skin, she scooped out a piece with a spoon to taste. The texture was starchy and slightly fibrous, distinctly inferior to the ones sold outside. This was still a product of her storage environment, and the flavor of those grown outside would undoubtedly be even less appealing. Seeing her mother enjoying the food, Shen Mo grew impatient, exclaiming, "Mama, It looks delicious. Baby wants some. Shen Wan was being urged by him, her arm firmly grasped as she broke off a small piece of food and offered it to his mouth. The chubby child furrowed his brows but did not spit it out, recalling his mother's admonition against wasting food. After taking another bite, his expression remained troubled. Observing his difficulty, Shen Wan peeled a potato, placing it into a bowl, adding a piece of cheese and a splash of milk before mashing and mixing it all together. The warm mashed potatoes exuded a rich, creamy aroma, and upon tasting it, the child's eyes sparkled with delight. Another potato was sliced in half, sprinkled with a hint of chili powder and pepper salt, offering a spicy yet gratifying experience. Just as they finished eating, the roasted sweet potatoes were ready. Both large and small sampled them. Their golden hue indicated sweetness, although the texture left much to be desired, still containing quite a bit of fiber. She rummaged through her space for a packet of cheese, crafting a cheesy baked sweet potato. She also prepared herself a cup of macchiato milk tea, leaving Shen Mo with no choice but to settle for milk. The afternoon unfolded more leisurely. She manipulated her mental energy to produce charcoal in her space. While in the intervals, she indulged in novels and dramas, occasionally snacking. She had been watching this historical drama, consuming 3 to 4 episodes daily, and was nearing the end. Considering this, it had been many days since Zhuang Yan had departed, and she wondered when he would return. She was certainly not concerned about him. Rather, the soldier's ashes in her space needed to be entrusted to him. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 80. The New Neighbor. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was faint, and had it not been for Shen Wan's keen senses, she might have missed it entirely. This person truly could not refrain from nagging. Here he was. Shen Wan stepped out of her bedroom to open the door, only to discover the reason behind the soft knocking. He had been locked out by the security door. Upon pulling open the fire door, she saw the man standing outside, visibly thinner, yet still appearing clean and well-kept. She turned off the electric grid and opened the security door to let him in. In their previous encounters, she had been guarded with everyone and had not invited him to her home, which felt somewhat rude. Shen Wan led him to the living room for a brief sit, then went to her bedroom to pour him a cup of hot tea, also retrieving a small heater to warm the space before taking a seat on the opposite sofa. Since she and Shen Mo had moved in, no one had visited, making Zhuang Yan the first guest. The living room was sparsely furnished, containing only a set of sofas, a coffee table, and a small play area. The balcony held solar panels and a few phone planting boxes for charging. Noticing Zhuang Yan's gaze lingering on the play area, she spoke, "Those are my son's toys. He sometimes plays outside, but he is currently napping in the bedroom." Zhuang Yan did not appear surprised, as if he had known all along that she had a son. "Is he 2 years old now?" This time it was Shen Wan's turn to be astonished. How did he know that? Could it be that her earlier assumptions were incorrect, and this man was also reincarnated? Sensing her uncertainty, Zhuang Yan ceased his teasing and directly stated, "I wanted to ask you this during our last meeting, but you seemed lost in thought and didn't hear my question." Shen Wan felt utterly speechless at this moment. What had she missed? Wouldn't he just ask again if he hadn't received an answer? Zhuang Yan continued, "Have you ever been to Nanyang Lake?" Upon hearing this question, Shen Wan abruptly looked up at him, yet she could only respond with a flat no. She had indeed never been there, at least not in this life. However, in her previous life, they had met near Nanyang Lake and walked along its shores for several days. Zhuang Yan noticed her evident reluctance to speak the truth, but did not press her, saying, "I have been repeatedly dreaming of a girl standing by the lake at sunset, recounting the tragic experiences that followed the natural disasters, yet I could only see her silhouette." He took a sip of the now-cold tea and continued, "Until that day, when the gunfight occurred, your back as you turned to head home remarkably matched that silhouette from my dream. Although her figure was more slender, my intuition told me you were her." After he finished speaking, a long pause ensued, during which Shen Wan remained enveloped in astonishment. She had not anticipated that all of Zhuang Yan's peculiarities stemmed from a dream. It appeared he was following a prophetic script. "In the dream, did the calamity end when you died?" Shen Wan inquired subtly. Zhuang Yan gazed into her expectant eyes, shaking his head helplessly no. "After the extreme cold came the extreme heat, and beyond that I know not." Shen Wan felt at a loss for words once more. This script was even less coherent than her own. She then heard him continue, This strange dream first appeared 3 to 4 months ago. Initially, I paid it no mind. But once the torrential rains began, I sensed something was amiss. To be safe, I exchanged all my savings for supplies. Unexpectedly, the dream became reality. Shen Wan was unsure how to console him. At least he had made a prudent choice. Zhuang Yan nodded with a bitter smile, acknowledging, indeed, without those supplies, life would become difficult in the days to come. Perhaps that dream was merely a warning. Shen Wan remained non-committal and shifted the topic. How did your recent mission go? The man nodded, then pulled out 5 boxes of bullets from his pocket, placing them on the table. These are what I exchanged for internal points. Take them. Fearing she might refuse, he added, consider it a reward for your warning. Shen Wan did not hesitate to accept. She certainly needed them. Seeing her accept, Zhuang Yan displayed a knowing smile. My task this time was to fetch several researchers from the neighboring city. The terrain there is lower, and the disaster has been more severe than here. On my way back, I saw many displaced individuals migrating towards Sioux City. In a few days, the city will surely descend into chaos. Shen Wan's expression turned serious. In her previous life, a significant influx of refugees had indeed occurred at the resettlement camp. Seizing resources meant, for local survivors, the authorities could not intervene as they were all ordinary civilians. Unless lives were at stake, the law enforcement would not address petty disturbances, for which she had suffered considerably. Are there any new policies from the military and authorities regarding these survivors? Zhuang Yan replied. Major bases can only accommodate as many as possible or arrange temporary housing in high-rise buildings. The government is also constructing new resettlement camps, recruiting laborers to absorb a significant number. Even so, she understood that stable days were numbered. Not everyone would be willing to accept the government's arrangements. Some preferred to run rampant outside, seizing others' resources for survival. Nevertheless, she was not afraid. It would just be a matter of whose muscles were stronger. As time began to run short, Zhuang Yan rose to leave, but then turned back, recalling something. Recently, many people have flooded into the military base, and there's a shortage of dormitory space. I'm thinking of moving out. Your building has units above and below that should be empty, right? Do you know the landlord? Shen Wan, seeing his earnest expression, chose not to expose him. The landlord on the 14th floor is local, but I've never met him. The 16th floor has been vacant since the handover, and the landlord hasn't come by, so I'm not sure. Zhuang Yan appeared pensive. I'd like to move to the 16th floor. Would you mind having a neighbor? He added, of course, when I leave. I will calculate the rent as supplies to leave for the landlord. Shen Wan shook her head, not minding at all. Having another capable individual around would certainly enhance her sense of security. Moreover, the upper unit had long been ransacked. Even if he did not move in, others would inevitably take residence, so it was better to have someone who posed no threat. As for the rent, she deemed it unnecessary. By the time the earthquake occurred, this entire building might no longer exist. Little did she expect that within half an hour, the new neighbor would arrive. Listening to the commotion emanating from the upper floor, one could not help but marvel at the swiftness of the individual's movements. Just as she was about to rise, the voice of Aunt Zhou crackled through the intercom. Shen Wan, it seems someone has moved in upstairs. I plan to take a look. Would you care to join me? As Shen Wan donned her clothing, she replied, Auntie, fret not. It's likely someone we know. I shall be out shortly. After slipping on her military coat, she stepped outside to find Aunt Zhou waiting by the door. Upon opening the security door, she caught sight of Zhuang Yan descending the staircase, 2 bags in hand. Noticing them at the door, he extended the bags, saying, I apologize for the disturbance. We're moving in upstairs. Please accept these small tokens of goodwill. She accepted one bag, while placing the other into Aunt Zhou's hands. The corridor was bustling with soldiers clad in military uniforms, presumably comrades whom Zhuang Yan had summoned for assistance. Shen Wan had intended to see if she could lend a hand, but it appeared that her help was not required. With the outdoor chill being quite unbearable, the two soon parted ways after a brief observation. Upon opening the gift bags, she discovered sealed packages of cured meat, a 2-kilogram vacuum-sealed bag of rice, and a box of white rabbit milk candies. Such gifts would have been considered quite generous even before the apocalypse. Let alone in these trying times, it was evident he had amassed quite a stockpile. After placing the items onto the storage shelf, she returned to her bedroom, intending to resume her leisurely activities. As dusk fell, just as Shen Wan prepared to dine. A knock echoed from the door, signaling the return of Han Lu. Outside, Han Lu appeared disheveled, her clothes and face smeared with what seemed to be blood, though it appeared to belong to others. She was seated in the corridor, gasping for breath, with 3 large packages filled with supplies at her side. After catching her breath, she remarked, "Fortunately, I encountered 2 soldiers just as they were leaving downstairs, who helped me carry these up. Otherwise, I would have had to make 2 more trips." Shen Wan understood that she must have crossed paths with those assisting Zhuang Yan with his move, and she was indeed fortunate. At that moment, Zhuang Yan descended from above and, upon seeing the group gathered, announced, "I'm moving today and would like to invite you all to my home for a housewarming feast, as well as to warm the place up." Aunt Zhou and Han Lu exchanged glances, unsure, as Shen Wan was the one they knew best. Sensing their gaze, Shen Wan felt compelled to accept, inquiring, "What about your colleagues?" "No worries. They had other matters to attend to and have already left. I shall invite them for dinner tomorrow." Zhuang Yan waved off casually. Unbeknownst to him, those he referred to as busy were braving the cold winds back to their base, having toiled all afternoon without a meal, cursing their captain's lack of compassion. Naturally, Shen Wan agreed to the dinner, instructing the others to go ahead while she returned home briefly. She had a little one to attend to, and neglecting him would certainly provoke his displeasure. Over the course of their interactions, the 2 individuals from 1501 had proven themselves trustworthy. As for Zhuang Yan's character, that was beyond reproach. If all went well, these neighbors would be coexisting for at least another year, so she planned to introduce the new member, Shin Momo, to everyone. After ensuring Shin Momo was snugly dressed in a down jacket, complete with a hat and mask, she took him outside. This was the little one's first venture into the frigid world since the onset of the extreme cold, and he seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the biting chill. Shen Wan wrapped him tightly in her military coat, holding him close as he remained still and quiet. Upon reaching the upper floor, Zhuang Yan greeted them at the door, while Han Lu and the others had yet to arrive. She handed him a paper bag containing the prepared housewarming gifts, a generous portion of homemade dried fruits and vegetables, along with a frozen tomato and beef brisket stew that could be heated for immediate consumption. Zhuang Yan accepted the offerings. And then he noticed the little one nestled in Shen Wan's embrace, completely bundled with not a hint of skin exposed to the air. Concerned for the child's comfort, he quickly ushered them into the warmth of the secondary bedroom, which had been converted into a kitchen and dining area. 2 stoves radiated heat, and the temperature indoors hovered around 7 or 8 degrees. Only then did she set Momo down. The little one, feeling shy, clung to her leg, prompting Shen Wan to pacify him with a hawthorn candy stick. Before long, Zhuang Yan produced a colorful Ultraman figurine, which swiftly captured Shin Momo's attention. With the distraction in place, Shen Wan found herself freer to move. She placed the tomato and beef stew on the stove to warm, then took a moment to survey the surroundings. The windows had been replaced with bulletproof glass and fitted with insulating film, while the walls had undergone insulation treatments. 2 sets of stovepipes and kitchen utensils occupied a third of the space, with a square table in the center laden with a variety of dishes. The spread included stir-fried garlic chives with cured meat, stir-fried mushrooms and greens, pan-fried potato slices, and meatball noodle soup, an impressive array of dishes, especially considering the scarcity of such fresh vegetables and potatoes now. What surprised her even more was that Zhuang Yan had prepared all these meals himself, albeit with a somewhat unrefined presentation. Within minutes, Han Lu and Aunt Zhou arrived, finding Zhuang Yan engaged in play with Momo. Shen Wan donned her coat and opened the door, only to notice that even the living room had been remodeled, featuring bulletproof glass and a security door. Moreover, a significant portion of the living area was cluttered with items covered in black plastic sheeting. She surmised these must be the supplies he had stockpiled, and wondered why he would leave them so conspicuously displayed, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of them being noticed. Upon returning to the bedroom with Han Lu and Aunt Zhou, the 2 ladies were instantly captivated by the adorable little chub in front of them. "Shen Wan, this child is absolutely beautiful. Is he Captain Zhuang's son?" Han Lu exclaimed with starry eyes, utterly enraptured, far removed from her previous aloof demeanor. Shen Wan could only respond with a wry smile. "If your eyesight is poor, perhaps you should consider wearing glasses." "This is my son." Han Lu sheepishly touched her nose, realizing her faux pas, and chuckled. her gaze still darting between Zhuang Yan and Shen Wan. Who would have guessed you had a son? You don't look old enough. Aunt Zhou chimed in. Lil Shen, we haven't seen anyone else coming in and out of your home for some time, so we assumed it was just you. Who would have known there was such a tiny little one? Shen Wan recognized that she could not keep this under wraps for long, so she explained initially, I claimed there were 3 of us at home for self-preservation, but it has indeed spared me from considerable trouble. This rationale was readily comprehensible to everyone. Survival in an apocalypse was no small feat, and minimizing complications was certainly a boon. Han Lu presented her prepared gifts, 2 self-heating hot pots and some assorted nut snacks, an incredibly practical offering for Zhuang Yan, given his frequent missions, as they would serve as convenient energy boosters. The beef brisket stew bubbled enticingly, its savory aroma wafting through the air. Zhuang Yan set the table, inviting everyone to partake in the meal. Each person received a bowl of mixed grain rice topped with a rich tomato and beef brisket stew, accompanied by the salty, fragrant cured meat and vegetables. It had been ages since they had enjoyed such a delectable meal. Even Shin Momo was eagerly devouring his food, exclaiming, Mama, more rice, please. His small bowl was polished clean. Perhaps it was the convivial atmosphere that heightened the enjoyment of the meal. He was soon granted another spoonful of mixed grain rice. As they relished their dinner, they remained blissfully unaware of the hungry souls outside, drawn in by the intoxicating scent of the simmering beef stew, their eyes wide with hunger, yet unable to discern its source. Fortunately, the delightful aroma only ascended, and being on the top floor of the 16th level, the occupants of the building were spared the chaos that might have ensued otherwise. Alas, the survivors in the neighboring high-rise could do little but endure the torment of tantalizing scents without any means to partake. The meal concluded with joy and satisfaction. Every morsel savored, and no one willing to waste a single bite. A few individuals sat and chatted for a while. As they were about to depart, Shin Momo reluctantly waved goodbye, saying, Uncle, farewell. I'll come to play with the baby tomorrow. Shen Wan observed the little chubby one, engrossed in playing with his toys, quickly becoming familiar with the surroundings, and even inviting others to their home without consulting her, the mother. After securing his mask snugly, the little one felt a bit guilty and chose to remain silent, and the 3 finally took their leave. Chapter 82. The breeding area. Upon returning to the 15th floor, Han Lu invited her to her home for a brief visit. Noticing the hour was still early, she accepted the invitation, eager to inquire about the outside world. In the living room of 1501 lay 3 packages that Han Lu had brought back, yet they had not been unpacked. The living room was too cold to linger, so they proceeded to the bedroom. The fire in the bedroom stove was still burning, keeping the room pleasantly warm. Shin Momo had been taken aside by Aunt Zhou to play. Children of his age were always adored by the elderly. Han Lu retrieved a box from a nearby cabinet and presented it to Shen Wan, saying, These are the jewelry pieces I collected while scavenging for supplies recently, meant as an exchange for what you have given me. Shen Wan opened it to find it filled with gold and silver jewelry, a considerable amount at that. I will accept these, she said, but if you need anything, I can fetch it for you shortly. Han Lu shook her head in refusal. You have already given me plenty. These ornaments are practically worthless now, and I cannot trade them for anything useful outside. Shen Wan refrained from pressing the issue, suggesting instead that Han Lu bring over some items she might need later. Although her space was only interested in jadeite, the other jewelry would serve no purpose for Han Lu, and it would be more beneficial to exchange them for supplies. Subsequently, the 2 women resumed their conversation about their experiences outside. Today, I ventured south and stumbled upon a canned food factory. Unfortunately, all the cans had been stripped bare. I thought I might find something else, so I continued my search. After sipping some hot water, she continued, near an abandoned boiler, I discovered a substantial amount of compressed carbon cakes. I was fortunate. Those items were concealed under a heap of trash, thus remaining unnoticed. However, on my way back, I encountered a group of robbers, and I ended up killing them all. Shen Wan understood. Despite her nonchalant tone, the state in which she returned suggested a fierce battle. Were you injured? She inquired. Han Lu shook her head. Just a minor scratch, nothing serious. Initially, I planned to return a bit later, but upon seeing soldiers coming and going downstairs, I gathered my courage and came back, only to find Captain Zhuang was moving. With that, she got up to organize the packages, revealing 2 large bags filled with coal and another containing a hodgepodge of items. There were over 20 well-packaged cans, some seasonings, and can openers. Despite the dangers of the outing, the fuel she brought back would last a long time, fulfilling her hopes. As resources outside grew scarcer, those unable to survive would opt to seek refuge in official rescue stations, which, though insufficient, at least offered some relief from hunger. Realizing it was getting late and that Shen needed to sleep, Shen Wan took him home. The heating in their home remained on, and she added more coal before searching for items in her space. The box Han Lu had given her contained several jadeite pieces, and she was not one to take advantage. She packed 2 bags of red dates, 2 bags of brown sugar, and a large bag of dried vegetables and fruits, along with some sanitary pads and heating pads. She filled a large bag and hung it on the door of 1501, then used the intercom to notify her to come and collect it. Initially, she intended to include some charcoal, but it seemed they no longer needed it, so she opted for other items instead. Both women appeared to be in poor health, likely due to a prolonged lack of vegetables and vitamins. If not addressed promptly, their physical condition would deteriorate significantly, making them susceptible to illness. While her space was replete with fresh vegetables, they were not suitable for gifting. The dried vegetables and fruits should suffice to alleviate their urgent needs. Back in her bedroom, she organized the jade jewelry from the box. 5 distinct jade bangles constituted the majority, along with 4 jade tablets, several pendants, and she did not overlook the remaining golden-laid jade ornaments. The highest quality among them was an icy jade bangle and an emerald pendant. After storing the box in her space, she extended her mental energy to check for any changes. The jade within the box was instantly absorbed by the space, leaving only a jade tablet and a ring behind, while the rest transformed into gray-white fragments. The space was never finicky about its offerings. What remained could only be counterfeit. She then directed her mental energy towards the misty boundary outside the yard, noting that the barrier was becoming increasingly faint, allowing the obstructive fog to slowly dissipate. Overhead, the sky had also undergone some transformation. It was no longer a monotonous blue, but adorned with a few white clouds. The air was fragrant with the scent of pasture, laced with a gentle humidity. She sensed that something within the space had changed, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Retracting her mental energy, she appeared in the pasture with Momo, who, contrary to her expectations of him falling asleep, was curiously surveying his surroundings. Shen Wan was ecstatic. The space could now accommodate living creatures. Perhaps she could raise some animals. It was a pity she had not stockpiled any living beings before the disasters. Only some fertilized eggs from poultry. Perhaps there would be opportunities to acquire other species in the future. Before she knew it, Shen had scampered off quite a distance. Just as she was about to chase after him, she spotted the little fellow collapsing softly ahead. Shen Wan was startled and promptly teleported to his side, cradling Shen and examining him closely, only to find his breathing steady. He had merely fallen asleep. In her uncertainty, she noticed the gray-brown soil beneath her feet, leading her to form a tentative hypothesis. She carried the slumbering Shen out of the space and tucked him into bed. It was indeed time for rest, and the little one remained blissfully asleep. She retrieved 2 blocks of ice from the shelf, placing them in both the pasture and the planting area, closely monitoring the melting process with her mental energy. She soon realized that the flow of time in the pasture aligned with that of the outside world, which likely explained Shen as sudden slumber. It seemed that even though the space had upgraded to accommodate living beings, it was limited to areas where time flowed synchronously with the outside. Stepping into other regions would induce sleep, though she, as the master of the space, was exempt from this effect. The emergence of the breeding area left her exhilarated, making sleep elusive. In just a few years, she would achieve freedom in meat production. She rummaged through the shelf for an incubator, chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs, setting them up and waiting for them to hatch. She also harvested all the mature grains and vegetables, classifying and packaging them. The thought of using them to feed poultry made farming seem less daunting. Exhausted, she finally fell into a deep slumber, feeling particularly grounded. Chapter 83. Free fighting. The following morning, mother and son awakened almost simultaneously. As she drew back the curtains, she noticed the blizzard outside had ceased, revealing bright and clear sunshine. The recent onslaught of snow and hail had made survival a challenge for the survivors, and this rare sunny day felt like a sliver of mercy from the heavens. The number of outdoor survivors has gradually increased, with everyone striving to survive despite the scarcity of supplies outside. However, this did not concern Shen Wan. She had hoarded an abundance of resources and tirelessly engaged in zero-cost shopping during the early days of the apocalypse, not to venture out now for a brutal fight for survival. Instead, she preferred the comfort of her home, savoring a leisurely morning tea. Delights such as 4-flavor dumplings, barbecued pork pastries, shrimp rice sausages, and pig liver porridge paired with a pot of tiguanyin created a delightful culinary experience. As she indulged in her meal while watching an unfinished historical drama, she was captivated by the transformation of the ethereal second male lead into a darker character. Shen Momo tugged at her mother's sleeve, exclaiming, "Mama, Uncle is here.
Let us go play."
Shen Wan sighed, realizing that he still remembered. Uncle is busy and has to work. Can he play with you another time? It was unclear how these two had communicated the day before. But the little chubby one seemed convinced that Zhuang Yan would certainly visit today, refusing to leave her side and even neglecting his favorite classmate, Xiao Ai. Shen Wan, feeling helpless, resigned herself to check upstairs. If Zhuang Yan had forgotten, there was nothing she could do. It would serve as a lesson in the treachery of human nature for the little one. As she reached the living room, she turned on the heating system. Upon opening the security door, she was greeted by Zhuang Yan, who was poised to knock. He was clad in a light gray casual outfit, topped with a thick military coat, and held a large paper bag in his hand. She immediately noticed it was filled to the brim with children's toys. In such dire circumstances outside, she wondered where he had gathered these items. "Don't you have to go to the military department today?" Shen Wan inquired skeptically, surprised he had indeed come to fulfill his promise. Zhuang Yan handed her the bag and then secured the door before activating the electric fence. "Everyone needs a break. No one can keep going non-stop," he replied. "Your electric fence has been modified, hasn't he? You know how to do this?" Shen Wan shook her head decisively. "No. It was Han Lu who did it. She is more adept at such things." I'll have my colleague help me with one as well." Meanwhile, Lin Yu, the busy vice captain, was sneezing multiple times, annoyed that the captain was once again imposing tasks on him. The mounting responsibilities only served to aggravate him further. And as he surveyed the nefarious groups before him, he thought it might be best to eliminate them swiftly and leave no survivors. Shen Wan, however, would not invite Zhuang Yan into her bedroom. Though there was nothing he couldn't see, it was still her personal space. Fortunately, the heating system in the living room warmed up quickly, making it appropriate to host. She poured a glass of water and asked him to sit for a moment while she returned to the bedroom to share the good news with her little one. Since someone was entertaining the child, she tucked Xiao Ai away in her space and tidied up the bedroom. To avoid any awkwardness, she stored away everything that was unsuitable for public view. In the living room, Shen Momo excitedly pulled out new toys from the paper bag, exclaiming with delight at each one. The joy of a child is infectious, and even Shen Wan felt her spirits lifted. With the sun shining brilliantly outside, she watered the crops in her planting box before reclining on the balcony chair to bask in the sunlight, relishing a moment of tranquility. However, feeling a tad bored after a while, she realized that with guests present, she couldn't freely indulge in her favorite shows. So she decided to immerse her mental energy into farming in her space. The various grains she had cultivated yesterday had already sprouted. Contemplating the future of starting a breeding business, she prepared to plant all the vacant land with grains, which turned out to be quite a significant undertaking. With a burst of energy, she finished planting, utterly drained of mental stamina. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already 11 o'clock. Zhuang Yan was playing on the climbing frame with Shen Momo, and she needed to prepare lunch. Since the meals from the space couldn't be brought out, she resorted to cooking fresh. The kitchen had been untouched since the onset of the bitter cold. She entered her bedroom and retrieved a portable gas stove and cooking utensils from her space to set up in the living room. With limited ingredients, she decided to keep lunch simple. There were still plenty of handmade noodles from her previous cooking. A bowl of noodles each would suffice. She sliced some pre-marinated lamb into the pot, adding dried cabbage, carrots, and a few jujubes to create a creamy broth. After placing the prepared noodles in, she added a handful of vibrant greens and fragrant coriander, resulting in a dish both colorful and aromatic. The greens had been freshly picked from the foam planting box. She couldn't bear to pluck all the seedlings, so she only took a few outer leaves. Given time, these few greens could grow into towering plants. As the steaming noodles were served, Shen Wan called the two to wash their hands and join her for a meal. In the frigid weather outside, a bowl of lamb soup was the perfect warmth. Shin Momo had the plain noodle soup, while she added 2 generous spoonfuls of spicy oil to her own bowl, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Zhuang Yan followed suit, adding 3 heaping spoonfuls of chili oil. Shin Momo, seeing them, was eager to join in, but a warning from her mother about the spiciness successfully deterred her. Mother wouldn't lie. Disobedience would lead to regret. After lunch, Zhuang Yan had to leave for an errand. Shin Momo, having played energetically all morning, obediently returned to her room for a nap. At last, Shen Wan had time to attend to her own affairs. She retrieved a tablet from her space, filled with martial arts instructional videos. Selecting a basic tutorial on free fighting, she began practicing slowly. Mere movements were insufficient. She needed to match them with strength. Searching through the shelves, she found several sandbags and boxing gloves, likely left over from her visits to the gym. With the heating on in the living room, the temperature was comfortable, and it wasn't too long before she was drenched in sweat. Thankfully, her consistent training during this period had established a solid foundation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to last even half an hour. After an hour of exertion, feeling she had reached her limits, she finally retreated into her space's bedroom, collapsing into the massaged bathtub. The soothing warmth instantly relaxed her weary body. She indulged in a peach produced by her space, soft, juicy, and utterly refreshing. She could distinctly feel her physical and mental stamina replenishing rapidly, leaving her feeling significantly lighter. This was indeed a boon from the space. In times of danger, the ability to recover quickly could provide her with a greater chance of survival. By the time she finished tidying up and exited the space, Shin Momo had awakened, clutching the toy Zhuang Yan had given her, utterly enchanted. Shen Wan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Isn't mama as toy fun? Shin Momo gazed at her mother. Unperturbed by her sudden appearance, she looked up earnestly and replied, "Baby likes it too. This one is for mama to play with." As she handed Shen Wan her 2 favorite transforming cars, the pang of jealousy was instantly soothed. The little one was so full of life. Shen Wan couldn't resist playfully squeezing his chubby cheeks. Chapter 84. The incoming gang. After several days of lethargic tranquility, the flow of people around the neighborhood began to swell. Even with her doors and windows shut, Shen Wan could hear the sounds of smashing and fighting from outside. She sighed softly, realizing that the days of safety were likely numbered. Zhuang Yan had evidently been busier of late, while Han Lu had ventured out twice in the past few days, returning with a few scattered items and the latest news from outside. The vicinity had seen an influx of outsiders, some bringing their families, others forming groups, most of whom were reluctant to go to the rescue centers. A gang had moved into the neighboring building, and she would need to be cautious when venturing outside. Shen Wan furrowed her brow. "Did you encounter them? How many were there?" Han Lu replied, "I saw them blocking the entrance to the neighboring building when I returned. There were about 20 people, of all ages and genders. The original residents of the neighboring building were initially opposed to their moving in. However, amidst their cries and commotion, their moral coercion proved ineffective, and they barreled through, as their sheer numbers rendered any opposition futile." Shen Wan felt that if anyone wished to enter their apartment building, it was highly likely they would not be able to stop them. Encountering a more aggressive group could very well lead to a complete takeover. "I have no intention of going out anytime soon. You should also refrain from venturing outside until the situation stabilizes." Before she could turn off the intercom, a loud banging on the door echoed from outside. Shen Wan's heart sank. Trouble was at their doorstep. She opened the fire door to find a throng of ragged survivors outside, speaking in a heavy accent, begging for food, claiming they hadn't eaten properly in days. If she guessed correctly, these individuals were likely the forceful refugees who had taken over the adjacent unit, the very ones they had just been discussing. As she spoke, Han Lu also came to the door and, upon seeing the crowd, her expression darkened instantly. They had only just organized their own unit, and now this new influx was demanding attention. Han Lu pulled out her crossbow, loading it with a steely resolve. "We have nothing for you here. If you are in need of supplies, you should head to the official aid station. If you disturb us again, know that my crossbow is not to be trifled with." Shen Wan observed the subtle shifts in the faces of the crowd: surprise, fear, indignation, and restraint, as though they believed it was their right to elicit sympathy from the weak and demand sustenance for their survival, else they would incur divine wrath. These individuals had endured hardship on the road and were not easily dismissed. Moreover, seeing the fortified defenses of their floor and noting that only the two of them had emerged, they began to entertain ulterior motives. We're not bad people. We only wish to fill our stomachs and settle down. With just the two of you, this floor cannot be secure. Let us be friends. We can help each other when needed. Others chimed in. Indeed, you must heed our advice. What we've encountered out there is far worse than here. We have over 20 people with us. Consider joining us. Shen Wan couldn't help but chuckle at their naive assumptions. Even in the apocalypse, did they think they could fool anyone here? The middle-aged man at the forefront could not tolerate being bested by two young girls. These two little brats are asking for it. Let us teach them a lesson. Everyone, let us go. We'll claim not only their supplies but also these two little girls. As the true nature of the crowd revealed itself, Shen Wan lost interest in further negotiations. Discreetly, she cranked the electric fence to maximum power. The two individuals leading the charge began to convulse violently. The others, too close behind, could not escape the electric shock that coursed through them. Panic ensued as they frantically attempted to separate their shocked companions. The staircase was littered with bodies, and those who had made direct contact with the electric net were charred beyond recognition. The remaining few were fortunate to escape with their lives. The onlookers outside were enraged, not expecting the two girls to be so ruthless, causing them significant losses so quickly. Yet, they were undeterred. It was merely an electric net, and they could procure insulated objects to counter it. Once they charged in, they intended to torment these two delicate girls thoroughly. Shen Wan noted the malice in their eyes. Unlike the survivors within the building, these people were well acquainted with death, and such a display would not intimidate them. To prevent any potential destruction, she resolved to strike first. Remember to be sharp-eyed in the future. You may not have another chance. With a glance at Hanlu, they both sprang into action, arrows flying in unison, taking down 5 men in mere seconds, leaving only 2 scrambling down the stairs. Shen Wan had no intention of leaving any survivors. Drawing her gun from her space, she aimed and gifted one of them a bullet. The deafening gunshot reverberated throughout the entire complex, causing the survivors within to tremble in shock. Who was the unfortunate soul that had provoked the infamous female warrior of the 15th floor? What they thought was of no concern to Shen Wan. A brief display of power to reinforce their memory sufficed. As for this band of outsiders, with the primary male force eliminated, the remaining members consisted of the elderly, women, and children posing little threat. Whether they survived or not was no longer her concern. They had managed to endure this long, likely not being innocents themselves. Of course, if anyone foolishly sought trouble, she would not mind expending a bit more effort. Stepping outside, the 2 girls dispatched the fallen with merciless precision. Just as they were about to deal with the bodies, hurried footsteps echoed from below. They halted, exchanging glances, swiftly drawing their weapons in preparation, until they spotted Zhuang Yan at the stairwell, at which point they relaxed. Zhuang Yan took in the scene of carnage, and the unscathed girls, swallowing hard. Perhaps his worries had been unfounded. He promptly took up the task of disposing of the bodies, tossing them down the stairs until a small mound began to form below. The day's visitors had merely been weak drifters. Trained gangs would not be so easily dealt with. He glanced up at Shen Wan, noting their overwhelming numbers and weaponry. Shen Wan remained silent, fully aware of this reality. As natural disasters worsened, the government's grip on dark forces weakened, and the number of armed individuals would inevitably increase. Even she had sought firearms early in the storm, but those locations had been secured by the authorities and military beforehand. Otherwise, Sioux City would not have remained calm for so long. Yet, with the involvement of external forces, this precarious balance would soon be disrupted. Chapter 85, New Year's Eve. Seeing Shen Wan lost in thought, Zhuang Yan feared she might be intimidated. Fortunately, they were close to the military district, which provided a sense of security. Shen Wan, recognizing his cautious explanations, understood his thoughts perfectly. She did not seek trouble, but neither did she fear it. Should they dare approach, they must be prepared for the consequences. Zhuang Yan sensed a chilling aura emanating from her for the first time, pursing his lips. He resolved to conduct a thorough sweep of the area in due course. After all, he resided there, and should he return home to find a sanctuary overrun, it would be a grievous loss. While they conversed, Han Lu had already returned home, and Shen Wan set her belongings in order, planning to retreat indoors. reflecting on the criminal groups he had mentioned earlier. She felt it was imperative to engage Zhuang Yan in a more in-depth discussion. Living in isolation within the apartment building, her understanding of external circumstances was rather limited. However, Zhuang Yan, due to his work, was undoubtedly well-informed regarding the current policies and situation. She extracted a walkie-talkie from her military coat pocket and handed it to him. Zhuang Yan accepted it with understanding, retrieving his own walkie-talkie to establish a communication link. The stairwell was chillingly cold, and once they had set up the connection, they exchanged no further words, closing the security door and activating the electric net switch before returning to their respective homes. Back in her bedroom, Shen Wan tested the walkie-talkie. Zhuang Yan, there are certain matters I wish to consult you about. Is it convenient? His deep, resonant voice soon echoed back through the device. Go ahead, I'm listening. She cautiously inquired, I require a batch of firearms. Do you have any means to assist me? At that moment, Zhuang Yan was seated on the sofa, sipping water, when he was momentarily choked by the unexpected question. Currently, there is none. The nation's armed forces are predominantly controlled by major official and military bases, making large-scale purchases impossible. After a brief pause, he continued, You need not be overly anxious. The armed groups outside possess a limited number of firearms, and their ammunition is quite scarce. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan felt reassured. It aligned with her expectations that the authorities and military had intervened long ago. Thus, the circulation of firearms in the market was minimal. However, as the peak of the crisis approached, illicit weapons would inevitably flow into Huagua.
And she planned to stockpile at that time.
Curiously, she inquired, with so many refugees outside, will your base accept them? Zhuang Yan fell silent for a moment before responding. No, each base has different assignments. The entirety of Huagua is divided into 5 regions, and we currently belong to the central region. The official bases in various cities primarily accommodate survivors, while military bases focus on preserving the embers of human civilization. At present, our base's mission is to rescue researchers and protect their scientific achievements. Once the disaster subsides, we will likely converge with the main forces. Shen Wan recalled his previous mention of a mission, likely involving the retrieval of personnel, which explained why there was insufficient space in the base. Presumably, the rooms had been allocated to researchers. However, during her previous life, they had not vacated this area until the peak of the crisis ended, indicating that they would remain neighbors for quite some time. After conversing for a while longer, Shen Wan had gleaned a substantial understanding of the external situation. Just as she prepared to disconnect the intercom, a clingy little creature popped over, exclaiming, Mama, I want to play with Uncle. Shen Wan swiftly terminated the call, soothingly saying, Uncle is busy. How about playing together next time? Observing the little chubby one pouting in disappointment, she reluctantly resorted to her secret weapon, a hawthorn candy. With the treat in hand, the little one quickly forgot about the fun uncle entirely. Zhuang Yan, having been cut off, naturally heard the child's call and realized he would need to gather some toys for him in the coming days. Meanwhile, upstairs, efforts were underway to entertain the little one. While downstairs, Shen Wan had already laid out a fragrant dinner. The meal consisted of boiled prawns, minced meat with eggplant, and yam rib soup, each accompanied by a bowl of mixed grain rice. Since her previous visit to Zhuang Yan's home, where she had savored mixed grain rice, Shen Mo had been longing for it. She believed that consuming whole grains was beneficial for health, especially since they were grown in her own space. So she prepared some to enjoy gradually. After finishing the 2 dishes and soup, she disposed of the kitchen waste in the space garbage station and decided to check on the incubation progress of her poultry. The situation in the incubator was much the same as when she had left. She picked up several eggs and held them up to the light, revealing tiny embryos within. The incubation period for chicken eggs is approximately 20 days, while duck and goose eggs require an additional 7 to 8 days. In half a month, new life would emerge in her space. Taking advantage of her free time today, she planned to construct the poultry farming area adjacent to the planting forest. With about 100 chickens, ducks, and geese in the incubator, she deemed a 500 square meter area sufficient, considering the potential loss rate from unsuccessful hatching. There were numerous empty containers in her space, which would be perfect for this purpose. 8 12-meter containers enclosed an area of over 500 square meters. Subsequently, she used a cutting machine to create 2 doorways in each container, converting them into homes for the chickens, ducks, and geese, providing them with a place to lay eggs or hatch their young. With everything prepared, she awaited the arrival of new life. These precious beings must strive to thrive, as their future freedom in poultry would depend on their efforts. On December 31st, the final day of 2052, the first year of natural disasters was quietly drawing to a close, with tomorrow marking the new year. In previous years, New Year's Eve was often spent with her parents or occasionally traveling to scenic spots with university friends. Reflecting on those joyful times in college brought a wave of nostalgia. However, her close friends were scattered across the country, making reunions amidst apocalyptic calamities exceedingly difficult. As Shen Wan contemplated whether to invite a couple of neighbors over for a gathering, the intercom chimed. "Shen Wan, Happy New Year. Let us gather tonight. Aunt Zhou is cooking for us." It was Han Lu's spirited voice. Ever since moving in with Aunt Zhou, the once aloof girl had transformed entirely. According to Han Lu, this was her true nature. Shen Wan replied, "Come to my place. The living room is more spacious. I'll check if anyone upstairs is free." After disconnecting, she began calling Zhuang Yan. However, given the early hour, he was likely busy. Unable to reach him due to the distance, Shen Wan decided she would leave him a note later. Since the kitchen at home was unavailable, she retrieved a compact stainless steel stove from her space, along with some matching utensils and fuel, placing them in the dining area for convenient cooking. When it came time to gather ingredients, she found herself in a bit of a quandary. After rummaging through the shelves for a considerable while, she managed to assemble a modest array of dishes. The menu featured braised ham with dried bamboo shoots, steamed salted fish, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and a few cans of braised pork, with sweet potato mixed grain rice as the staple, complemented by some open condiments. Before long, Han Lu and Aunt Zhou arrived, both bearing bags filled with ingredients. Shen Wan opened the bag to find a piece of cured meat, a bag of dried kelp, and surprisingly, a bag of fresh mung bean sprouts. Han Lu mentioned that Aunt Zhou had been idle at home and had prepared these herself. They could now enhance the dinner with stir-fried mung bean sprouts and cold kelp salad. Shen Wan had plenty of mung beans and soybeans in her space, and she thought it would be wise to consult Aunt Zhou about planting methods, an area in which she was not particularly skilled. The arrival of guests delighted Shen Mo, who dashed about, serving tea, water, and snacks. Having tidied up the house in advance, the only snacks available to the little chubby one were some nuts like sunflower seeds and peanuts, along with dried fruit and packaged candies. These were hardly novel items for the two guests, as they had previously shared the spoils of a small supermarket together. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Aunt Zhou began preparing dinner, while Zhuang Yan remained unreachable. Consequently, Shen Wan wrote a note inviting him to dinner and affixed it to the fire door in the hallway. Recently, they had encountered numerous individuals attempting to break in and rob them, all of whom Zhuang Yan had effortlessly dealt with. To enhance their defenses, he had connected the elevator shafts between the 15th and 16th floors and even built a ladder for easier access. The doors to the elevator shaft on the 16th floor had been sealed with steel and concrete. Therefore, Zhuang Yan would inevitably pass by the 15th floor to return home, ensuring he would see her note. As anticipated, half an hour later, there came a knock at the door. Shen Wan opened it to let Zhuang Yan in, and Shen Mo immediately rushed over. Zhuang Yan set down the bag he was carrying and enveloped the little chubby one in a warm embrace. They had indeed forged a profound friendship during this time, primarily through Zhuang Yan's gifts of toys and treats. Along with toys, he had brought 2 tightly sealed bottles of red wine. Shen Wan opened the insulation layer and, to her surprise, found that the wine had not frozen. Curiously, she inquired, "Where did you get this? It's preserved so well." Zhuang Yan playfully teased the chubby little one while responding, explaining that a considerable amount of supplies had been discovered at a criminal gang's hideout, many of which had undergone anti-freezing treatment.
Han Lu joyfully approached, exclaiming,
"I haven't tea had a drink in ages. Let us not return until we're thoroughly intoxicated tonight." Shen Wan gently tapped her forehead, stating, "You all drink. I'll take care of the child." Aunt Zhuang, who was busy cooking, interjected, "I can't drink. You youngsters can indulge. Don't worry, Shaoshan. I'll look after the little one." The atmosphere was so delightful that Shen Wan felt too awkward to decline and joined in for a little sip. After finishing their meal, the group gathered around the fireplace, chatting and drinking. Shen Mo had snuggled into Aunt Zhou's embrace and drifted off to sleep. prompting Shen Wan to carry him back to the bedroom for a continued slumber. Although 2 bottles of red wine weren't excessive, nearly half had found its way into Han Lu's belly. By this point, the effects of the alcohol had taken hold, and she was now clinging to Aunt Zhou. Weeping. Shen Wan felt relatively fine. Having consumed less than half a bottle, she was pleasantly tipsy, yet still aware. Understanding that Han Lu had been harboring a multitude of negative emotions during this period, she deemed it not a bad thing for her to cry it out, hence refraining from offering consolation. Once Han Lu had calmed down a bit, Aunt Zhou took her home. Shen Wan assisted in escorting them back and, upon her return, discovered Zhuang Yan tidying up the remnants in the living room. Observing that it was still early, the two engaged in further conversation. Shen Wan inquired, "Have you been dreaming lately?" Zhuang Yan pondered for a moment. "No, but my ears did turn red." He would never reveal to Shen Wan that sometimes he still dreamed of her. Shen Wan nodded and continued, "According to your dream, after extreme cold comes extreme heat, correct?" Zhuang Yan replied, "That's about right. Compared to extreme cold, extreme heat is far more challenging for survival. In conditions of dehydration, heat stroke, and a lack of medical resources, the death toll is significantly higher." After a pause, he asked, "Do you truly believe that after extreme cold, there will indeed be extreme heat? What if the omens in your dreams are inaccurate?" Shen Wan gazed at him. "Before the torrential rain and extreme cold, weren't you also skeptical? It's prudent to stockpile supplies while you can. Better safe than sorry." She never hesitated to offer friendly reminders to friends. Whether they heeded her advice was beyond her concern. As their conversation continued, they unknowingly finished the remaining red wine on the table. And only then did Shen Wan realize she was feeling a bit tipsy. With the alcohol affecting her, her reactions became somewhat sluggish. The sounds around her seemed to sharpen, and she concentrated hard to avoid losing focus. Zhuang Yan was discussing the latest news and policies from the military district, mentioning the opening of a military trading center. She felt a bit dazed, as if she was absorbing the information, yet also not fully comprehending it. Gradually, her gaze fixated on the man's alluring thin lips, and a mischievous thought crossed her mind. She wanted to kiss him. Acting on that impulse, she leaned forward, her rosy lips brushing against the corner of his mouth. Their eyes met, and Zhuang Yan, taken aback by her sudden action, sprang up from the couch. Unsteadied, Shen Wan stumbled and fell onto the couch, realizing at that moment that she had done something foolish. To avoid the embarrassment, she pretended to be asleep. Internally, she felt a wave of regret, recognizing her alcohol tolerance was far inferior to Han Lu's. Zhuang Yan, standing aside, finally processed what had occurred and silently chastised himself for being so skittish. He had never encountered such a situation before. Turning, he noticed Shen Wan lying motionless on the couch. Using his keen senses, he could discern from her breathing whether she was genuinely asleep or merely pretending. He chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her ruse, and gently lifted her into his arms, placing her onto the bed in the bedroom. After adding fresh coal to the stove and tidying up the living room, he finally departed. Lying beneath the covers, Shen Wan had to fully commit to her act of pretending to be asleep. Little did she know, he lingered longer than expected, and eventually, her exhaustion overcame her, leading her to drift off into slumber. The next morning, after a restful night, Shen Wan sat at the head of her bed, meticulously pondering whether she had actually kissed him the night before. She felt uncertain, attributing her confusion to the effects of alcohol. Shen Mo, just waking up, noticed his mother lost in thought and called to her repeatedly, but she didn't respond. Not understanding the situation, he crawled into her arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. This roused Shen Wan, and she decided not to dwell on it any longer. Whether she had kissed him or not, she would simply let it be. The mother and son got up, washed up, and prepared breakfast, for in this vast world, food was of utmost importance. They enjoyed a meal of tofu soup, fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, and boiled eggs. After a night of drinking, a warm and hearty meal was just what her stomach needed. Around 9 o'clock, Han Lu contacted her via intercom, apologizing. "I'm sorry for my outburst yesterday. I caused you trouble." Shen Wan thought to herself, "No, you didn't make a scene. That was my doing." Outwardly, she replied, "It's fine. We all need to unwind occasionally. Have some warm food to help with the hangover." After exchanging a few words, they ended the call. Chapter 87. Metal Materials. Just as she hung up, Zhuang Yan's call came through. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow, internally reluctant to answer, yet it felt inappropriate not to. So she pressed the answer button. His deep voice resonated. Have you woken up? About last night, Shen Wan quickly interrupted, fearing he would mention something she couldn't handle.
Yes.
I slept well. Did you need something? Zhuang Yan cleared his throat. About what I mentioned last night. Did you not hear? Shen Wan looked puzzled. What was it? I seem to have forgotten. After reflecting for a moment, she recalled something about the trading center, but hadn't grasped the specifics. The military divisions in Province S have opened a trading center where supplies can be exchanged for points, and internal officers can use those points to acquire weapons. I thought you might be interested. Zhuang Yan decisively dangled the bait. Upon hearing this, she instantly perked up. She had no reservations about acquiring weapons. What does the military need in exchange? Zhuang Yan thought to himself, gotcha. Let us see how she tries to play coy now. I brought back a redemption manual. Take a look at what you can offer. Should I come down to find you? Shen Wan rolled her eyes. He hadn't brought it yesterday. And now he insisted on dragging it out over 2 days, clearly trying to score a free meal from her. That crafty man. Nevertheless, she knew she had to let him in and activate the water heating system in the living room, as they had used quite a bit of coal. However, when she opened the door and saw him carrying 2 large storage boxes, her inner grumbling ceased. He truly exemplified the principle of not arriving empty-handed. Zhuang Yan entered the dining room unceremoniously and opened the 2 boxes. Shen Wan leaned closer, noticing that the contents were meticulously wrapped in thermal layers. As he unwrapped the packages, he explained, "These are supplies I purchased before the disaster. It's too cold upstairs to store them. So, I thought to keep them at your place. Of course, you can also use them if needed. I can't possibly use all of this myself." She examined the items piled on the table, recognizing that they were indeed difficult to store. Most consisted of various medications and injections, along with a few vials of antitoxin serum, which had remarkably survived to this day. Some medications would become useful during extreme heat, and beneath them lay 2 sniper rifles and ammunition. Keep these safe. Shen Wan immediately looked up at him, astonished by his trust in her to safeguard such items. Was he not worried they might go missing? She carried the items into the bedroom and swiftly stored them in her space. There was no safer place than her storage. When she emerged, she found Zhuang Yan already entangled with Shen Mo, so she picked up the manual from the table and began to flip through it slowly. The booklet was quite straightforward, featuring some inspiring slogans on the cover, while the interior contained numerous lists of supply exchange rates. For example, the exchange rate for grains was 10 points per pound, charcoal was 10 points per pound, gasoline was 30 points per liter, along with various daily necessities and medications. Beyond this point lies a variety of construction materials and metallic raw resources, for which the exchange points are significantly high. The final page lists rare metals, with exchange rates that are astonishingly steep. A mere piece of tungsten steel or titanium steel is valued at 2,000 points. Once this list is made public, it is bound to incite a fervor in the search for these metals. She approached Zhuang Yan, holding the booklet, and pointed to the last page, saying, "The primary objective of your military is these metals, isn't it?" Zhuang Yan glanced at it and chuckled. "You are indeed perceptive. Collecting the materials listed earlier is not particularly challenging. The difficulty lies with those at the end. We have already scoured the area several times, though our yield has been modest." After setting Shin Momo down to entertain himself, he turned serious, adding, "These metallic materials are crucial for military applications. Many firearms and machinery require them, which is why the military is willing to invest heavily in their procurement." Shen Wan understood. She possessed a considerable amount of rare metals in her space, and utilizing some for point exchange would not pose a problem, though she needed to remain discreet. With points in hand, she could enlist Zhuang Yan's assistance in exchanging for some weaponry. She currently had no need for anything else. As noon approached, and seeing that he had no intention of leaving, Shen Wan resigned herself to arranging lunch. The delectable offerings in her space were no longer accessible, so she settled for a modest meal. Stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured meat, braised radish, and a dish of tofu skin with wood ear mushrooms sufficed. She was too lazy to cook rice and opted instead for the large buns from her space, which were filling enough. Interestingly, half of the ingredients for this meal were brought by Zhuang Yan. The cured meat was a gift from when she moved, and the radish sprouts were also from him. She contributed some dried goods and the large buns, so it was not a loss. It was a rare occasion to dine in a restaurant, and Shin Momo was particularly eager to host their guest, eating a bit more than usual. Before they had finished their meal, Zhuang Yan received a notification for a mission. He quickly wrapped up lunch and took his leave. Uncertain of when he would return, Shen Wan aimed to resolve the matter of points as swiftly as possible. While the military had not yet issued a widespread official notice, the exchange office was likely to be less crowded, making her actions more convenient. With the newly established breeding area, Shen Momo no longer needed to endure long periods of stupor when she left. He could frolic in the ranch. And with Xiao AI accompanying him, she felt at ease. Additionally, she could allocate some of her mental energy to monitor the happenings within her space. During this time, the little chubby one frequently visited the ranch to play, chasing chickens and ducks, helping to collect eggs, and feeding them with remarkable skill, making life considerably easier for Shen Wan. Considering that the little chubby one still needed a nap, Shen Wan moved a caravan next to the ranch. She instructed Xiao AI to take Shin Momo to the caravan for a nap at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, feeling reassured as she prepared to head out. She rummaged through the shelves and found a box of dark yellow foundation. Applying it to her face, she concealed her originally fair and luminous skin. After donning her clothes and bulletproof vest, she layered on a large, black down jacket, wearing a mask and hat to ensure that no vulnerabilities were exposed. She opened her walkie-talkie and informed Han Lu that she was stepping out and to keep watch on the 15th floor. Descending the stairs, Shen Wan observed her surroundings attentively. Having not ventured outside for some time, her information regarding the external conditions was solely derived from Han Lu and Zhuang Yan. After more than 4 months of extreme cold, very few residents remained in the apartment building. Those unable to survive had sought refuge in government resettlement camps, while the few families that remained were struggling to get by, relying on previously hoarded supplies. Had it not been for the rumors of insufficient food and warmth in the resettlement camps, they would have moved there long ago. Shen Wan encountered no survivors in the building as she descended. Everyone was likely huddled indoors for warmth, reluctant to venture outside into the frigid air. Fortunately, she had several heating pads affixed to her body, and with the abundance of vegetables and fruits produced in her space, her constitution had strengthened considerably, rendering her less sensitive to the cold. Upon exiting the building, she retrieved her skateboard and glided towards the desolate outskirts. Chapter 88. The Trading Center. Along the way, she encountered numerous corpses. Some were mere clean human bones, while others still bore remnants of flesh and blood. The sight made her feel nauseated. It was evident that the flesh had been cut away and taken, with a sinister purpose behind it. She was taken aback by the speed at which cannibalism had begun. Such actions among kindred spirits during a disaster year were not uncommon. In her past life, she had heard of a sinister cult that specialized in hunting humans for sustenance. When those individuals were eradicated, the bones found had piled into a small mound. The rescue teams had brought back many hostages they had held, and whether lightly or severely, all had contracted the prion virus. Initially, symptoms included sensory disorientation and language barriers, escalating to emotional instability and rage, ultimately leading to severe malnutrition and dementia, resulting in indiscriminate attacks on both people and objects. This was no secret within the resettlement camps. The authorities, in their efforts to publicize the dangers of the prion virus and prevent cannibalism, had even conducted several educational lectures. At that time, every survivor in the resettlement camp was on edge. Although the infected could not transmit the virus, its incubation period was prolonged. After years of disaster, everyone had resorted to consuming whatever food they could find, uncertain of whether they might inadvertently consume something they ought not to. Now, merely months into the apocalypse, individuals had already begun to prey on their fellow humans, which sent a chill down her spine. She fought to avert her gaze from the gruesome remains and remained focused on her path. After half an hour, she discovered an uninhabited area. Once she confirmed that the surroundings were safe, she retrieved a small truck from her space and drove towards St. Love Hospital. This truck had been modified previously, significantly enhancing its cold resistance, though the materials were limited, resulting in a somewhat haphazard alteration. Zhuang Yan had disclosed the location of the trading center the day before. It was situated in a 3-story building behind the hospital. The truck's trunk was filled with carefully selected exchange goods, including a substantial quantity of stainless steel tables and chairs, as well as a few barrels of rare metals. The quantity was just right, enough to secure a considerable amount of points without attracting excessive attention. Moreover, The surface of the items bore traces of mud and rust, leading others to assume they had been scavenged from outside. The speed of the vehicle far surpassed that of her skateboard. Within about 10 minutes, she spotted the small building ahead, adorned with a banner proclaiming Military Trading Center. As few people were aware of the news, there were hardly any individuals at the entrance. She parked the truck at the door, intending to first assess the situation inside. As she pushed open the large door, a wave of warmth enveloped her. The brightly lit hall featured a row of counters at the back, where several staff members were diligently sorting through documents. Observing her surroundings, she noted the absence of heating stoves or operational air conditioning, suggesting the presence of a centralized heating system. Although the interior was relatively warm, she kept her hat and mask on to avoid drawing attention. Choosing a random service counter to sit at, a busy staff member glanced at her before handing her a booklet, saying, "Take a look at what you wish to exchange." This booklet was identical to the one she had seen earlier, likely because they assumed she was there to purchase items. She pushed the booklet back, stating, "I am here to sell items, metal, specifically. They are in the truck outside. Could you send someone to verify them with me?" The staff member continued her tasks, replying, "I thought you were a military family member here to exchange supplies. What kinds of metals have you brought and how much?" "I'll need to record it." Shen Wan spoke, detailing the metals: tungsten, titanium, vanadium, and a selection of stainless steel, amounting to approximately 500 kilograms. The staff finally paused their tasks. These materials were precisely what their superiors had emphasized, particularly the rare metals, which had eluded them despite numerous searches. "I'll find someone to accompany you to inspect the items." "Are they at the entrance?" she said, waving her hand to summon two young men who hurriedly donned their jackets and stepped outside. Shen Wan led them to her truck and opened the rear doors, revealing several rusted metal barrels. Further inside were a haphazard assortment of stainless steel tables and chairs. The two young men swiftly climbed into the truck bed to check and inventory the goods. Aside from some rust on the exterior, the barrels were well sealed, showing no signs of moisture or leakage. These rare metals, along with tungsten and titanium, held significantly higher value. The contents comprised raw materials, colloquially known as industrial MSG. A specific quantity could alter the hardness, ductility, and wear resistance of steel. What she had brought forth was precisely what the military industry required, hopefully alleviating their urgent needs. She had numerous other rare metals in her space, which she planned to exchange at a later opportunity. The individuals in the truck quickly completed their inspection and reported back to the previous staff member. "Sister Zhang, everything is in order. The barrels are labeled with their capacities.
So, we don't need to weigh them.
We just need to weigh the remaining stainless steel." Afterward, they went inside to call for help with the unloading. Sister Zhang warmly invited Shen Wan to sit, subtly probing about the origins of the materials. Maintaining her composure, Shen Wan replied, "My relatives brought these back while searching for supplies outside. I thought I might take a chance to see if I could exchange them for something useful." "What can I trade them for?" Sister Zhang enthusiastically explained, "We can exchange points here, which are valid throughout the entire S Province military district. You'll come to appreciate the benefits in due time." As they spoke, the individuals returned, handing over a sheet of paper that listed the unloaded items, their varieties, and weights. Sister Zhang picked up a calculator to tally the points. Except for the relatively inexpensive stainless steel, which was worth 200 points per kilogram, the prices for the rare metals ranged from 5,000 to 20,000. Ultimately, the total amounted to over 380,000 base points. She then retrieved several pounds of gold jewelry and bars from her backpack, bringing her total to 400,000 points. Sister Zhang gazed at her enviously. "With so many points, you could live comfortably in the base for quite some time. However, our station is too small to accept survivors. You might consider visiting the provincial military base. I've heard that by donating supplies or points, one can acquire residency rights." Shen Wan smiled without responding. Sister Zhang, being quite talkative, shared that all the staff members were military dependents vying for positions, earning over 1,000 points monthly to supplement their household income. The military district only issued salaries and allowances to soldiers, which were also in the form of supplies and points, prompting the family members to fiercely compete for work opportunities. While chatting, Sister Zhang mentioned the necessity of obtaining a base card to store points, asking if Shen Wan had brought her ID. Shen Wan hesitated, reluctant to use her own identification, but Sister Zhang continued, "If you didn't bring it, you can use a temporary card. Just be careful not to lose it." Make sure to come back to apply for a base card to transfer your points. This was not a problem for Shen Wan, as she possessed a space with exceptional protective capabilities, ensuring that anything placed inside could only be accessed by her. Chapter 89. Creative Architecture. Noting Shen Wan's agreement, Sister Zhang continued, additionally, the temporary card incurs a monthly fee of 30 points, deducted directly from your balance. Shen Wan expressed no objections, recognizing that although the fee was steep, equivalent to 3 pounds of food, it posed little concern for her. Moreover, barring unforeseen circumstances, she anticipated clearing the card's balance within a few days, intending to exchange all 400,000 points for firearms, uncertain if Zhuang Yan could facilitate this. Zhuang Yan, unbeknownst to the attention he attracted, succumbed to a couple of sneezes, prompting Deputy Lin Yu to cast a mischievous grin his way. "Captain, are you unwell? Moving outside could give you a cold." Zhuang Yan kicked at the grinning Lin Yu, who nimbly dodged. "Get lost. I'm not sick. Hurry up and finish the sweep. We need to take the supplies back. I'm off tomorrow morning." Lin Yu groaned in protest. "You want another day off? Didn't you just take one? We agreed on a day off every week." Zhuang Yan, unable to contain himself, delivered another kick, this time landing a solid blow on the unsuspecting deputy. "And you dare complain? You couldn't handle such a trivial matter without calling me in. I'm taking the rest of the day off." Acknowledging his fault, Lin Yu mumbled under his breath, "How was I to know they would capture so many hostages?" There wasn't even a breakthrough. Zhuang Yan, disinterested in further dialogue, instructed Lin Yu to finish up while he took half the team and all the supplies back to the station. He was eagerly preparing for his day off, unaware that Shen Wan had already assigned him a formidable task. At the trading center, Shen Wan obtained a temporary points card and prepared to return home. The bustling hall was filled with people, many of whom were aware of her substantial points card. A few ill-intentioned individuals contemplated targeting her. She revved her truck and sped away, leaving them in a cloud of snow. The leader among them slapped his subordinate's head. "Why didn't you mention she had a vehicle? Now she's gone, and you expect me to chase her?" The young man, scratching his head innocently, replied, "I said she came in a truck." The leader, exasperated, slapped him again. "You should have thought of the 400,000 points. My mind went blank. But can I blame you for that? Get moving. Find out her name and where she lives quickly." The young man darted into the trading hall to gather information. Meanwhile, Shen Wan remained oblivious, as someone was inquiring about her from Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, however, had no knowledge of anything. She hadn't seen Shen Wan's face nor her ID, and her entire appearance was obscured, making it impossible to discern anything about her figure. The young man returned empty-handed, singing a tune. Shen Wan parked her truck in a secure location, storing it in her space, and then smoothly glided home. As for those with ill intentions, let them stew in their anxiety. Before exiting the vehicle, she changed into a worn military coat, her old companion, and swapped her hat and scarf for different colors. In the vicinity of her apartment, numerous survivors lingered, some observing while others were ready to rob. Shen Wan, appearing disheveled and bundled up, was indistinguishable as either male or female, leading everyone to assume she was merely a hapless survivor who had failed to secure any supplies. Thus, she traversed the residential area and entered her building without anyone approaching her. However, upon ascending the stairs, she encountered Zhang Pingho, who was descending. He looked haggard and lost, failing to recognize the person approaching him. They brushed past each other, and Shen Wan was relieved that no one knew her. She had no desire for idle chatter. Yet, she found it surprising that Zhang Pingho had not sought refuge in the official resettlement camp, given that his home had been robbed previously. Although he appeared malnourished, it was evident that his family had not run out of food, leaving her curious about how they had obtained supplies in such scarce times. However, everyone had their own means of survival, and it was of no concern to her, quickly fading from her thoughts. Upon returning home, she promptly entered the bedroom, aware that her absence would not extend for long. She had left the heating system in the bedroom operational while the one in the living room had been turned off. Within the space, Shen Momo was napping in the camper, and Shen Wan gently relocated her to the heated bed in the bedroom for continued slumber. It was already past 3 o'clock, and it wouldn't be long before he awoke. After repositioning the camper back onto its original shelf, she contemplated the necessity of creating a recreational area within the space for Shen Momo, who would frequently need to engage in activities there. Although the camper was delightful, Its confined space was inadequate for movement. There were several empty containers in the vicinity that could be repurposed. During past travels, she had observed certain scenic spots transforming containers into distinctive accommodations, and she had found the creativity and ambience particularly appealing. Perhaps she could undertake a similar project, especially since materials and tools were readily available in the space, and utilizing mental energy for manipulation was both convenient and efficient. She retrieved several books on creative architecture and a few videos from the space, leisurely browsing through them in search of inspiration. Complex structures necessitate considerations of load-bearing and safety. Thus, she preferred to keep her design simple, as they would not be for long-term habitation. As she perused, she took out paper and pen to sketch and jot down notes, initially outlining the basic shape before contemplating the placement of doors, windows, and the functional zoning of the areas. The first floor would serve as a play zone, while the second floor would accommodate the bedroom and leisure area. After much effort, she finally completed the final blueprints. Upon lifting her gaze, she noticed that the little chubby one had awakened, with Xiao AI dressing him. Shen Wan prepared a cup of milk for him to sip slowly before directing her mental energy into the space to commence practical work. Theory, after all, pales in comparison to hands-on experience. The cutting machine, welding machine, and angle grinder were employed in succession to modify the doors, windows, and passageways according to the blueprints. To safeguard Shen Momo's delicate skin, she meticulously attended to every edge and corner. Once all the containers were cut, she began the installation of doors and windows. Fortunately, she had previously collected numerous display samples, which now proved useful. Moreover, these items had been aired out for an extended period, making their use more reassuring. The final stage involved assembly. Had she been outside the space, a crane would have been necessary, but here, only a modest expenditure of mental energy sufficed. At the periphery of the ranch, near the fruit grove, she found a flat expanse of land. She laid down an oversized waterproof tarp and methodically arranged the modified containers upon it. The lower level featured 4 longitudinally placed containers, each measuring 12 meters long and 3 meters wide, while the upper level was adorned with 2 horizontally positioned smaller containers, each 6 meters long. The remaining space on the second floor was transformed into a spacious terrace, approximately 70 square meters. Concerned for safety, she welded a perimeter of iron railings around it. Subsequently, she fused the connections between the containers, ensuring that the second floor remained detachable from the first. In the future, when overnight stays were required, the bedroom could be separately relocated, provided that safety was assured. With the exterior structure nearly complete, the more intricate task of interior decoration lay ahead. She began by laying down removable wooden flooring before securing playground equipment and toys within the containers, applying corner guards and cushioning foam in potentially hazardous areas. A bouncy castle, building blocks, a carousel, a slide, climbing frames, swings, and a ball pit were all included. At last, she fulfilled her desire to create a children's paradise for Momo. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the entire interior with warmth. The second floor was even simpler. The terrace and bedroom were fitted with wooden flooring, complemented by some solid wood furniture and small appliances, with curtains hung to complete the look. With a surplus of wooden flooring remaining, she decided to lay some at the entrance on the waterproof tarp, significantly easing access. Standing on the terrace and gazing out, the view was truly splendid. The space was impervious to rain, allowing her to liberally arrange a sofa, coffee table, and sideboard, making it an ideal spot for afternoon tea. At this rate, the bedroom and the courtyard would soon be neglected. Yet, this was an unavoidable circumstance, as Momo could only engage in activities here. She preferred to live alongside Momo, occasionally retreating to the other bedroom to enjoy the massage chair and bathtub without compromising either experience. It would be a pity not to indulge in a lavish meal amidst such a beautiful setting. Shen Wan led Momo into the space, emerging directly onto the terrace on the second floor.
Wow.
Mommy, a new house. She smiled and affectionately ruffled the little one's hair. Momo likes it here. Shall we come play often? However, this would be a secret base for Mommy and baby, one that couldn't be shared with others. Shen Momo gazed up with innocent eyes. What about Uncle Zhuang?
Can he know?
Shen Wan crouched down to meet his gaze. No, if you tell others, you won't be able to come to the secret base to play anymore. Feeling a bit downcast, Shen Momo nonetheless nodded resolutely and extended his finger to make a promise with his mother. Pinky swear, 100 years without change.
If you lie,
You'll turn into a big pig head. During their time together, Shin Momo had never mentioned anything about the space in her presence. She had conducted a test before and discovered that Momo's memories of the space were vague, even seemingly self-ignored. She suspected this might be a form of self-protection by the space. Nonetheless, to be on the safe side, she felt it necessary to establish a pact with the little one. However, Shin Momo primarily spent time with her, having limited interaction with outsiders. Shen Wan lifted the little chubby one and settled onto the terrace sofa, noting the breathtaking scenery. Since the view is so lovely, let us have dinner here tonight. Afterward, we can decorate our new home together, okay? She still had a surprise to reveal to him, which she planned to unveil after dinner. The temperature within the space was pleasant, and she retrieved several dishes she had packed from the hotel: crab egg custard, Peking duck, mushroom and tofu casserole, and shrimp with asparagus, accompanied by some coarse grains like taro, yam, and corn as staples. Dining outdoors was an exceptional experience. She didn't even need to watch a drama while eating. The delightful environment significantly enhanced her appetite. After their meal, she enlisted Shin Momo to assist in decorating the bedroom. They laid out a 4-piece bedding set, placed a few small plush toys on the bed, and added some greenery and decorations to make the room feel cozier. A homemade staircase by the terrace provided access down to the first-floor playground. Shin Momo gazed at the extravagant play area, exclaiming in wonder. The entire floor, spanning over 100 square meters, was filled with various amusement facilities and toys, far larger than the previous setup in the living room. The little one was eager to explore his gifts, especially after a hearty meal. Of course, she didn't forget to call Xiao AI over to assist with the children, as professional tasks should be left to the experts. Fortunately, Xiao AI was merely a smart robot. Otherwise, it might have remarked, "Is that polite?" Without the burden of childcare. Shen Wan relaxed on the terrace with her tea, occasionally stepping outside to check if anyone was looking for her. It would be much more convenient if the space could provide visibility of the outside world, sparing her the hassle. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, she remembered that she had yet to contact Zhuang Yan to see if he had returned. Exiting the space, she used the intercom to call, "Zhuang Yan, are you back? I need to trouble you with something." Soon, a male voice responded, "I'm home. I knocked on your door, but no one answered. I thought you might be asleep." Feeling slightly embarrassed, she explained, "I was in the space and couldn't hear. I must have missed it while wearing my headphones. Please wait a moment. I'll come up to find you." After concluding the call, she began to dress and made her way upstairs, retrieving the points card from her space before leaving. There was a folding ladder connecting the 15th and 16th floors in the elevator lobby, which she ascended, discovering Zhuang Yan waiting for her at the stairway. Upon her arrival, Zhuang Yan extended his hand to assist her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shen Wan graciously accepted his offer. Hesitation was not in her nature. Zhuang Yan led her into the secondary bedroom, which had been transformed into a living room. The last time she had visited was during a housewarming dinner. Shen Wan got straight to the point. "I went out this afternoon and exchanged some points. I would like to trouble you to help me purchase some firearms." She handed him a points card, and Zhuang Yan had already anticipated her request. "I will apply for it tomorrow. What do you want?" "Handguns, submachine guns, smoke grenades, etc. Purchase as you see fit. The more, the better. There are 4 million points on this card. Just spend it all." Zhuang Yan regarded her with a serious expression, bemused by her tone that resembled that of a wealthy benefactor. "You must be the affluent individual everyone at the base was gossiping about this afternoon," he remarked. Shen Wan was not surprised by his comment. She had never intended to deceive him. Her ruse was merely a means to evade the harassment of external forces. "Those items were something I stumbled upon and have hidden away. Since you require raw materials and I need firearms, it seems mutually beneficial for both of us," she explained. Zhuang Yan's brow twitched slightly. This woman was exceedingly bold, her ambitions reaching even the military. "Given the quantity you desire, I can only assist you in exchanging them in batches. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of the higher-ups at the General Military District." Shen Wan smiled cheerfully and nodded. "No problem, take your time. I'll give you 20% of what we acquire." The two engaged in lively conversation, and just as Shen Wan was about to head downstairs, she turned to see Zhuang Yan following her with several boxes in his arms. "What are you doing?" she inquired, collecting some interest. "These supplies are safer in your warm home," he replied. Shen Wan thought to herself, This man could have offered her gifts without such elaborate pretense. A little over 10 minutes later, the living room was filled with more than a dozen storage boxes, all of which he had gradually brought down. Once Zhuang Yan departed, she opened the boxes to inspect their contents. To her surprise, they were filled to the brim with sealed medical supplies, all intact and unopened. She had indeed noticed the abundance of supplies during her last visit to his home, but she had not anticipated he had stockpiled so many medications. Since he trusted her, she decided to temporarily store them for him.